The hospital corridor was crowded with people coming and going. Yet Yi Fan ignored everyone, crouching in a corner weeping uncontrollably. Your mother's stomach tumor has turned malignant. Without 100,000 yuan surgery deposit within the week, she has only 1 month left to live. The doctor's cold words pierced his heart like needles. But the staggering cost was simply beyond Yi Fan's reach. His adoptive father Yi Wujiu had vanished while captaining a freighter a year ago. His adoptive mother Shin Bichin had collapsed and been hospitalized after a tumor was found in her stomach. Fresh out of college, Yi Fan had become the sole pillar of the family. Throughout that year, to pay for his adoptive mother's treatment, Yi Fan had not only drained the family's savings, but had also taken out every online loan available. He had even become a live-in son-in-law at the Tang family home, marrying into their household for a sum of money to bring them luck. He had toiled like an ox and a horse at the Tang household, losing every shred of dignity just to earn 100,000 yuan. But the money vanished in the blink of an eye at the hospital. Now Yi Fan had nothing left on him but a phone and 10 yuan. Another 100,000. Another 100,000. Recalling the doctor's words, Yi Fan felt a deep, crushing despair. With nowhere left to turn, where could he possibly find such an amount? Yet he could not just watch his mother die. No, I must borrow that 100,000. Yi Fan wiped his tears, clenched his teeth, and stood up. I will never let anything happen to my mother. He resolved to throw away his dignity to borrow money. Yi Fan arrived at the first house and knocked on his uncle's door. His aunt opened the door with a stern face. Yi Fan pleaded desperately with his aunt for mercy. Auntie, my mother needs money for surgery. Still coming to ask for money. Still coming to ask for money. Isn't the 200 yuan we gave you enough? Get out, get out, get out. Don't come here. We have no relatives as greedy as you. The aunt shoved Yi Fan out as she spoke, then slammed the security door shut with a bang. Hearing those bitter and cutting words, Yi Fan trembled with rage and smashed his fist against the wall. He knew the world could be cold, but he never imagined that the uncle and his family who had seized his father's old house would refuse to spare even a tenth to help. With no other options, Yi Fan could only steel himself and visit other relatives to borrow money, but he was turned away at every door. They warned him not to come harassing them again, or they would call the police immediately. Then the landlord called, saying that if the rent wasn't paid within a week, he would clear out Shin Bichin's room. The online loan companies began calling non-stop, like their lives depended on it. Yi Fan braced himself and called Tang Ruoxue, who was vacationing in the Maldives. The moment Tang Ruoxue heard him open his mouth to ask for money, she hung up in extreme disgust. Utterly desperate. After wandering the streets in the cold wind for hours, Yi Fan wiped away his tears and made his way to 0 Degree Bar. This bar was run by his ex-girlfriend Yuan Jing. No, it was funded by his former roommate, Huang Dongxiang, who lent her 5 million yuan to fulfill her dream. Of course, it was also because of that 5 million that Yuan Jing had left Yi Fan and thrown herself into Huang Dongxiang's arms. Thanks to the gimmick of the aloof, campus beauty business was booming, and it had become a gathering spot for many trust fund kids in Zhonghai. And Yi Fan had become the butt of their jokes. Though coming here filled him with shame, when he thought of his mother's surgery fees, he had no choice but to step inside 0 Degree Bar. He believed Yuan Jing would lend him 100,000 yuan out of respect for old times. Inside the bar, someone was playing guitar and singing, and the atmosphere was lively. Even the perfume in the air made Yi Fan feel inferior. The moment Yi Fan stepped into the hall, the entire venue fell silent. A dozen well-dressed men and women turned to look. Yi Fan also looked toward Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing. In Huang Dongxiang's eyes, he saw triumph and intense contempt, but not the faintest trace of guilt. Yuan Jing wore a low-cut tank top, revealing a stretch of fair midriff paired with shorts so short they could barely be called shorts. Her pale skin and 2 slender long legs combined with her gorgeous face made her incredibly eye-catching. Yet her cold and arrogant expression made many people dare not meet her eyes. She looked at Yi Fan without a trace of emotion, her indifference like glancing at a stray dog on the street. Yuan Jing's close friend Yang Qianqian hopped off her high stool. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Her tone was full of disdain. Yi Fan mustered his courage. I'm here too. We don't need any cleaners here. Yang Qianqian mocked coldly. Get lost. She had always looked down on the penniless Yi Fan. In fact, it was she who had actively pushed Yuan Jing and Huang Dongxiang together. Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hands to explain. I'm not here as a cleaner. I'm here to. Lemonade is 28, cocktails are 180. Can you afford to consume here? Yang Qianqian sneered. Even if you have the Tang family's pocket money in your pocket, you are not welcome here. Huang Dongxiang spat. Damn, what bad luck. I didn't check the almanac today and ran into this door-to-door loser. The matter of Yi Fan becoming a live-in son-in-law to bring luck to the Tang family had long been known to Huang Dongxiang and his crew. A dozen men and women burst into laughter at the remark. Yi Fan steeled himself and stepped forward, about to speak to Yuan Jing, when a pretty girl shouted again, Take your dirty hands off. This is genuine leather. She even waved her hand in front of her nose, as if Yi Fan had crawled out of a stinking ditch. Yi Fan recoiled as if bitten by a snake, his face flushed red. He had expected to be humiliated, but not to be treated so heartlessly. He gritted his teeth and blurted out, I am here to see Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing, let's step outside to talk. Yi Fan hoped to preserve his last shred of dignity. Yuan Jing crossed her long slender legs, her pale toes glinting in the light. She offered no mockery, made no movement, but that in itself was the greatest contempt. Huang Dongxiang's lips curled into a playful smirk. Yuan Jing is my girlfriend now. You can't just ask to see her whenever you want. He demonstratively gave Yuan Jing's leg a rub. Yi Fan's cheeks burned. Yuan Jing, I really have something to discuss with you. Let's step outside. Yuan Jing looked at Yi Fan without responding, her face showing only arrogance and coldness, as if looking at an insignificant ant. Get lost. Just seeing you makes me sick. Yang Qianqian shouted impatiently, don't ruin our mood. Watching Yuan Jing, who didn't even leave him a scrap of decency, Yi Fan felt deeply disappointed and hurt, yet still managed to squeeze out. Yuan Jing, I want to borrow 100,000 from you. Yi Fan made his promise. Don't worry, I will definitely pay you back. I can leave my ID card, diploma, all of it, as collateral. 100,000. Yang Qianqian shrieked exaggeratedly. Yi Fan, you want to borrow 100,000. You're not even worth 100 yuan from head to toe, and you dare borrow 100,000. Yi Fan looked at Yuan Jing and explained, my mother needs money for surgery. I know this is very abrupt, but I really need the money to save her life. I'm begging you. He even took out his mother's medical records, hoping to move Yuan Jing. Huang Dongxiang looked at him as if he were an idiot. Your father disappeared, the ancestral home was seized by your uncle. Now you live in a rented place. You're a live-in son-in-law without a job. What could you possibly use to borrow 100,000? Throughout the years since graduation, Yi Fan had been busy either with his mother's illness or serving the Tang family's every need. He had never once found a proper job, so he was still an unemployed drifter. Once my mother's surgery is over, I'll find a job right away. I can definitely pay you back. Yi Fan was utterly ashamed. He wanted to turn and run, but at this point he had to persevere. Yuan Jing, I'm begging you. My mother needs surgery. She really needs this money. At this moment Yi Fan felt as wretched as a dog. Yang Qianqian scoffed, we're not your father. Your mother needs money for surgery. What does that have to do with us? Yuan Jing, please help me out. Yi Fan looked at Yuan Jing and pleaded, I will definitely pay you back. Everyone looked at Yuan Jing. Yuan Jing looked at Yi Fan coldly. In a tone even colder than her expression, she spoke words that chilled him to the bone. Borrow money from me. Don't you think that's laughable? Whether your mother lives or dies, what does it have to do with me? She sneered. Could it be that you think there's still feelings between us? Stop flattering yourself. No white swan would ever care about a toad. Yi Fan stared at Yuan Jing in stunned disbelief, unable to believe she had said such words. Our circle isn't one you can step into. My money isn't something you can borrow. And there's not even a shred of feeling between you and me. Oh, by the way, back when we were together, I once got sick. You gave me a Tai Chi jade pendant saying it would protect me and keep me safe. Now I'm returning this Tai Chi jade to you. Take it and pray it keeps your mother safe. Yuan Jing pulled a Tai Chi jade from a drawer under the table and tossed it expressionlessly into Yi Fan's hand. Go. Don't ever come here again. Your presence in 0 degree bar is highly inappropriate. You've been a pain to me and Dongxiang. Her voice was very calm with no hint of overbearing arrogance, yet it pressed one to the ground, as if looking down at an ant on the earth from the sky. A person should have self-awareness. Yang Qianqian shoved Yi Fan, get lost, toad. Yi Fan's face was full of despair. Huang Dongxiang suddenly spoke. I can lend you 100,000. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, his whole body trembling with excitement. Really? Huang Dongxiang's smile was playful. Kneel. Yi Fan's blood surged with anger, but he quickly regained his composure. Thud. Yi Fan dropped to his knees stiffly. His knees ached, but his heart ached even more. Yet for his mother, Yi Fan did not hesitate. Ha! Yang Qianqian and the others burst into shrill laughter, unable to believe that the Yi Fan who claimed to have the toughest spine had knelt before them like this. Someone took out their phone to record the scene. Yuan Jing raised her snow-white chin, proud as a princess, her contempt growing stronger. A man without backbone. Huang Dongxiang went to the restroom and came back holding a glass filled with a yellow liquid, then slammed it down in front of Yi Fan with a loud slap. Kneel and drink it. Huang Dongxiang tossed out a bank card. This 100,000 is yours to borrow. Yi Fan stared at the glass, stunned at first, then enraged. That was urine. You bastards. Yi Fan hurled the glass at them. You've gone too far. Yuan Jing and the others screamed, drenched in chaos. Huang Dongxiang flew into a rage and ordered, get him. Yi Fan turned and ran. 7 or 8 spoiled rich youths surged forward. 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. Yi Fan was quickly beaten to the ground. He pressed against the wall, using both hands to shield his head tightly. His hands had gone completely numb. He was only holding on out of pure instinct. His head was protected, but other parts weren't. After taking several heavy blows, Yi Fan began to bleed. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian cheered at the spectacle. In their eyes, Yi Fan's resistance was treasonous, so he had only himself to blame for ending up like this. Worthless trash. Bam! Yi Fan's hands that had been clutching his head finally loosened. His entire body went limp and slid down the wall onto the floor. He lost consciousness. A stream of blood seeped from his palm into the ancient Tai Chi jade. Whoosh! A flash of light vanished in an instant. I am the Tai Chi medical immortal. From this day forth you shall be my inheritor. Receive my Tai Chi scripture and the jade of life and death. Practice medicine to save the world and transcend both others and yourself. Yi Fan felt himself drifting in an ethereal void. Along with the voice of inheritance, a vast flood of information surged into his mind. Martial arts, medical techniques, miraculous acupuncture methods, cultivation mantras. One after another they crashed into his mind. The moment a piece of the jade of life and death surged into his palm, Yi Fan could not hold back a scream. Yi Fan woke up. He found himself in a hospital, his entire body covered in wounds. He tried hard to recall. He remembered being beaten by a group, then thrown out of the bar's front door. The throbbing pain in his head confirmed it. But he was alarmed to discover that the dream remained crystal clear. Could that dream just now have been real? It's just too ridiculous. Yi Fan muttered, yet when he closed his eyes he was utterly shocked. Within his mind there existed a book, the Tai Chi scripture. Could this dream be a little too real? Still skeptical, Yi Fan opened the Tai Chi scripture and began to cultivate according to the methods written within. As long as nothing comes of the cultivation, the jade of life and death, and the Tai Chi scripture will be nothing but a joke. But the reality left Yi Fan stunned once again. In less than half an hour he felt a small stream of warm current welling up in his dantian. Then the warm current coursed through his limbs and meridians. Everywhere it passed brought an indescribable sense of comfort. At the same time a faint Tai Chi diagram appeared on his left palm. The jade of life and death. White for life, black for death. Each side bore 7 rays of light, faint in shadow yet distinct in layers. Yi Fan thought it was a pattern accidentally smudged onto his hand. He rubbed his palm against his thigh a few times, but the Tai Chi diagram remained. And then, it began to spin. The next moment, a stream of information suddenly surfaced in Yi Fan's mind. Status: 13 abrasions, grade 3 damage, to 5 internal organs, mild cerebral concussion. Cause: sustained violent group assault. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan froze on the spot. What on earth was this thing? He instinctively issued a repair command. The jade of life and death began to spin, and a ray of white light sank into Yi Fan's body. Crack. Then abnormal changes began to occur within his body. His blood vessels burned with uncontrollable heat. Then his entire body grew scalding. Yi Fan felt every cell in his body sprinting, charging through him in swarms like an army on the march. His bones let out a series of sharp cracks. Before long, Yi Fan's body jolted violently. All pain completely vanished, and the abrasions on his arms and face healed over. At the same time, the white light on the Tai Chi diagram dimmed by 1 shade. This is a miraculous healing hand. Yi Fan grew excited. Others used their talents to restore antiques and calligraphy. His jade of life and death could heal the body's illnesses. It seemed everything in the dream was real. This was truly a blessing from the heavens. Yi Fan leapt off the hospital bed in one motion, then rushed to the inpatient department at full speed. He pushed open the door to his mother Shin Bichin's room. Seeing his mother, gaunt as firewood, eyes tightly shut, Yi Fan rushed over and placed his left hand on her stomach. Status: anemia, cardiac muscle strain, gallstones, malignant gastric tumor. Cause: years of overwork, irregular meals, invasion of wind, and cold over time. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan blurted out, repair. The jade of life and death stirred once more, and 5 rays of white light sank into Shun Bichin's body. Inside his mother's body a battlefield instantly formed. Countless cells boiled and surged like 1,000 armies clashing and charging into battle. Boom. Before long, Shun Bichin's head swayed slightly. Yi Fan instinctively called out, Mom. Shin Bichin slowly opened her eyes, a touch of color returning to her pale cheeks. Yi Fan, I'm hungry. Yi Fan was overcome with tears of joy. He withdrew his left hand and noticed that only 1 ray of white light remained on the jade of life and death. It was clear. The more severe the illness or injury, the more white light it consumed. Yi Fan did not worry about how to restore the white light. Right now he only wanted to take good care of his mother. 15 minutes later, Yi Fan brought a bowl of plain porridge and carefully fed it to his mother. This was the first time in half a year that Shun Bichin had an appetite to eat. After she finished, Yi Fan called over the pretty doctor. After an examination, the doctor turned pale with shock. How is this possible? Shin Bichin had recovered. Upon learning her body was fine, Shin Bichin insisted on being discharged no matter what. Besides the cost of hospitalization, she was tired of staying a year in the hospital and longed to return home and feel the warmth of life again. Yi Fan could not win against her, so he could only go through the discharge procedures. While handling the paperwork, Yi Fan assumed his account had little left, but to his surprise 95,000 was refunded. He asked and learned that someone had deposited 100,000 into the hospital account the day before. Yi Fan checked, and the person who sent the money was none other than Tang Ruoxua. His heart warmed. Tang Ruoxua still had him in her heart. Yi Fan left 5,000 for his mother as backup, transferred the rest back to Tang Ruoxua, then packed up and left the hospital. But just as Yi Fan helped his mother to the main gate, 3 luxury cars worth a fortune sped past them. Fast and aggressive. The wheels nearly crushed Shun Bichin's toes. Yi Fan roared furiously, "How do you drive? In such a rush to be reborn?" Shin Bichin gently advised, "Yi Fan, forget it. The luxury car reversed and stopped. A car door opened, and a young man with an earring stepped out and cursed, "Dare to curse young Master Huang. Are you tired of living? Then Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing appeared with their group. Oh, it's Yi Fan. Buddy, you're pretty tough, huh? Out so soon. Seeing Yi Fan, Huang Dongxiang immediately walked over, smiling coldly as he approached Yi Fan. Iron skin and bronze bones, huh? Your mom's getting discharged too. Can't borrow money, so preparing to go home and wait to die. Wanting to sponsor a Namma coffin. His companions burst into laughter, eyes filled with contempt and mockery. Yuan Jing remained as cold and aloof as ever, and upon seeing Yi Fan, there was an extra hint of disgust in her eyes. Yi Fan's groveling and kneeling to borrow money yesterday had made Yuan Jing lose interest in humiliating him. Yi Fan's voice dropped low. Huang Dongxiang, you cursed my mother. Are you looking to die? Looking to die? What the hell do you think you are? Huang Dongxiang's leather shoes tapped the ground, his arrogance overflowing. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? The earring youth chimed in with a mocking tone. Wasn't yesterday's beating enough? Several pretty female companions covered their mouths and giggled. Kneel down, Cao, apologize. Huang Dongxiang pointed at Yi Fan. I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise I'll send you and your mother to the morgue. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's gaze turned cold. Don't push people too far. Huang Dongxiang let out a cold laugh. So what if we push you too far? Not convinced. Several of his lackeys pulled out retractable batons, cracking their necks as they surrounded Yi Fan. Yuan Jing's voice was flat. Yi Fan, stop trying to act tough. Just kneel and apologize. Dongxiang isn't someone you can afford to offend. Young man, everything can be discussed. At this moment, Shen Biqin also desperately grabbed the furious Yi Fan, stepping in front of him and smiling at Huang Dongxiang. Young Master Huang, I used to do housekeeping at your home. I know your mother. Give me some face, don't stoop to Yi Fan's level. He's young and doesn't know any better. You are generous and big-hearted. Let him off this once. Shen Biqin wore a servile smile. Give you face. Huang Dongxiang sneered, then spat on Shen Biqin. What do you think you are? Why should I give you face? You old fossil, dare to ask for face. Can you even afford it? To anyone, this crude and rude behavior was nothing short of an insult, but Shen Biqin did not dare to fight back. She swallowed the humiliation in silence. To be insulted, mocked, and bullied, yet never caused trouble. Not out of generosity, but because the small folk have no choice. Such is the tragedy of those without power. Is this how you treat my mother? Are you asking to die? Yi Fan clenched his fists, face filled with rage as he tried to charge forward, but his mother desperately held him back. Seeing Yi Fan's stubbornness, Yuan Jing grew annoyed. Yi Fan still trying to act tough. Is Dongxiang someone you and your mother can afford to offend? Just kneel already. It's not like you haven't before. We all know each other well enough. Stop pretending. She tried to mediate, partly because stepping on Yi Fan no longer gave her a sense of achievement, and partly to show her magnanimity in front of outsiders. But she did not expect Yi Fan to be completely ungrateful. Don't worry. From now on, I will never kneel again. Yuan Jing lost patience. If you won't listen to me, I won't care about you anymore. Without my backing, you might not even be able to keep your little life safe. She haughtily lifted her chin. Yi Fan did not hold back and roared, scram. Yuan Jing's pretty face turned cold. Dongxiang, I don't care about him anymore. Do what you want with him. Young Master Huang, Yi Fan doesn't know better. Please be generous. I assure you, Yi Fan will never provoke you again. Seeing the murderous intent in Huang Dongxiang's eyes, Shen Biqin hurriedly pulled Yi Fan behind her. Let's just leave this matter here today. This is a little money, a small token of appreciation. Please, young Master Huang and brothers, have some tea on me. Shen Biqin took out 3,000 yuan from her pocket, bending over humbly to stuff it into Huang Dongxiang's pocket. Slap. Huang Dongxiang backhanded Shen Biqin across the face. Shen Biqin instinctively cried out, young Master Huang. Slap. Another crisp slap echoed. It's like you dare to ask me to be generous. Before Shen Biqin could react, Huang Dongxiang followed up with a kick. Shen Biqin let out a muffled groan, staggering backward. Whoosh! Just then a shadow flashed. Before Huang Dongxiang could see clearly, he felt his neck tighten. Yi Fan gripped Huang Dongxiang's neck, then, with a speed no one could react to, slammed his head violently against the window of a luxury car. Bang! A horrifying collision. The car window shattered instantly, and blood sprayed from Huang Dongxiang's head. The force was terrifying. That was not all. Yi Fan flung the dazed Huang Dongxiang to the ground, then, without mercy, stomped down on his arm. Crack! A sharp crack. Huang Dongxiang's left arm fractured instantly. One of his companions froze for a moment, then charged at Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't even look, backhanding him and sending him flying 5 meters. Blood from the nose and mouth. The entire audience was stunned. No one had expected Yi Fan to be this powerful and this brutal. Shen Biqin also gaped in shock. Yi Fan did not stop. He beckoned to the remaining few with a crooked finger. Come at me all at once. The 4 roared and charged. Yi Fan simply crushed them with pure speed and strength. One punch, one kick, each. Bang, bang, bang. All 4 who charged were brutally beaten down by Yi Fan, faces bruised, arms and legs broken. The entire audience was stunned. The pretty girls stared at Yi Fan in disbelief, never expecting this trash to be such a fierce fighter. How could this be? Yuan Jing could not accept the scene before her eyes. Yi Fan had actually beaten down this many people. She had come to see Yi Fan kneel and beg for mercy. not see Yi Fan dominate the battlefield. Watching the surrounding onlookers, each face full of shock, even adoration, as they looked at Yi Fan, Yuan Jing's heart clenched sharply. An unnamed flame of fury suddenly rose within her. The Yi Fan she had dumped should have been useless. How could he suddenly become this powerful? Could he have taken drugs at the hospital? Yes, that had to be it. Otherwise he wouldn't be this strong. Then Yuan Jing clenched her teeth again. So what if he can really fight? What kind of world is this? You can fight, but can you fight against knives? Against guns? Against the state? Without education, background, or connections, you are destined to live out your days in mediocrity. After venting through a bout of self-consolation, Yuan Jing's heart finally began to ease. At this moment, Yi Fan was slowly walking toward Huang Dongxiang. Could you dare hurt us? Huang Dongxiang was also dumbfounded, but still aggressive. Do you know what the consequences are for laying a hand on me? Before he could finish, Yi Fan backhanded him across the face. Two of Huang Dongxiang's teeth fell out, his mouth full of blood. Then Yi Fan grabbed his neck. Tell me what consequences. Yi Fan, that's enough. Yuan Jing angrily stepped forward. You've already caused trouble. If you don't stop, you'll regret it. Slap. Yi Fan slapped Huang Dongxiang again. What trouble have I caused? Huang Dongxiang roared, you bastard. Not convinced. Yi Fan delivered another slap. Huang Dongxiang covered his cheek, face full of venomous hatred, yet dared not talk back. Yuan Jing was furious. In her eyes, only Huang Dongxiang had the right to discipline Yi Fan. Yi Fan had no right to brutalize Huang Dongxiang. Yi Fan gently patted Huang Dongxiang's cheek. Tell me. What consequences? What trouble? Huang Dongxiang was extremely frustrated but finally gritted his teeth. I admit defeat today. What exactly do you want? Yi Fan gripped his throat with the steadiness of Mount Tai. Slap yourself 10 times, apologize to my mother, compensate us. Or I'll cripple you. Shen Biqing tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, forget it. Huang Dongxiang, looking into Yi Fan's eyes, felt an inexplicable fear. He felt that being bullied by Yi Fan today was truly a humiliation, but he believed Yi Fan would do exactly as he said. Because he felt Yi Fan had become a different person, no longer the weakling who could be pushed around. Huang Dongxiang could even feel the coldness emanating from Yi Fan's fingers. Provoking further would only lead to a worse beating. Better to endure today and find another way to destroy this mother-son pair later. Such thoughts turned in his mind. So he lowered his head with great difficulty towards Shen Biqing. Annie, I'm sorry. Then he gave himself 10 loud slaps and pulled out several thousand yuan as compensation. Although Shen Biqing was full of worry, hearing the apology still made her feel vindicated. Yi Fan stared at Huang Dongxiang, catching the venom in his eyes, knowing that retaliation was inevitable. His thoughts turned. The jade of life and death flickered. At the same time, a line of information surged into Yi Fan's mind. Status: early-stage liver cancer, plum blossom virus, arm fracture. Cause: excess drink and lust, drug use, assault by others. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan did not hesitate as the thought of destruction flashed through his mind. He knew it meant aggravating the illness. A ray of black light was injected into Huang Dongxiang's body. Huang Dongxiang let out an inexplicable scream, then slipped from Yi Fan's grasp and collapsed to the ground. Late-stage liver cancer. Yi Fan spat out one word: scram. Huang Dongxiang and his group left with venomous hatred. Watching Huang Dongxiang's wretched retreating back, a glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. This man is as good as dead. Shen Biqing sensed that her son had changed considerably, yet she refrained from pressing him for details. Having spent nearly a year in the hospital, it was only natural that Yi Fan's character had been shaped by suffering. She also avoided asking about Yi Wujiu, lest she reopen old wounds in Yi Fan's heart. Returning to their rented room, Yi Fan settled the overdue rent with the landlord, then promptly moved out with his mother under the cover of night. This was partly to evade the harassment from online loan companies, and partly to avoid retaliation from Huang Dongxiang and his gang. Yi Fan possessed the strength and confidence to protect himself, but his mother was as fragile as a leaf in the wind. Yi Fan rented a single room in Baisha's urban village to allow his mother a temporary place to recuperate. Shen Biqing's health had improved, easing the burden of medical expenses, but Yi Fan remained under strain due to the substantial debts from online loans. Moreover, he was still determined to find his adoptive father Yi Wujiu, whether dead or alive. He needed closure. On the 5th morning after her discharge, Shen Biqing had regained enough strength to care for herself. Yi Fan turned on his phone, which had been off for 5 days, and was immediately flooded with dozens of text messages. Then a call came in. He put on his earbuds and answered, only to hear a woman's icy voice. Finally turned it on. I thought you had absconded with the money. These past few days, no calls, no replies, nowhere to be found. What have you been up to? If you don't want to stay with the Tang family, then get out. It was Tang Ruoxue. Yi Fan hurriedly explained. I'm sorry. I've been staying with my mother. She just got out of the hospital and needs someone to look after her. I turned off my phone because the debt collection agencies were calling around the clock, and I didn't want her to worry. He asked softly, is there something you need? Though he had endured countless sneers in the Tang family over the past year, Yi Fan knew he had no right to lose his temper. After all, the Tangs had given him the 50,000 yuan that saved his mother's life. Hearing that Yi Fan was caring for Shen Biqing, Tang Ruoxue's tones softened slightly. Send me your location. I'll drive over to pick you up. Yi Fan was mildly surprised. You're back from your trip. A week ago, the 5 members of the Tang family had gone abroad together, leaving Yi Fan alone to watch the house. Didn't you hear me? Send your location. Tang Ruoxue hung up impatiently. Yi Fan had no choice but to send his location. Half an hour later, a red BMW pulled up in front of him. The door opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman emerged. Dressed entirely in black with delicate features, snowy skin, and a cool, aloof demeanor, she exuded an undeniable allure. Her legs especially, long, slender, and smooth, were impossibly tempting as she walked. Many passers-by widened their eyes, their breathing unconsciously quickening. Tang Ruoxue, the premier beauty of Zhonghai, and also Yi Fan's wife. Housing your mother in such a shabby place. You're quite the filial son, aren't you? Tang Ruoxue's sarcasm was as sharp as ever, yet she still handed him several bags of bird's nest and ginseng. These are supplements for your mother. Let her nourish her body. Wasn't your mother supposed to have surgery? Why did you return the money? She tossed a bank card toward him. The Tang family has already spent 600,000 or 700,000 on you. We don't care about this extra 100,000. Yi Fan quickly waved his hand. No need. She's much better now. She doesn't need surgery. Just take it. Keep it for her, whether she needs it or not. Tang Ruoxue cut him off bluntly. So you don't have to go borrowing money everywhere and making a fool of yourself. Don't try to act proud with me. If you had any pride, you wouldn't have married into the Tang family and taken my 10,000 a month for medical expenses. Her tone dripped with contempt. To her, Yi Fan's hesitation, now his attempt to preserve some shred of dignity, was nothing but a charade. Tang Ruoxue's words stung Yi Fan deeply. He wanted to throw the bank card back, but she had already slipped into the car. Left with no choice, he clutched the supplements and the card and asked, "Thank you. Are your parents back yet?" Tang Ruoxue's voice was as cold as ever. "Whether they're back or not, what's it to you? Hurry up and take those things to your mother. I need to talk to you." Yi Fan said nothing more. He took the items to his mother's rented room, then quickly excused himself. As soon as he slipped into the passenger seat, Tang Ruoxue floored the accelerator. Yi Fan's body lurched forward, and his left hand accidentally brushed against Tang Ruoxue's thigh. Smooth. Delicate. At the same moment, a piece of information flashed into his mind. Status infused with malevolent energy, plagued by bad luck, endangering relatives and friends, threatened by death. Cause a Buddhist amulet obtained during the overseas trip had been cursed. Repair or destroy. Yi Fan wanted to say repair, but before he could even form the thought, Tang Ruoxue's eyes had already turned icy. He quickly withdrew his hand, which had been accused of taking advantage. He wanted to help Tang Ruoxue dispel the malevolent energy, but the repair required physical contact, something Tang Ruoxue would never allow. So he could only offer a gentle warning. "Ruoxue, your forehead is dark, your aura is weak. You're facing bloodshed. You should find a master to dispel it." Tang Ruoxue sneered. "You've grown some skills, huh? Learned to read people's fortunes." Yi Fan stammered. "No, you really are plagued by malevolent energy. Someone put a curse on you during your trip. Do you have a Buddhist amulet on you?" He blurted out everything about Tang Ruoxue's situation. "Shut up. You're the one plagued by malevolent energy. You're the one facing bloodshed." Tang Ruoxue was furious. "I'm perfectly healthy. If you keep cursing me, get out of this car." Yi Fan said helplessly, "I'm not cursing you." "Then shut up." Tang Ruoxue's eyes were sharp. "You know nothing, yet you spout nonsense. Since when does a mere cook know how to read fortunes?" Yi Fan wisely fell silent. Seeing that he didn't respond, Tang Ruoxue grew even angrier. Not only was he incompetent, but he was also cowardly. What use was he? Yet a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. How did Yi Fan know about the Buddhist amulet? She wore it close to her chest. Could that bastard have peeked at it, and then used it to trick her? That must be it. Tang Ruoxue reached that conclusion, and her beautiful face grew even more disappointed. Yi Fan was not only useless, but also a pervert. "Yi Fan, once I finish my business this month, I'm divorcing you." Tang Ruoxue's gaze was more resolute than ever. "Whether you agree or not, I'm divorcing you." A year ago, when the Tang family was plagued by misfortune and Tang Ruoxue herself was gravely ill, they had taken Yi Fan as a son-in-law to bring good luck. Over the past year, the family's luck had turned and Tang Ruoxue's health had recovered. Now they were thinking of getting rid of Yi Fan, the sticky plaster. Everyone in the Tang family looked down on him. Tang Ruoxue's pity for him had turned into disgust. She saw no value in this man. At the mention of divorce, Yi Fan remained silent, but his eyes grew dim. Truly, he was a rat in the streets. "Do you know why Mom, Dad, and Sis are all disappointed in you? It's not because you're poor or because you married into the family. It's because you're too weak and good for nothing. In the past year, all you've done is a bit of housework. You haven't accomplished a single decent thing. You're utterly spineless and useless. I truly don't want to spend the rest of my life with a man like you. Even if you were just a tool for the Tang family to bring good luck. Don't worry, I'll give you another 500,000 when we divorce. That way you won't have to worry about your mother's medical bills." Tang Ruoxue's voice was devoid of emotion. "Let's part amicably. Don't make me look down on you completely. Part amicably." A flicker of pain crossed Yi Fan's eyes. He vaguely recalled that snowy dusk, the little girl with pigtails dressed in red, the one who saved him with a bag of barbecue buns. Though 18 years had passed, Yifan still remembered that girl's face, her kindness. That was the real reason he had agreed to marry into the Tang family. The 500,000 was important, but more importantly, he wanted to repay the debt of gratitude from those days. Otherwise, he could never have sold himself for a mere 50,000. Yifan sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was time to let go. Are you listening? Seeing Yifan lost in thought, Tang Ruoxue spoke with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. I'm divorcing you. Before she could finish, the previously silent Yifan's ears twitched. He sat bolt upright, leaning against Tang Ruoxue, using his weight to pin her down. In the next second, he twisted the steering wheel with his left hand and pressed down on her slender thigh with his right. The BMW, which was about to stop at the red light, roared and shot forward like an arrow. Yifan! Tang Ruoxue screamed. Are you insane? Boom. The moment the car crossed the intersection, a dump truck smashed through, hitting 6 cars in a row and leaving the road strewn with wreckage. Screams erupted everywhere. Tang Ruoxue pushed Yifan away, slammed on the brakes, and turned to look. Blood everywhere. Yifan. Seeing the miserable scene before her, Tang Ruoxue was filled with despair. What are you doing? What have you done? You've caused so many vehicles and people to be harmed. How are you going to take responsibility for them? She frantically unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. She thought Yifan had run a red light, causing the dump truck to lose control, triggering a chain reaction of accidents. Tang Ruoxue rushed toward the epicenter of the crash. Meanwhile, the stunned onlookers and drivers snapped out of their daze, swarming toward the accident site. Many women instinctively screamed at the blood-soaked scene. Yifan also stepped out of his car. A dozen injured people lay on the ground, wailing in agony with broken arms and legs. The dump truck driver lay in a pool of blood, his body twitching, but he was still breathing. CCCC. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention. A woman in purple climbed out of a bulletproof Audi, her face stunningly beautiful, her body drenched in blood. Ignoring her own injuries, she screamed toward the collapsed rear seat. Her precious daughter was sitting there, but an SUV had crushed the space. The purple-clad woman, tears streaming down her face, desperately pushed against the SUV. Bang! A black box etched with the number 981 rolled out of the seat and hit the ground. The purple-clad woman paid it no heed, continuing to push the SUV. Tang Ruoxue rushed over. Everyone, come help. We need to get the child out. A dozen bystanders ran over, straining to lift the SUV. Yifan wanted to go over too, but suddenly he noticed a little girl about 7 or 8 years old standing before him. She had a bowl-cut hairstyle, wore a longevity lock and a pink dress, and looked very cute. Yet the little girl showed no smile, her eyes were hollow, and she moved stiffly through the chaotic crowd. Little one, don't wander off. With so many people around, Yifan worried she might get lost. Where are your parents? He grabbed her wrist, feeling an indescribable coldness in his palm. The little girl didn't respond, just stared motionlessly into the distance. Get out of the way. A red-clad elderly woman running past, irritated by Yifan standing there idle, shouted furiously at him. If you're not helping, then scram. Why are you blocking the way? Then she shoved his hip hard, knocking him several feet away. The next second, she passed right through the little girl, passed through her. Yifan stood utterly dumbfounded. Could the old woman perform phasing? Otherwise, why didn't the girl fall? Why was she completely unharmed? The red-clad woman ignored Yifan's shock, just turned and spat at him again. At that moment, Tang Ruoxue looked back and saw Yifan standing there foolishly. Her pretty face showed anger mixed with disappointment. Didn't this bastard realize his recklessness caused the accident? Not only did he fail to come help and redeem himself, but he also stood by watching the spectacle. A true good-for-nothing, and a heartless one at that. Divorce. Divorce. It had to happen. Tang Ruoxue had lost all faith in Yifan. He was hopeless, like mud that could never be plastered on a wall. Bang! Just then the crowd managed to pull the Audi open wide enough to reveal the little girl's entire body. But her face was pale as paper and her body was covered in blood, stirring everyone's hearts. Yifan's eyes widened in shock. 7 or 8 years old. Bowl-cut hairstyle. Longevity lock. Pink dress. He looked at the girl being lifted out by the crowd, then at the girl he was holding, and a chill shot straight to his head. The same person. At that moment, Yifan felt the girl in his hand tremble, her figure growing blurry, as if she would dissolve in the wind. Another person rushed past Yifan, passing straight through the little girl. No resistance at all. Yifan was completely stunned. Then he noticed that an invisible rope seemed to be pulling the little girl toward the shadows. Don't go. Yifan shuddered and held the little girl tightly. Instinct told him that if he let go of this shadow, the girl would die for good. Woo! An ambulance arrived and doctors and nurses rushed to the Audi. A doctor checked the little girl's eyes, listened to her pulse and heart, and then shook his head helplessly. Seeing the doctor's apologetic expression, the purple-clad woman collapsed to the ground, sobbing, "Save my daughter, please, save my daughter. Whoever can save my daughter, I Song Hongyan, will serve them like a beast of burden for life." She was devastated. Tang Ruoxue also shed tears, such a flower-like little girl gone. It was truly heartbreaking. The others, while feeling pity, were also shocked by the purple-clad woman's identity. Song Hongyan was the founder of Woohoo Group, one of the few female tycoons in Zhonghai worth tens of billions. Gaining Song Hongyan's favor would set one up for life. But unfortunately, Cece's injuries were too severe, no one could turn the tide. Wait. Just as the medical staff were about to carry Cece away, Tang Ruoxue heard a familiar voice. She can still be saved. Yi Fan dragged the shadow through the crowd, kicked aside the black box blocking the way, and knelt beside the girl on the ground, pressing his hand on her vital point. Status: damage to internal organs, 3 broken ribs, internal bleeding, soul out of body. Cause severe car accident. Insufficient energy, cannot fully repair. The 9 Palaces Yang reviving needle could be used. Only 1 piece of white light remained in the life and death jade. 9 Palaces. I haven't even begun learning medical arts. How can I save her? By the time I learned the techniques, her soul would have scattered. Save her. Save her. Repair her soul. Yi Fan screamed inwardly. Swoosh. A white light plunged into the little girl's body. The little girl's face gained a hint of rosy color. Little sister, go back now. Yi Fan shouted anxiously at the girl in his hand. The girl obediently lay down, but her head wouldn't sink. It kept popping up. Bang! Yi Fan slapped her forehead with the life and death jade, forcing her head down. He clearly felt the girl's body tremble, as if it had been realigned. Yi Fan, why did you hit her head? Tang Ruoxue snapped out of her daze and shouted angrily, haven't you caused enough trouble? She was filled with disgust for Yi Fan. If he hadn't run the red light, none of this would have happened. Wouldn't have killed innocent Cece. She reached out to pull him, but he didn't budge. Young man, what are you doing? The victim has no signs of life. She's beyond saving. Is he crazy? The doctor said there's no hope, and he's still messing around. Trying to show off. This guy was just watching the show, and now he suddenly pops up. Must be trying to get attention. Using a car accident for publicity. Is he even human? Behind him, a crowd of onlookers also cursed at Yi Fan, their faces full of contempt and disdain. Song Hongyan was even more irrational. Don't touch my daughter. She slapped him across the face. A crisp crack sounded and 5 red finger marks appeared on Yi Fan's cheek. Go. Yi Fan's body shook, his face stung, but he ignored it. He pressed down hard on the little girl's head, preventing it from bouncing back up. Go back. Puff. Just then the pressure in Yi Fan's palms suddenly lightened. The little girl's chest heaved, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Quick, quick. Yi Fan shouted, resuscitate. The doctors and onlookers were completely stunned. They never expected that the little girl declared dead by the doctor would come back to life. After a second of hesitation, the medical staff scrambled to resuscitate her, stabilizing her condition, and immediately contacting the hospital for surgery. Song Hongyan was first stunned, then ecstatic. She kowtowed to Yi Fan 3 times, then followed the ambulance to the hospital. How was this possible? Tang Ruoxue was also filled with shock, as if she didn't recognize Yi Fan. At 6 in the evening, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue emerged from the traffic police station. Tang Ruoxue's expression was deeply embarrassed. To secure leniency, she had immediately taken the blame upon herself upon entering. She did not mention Yi Fan's grabbing the steering wheel, only stating that she would bear full responsibility. Whether it meant paying compensation or serving time, she accepted it all. Yet the traffic officer looked at her oddly and informed her that neither she nor Yi Fan bore any fault. The accident was caused by a burst tire from the dump truck's aged front wheel. The officer also reviewed the surveillance footage and praised Yi Fan's decisive action. Had Yi Fan not escaped the spot in time, they would have been crushed to death. Tang Ruoxue was dumbfounded. She realized she had not only wronged Yi Fan, but also owed him a thank you. If not for him, she would have met her untimely demise. As she slipped into the BMW, Tang Ruoxue wanted to apologize, but could not swallow her pride. She finally snorted, at least the accident had nothing to do with you, or you'd be rotting in prison. Yi Fan was long accustomed to the Tang family's stubbornness. I understand. I'll be more careful next time. Tang Ruoxue's willingness to take the blame for him softened Yi Fan's heart. No matter how much she looked down on him, she still protected him inwardly. He then gently stroked the black box in his hand. It had fallen from the Audi marked with the code 9981. Song Hongyan had called specially to ask the police to hand the box to Yi Fan. She insisted he accept it. Yi Fan did not refuse too much, as Cece's life was certainly worth a gift. Thinking of Cece, worry flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. The white radiance had barely mended her soul, but was not enough to pull her through danger. He resolved to visit the little girl tomorrow. Hearing this, Tang Ruoxue turned the steering wheel and drove off. You're finally maturing. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze from the distance and, seizing her relaxed mood, spoke. Ruoxue, I wasn't lying. The malevolent energy entering your body portends of bloody calamity. The crash is proof. He added, you'd better discard that Buddha amulet. Shut up. Tang Ruoxue's face darkened instantly. Can you stop talking nonsense? Mom got that amulet for me during the trip. Are you saying Mom wants to harm her own daughter? Yi Fan quickly waved his hands. That's not what I meant. But Mom might have been set up too. Enough. On a trip, who knows anyone who would be so bored as to target the Tang family? Tang Ruoxue cut off the conversation irritably. The crash was just an accident. Talk of a bloody calamity is nonsense. Don't bring it up again, or get out of my car. In her eyes, he was merely seeking attention. Yi Fan felt helpless and fell silent to avoid further angering her while pondering how to help resolve the issue. The Buddha amulet was still absorbing Tang Ruoshue's luck and life force. In 10 or 15 days, she would face mortal danger again. He needed to settle this quickly. Half an hour later, the red BMW stopped at the entrance of Phoenix Hotel. Why here? Yi Fan was momentarily puzzled, then slapped his forehead. It was his father-in-law Tang Song's 50th birthday tonight. The Tang family had booked a banquet at the hotel. I forgot it's Dad's birthday. Let me buy something. Although Yi Fan had endured much contempt over the past year, this was his father-in-law's special day, so he needed to show something. No need, I've already bought it. Big sister and her family will be here soon. You'd better keep quiet to avoid embarrassment. Tang Ruoshue opened the trunk, took out a gift box, and walked into the hotel without looking back. Yi Fan thought for a moment and took the black box given by Song Hongyan inside. Though he hadn't opened it yet, since Song Hongyan dared to offer it as a life-saving gift, he figured it would pass as a gift for his father-in-law. Soon Yi Fan followed Tang Ruoshue to the banquet hall and found that the Tang family had invited many relatives. Nearly 30 people were seated at 3 large round tables, making it a lively scene. Big sister Tang Fenghua and her brother-in-law Han Jianfeng were also there. However, father-in-law Tang Sanghua and mother-in-law Lin Xiuling had not yet arrived, and the younger sister was abroad studying and wouldn't return. Ruoshue, you're finally here. Today is Dad's 50th. Why are you so late? Though Mom and Dad always dote on you, you should still be more attentive. Seeing Tang Ruoshue and Yi Fan appear, Tang Fenghua and the others crowded around with smiles and chatter. They didn't even glance at Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't mind, but brother-in-law Han Jianfeng, as usual, gave him a hard time. Yi Fan, today is Dad's 50th. What gift did you bring? Don't tell me you're counting what Ruoshue bought as yours. You eat, live, and use the Tang family's money. On such a big day, surely you should spend something to show your sincerity. You're not coming empty-handed, are you? He sneered at Yi Fan, venom in his eyes. Though Tang Fenghua was also beautiful, she was far inferior to Tang Ruoshue. Thus he regarded Yi Fan, who had won the beauty, as a thorn in his side. Yi Fan replied calmly, I did bring a gift. Tang Ruoshue was taken aback. She hadn't known about the box the police gave Yi Fan. Haha, you brought a gift. Han Jianfeng laughed. Let me see what you bought. Before Tang Ruoshue could react, Han Jianfeng stepped forward and snatched the black box from Yi Fan's hand. He opened it. A large, ugly, fiery red ginseng fruit shaped like a dragon's head came into view. A gift. A ginseng fruit. Such shabby packaging, such an ugly fruit. Definitely a street stall item. Yes, and it's a frightening red. Probably full of chemicals that could kill someone. A waste choosing a 5 yuan ginseng fruit for Dad's birthday. And if you must give one, at least pick a normal one. This ugly red thing is obviously a fake. You can't even be bothered about Dad's birthday, and you still have the nerve to be a live-in son-in-law. Just divorce and get lost. Han Jianfeng and the Tang relatives burst into laughter, contempt, and disgust in their eyes. Tang Ruoshue's pretty face stiffened. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to embarrass her again. She muttered bitterly, useless thing. Yi Fan didn't respond, but stared at the ginseng fruit in shock. He never imagined Song Hongyan would give such an expensive gift. Seeing Yi Fan motionless, the crowd thought he was ashamed of being exposed and laughed again. Full, look at what I gave Dad. A painting by Wu Daozi from the Tang dynasty. Han Jianfeng took out his gift, opened it, and said proudly, Moon over the sea. I spent a great deal of effort to acquire this, costing 330,000. Its true market value is at least 10 times that. I even had several experts authenticate it. Han Jianfeng clearly wanted to show off his gift in front of the relatives, but didn't want to boast directly, so he used Yi Fan as a pretext. Yi Fan, remember, when giving Dad a gift, it should be a premium piece like this. Don't fob off cheap junk on Mom and Dad. The Tang relatives were full of admiration. A gift worth hundreds of thousands was truly generous. Compared to Yi Fan's ugly ginseng fruit, it was like heaven and earth. Brother-in-law, I admit your gift is very nice. Tang Ruoshue forced herself to defend Yi Fan, but giving Dad a gift isn't about comparing value. It's the thought that counts. She regretted not noticing the box in Yi Fan's hand. She would have thrown that shameful gift in the trash. Thought counts, but it still needs sincerity. Han Jianfeng sneered. You eat and live off Mom and Dad every day. Spending a little more to make them happy is the least you can do. Clearly you don't care. Tang Fenghua smiled venomously. Jianfeng, forget it. Ruoshue has it hard enough supporting that freeloader Yi Fan. The crowd burst into laughter again, the atmosphere jovial. Tang Ruoshue's face flushed. Though she was president of a subsidiary of Tiantong earning millions a year, her parents took most of her money, leaving her with very little spare cash. A gift worth hundreds of thousands was beyond her means. Ruoshue, don't be upset. My gift may be ordinary, but at least it's genuine. At that moment Yi Fan spoke calmly. That's better than offering a fake painting to Mom and Dad. The entire hall fell into dead silence. A fake painting. Everyone stared at Han Jianfeng in astonishment. Bullshit. I spent over 300,000 on this painting, got it from a prodigal son. Look, the sun, how big and round. And the sea, how blue and deep. I even consulted several experts, including the renowned Master Ghost Eye, and they all said it's genuine. Seeing his relatives questioning him, Han Jianfeng felt his scalp tingle. They all said it's worth over 3 million. How come in your mouth it's fake? Yifan, I want you to apologize right now. He blustered, or else it's not over. Exactly, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Tang Fenghua also sneered. You a house husband, what do you know about calligraphy and paintings? The relatives who had been shocked moments ago suddenly realized they had been fooled by Yifan. How could a useless man supported by the Tang family possibly understand such profound art? If he had any real talent, he wouldn't be a live-in son-in-law for the sake of warding off evil. Yifan, if you don't understand, shut up and don't slander Jianfeng. Yeah, look at yourself. What are you pretending to be an expert for? Can you even tell good from bad? A person who can't even find a job has the nerve to say the painting is fake. Master Ghost I is the top connoisseur. If he says it's real, then it definitely is. Dozens of relatives grew agitated, mercilessly mocking Yifan with especially harsh voices. Tang Ruoshue's pretty face turned ugly. She didn't even have the strength to scold. When would Yifan stop being so useless? She felt exhausted. Yifan maintained a calm expression. Dad is an antique collector who has appraised countless paintings. Let Dad take a look later, and we'll know if it's real or fake. Han Jianfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he inexplicably felt a moment of hesitation. Besides Yifan's calmness, there was also the fact that he hadn't bought the painting for over 300,000, but for 30,000. Although the other party repeatedly assured him it was real, he always felt it was too good to be true. After all, it was too easy a bargain. Now his unease grew. Could the painting really be problematic? What's all this noise about? At that moment, a woman's authoritative rebuke came from the door. On such a fine day, what's with all this commotion like a marketplace? Lin Xiuling entered with her husband Tang Sanghua. A woman in her 40s time had left few traces on her face or figure. Her features were elegant, skin fair, and her feminine charm remained. If not for her age, outsiders would easily mistake her for barely 30. It was said that Lin Xiuling was also a great beauty of Zhonghai in her youth, with suitors too many to count on fingers and toes. The appearance of Tang Ruoxue and her sisters was inherited from her. However, she was bold and domineering, and as the owner of a large clinic, she was forceful both at home and in public. Even Tang Sanghua obeyed her every word. Thus, as soon as Lin Xiuling entered, the whole room instantly fell silent. Han Jianfeng pointed at Yifan and complained, Mom, it's not me who wants to quarrel. It's that idiot Yifan who says the painting I bought for Dad is fake. Isn't this slandering my reputation? He looked aggrieved. Yifan said calmly, it is fake. Shut up, what do you know? Tang Ruoxue angrily tugged Yifan's sleeve. Stop making a fool of yourself, okay? Although she wanted Yifan to save face for her, as Han Jianfeng said, how could Yifan possibly know about antiques and calligraphy? Lin Xiuling shot a disgusted glance at Yifan, then led Tang Sanghua to the main seat. Bring the painting over. She pointed at Han Jianfeng. Let me and your father have a look. Tang Sanghua was fond of collecting antiques, and Lin Xiuling had picked up some superficial knowledge. Han Jianfeng hastily handed over Moonlight on the Sea. Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling examined the painting seriously. After 3 minutes, Tang Sanghua whispered something in Lin Xiuling's ear. Lin Xiuling looked up and glanced at Han Jianfeng. Her gaze was displeased. Han Jianfeng felt like dying. It was clearly a sign that the painting was a fake. Tang Ruoxue also caught that look and felt a surge of joy. Could Yifan really be turning his luck around? But Lin Xiuling's next words poured cold water on Tang Ruoxue. This painting is genuine and authentic work by Wu Daozi. Lin Xiuling stared straight at Yifan, her face stern. Yifan, you are ignorant and accomplish nothing. Don't meddle in antiques and make a fool of yourself. You have slandered your brother-in-law's reputation. Pour him a cup of tea and apologize properly. Otherwise, don't come back to the Tang family. Yifan was taken aback. The painting was clearly problematic. With Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling's expertise, they certainly could tell. Han Jianfeng was also startled, then pleased. He understood. Dad, Mom, please take another look. This painting is definitely fake. Yifan tried to explain, but Lin Xiuling interrupted sharply. Fake? What fake? Are you saying that your father and I are old and our eyesight is failing, so we can't tell real from fake? I say it's real, so it's real. She commanded, apologize to your brother-in-law immediately. Tang Fenghua shouted triumphantly at Yifan. Yifan, Mom says it's real, so why are you still talking nonsense? Mom, don't be angry. Yifan is just a useless man pretending to be an expert in front of you and Dad. How ridiculous. Exactly, he's just a live-in son-in-law and no need to bother. See, I told you. What does a house husband know about paintings? He must be slandering Jianfeng. The relatives mocked Yifan once again. Han Jianfeng swaggered. Yifan, get over here and apologize to me. Yifan fixed his sharp gaze on Lin Xiuling, and a hint of mockery suddenly appeared on his face. It wasn't that she hadn't seen through it, she just didn't want to expose Han Jianfeng. In her eyes, Yifan was a live-in son-in-law while Han Jianfeng was a construction company boss, a promising son-in-law. How could Lin Xiuling hurt Han Jianfeng's pride for his sake? Tang Ruoshue's pretty face darkened. Yifan, just apologize. Tang Fenghua snorted, still not apologizing. Do you want to make Mom and Dad angry? Yifan smiled a brilliant smile. So many people bullying him. Truly the weak are guilty. In the past, Yifan would have bowed his head. and even slapped himself twice to apologize, but tonight he didn't want to back down anymore. Backing down only made the other side push further and hurt those around him. Zzz. Yifan stepped forward, raised his finger and pinched. The painting was made of silk. With the pinch a thread emerged, and then Yifan yanked it hard. Rip! The painting supposedly worth 3 million was instantly destroyed by Yifan. Tang Ruoxue and the others' faces changed drastically. Han Jianfeng was furious. Yifan, what are you doing? Yifan ignored everyone's stares, pulled out a thin thread, and tossed it onto the table. Nylon thread. Synthetic fiber. Invented in 1938. Did the 700-year-old Wu Daozi travel through time to paint this? The entire room fell dead silent. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Tang Fenghua also let out a sharp gasp, her mouth wide open, utterly incredulous. They had wanted to laugh at Yifan, but instead were slapped in the face by his simple and brutal rebuttal. A modern nylon thread appearing in a 700-year-old painting. Even a fool knew it was impossible. A direct hit. Han Jianfeng's cheeks burned with shame. Lin Xiaoling's face also turned dark and ugly. Even if this painting is fake, it's 100 times better than your ginseng fruit. Seeing the relatives scorn her husband, Tang Fenghua couldn't hold back and took out Yifan's box. She opened it, dumped out the ginseng fruit, and slammed it onto the table with a bang. We bought a fake painting because we were deceived, so giving it to Dad for his birthday is at most disrespectful. But what about you? You gave Dad a ginseng fruit as a gift, and it's a street stall product. It could kill him. Tang Fenghua pointed at Yifan and cursed. Compared to your gift, ours is 100 times better. Han Jianfeng also threw accusations. Such an ugly ginseng fruit. Are you trying to poison Dad? Everyone looked at the ugly red ginseng fruit and accused Yifan of malicious intent. Tang Ruoxue frowned and tugged Yifan's sleeve. Yifan apologized to Mom. Yifan didn't apologize. Instead, he pointed at the ginseng fruit. Mom, Dad, do you also think this is a street stall product? Tang Sangwa stared at it intently, then his eyelids twitched and his eyes showed shock. He was about to stand up and shout, but Lin Xiaoling grabbed him. Ugly appearance, bright red color, pungent smell. Lin Xiaoling glared at Yifan and shouted, what else could it be if not a street stall product? On your father's birthday you give him this. Are you wishing him a short life? Lin Xiaoling scolded sternly. Your brother-in-law is right. Even a fake painting is better than your malicious heart. She was protecting Han Jianfeng. The fire instantly turned on Yifan. Tang Ruoxue looked at him angrily. Was this bastard going to make a big scene and embarrass her even more? Did you hear that? Han Jianfeng sneered. Fool, if you try to embarrass me, you'll only end up embarrassing yourself. Yifan looked at Lin Xiaoling and Tang Sangwa and asked, is my gift really trash? What else but trash? Tang Fenghua's pretty face turned cold. In my eyes, it's worse than trash. Yifan was disappointed in the Tang family, so he stopped trying to save face. He picked up the ginseng fruit, broke it with a snap, and while taking big bites, he opened his phone and projected a news report onto the screen. This afternoon, the annual Rare Treasures auction held at the Zhonghai Wuzhou Hotel's Fuguang Hall concluded successfully. A dragonhead ginseng fruit from Kunlun Mountain, rarely seen in a century, sold for a sky-high price. Ms. Song Hongyan of the Five Lakes Group won it for 3 million. On the screen, the host spoke passionately, not only showing the auction scene, but also displaying the ginseng fruit. Ugly red, shaped like a dragon's head, identical to what Yifan was eating. Even the box code on the table matched the one on TV. 9981. Ginseng fruit. Kunlun Mountain. Rare in a century. 3 million. Everyone was completely stunned. Lin Xiaoling clutched her clothes tightly. A wave of intense regret rushed into her mind. Why doesn't he just die? Why doesn't he just die? Back inside the Tang family villa with the door not yet shut, Lin Xiaoling, who had been suppressing her anger all night, exploded with rage. Throw that useless wretch out of here, out of our Tang family. She pointed at Yifan, who hadn't yet entered, and screamed, get as far away as possible. Yifan had publicly exposed the calligraphy as a fake, not only severely slapping Han Jianfeng's face, but also throwing her, the hostess, into utter embarrassment. If even a freeloader could tell it was a forgery, then she and Tang Sangwa, who had missed it, were even worse than a good-for-nothing, weren't they? Lin Xiaoling couldn't reveal that she had deliberately favored Han Jianfeng. Of course, what truly infuriated her was that ginseng fruit. Worth 3 million. A life-extending treasure. And Yifan had devoured the entire thing all by himself. After all, it was originally meant for old Tang and herself. This made Lin Xiaoling's heart bleed. It felt like a 3 million yuan lottery ticket shredded by her washing machine. She was humiliated, furious, and aggrieved. But she would never blame Han Jianfeng and his wife. Only the defiant Yifan. Get lost. Do you hear me? Lin Xiaoling shrieked at Yifan. The Tang family doesn't want an ungrateful wretch like you. Tang Sangwa looked helpless, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Yifan didn't step inside, avoiding the noise pollution. After cultivating the Tai Chi scripture and mastering life and death, Yifan had unconsciously become confident and composed. Mom, what did I do wrong? Yifan, shedding his former cowardice, spoke openly and calmly. It wasn't me who gave the painting. It was brother-in-law. If anyone's to blame for the fake, it's him. And that ginseng fruit. You all said it was garbage. Yi Fan met Lin Xiaoling's sharp gaze without flinching. No matter how much it pains you, you can't blame me for it. Do you think I'm brain dead? Couldn't I see the painting was a forgery and the ginseng fruit was real? I saw through everything at a glance. Lin Xiaoling snapped. But in that situation, could I slap your brother-in-law's face? You can't slap his face, so it's okay to slap mine. A trace of mockery flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. And twisting the truth like, that is terribly unfair to me. Tang Ruoxue couldn't help frowning, sensing that Yi Fan was different from before. Slap your face? What kind of face does a live-in son-in-law have? Lin Xiaoling grew even more furious. Is your face worth more than your brother-in-law's? A house husband who only does chores. How can he compare to a boss like your brother-in-law? Jian Feng gives the Tang family hundreds of thousands every year, while you've spent hundreds of thousands of the Tang family's money. How can you compare? Slapping your face is an honor for an ungrateful wretch like you. She pointed at Yi Fan and cursed. An honor, do you understand? In Lin Xiaoling's eyes, Yi Fan deserved to bear all oppression and injustice. Any resistance was an act of high treason. Yi Fan gave a faint smile and said nothing more, turning his gaze to Tang Ruoxue, hoping she would speak a few words of justice. Yi Fan wasn't afraid of breaking ties with Lin Xiaoling. He simply wanted to know that at this moment, he wasn't alone. He wanted to confirm that he had a wife. Tang Ruoxue cast a cold, indifferent glance at him, showing slight impatience. Alright, it's late. Stop arguing, both of you. Yi Fan apologized to Mom. No matter what, Mom is your elder. Making her angry is your fault. Tang Ruoxue ultimately sided with her mother. Apologize to Mom right now. Tang Sangwa chimed in. Yi Fan apologized. Lin Xiaoling pointed outside and yelled, I don't want his apology. I want him out. Yi Fan stepped forward and said calmly, Mom, I want to divorce Ruoxue. Fine. Lin Xiaoling responded instinctively, divorce then. Halfway through she jolted. What did you say? Yi Fan repeated, I want to divorce Ruoxue. Divorce. The entire family fell into dead silence. Lin Xiaoling and the others stared at Yi Fan in astonishment. No one had expected Yi Fan to utter such a statement. In Lin Xiaoling's imagination, Yi Fan should have fallen to his knees, weeping bitterly and begging for forgiveness. After all, Yi Fan was a complete failure. Unemployed and relying on the Tang family's allowance to treat Xin Biqin's illness. Yet now he wanted to divorce Tang Ruoxue. This single sentence not only shocked Lin Xiaoling and the others, but also left them feeling stifled. Even Tang Ruoxue's face froze. You want to divorce me? Let's part amicably. Yi Fan spoke calmly. For the Tang family, my value as a good luck charm has been exhausted. Staying will only be an eyesore. Ruoxue, bring your household registration booklet tomorrow. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the divorce. Her attitude just now had shattered his last illusion about the two of them. She had never regarded him as a husband. It had all been his wishful thinking. In his mind, the image of their first meeting 18 years ago surfaced again. But people change. The little girl who once had a temper but was clear about gratitude and resentment was long gone. Divorce? Lin Xiaoling finally snapped out of it, laughing bitterly. A freeloader dares to throw a divorce tantrum. Do you really think you're someone important? For months, she had repeatedly urged Tang Ruoxue to divorce Yi Fan, but every time some unexpected obstacle prevented it. Lin Xiaoling had been itching to kick Yi Fan out of the Tang family. But now she felt differently, because Yi Fan had proposed it himself. This would not only embarrass her daughter, but also her and the entire Tang family. What right do you have to talk about divorce? Lin Xiaoling jabbed her finger at Yi Fan, raging. Without the Tang family, you useless waste would starve to death within 2 days. Yi Fan replied with a placid gaze, divorce me. I want nothing to do with the Tang family. Nothing to do with the Tang family. Lin Xiaoling laughed in fury. Fine, divorce. You can divorce, but forget the 5-0. This year you've eaten the Tang family's food, drunk the Tang family's water, lived under the Tang family's roof. You owe us a huge debt. Her voice suddenly rose. If you want a divorce, settle this debt first. Yi Fan asked calmly, how do I settle it? Lin Xiaoling sneered. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce owes my Spring Breeze Clinic 2 million in loans. Since you're so capable and bold, you go collect that money tomorrow. If you bring it back, I'll let Ruoxue divorce you immediately. She pushed Yi Fan to the brink. Otherwise you'll go lay bricks, sell blood, be a gigolo or a dog. Whatever it takes to repay the Tang family. Tang Ruoxue's face changed. Mom. Shut up. Lin Xiaoling cut her off, fixing her eyes on Yi Fan. Any problem? Yi Fan nodded. No problem. Then in silence he walked through the hall, climbed the stairs, and entered Tang Ruoxue's bedroom. The bedroom was a suite. A small living room in front, and an inner room beyond. Tang Ruoxue slept inside, while Yi Fan slept on the sofa in the living room. For a year Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue were separated by a single wall, yet he had never entered the inner room, nor had they ever shared a touch. Lin Xiaoling often sneered that he was nothing but a watchdog. Countless times, Yi Fan had yearned to sleep in the big bed in the inner room. But as the year passed, he realized more and more that it was an unattainable fantasy. Tonight he understood even more clearly. It was time to let go. As soon as Yi Fan sat down on the sofa, Tang Ruoxue pushed the door open and stormed in. Yi Fan, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to despise me? She demanded without mercy. Why do you get to divorce me? Yi Fan deliberately provoked her. A crazy woman who can't tell right from wrong. Should I keep her until the new year? Crazy woman. Tang Ruoxua laughed in fury. Then what are you? You can't find a job, can't even do housework properly, and you have to ask a crazy woman for money to treat your mother. You're worse than a crazy woman, a complete waste. She grew even more contemptuous of Yi Fan. Not only weak and incompetent, but also arrogant and conceited. Yi Fan smiled indifferently. Since I'm such a waste, let's divorce early and part amicably. Tang Ruoxua was enraged and embarrassed. You have no right to say divorce. Only I can dump you. Do you really think you can collect 2 million? Yi Fan, don't overestimate yourself. She gave a contemptuous smile. The debt from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. A waste like you couldn't collect it in 100 years. With that, Tang Ruoxua slammed the door and left. She absolutely refused to believe that Yi Fan could recover the 2 million debt. Yet an indescribable feeling stirred within her, because when she had met his eyes just now, she had seen a profound depth in them. Moreover, it carried an unwavering confidence. Before dawn the next day, Yi Fan had already risen. He hadn't slept all night, yet felt unusually invigorated. What panicked him most was a fiery sensation in his gut burning through his internal organs. Could it be the ginseng fruit? Yi Fan quickly speculated, pondering whether the change was due to eating that fruit. But that shouldn't be. Wasn't that just a fruit hyped up by marketing? Was this poisoning or a miraculous effect? Yi Fan had no idea how to handle it. His mind held no memory of how to deal with consuming ginseng fruit. He could only rush to the rooftop and practice the Tai Chi Sutra. After a session of breathing and absorbing qi, Yi Fan extinguished the flame, elevating his spirit and energy. Yet what frustrated him was the surge of a mighty power within his body. This power surged from time to time, making him want to vent it by hitting someone. He struggled to suppress the violent impulses, barely managing to dispel the savage thoughts. Then Yi Fan noticed that the life-death jade remained completely still. The white side was still dull and lusterless, while the black side still bore 6 black glimmers. Yi Fan scoured his memory, but found no method to restore it. This shattered Yi Fan's shortcut of using the life-death jade to save people. He buckled down and diligently studied the inherited medical knowledge. To his delight, his efficiency was 10 times that of yesterday. Many things he had to grasp before now came to him at a glance. Yi Fan quickly began practicing the Tai Chi Divine Needle. This acupuncture technique comprised 9 forms, each form with 9 needles, and each needle with 9 variations, capable of stopping bleeding, neutralizing poison, breaking evil aura, and even reviving the dead. It was extraordinarily powerful. The first form was 9 palaces returning yang. Thinking of Cece, whose fate was still unknown, Yi Fan practiced 9 palaces returning yang until he mastered it thoroughly. Then came 8 trigrams breaking evil, 7 stars prolonging life, 6 paths subduing demons, 5 elements stabilizing blood, 4 symbols neutralizing poison. After finishing the entire Tai Chi Divine Needle in one go, Yi Fan saw he still had time, so he practiced a few more martial arts manuals. Though Yi Fan didn't enjoy fighting, he had to collect a debt today and needed some combat skills for self-defense. After 3 hours, Yi Fan felt he had changed considerably. He also noticed a layer of greasy filth covering his body, sticky and extremely uncomfortable. He hurried to take a shower and discovered that the scars from dog bites had vanished and his skin had turned fair. Even his strength had greatly increased. While bathing, he accidentally broke a tile. Just as Yi Fan stepped out of the shower, he heard Lin Xiaoling scream from the second-floor gymnasium, filled with agony. Yi Fan initially didn't want to go over, but hearing Lin Xiaoling's cries so shrill and knowing Tang Sanghua and Tang Ruoxua had gone for a morning run, he hesitated for a moment before finally heading upstairs. Mom, what's wrong? In his view, Lin Xiaoling stood barefoot on the yoga mat in the gymnasium, hands clasped above her head, holding a yoga pose. Her voluptuous, well-proportioned body was wrapped in a black leotard. From her proud, high-standing chest to her slender waist, from her smooth back to her raised buttocks, and from her long, shapely legs to her bare ankles, every detail exuded maturity and curvaceous beauty. Yi Fan had to admit that his mother-in-law still retained her charm. Get lost. Seeing Yi Fan appear, Lin Xiaoling shouted disdainfully, "You good-for-nothing can't help. Go call Ruoxua and the others." Yi Fan frowned. Dad and Ruoxua went running. They probably won't be back for a while. Before Yi Fan could finish, Lin Xiaoling's body wobbled, and then she started to fall toward the floor. Yi Fan dashed forward in a single stride and caught Lin Xiaoling just before she hit the ground. Mom, what's wrong? At the same time, he noticed her strange posture. Her hands were clasped above her head, stiff and rigid. Yi Fan pressed down on her hands. The moment he pressed, Lin Xiaoling screamed again. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Feeling her pain, Yi Fan quickly released the downward pressure. He turned the life-death jade in his palm, and a surge of information flooded his mind condition. Misaligned tendons and reversed qi and blood requiring immediate treatment or they would sprain and tear. Cause: excessive yoga practice. Insufficient energy to repair. Use the Tai Chi hand to adjust the bones. Yi Fan helped Lin Xiaoling stand straight again. Mom, you pulled your tendons while doing yoga. Lin Xiaoling cursed in anger. Nonsense. Hurry up and call your father and Ruoxua to take me to the hospital. Quick, quick, it's unbearable, so painful. She felt her tendons tightening more and more, the pain intensifying. It was too late. Mom, I can treat this. Just a few bone adjustments, and you'll be fine. Seeing Lin Xiaoling's face turn increasingly red, Yi Fan scanned several of her acupoints and said, I happened to watch a similar health program. Get lost. Do you think this is the time to mess with me, eh? You're worse than the janitor at my clinic. What do you know about treating illnesses? Lin Xiaoling scowled and scolded, get out of here now. Stop making trouble in front of me. You're nothing but a nuisance. Mom, there's no time. If we delay any longer, the tendons in your arms might snap. Yi Fan stepped forward and reached for Lin Xiaoling's arm. Deep down, he didn't want to bother with Lin Xiaoling, but he thought that if she became disabled it would inevitably make Tang Ruoshua's life harder, so he reluctantly lent a hand. Pervert. Seeing Yi Fan approach with his body heat, Lin Xiaoling was terrified. Was he about to assault her? She roared angrily and retreated a few steps. Yi Fan, what are you doing? You beast. I'm your mother-in-law. She instinctively stepped back, but Yi Fan was already in front of her, his hands touching her arms. Her skin was smooth and tender. Crack, crack. Yi Fan's fingers pressed on the Yangqi, Tsuqi, and Tianjing acupoints, normalizing Lin Xiaoling's qi and blood flow. Then Yi Fan moved his fingers downward. Crack, crack. His fingers landed on the Jinjin and Jianjing acupoints. With a firm squeeze, two more crisp sounds echoed and Lin Xiaoling's tendons slid back into place. But her arms were back to normal, yet Lin Xiaoling still kept them raised. The initial pain had left her nerves on edge. She was now terrified. Whoosh. This didn't stump Yi Fan. He slid his hands down to Lin Xiaoling's pants and made as if to pull them down. You beast. Lin Xiaoling roared in fury, dropping her hands to grab her pants tightly. To practice yoga without any restrictions, she hadn't even worn underwear, only the thinnest pair of leggings. How could she let Yi Fan strip them off? Whoosh. As Lin Xiaoling lowered her hands to hold her pants, Yi Fan pressed on her Taihang and Fuji acupoints. Lin Xiaoling's body trembled, and all the soreness throughout her body instantly vanished. Yi Fan, what are you doing? At that moment, Tang Sanghua and Tang Ruoshua appeared at the doorway, rushing over to Yi Fan and Lin Xiaoling. Slap. Tang Ruoshua shoved Yi Fan away and shouted angrily, how dare you molest my mother? Tang Songhua's veins bulged. You little beast, assaulting your mother-in-law in broad daylight. I'll kill you. He punched Yi Fan on the shoulder. The two had just returned from their morning run and heard Lin Xiaoling's screams. They rushed upstairs to find Lin Xiaoling looking humiliated and furious, with Yi Fan tugging at her pants. A scene too indecent to behold. They instinctively assumed Yi Fan was molesting her. Yi Fan's body swayed, then he withdrew his hands from the bone adjustment. Lin Xiaoling fumed, call the police. Have this bastard sent to jail. Tang Ruoshua's face was filled with disgust. Yi Fan, you're nothing but an animal. Yi Fan's behavior yesterday had made her think he was finally starting to show some promise. But she never imagined he would turn out to be such a pervert, molesting her mother. Her heart ached. Yi Fan remained calm, his cold eyes fixed on Lin Xiaoling. Mom, you should clear my name. Lin Xiaoling was startled, then looked at her now flexible hands. She quickly realized that Yi Fan hadn't been molesting her. He had been treating her. But she didn't explain to Tang Sanghua and Tang Ruoshua, clear your name. What name? She sneered, don't you know what you did? Lin Xiaoling was still brooding over the humiliation she suffered at last night's banquet. Caught red-handed molesting your mother-in-law, and you still want an explanation. Tang Sanghua pointed at Yi Fan and cursed, get out. Get out of here. He wanted to call the police, but feared the family scandal would spread. Yi Fan stared at Lin Xiaoling. Mom, are you really not going to clear my name? Slap. A sharp slap echoed. Tang Ruoshua gritted her teeth and said to Yi Fan, bullying my mom, and then threatening her to clear your name. Do you think we're all dead? Shh. A burning pain seared his face and 5 red finger marks appeared on Yi Fan's cheek. He clenched his fists suddenly, but seeing Tang Ruoshua's pale, beautiful face, he loosened them. Touching the stinging pain on his cheek, Yi Fan smiled mockingly, glanced at Lin Xiaoling, then turned and left the yoga room. Tang Ruoshua wanted to scold him further, but caught sight of his dejected face as she found herself unable to say a word. That slap seemed to have driven the distance between them even further. Then her gaze shifted to the camera in the corner. Lin Xiaoling always recorded every yoga session. Tang Ruoshua walked over and played the video. Soon her expression changed drastically. Mom, Yi Fan wasn't molesting you. Your arms got stuck during yoga and he helped you lower them. Tang Ruoshua placed the camera in front of Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiaoling. Tang Sanghua looked up and his face also changed. He had been blinded by anger, but now seeing the video he immediately spotted the truth. If Lin Xiaoling had truly been molested by Yi Fan, she would have gone all out to destroy him, not just casually told him to get lost. Yes, my hands got stuck while doing yoga and he used his clumsy medical skills to fix the problem. Lin Xiaoling shoved her husband aside aggressively. But so what? Do I have any obligation to explain to him? Are you going to take his side? Are you going to hit me? Go ahead, hit me. Hit your own mother. She put on a shameless, defiant act, as if she were about to roll on the floor. You? Tang Sanghua was so angry his scalp tingled. Wronging Yi Fan was one thing, but he had also struck him without reason. What was he supposed to do now? And Lin Xiaoling had let the whole thing happen without stopping him or explaining. Wasn't she trapping him in dishonor? What about me? What about me? Lin Xiaoling roared. The Tang family supported him for a whole year, and last night, he made me lose all face. Can't I make him suffer a little? Tang Sanghua felt that Lin Xiaoling had brought shame upon him, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Tang Ruoshua's head throbbed with pain. Mom and Dad, you must apologize to Yi Fan. Bullshit. Why should I apologize to that ingrate? Lin Xiaoling refused. If I apologize to him, can he even bear it? Not afraid of getting struck by lightning. Tang Ruoshua turned and left the Tang family villa. After leaving the villa district, Yi Fan arrived at the bus stop. Lin Xiaoling's actions chilled his heart, but his innocence no longer mattered. He only wanted to reclaim the 2 million debt, then he could distance himself from the Tang family. But he didn't head straight to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Instead, he waited for the bus to the hospital. He was worried about Cici. Screech. Before 5 minutes had passed, a red BMW pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Tang Ruoshua's cool, delicate face. Where are you going? Yi Fan replied indifferently, to the hospital. Tang Ruoshua let out a long breath. Get in, I'll give you a ride. No need, we're not going the same way. Yi Fan refused without hesitation. You should go to work. He knew Tang Ruoshua had learned the truth, otherwise she wouldn't have offered to drive him. Yet without even an apology, how could she truly let him go? This past year had taught him that unprincipled humility and compromise only made everyone look down on you. Tang Ruoshua's lips twitched, then she tried to remain calm. I have plenty of time today, I can take you to the hospital. She pressed further. You're going to see Cici, aren't you? Yes, Yi Fan replied. Her condition is unstable, well, she's probably not out of danger yet. I want to see if I can help. He also intended to thank Song Hongyan for the ginseng fruit. After eating it, Yi Fan felt his vitality, energy, and spirit had all broken through. It would save him at least 3 to 5 years of hard work. You can't even read a medical book, what help can you be? Tang Ruoshua shook her head dismissively, but still said coldly, get in. We'll go together. Yi Fan said nothing, only stared at Tang Ruoshua, waiting for her to say she was sorry. Tang Ruoshua demanded forcefully, are you done? Are you a man being so petty? Yi Fan remained silent. Take it or leave it. Who do you think you are? Seeing Yi Fan's silence, Tang Ruoshua grew irritated. She had already been so conciliatory, what more did he want? She tossed a paper bag at him, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Slap. Yi Fan caught the bag and opened it to find a carton of milk and a basket of char siu bao. He was momentarily dazed, as if transported back to the days he spent wandering the streets. Whoa. At 9 in the morning, Yi Fan arrived at Zhonghai Hospital. He bought a box of silver needles in the Chinese medicine department, made some inquiries, and headed to the 4th floor ward. As the elevator doors opened, he saw Tang Ruoshua carrying a bag of fruit. She walked past him as if he didn't exist. Yi Fan knew her temper and ignored her, heading straight to Cici's ward door, where he happened to see Song Hongyan sitting on a bench, lost in thought. Her pretty face was full of despair, as if she had lost over 10 pounds overnight. Yet despite her haggardness, her beauty remained undiminished. Her sorrowful eyes gave her a heartbreakingly melancholic allure. Around her stood a dozen well-dressed men and women, but no one made a sound. The atmosphere was heavy. Seeing this, Tang Ruoshua instinctively stopped, wondering how to comfort Song Hongyan. Miss Song. Yi Fan walked straight over. How is Cici? Song Hongyan was startled. She looked up, and upon seeing Yi Fan grew excited. Benefactor. Benefactor, you're here. The billionaire businesswoman had no trace of her usual aloofness. You can call me Yi Fan, he said, pressing her shoulder. The title benefactor is too heavy, I can't bear it. You saved Cici, you are my benefactor, Song Hongyan insisted stubbornly. Whenever you need me, just say the word. I'm sorry for slapping you yesterday. The next moment, she raised her hand to slap herself. Swift and decisive. Yi Fan caught her wrist with a quick movement. Miss Song, I don't blame you. I understand. If you still feel guilty, you can repay me after Cici wakes up. Her wrist felt soft and boneless. Yi Fan forgot to let go for a moment. Brother Yi, you are truly a good man. Song Hongyan didn't pull away, allowing Yi Fan to hold her wrist. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Seeing Yi Fan holding Song Hongyan's hand, and Song Hongyan being so gentle with him, Tang Ruoshua, who had just walked up, twitched her lips and gave a soft cough. Yi Fan came to his senses and quickly released his grip. Song Hongyan looked up at Tang Ruoshua and smiled warmly. Miss Tang, thank you for organizing everyone's help yesterday. Tang Ruoshua replied softly. You're welcome, President Song. Miss Song, how is Cici? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Is she out of danger? Not optimistic at all. Song Hongyan's eyes dimmed. Her injuries were too severe. She was resuscitated several times yesterday, but she's still not out of danger. Even elder son couldn't turn the tide. She bit her lip, her anguish plain to see. Yi Fan gently comforted her. Don't worry. Cici is blessed, she'll be fine. Song Hongyan's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Yi, you saved Cici yesterday. Your medical skills must be extraordinary. Could you take a look at her? She was truly at her wit's end. I'm sorry, Miss Song, but Yi Fan doesn't know medicine at all. Yesterday was just luck. He happened to be there. Tang Ruoshua had to tell the truth, though she too wished Yi Fan could save the girl. Miss Song is right. I'm not a doctor, Yi Fan admitted honestly. I've never treated anyone before. Hearing this, Song Hongyan was taken aback, then a pang of pain flashed in her eyes, and her peerless face suddenly took on a hint of sorrow. Though Cece was adopted after 7 years of nurturing, she was as dear as a biological daughter. If the older generation had to see the younger one go first, Song Hongyan wouldn't want to live either. Miss Song, I may not have studied medicine, but I have read many medical books. Yi Fan changed his tone. If you trust me, I'm willing to try. Of course I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Song Hongyan's eyes lit up again. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable trust in Yi Fan. Brother, Yi, come with me. Song Hongyan decisively took Yi Fan's hand and led him toward the ward. Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue shouted anxiously, don't be reckless. You could kill her. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Don't worry. I can definitely save Cece. Tang Ruoxue stamped her foot in frustration. How can I not worry? Recklessness will lead to disaster. Are you doing this to spite me? Because I refuse to apologize. Tang Ruoxue suddenly thought of something. Fine, I'll apologize now. This morning I was rash. I shouldn't have been fooled by Mom into slandering you. If it will make you feel better and be sensible, you can slap me back anytime. She thought Yi Fan's attempt to save Cece was just a way to defy her. Yi Fan said calmly, you never had faith in me. Oh no. The patient's breathing has stopped. Quick. At that moment, the intensive care unit's alarm blared and a dozen doctors rushed in. Apart from the hospital specialists, there were also Chinese medicine practitioners Song Hongyan had invited for consultation. Leading the way was a white-haired man in his 60s, vigorous and impeccably dressed, the Zhonghai miracle Dr. Sun Xingshou. He was the founder of Zhonghai Huichun Hall, a name renowned in the Chinese medicine world. With over 40 years of practice, he had treated thousands and garnered countless honors. He had dedicated half his life to Chinese medicine and was deeply respected by all in Zhonghai. When the patient was in critical condition, he rushed in first. Song Hongyan and Yi Fan followed. Cece had stopped breathing. The monitors were all blaring, making everyone's hearts pound. The attending physician nervously administered adrenaline and used a defibrillator in a desperate attempt. But Cece's condition was too dire. There was almost no response. Cece. Song Hongyan was almost sobbing. When the ECG gradually flattened into a straight line, the attending physician and others showed expressions of despair. Let me. Sun Xingshou motioned the doctors aside, picked up 6 silver needles, and swiftly inserted them into Cece's body, the Huichun 6 needles. He aimed to gather the last thread of life within Cece. The 2 previous resuscitations last night and this morning had been successful thanks to Sun Xingshou's efforts. But this time Cece showed no response. Alas, Sun Xingshou inserted 6 more needles, but Cece remained still. The old man sighed. He withdrew his hand. It was hopeless. Seeing Sun Xingshou shake his head, a wave of grief washed over the room. Song Hongyan's face turned pale. From the crowd, Yi Fan saw Cece's ethereal figure appear again. Without a second thought, he rushed into the ward and slapped his palm on Cece's forehead. Let me. The phantom lay back into Shishi's body. Yi Fan reached out with his left hand, pressing the life-death jade tightly against Shishi's head, denying her soul any chance of separation. Gallbladder perforation, liver damage, severe abdominal bleeding. The life-death stone lacks sufficient energy for repair, but the 9 palaces return yang acupuncture can be performed to tide over the crisis. As Yi Fan had feared yesterday, the white radiance, though capable of mending the soul, fell short of bringing Shishi through the danger. Yi Fan could only rely on the medical skills he had learned that morning. Witnessing Yi Fan's actions, Sun Xingshou was furious. Who the hell is this bastard? What have you done to Shishi? Don't you know she's dead? Why are you messing with her body? Her death at such a tender age was already heartbreaking and regrettable, yet Yi Fan's beating of the corpse was simply inhumane. Sun Xingshou angrily stepped forward to pull Yi Fan away. This was a critical moment. How could Yi Fan stop? He shook his arm and flung the pulling Sun Xingshou away. Sun Xingshou stumbled backward, nearly falling. Yi Fan pulled out the silver needles he had just bought. The first move of the Tai Chi Divine Needle, 9 palaces return yang. Yi Fan silently recited the acupoints by Hui, Feng Qi Tian Shu, and others, then slowly inserted the sterilized silver needles. Each needle bore a faint white radiance that flashed and vanished into Shishi's body. Moreover, as Yi Fan followed the meridian path, 9 grids appeared on Shishi's body. The grids spread and connected into a single unit with the needle technique. Shishi's pale body instantly gained a layer of rosy color. It felt like the sun dispelling darkness. Sun Xingshou was about to lunge and push Yi Fan away, but at this sight he froze. Full of shock. The patient is already dead, and you're still sticking needles in her. Do you think you're a god? And you dare to shove divine Dr. Sun? Drag him out, drag him out. The medical staff's view was blocked by Sun Xingshou and Yi Fan, so they didn't see the miraculous scene and shouted for Yi Fan to be punished. Yi Fan, do you know what you're doing? Tang Ruoxue squeezed in from the door, also panicking. Come out, you're not a doctor. Don't interfere with the doctor's efforts to save her. She really had no idea which nerve in Yi Fan had misfired. A house husband trying to save a life, utterly ridiculous. And this was Song Hongyan's daughter. If she lost her reason and lashed out, Yi Fan's 10 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. It seemed the morning misunderstanding had driven Yi Fan insane. This man risking his life over such a trivial matter. Why couldn't he be more mature? A dozen medical staff rolled up their sleeves and rushed forward. Miss Song stopped them. Yi Fan barked at Song Hongyan. Give me 5 minutes, and I'll give you back Shishi. She's already dead. Is there a worse outcome? Overwhelmed with grief, Song Hongyan was jolted awake by Yi Fan's shout. In the past, she would never have believed her daughter could be saved, but yesterday's on-site treatment had sparked hope. Yi Fan was a miracle worker. Let brother Yi save her. Song Hongyan's sorrowful face turned cold in an instant as she blocked the medical staff and shouted, You couldn't save her, so let brother Yi treat her. Though Song Hongyan was a woman just over 20, her aura was formidable when she exerted her authority. The medical staff halted instantly. President Song, please be reasonable, a doctor cried out. Your daughter has passed away. Don't let anyone disturb her, let her rest in peace. Another female nurse spoke with anguish. No, we must call the police, have this bastard arrested. Many of them were parents themselves and couldn't bear to see Yi Fan desecrate Shishi. The medical staff retreated a few steps and blocked the door, preventing Yi Fan from making a mess and escaping. Tang Ruoxue also looked at Song Hongyan. President Song, Yi Fan is my husband. He really doesn't know medicine. Don't let him do this. Song Hongyan's face was flushed with fervor. I trust him. President Song. Tang Ruoxue was left speechless. How could Song Hongyan be so unreasonable? She couldn't understand why Yi Fan, considered a waste by the Tang family, was so trusted by Song Hongyan. This felt ridiculous to her and also stirred a hint of discomfort. Her own husband being valued so highly by another woman and by a figure like Song Hongyan. The patients and relatives gathered at the door also cursed Yi Fan vehemently. The dead should rest in peace. Disturbing the corpse only prevents the soul from finding peace. As for saving her, that was a joke. Her heart had stopped. How could she possibly be revived? No one believed Yi Fan. They all shouted for the police to arrest him, preferably to execute him on the spot. But Sun Xingshou no longer shouted. He only stared fixedly at Yi Fan's silver needles. 9 Palaces Return Yang. He recognized it, fully trembling with excitement. Is it really the 9 Palaces Return Yang? He remembered that this was a long-lost miraculous acupuncture technique, the first move of the Tai Chi divine needle capable of bringing back those at death's door. As long as the patient had a single breath left, it could sustain that breath and keep them alive. Sun Xingshou never expected to witness the technique mentioned in ancient medical texts. Heaven has eyes, heaven has eyes. Trembling, he pulled out his phone to record. Beep. Just as the burly security guards rushed in, a sharp sound from the monitor made the ward jolt. Then came a series of beep, beep, beep sounds. Song Hongyan looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. The doctors in the front were wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. The monitor that had shown a flat line now had fluctuations. Heartbeat, pulse, and respiration all returned. At first slow, within 5 seconds they reached a frequency of 10 beats per minute. Still dangerous compared to a normal person, but it signaled a possibility. Shishi was truly alive. Everyone stared wide-eyed. The patient, who had been beyond resuscitation, now had a heartbeat. It was like seeing a ghost. How could it be? A person with no brainwaves could still regain a heartbeat. How was this done? Beep, beep, beep. Regardless of whether they believed it, Shishi's heartbeat gradually recovered. 10, 20, 30, 60. It reached the normal range. She was alive. Sun Xingshou dropped to his knees with a thud. It was truly the 9 Palaces Return Yang. Shishi is alive. Treat her quickly. Yi Fan shouted help. This was his first time performing acupuncture to save a life, and many details needed careful handling, draining his energy greatly. Sun Xingshou and the others, startled by his shout, immediately rushed forward to treat Shishi. Everyone's face was filled with utter astonishment. Many doctors, even as they examined her, couldn't help glancing at Yi Fan. This young man was incredible. He had truly brought the dead back to life. Tang Ruoxue was also stunned, looking at the composed Yi Fan, feeling a bit dazed. Was this still the freeloader she remembered? After more than an hour of intense work, Sun Xingshou and his team finally paused. Cece had at last emerged from the critical phase. Her heartbeat, breathing, pulse, and all bodily functions were gradually returning to normal levels. Gazing at the fluctuating data, the attending physicians couldn't suppress a cheer, but soon they stood frozen by the bedside. Only now did they fully grasp what they had just experienced. A patient declared dead had been brought back to life in their hands. This was no mere state of suspended animation where the patient spontaneously revived. It was a genuine case of death from severe injuries, and then they had forcibly resurrected her. This was an achievement to boast about for a lifetime. Then they all turned their gaze toward Yi Fan, who had been steadily overseeing the process, their expressions complex. There was astonishment, admiration, respect, but above all, guilt. Recalling the insults they had hurled at Yi Fan and their impulsive clamor for violence, they wished they could crawl into a hole. They had not only looked down on him with disdain, but had nearly cost Cece her life. At that moment, Sun Xingshou walked up to Yi Fan and bowed deeply at the waist. The other doctors also turned to face Yi Fan, bowing respectfully. I'm sorry. Their apologies were accompanied by the highest reverence. Yi Fan waved his hand and smiled. It's good that Cece is alive. This can't be. Tang Ruoxue, standing at the door, trembled with emotion. Aside from being stunned by Yi Fan's extraordinary medical skills, she found it even harder to accept the respect the doctors were showing him. Before today, Tang Ruoxue would never have imagined that Yi Fan, whom the Tang family had despised to the bone, could earn such admiration from everyone. Then she felt a pang of regret for her own harsh words to Yi Fan. But her pride wouldn't let her admit it, and the ingrained contempt of a year wasn't easy to overturn. It must be a fluke. Tang Ruoxue lifted her chin defiantly. If he's really that good a doctor, he would have saved Aunt Shun. She found a reason to convince herself, as strong as she was, she truly didn't want to bow her head to Yi Fan. But when her gaze swept over Song Hongyan, the boundless tenderness in Song Hongyan's eyes, as she looked at Yi Fan, only deepened her discomfort. Whether Yi Fan's skill was real, or just luck, she had lost this round to Song Hongyan. While Sun Xingqiu and the others continued to monitor Cici, Yi Fan squeezed through the crowd and stepped outside. The Nine Palaces' young returning needle had drained a good deal of his energy. But Yi Fan didn't mind. As long as Cici was alive, that was all that mattered. Besides, as soon as he circulated the Tai Chi scripture, his vitality and spirit would quickly recover. Endless regeneration was one of the remarkable features of the Tai Chi scripture. Just as Yi Fan sat down on a bench at the end of the corridor, Song Hongyan followed him out and fell to her knees with a thud before him. Brother Yi, from this moment on, Song Hongyan's life is yours. I will go through fire and water, even face death 1,000 times. Though she was a woman and her words sounded cliché, every syllable carried immense weight. Her entourage stood dumbfounded at the sight. None of them had expected the strong-willed and stubborn Song Hongyan to kneel to a young man like this. It's fine as long as Cici is safe, Yi Fan said quickly, helping her to her feet. Besides, I was just lucky. At that moment he noticed that the life and death stone had gained a patch of white light. Yi Fan was startled. Could it be that saving a life without using the stone restored a patch of white light? He felt a surge of excitement, contemplating saving more patients in the intensive care unit. Lucky. Song Hongyan shook her head with a smile. Once is luck, twice is luck. That would be an insult to my intelligence. She had seen many people and could tell at a glance whether Yi Fan had real skill. Yi Fan smiled. Truly no need to be so polite. It was just a small favor. Brother Yi, whenever you need me, just say the word. Whether I can do it or not, I will give my life to accomplish it. Cici had died twice, and Yi Fan had brought her back twice. Song Hongyan was sincerely grateful to him. He had not only saved her daughter, but also rescued her own life. She took out a card and handed it to Yi Fan. This is the Vermilion card of the Five Lakes Group. With it you can enjoy all services for free. When necessary, you can also use it to mobilize the funds and personnel of the Five Lakes Group. Song Hongyan's tone carried a trace of respect. This is a token of my gratitude. I hope Brother Yi will accept it. The card was a brilliant red edged with diamonds, fireproof and waterproof. On the front was written Five Lakes, and on the back, Vermilion, the calligraphy elegant and flowing, exuding luxury and prestige. Yi Fan was taken aback. No, it's too valuable. Besides, yesterday, I already ate a 3 million yuan ginseng fruit from you. Brother Yi, don't be modest. You saved Cici twice, you are our great benefactor and fully deserve the Vermilion card. Song Hongyan was very sincere. Besides, we might need to trouble you again for Cici in the future. If you don't accept it, we'll feel embarrassed to bother you. Alright. Seeing that Song Hongyan had put it that way, Yi Fan had no choice but to accept. Thank you, Miss Song. I should be the one thanking you. Song Hongyan was delighted that Yi Fan had taken the card. Then she leaned close to his ear and whispered, this card has another use. That is, Brother Yi, if you want to know anything, just call the customer service number on the back, and you'll get the information you need. Her smile carried a hint of mystery. Maybe you don't need it now, but you will in the future. Yi Fan was stunned, amazed that this card could also provide intelligence about the world. Song Hongyan pressed her lips together, her smile enchanting. It won't disappoint you. Just then another person appeared beside them. Tang Ruoxue stood expressionless, watching the two of them in their intimate moment. She had been worried about Cici's condition all along, and only came out after confirming Cici was stable. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped out, she saw Song Hongyan leaning close to Yi Fan's face. The intimacy was like that of a young couple. Moreover, Tang Ruoxue could see that in Song Hongyan's starry eyes there was now gratitude and admiration for Yi Fan. This made her frown instinctively. Song Hongyan moved even closer to Yi Fan and said softly, are you free for lunch? Let's eat together. Thank you, President Song, but Yi Fan is busy. Tang Ruoxue could no longer hold back. She walked over with a smile and hooked her arm through Yi Fan's. He's having lunch with me. Then she pulled Yi Fan into her red BMW, stepped on the gas, and drove off, leaving a stunned Song Hongyan behind. Yi Fan was completely bewildered. Was this jealousy? As the car left the hospital, Tang Ruoxue coldly asked, Song Hongyan is very beautiful and gentle, isn't she? Song Hongyan was indeed stunningly beautiful, and when she was gentle it felt like a spring breeze, making one unable to resist being captivated. But Yi Fan wasn't stupid. She has some charm, but she's far from your level. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face lost some of its coldness. Just then, Yi Fan's phone vibrated. He answered the call, and soon his mother-in-law's sharp and domineering voice came through. Yi Fan, don't forget to go collect the debt from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Yi Fan had intended to go to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce early to collect the debt, but Tang Ruoxue insisted on dragging him to lunch. He could sense that she now regarded him with a hint more attention than her previous indifference. At noon, the two entered the Aegean Sea Western restaurant. It was the peak of lunch hour with diners jostling in a fragrant haze. Luxury cars lined the curb outside. Yet compared to the heavily made-up young women, Tang Ruoxue's aura outshone them by a mile. As soon as they stepped inside, many eyes, both of successful businessmen and wealthy scions, burned with desire toward Tang Ruoxue. Naturally, there were also confident young men. But Tang Ruoxue ignored them all, found a corner table, and ordered 2 steaks, a salad, and a bottle of wine. Today she wore a sleek city girl dress, her figure temptingly wrapped. Her snow-white, dazzling thighs unencumbered by stockings only added to the allure as they crossed and occasionally brushed together, leaving one parched and breathless. Yi Fan downed 2 gulps of lemon water to quell the heat. Remember, after we eat, go see Mom. Come home for dinner tonight. Answering Lin Xiaoling's call, Tang Ruoxue fixed her gaze on Yi Fan and instructed, I'll soothe Mom's mood. You must not go to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to collect the debt. She feared that provoked by his mother-in-law, Yi Fan might act rashly and get himself killed. Yi Fan hesitated, then said, Ruoxue, I still want to try. Last night, he had infuriated Lin Xiaoling, and if he failed to bring back the debt today, she would likely curse his ancestors for generations. More importantly, he wanted to fulfill Tang Ruoxue's wishes as soon as possible. Tang Ruoxue's face chilled. Are you going to disobey me now? Yi Fan said calmly, if I don't bring back those 2 million, Mom will scold me for a whole month. I told you not to go, so don't go. Why so much nonsense? Tang Ruoxue looked impatient. I'll handle it, even if I can't let her scold. A few harsh words are better than you losing an arm or a leg. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is deep waters, you can't imagine. Yi Fan said nothing, just sipped his lemon water. It settled then. As domineering as ever, Tang Ruoxue then fixed her gaze on him and asked coldly, when did you learn medicine? Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that Yi Fan had saved Cece. Even now it felt unreal. The live-in son-in-law, who usually couldn't utter a single word even when beaten, had miraculously brought Cece back to life. No one would believe it. When I was doing housework, I'd turn on the TV and watch the traditional Chinese medicine lecture while I worked, Yi Fan explained. Over time, and occasionally flipping through my parents' medical books, I picked up a bit of Chinese medicine. From watching TV, Tang Ruoxue suddenly realized. She remembered that Zhonghai Channel 8 had aired the TCM lecture, and once Tang Sanghua had even appeared on an episode. But the program was too professional, rather dry, and young people rarely watched it. She never expected Yi Fan to follow it all the way through, and even learn a smattering. This could indeed explain how Yi Fan had managed to revive Cece with some skill, and also why he had been helpless when Shin Biqin was hospitalized for a year. Saving Cece was pure luck, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Realizing this, Tang Ruoxue was furious. You're so reckless. You watch a TV show and then dare to save someone. If Cece hadn't survived, you'd be in deep trouble. Her face was full of anger. She had been terrified all morning, and even now she felt a lingering fear. After all, Yi Fan had no medical license. If Cece had died, he would have been sent to prison. I only acted because I was confident. I happened to have seen that exact case in the program. Yi Fan explained further. Besides, Cece was already beyond hope. I was just trying anything. Let it go this time. Tang Ruoxue issued a warning. Next time, don't you dare treat anyone recklessly. Know your own limits. Yi Fan remained silent. It's not that I care about you, nor that I want to lecture you. Tang Ruoxue's face turned cold. I'm worried that you'll harm others and drag the Tang family down with you. Yi Fan smiled bitterly to himself. He had thought she was concerned for him, but in the end she was only worried about the Tang family's reputation. Miss Hello. Just then a pretty waitress approached with a tray. This is a bottle of wine from Mr. Lin for you. She placed the 5,000 yuan Bordeaux on Tang Ruoxue's table. A gift of wine. Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan were startled, then followed the waitress's gaze to a man in an Armani suit, who smiled and nodded. Young, handsome, wealthy, a picture of success. Beside him were a few flashy companions watching Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan with amused smirks. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Ruoxue declined. Sorry, I don't know him. Take it back. This. The pretty waitress frowned. Mr. Lin rarely shows such enthusiasm. I hope you'll accept. You know, Mr. Lin is handsome and rich. Many women would love to curry favor with him. He's humbling himself to offer you wine. Shouldn't you feel honored? I don't understand why you're refusing. She acted as if Tang Ruoxue was being ungrateful. Clearly the Armani man was a regular here and had something going with the waitress. Yi Fan said nothing, just lowered his head and ate his steak. At 380 yuan a portion, he wasn't about to waste it. Are you deaf? Tang Ruoxue's voice turned icy. Take the wine back. You're disturbing our meal. She glanced at Yi Fan, who was burying his head like an ostrich, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. She had thought this morning that he had changed, but he was still so cowardly. Her once racing heart cooled a few degrees. Seeing Tang Ruoxue's rejection, the waitress grew irritated. Miss, I'm only doing this for your own good. Mr. Lin is so outstanding. You should cherish this chance to get close to him. She sneered at Tang Ruoshua's attitude, thinking she was just putting on airs. With Mr. Lin's status, how could Tang Ruoshua not want to climb up? He's 100 times better than the man beside you. If you miss this, you'll regret it. She cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Fan, whom she had long noticed. To her, Yi Fan was incomparable to Lin Baishan. Tang Ruoshua spat out a single word, "Get lost." The waitress looked down on her. "Miss, that's enough. Stop pretending." Tang Ruoshua's brow shot up. "Call your manager over here. Now." Whoosh. At that moment, Lin Baishuan, who had been watching the scene, took the initiative to walk over, wine glass in hand. He was imposing. A look of triumphant certainty was plastered on his face. A few of his cronies followed, grinning, eager to see the show. Mr. Lin is as bold as ever, snatching another man's woman in public. Hey, women that manager Lin sets his eyes on never escape. They all end up in his arms willingly. Remember that little influencer? She told him to get lost like a shrew, but in the end he knocked her legs open with 2 million. Another good show today. Many diners in the restaurant began gossiping, eager for a spectacle. The pretty waitress also smiled smugly. With Mr. Lin stepping in, Tang Ruoshua would surely yield. Tang Ruoshua glanced at Yi Fan again, and seeing him still unmoved, felt even more bitter and disappointed. Though they hadn't consummated the marriage legally, they were still husband and wife. A wife being harassed like this, any husband would have erupted in anger. Too spineless, too incompetent, too lacking in responsibility. She regretted having thought highly of him that morning. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Lin Baishan." Lin Baishan approached Tang Ruoshua with a suave smile. "Fate has brought us together today. Would you do me the honor of sharing a drink and becoming friends?" His demeanor was confident and calm. He completely ignored Yi Fan's existence. Tang Ruoshua didn't even look at him, only addressing Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, are you full? Let's go." The waitress was incensed. "Mr. Lin has come to you personally. Be a little more enthusiastic, or if you anger him, you'll be in trouble. Be gentle with a lady." Lin Baishan waved a dismissive hand at the waitress, then swirled his wine and smiled at Yi Fan, who was eating his steak. "Sir, I've taken a liking to your woman. Finish up and leave quickly. A woman this beautiful, you can't protect her." As he spoke, he tossed a Ferrari key and an Apollo Villa access card onto the table. His cronies burst into laughter. The waitress looked down on Yi Fan with contempt. The diners all turned to watch, enjoying the drama. Everyone wanted to see Yi Fan's reaction. He finished the last bite of steak calmly, pulled a napkin, and wiped the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yi Fan ignore him, Lin Baishan narrowed his eyes and reached out to pat Yi Fan's cheek, laughing. "You deaf? Can't you hear me? You're quite blessed with a woman like this. I'm so jealous, and the consequences are serious." His laugh was arrogant and chilling. Yi Fan said flatly, "Do you know what happens to those who slap my face? Consequences? You're pretty tough, kid. I'd love to see what consequences." Lin Baishan sneered sarcastically and continued to pat Yi Fan's face without restraint. This time his hand met empty air. Bam! Yi Fan twisted his body, grabbed Lin Baishan by the neck, and smashed his head into the plate. Porcelain shards flew, juice splattered, mingled with shocking crimson blood. Yi Fan didn't stop. He grabbed a bottle and smashed it again. With a crack, Lin Baishuan's skull split open. Lin Baishan desperately pressed his hands against the table, whimpering and struggling. Several women screamed, and the men's faces changed in an instant. Tang Ruoshua instinctively covered her mouth, stunned. The turn of events was completely beyond her expectations. At the same time, a ripple stirred in her heart. She felt a sense of security for the first time. The next second, Yi Fan kicked Lin Baishan away. "Get lost." Yi Fan's kick was heavy and forceful. Lin Baishan let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying several meters. His 3 companions were knocked down by him, crashing into the dining table, causing over a dozen plates to shatter on the floor with a clatter. The scene was utterly chaotic. The diners in the restaurant stood frozen in shock, all eyes fixed on Yi Fan. They were experienced enough to recognize that Lin Baishuan's attire was worth hundreds of thousands. How could someone like Yi Fan possibly stand up to him? Tang Ruoshua was also startled. She hadn't expected Yi Fan to suddenly erupt. A flicker of concern rose in her heart, and the disappointment she had felt earlier vanished without a trace. "Bastard, you dare hit me." Lin Baishan covered his face as he stood up, sneering, "You're finished." 5 or 6 of his companions swaggered over, looking down on Yi Fan and Tang Ruoshua with contempt. The pretty waitress also called over several burly security guards. Without even glancing at them, Yi Fan fixed his gaze on Lin Baishan and spoke coldly. "I'll give you one chance. Kneel down and apologize to my wife, or else you'll lose a hand today." The diners present scoffed at his words, believing he had no real power to back up his threat. "You bastard, who do you think you are?" The pretty waitress was furious. "What right do you have to challenge young Master Lin? Do you know who young Master Lin is? He's the branch manager of Woohoo Group and a relative of President Song. How dare a country bumpkin like you humiliate him?" She was incensed that Yi Fan had laid a hand on Lin Baishan. Mr. Lin was part of the upper class. Yi Fan's defiance was nothing short of treason. Upon hearing that Lin Baishan was a relative of Song Hongyan and the branch manager of Woohoo, many in the crowd gasped. Yi Fan was doomed, and Tang Ruoshua would also be ruined. Everyone thought so. Many women looked disdainfully at the composed Yi Fan, believing the young man who had caused great trouble was merely putting on a brave front. Relishing the awe in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Baishan covered his face and strode over to Yi Fan with his men. Bastard, you hit me on the head. Pretty bold, huh? In this little patch of Zhonghai, no one has ever dared to treat me like this. You're the first. I've got to admit you've got guts. But let me tell you, you've stepped in it big time. You'd better get on your knees, cripple the hand that hit me, and send your woman to my bed. Otherwise you'll be in for a world of pain today. Even if I don't take your lives, I'll make sure you shed a layer of skin. Lin Baishan revealed his true tyrannical nature. As he finished speaking, his cronies gathered around, each holding a liquor bottle ready to smash Yi Fan's head at any moment. Tang Ruoshue's pretty face changed color. What are you trying to do? If you dare act recklessly, I'll call the police. The pretty waitress snorted. Call the police. The police are all brothers of Mr. Lin. Ruoshue, it's fine. I'll handle this. Yi Fan pulled Tang Ruoshue back and looked at Lin Baishan calmly. It seems you've given up on the chance to beg for mercy. Lin Baishan spat. Beg for mercy? You think you're worthy? Yi Fan pulled a card from his pocket and tossed it casually into Lin Baishuan's hand. Is this enough? Playing tricks? Lin Baishan snorted dismissively. What the hell is this? The pretty waitress sneered. Maybe it's a bank card to bribe Mr. Lin. Since when has Mr. Lin ever been short of money? All I want is your hand and your woman. Lin Baishan glanced at the object in his hand with utter contempt. But that single glance made him shudder violently, as if he had been struck by a hot poker. The two characters Zhuke pierced his eyes like needles. A woohoo Zhuke card. He picked it up in disbelief, examining it from top to bottom, feeling it all over, trying to find a flaw, only to realize it was genuine. Lin Baishan was instantly terrified, cold sweat streaming down his face. It was over. He had really stirred up a hornet's nest today. For the first time, he wished he could castrate himself. Yi Fan picked up a bottle, poured himself a glass of wine, and asked, "What's the matter, Manager Lin? Don't recognize it." This. Lin Baishan shifted the card from his left hand to his right, then back again, before frantically stuffing it back into Yi Fan's hand. The Woohoo Zhuke card not only signified that the bearer was an honored guest of Woohoo Group, but also represented the absolute will of Song Hongyan. Who was Song Hongyan? To outsiders, she was the chairman of Woohoo Group, a successful businesswoman. But Lin Baishan knew a little more. She also had a nickname, the Black Widow. Knowing this, Lin Baishan dared not act rashly. His distant kinship with Song Hongyan was utterly insignificant compared to the Zhuke card. Yet Lin Baishan couldn't understand how someone as young and seemingly unremarkable as Yi Fan had gained Song Hongyan's absolute trust. Unwilling to accept it, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon his back was drenched in sweat. Song Hongyan's only words were that Yi Fan was the most honored guest of Woohoo Group. So honored that she could make him die. Lin Baishuan's world spun. All his last shreds of luck and hope were extinguished by that phone call. After hanging up, he fell to his knees with a thud. The entire restaurant was stunned. Mr. Yi, young Master Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind not to recognize your greatness. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. I beg you. It was all my fault. Lin Baishan slapped himself a dozen times. Young Master Yi, please give me a chance. He knew that if Yi Fan wasn't satisfied, his own life would be in jeopardy. The diners' throats were parched with tension. They had never expected this outcome. Tang Ruoshue was also slightly surprised. Yi Fan had casually tossed out something, and Lin Baishan had knelt down. After all, Lin Baishan was a branch manager of the Song family. The pretty waitress was dumbfounded. She grabbed Lin Baishan and shouted, "Young Master Lin, what's wrong? Why are you kneeling to this worthless loser?" "Worthless, your mother." Lin Baishan slapped the woman across the face and kicked her twice. "If you insult young Master Yi again, I'll kill you." He was so frightened that tears almost spilled from his eyes. Offending Yi Fan at this critical moment was practically suicide. The pretty waitress soon had a bruised and swollen face lying on the ground in grievance. Yi Fan smiled faintly. "Weren't you going to cripple my hand and take my woman willingly?" "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I really was wrong." Lin Baishan kept kowtowing and begging, "Please, I beg you, give me a way out. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I'll work like a dog or a horse for you, whatever you want." If he didn't satisfy Yi Fan today, even if Yi Fan didn't lift a finger, Song Hongyan would have him killed. Seeing Lin Baishan kneeling and kowtowing, everyone in the room held their breath, feeling as if a mountain had suddenly been placed on their shoulders, weighing them down. All eyes were fixed on Yi Fan, some curious, but mostly embarrassed. They had just mocked him as a worthless loser, yet now Lin Baishan was groveling like a dog at his feet. How ridiculous it seemed now. The pretty waitress was also too scared to breathe. She never imagined that Lin Baishan would be so terrified of Yi Fan, who was dressed in cheap clothes. What was going on? What kind of card was that? And who exactly was Yi Fan? Tang Ruoshue blushed when she heard the words sister-in-law. "Yi Fan," he's apologized. "Maybe we should let it go." Yi Fan picked up a dinner knife and plunged it into Lin Baishuan's left palm with a thud. Blood splattered. If an apology were enough, what would we need the police for? This strike was ruthless and merciless, shocking countless onlookers. Yi Fan was no saint. He knew well that without Song Hongyan's backing and his own formidable strength, he would have been trampled into the dirt by Lin Baishun today. Perhaps even Tang Ruoxue would have been taken by force. Thus he showed no mercy and crippled Lin Baishun's left hand. Only then would Lin Baishun and his ilk feel fear and dread and dare not set their sights on him and Tang Ruoxue again. And so it was. The lingering defiance in Lin Baishun's eyes dissipated with that single stroke. When Yi Fan left with Tang Ruoxue, Lin Baishun's gaze was filled with nothing but terror and the relief of a narrow escape. From that day on, Yi Fan would be his nightmare. As they emerged from the Western restaurant, Tang Ruoxue wanted to question Yi Fan, but an urgent call forced her to rush back to the company for a meeting. She could only drop Yi Fan off at the bus stop. Before leaving, she warned him, "Don't go collecting debts." After seeing Tang Ruoxue off, Yi Fan left the bus stop and hailed a taxi to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Regardless of whether they would eventually divorce, Yi Fan intended to repay the favor Lin Xiaoling had mentioned. In the taxi, he seized the opportunity to review the boxing routines he had practiced that morning. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the car came to a halt at the end of Changle Street in Nanshan District. A 7-story building stood there. The building was old but looked sturdy, with a wide open space in front and small shops lining both sides. At the entrance hung a sign bearing the words Sihai Chamber of Commerce, the characters bold and imposing. On his way there, Yi Fan had learned that the Sihai Chamber of Commerce was an organization under the Sihai Group and one of Du Tianhu's dark forces. Its leader was Huang Zhendong, one of Du Tianhu's trusted lieutenants. Of course, calling him a lieutenant or president was just a fancy title. In reality, he was little more than a chief steward. Under the guise of a chamber of commerce, it engaged in all sorts of shady dealings, its hands stained with blood. Because injuries were common, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce regularly sought treatment at the Spring Breeze Clinic and purchased large quantities of anti-inflammatory drugs from them each month. Lin Xiaoling was reluctant to associate with these people, but the clinic had no right to refuse patients, and she feared retaliation if they offended the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Thus they had maintained a courteous cooperation over the years. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce treated the Spring Breeze Clinic with a degree of respect, settling accounts every 60 days, with the outstanding balance always hovering around 1 million. They never owed too much, nor did they pay off the full amount, forcing the Spring Breeze Clinic to continue the partnership. But for some reason, this time the payment was delayed beyond 60 days, and a few days ago, they had taken another 500,000 worth of medicine on credit. The Spring Breeze Clinic's stock of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs was completely depleted. The debt had instantly soared to 2 million. This put immense pressure on Lin Xiaoling and filled her with unease. She had sent several reminders, but Huang Zhendong always replied, "Let's talk in a few days." Anyone with half a mind could see that Huang Zhendong intended to default on the debt. 2 million was no small sum for Lin Xiaoling. Her annual profit was only about 1 million. Losing 2 million weighed heavily on her heart, even in her sleep. Yet she could not afford to openly break with Huang Zhendong, not when he had Du Tianhu behind him. So when Yi Fan clamored for a divorce from Tang Ruoxue, Lin Xiaoling seized the chance to dump this thorny problem on him. She wanted to see Yi Fan make a fool of himself. Swoosh. As Yi Fan stepped out of the taxi, a few thugs chatting near the entrance sauntered over. The driver sped away without a second glance. Yi Fan walked calmly toward the thugs. A young man with dyed yellow hair barked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yi Fan replied politely, "Hello, I'm from the Spring Breeze Clinic. My name is Yi Fan. I'm here to see Mr. Huang about settling the outstanding payment." Yi Fan, Spring Breeze Clinic, the live-in son-in-law of the Tang family. Upon hearing that the debt collector was Yi Fan, the yellow-haired youth's eyes lit up. "So you're that useless piece of trash." The next second, he let out a sharp whistle. With a clatter, more than a dozen thugs poured out of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, brandishing baseball bats and steel pipes. Soon a bald man wearing Buddhist beads appeared. His face was rugged and his expression was menacing. This was Huang Zhendong, the head of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. He stared at Yi Fan with a sneer. "Are you Yi Fan?" Yi Fan sensed something amiss. "Yes, I'm Yi Fan from the Spring Breeze Clinic. My nephew's wife is truly a genius," Huang Zhendong said with a smug grin. "She said that if we held back the payment from the Spring Breeze Clinic, the Tang family would send you this useless waste right to our doorstep." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Kid, you're in for a world of trouble." Huang Zhendong gave a fake smile. "Huang Dongxiang is my nephew. You heard him, and I'm going to make you pay. I was going to send someone to find you, but my nephew's wife said you're pretty skilled, and that cornering you directly would be too easy for you to slip away. It's better to hold back your mother-in-law's payment. With a thorny problem like this, she'd likely send you to deal with it, and I'd just wait for you to come. I didn't expect you to actually show up. You've kept us waiting for days." He burst into loud laughter, exuding smugness and arrogance. At the same time, several familiar figures appeared on the second-floor balcony. Huang Dongxiang, Yuan Jing, and their crew. They all looked down at Yi Fan with haughty disdain. The fair, slender legs of Yuan Jing, Yang Qianqian, and the other women gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. Even from 10 meters away, Yi Fan could sense their contempt. Clearly they had been waiting for him for days. Yi Fan clenched his fists. Truly the most venomous is a woman's heart. He hadn't expected Yuan Jing to set such a trap for him. But unfortunately, she had underestimated him. Huang Dongxiang was the one who showed disrespect to my mother first. I was only defending myself. Yi Fan said calmly, and Mr. Huang, you're a man of some standing. Isn't it beneath you to go after a nobody like me? He tried to reason with them. I don't want to go after you either, but my nephew paid me well. Huang Zhendong shrugged with feigned helplessness. So accept your fate. But I'm a reasonable man. You broke one of Dongxiang's hands. If you don't resist, we'll take both of yours. If you resist, we'll take your legs too. He stepped forward and patted Yi Fan's shoulder lightly. Any objections? Slap. Yi Fan grabbed Huang Zhendong's hand. Mr. Huang, you're going too far. In this world, it's the law of the jungle. Huang Zhendong pulled his hand free and stepped back with a grin. You're too weak, so you deserve to be bullied. Uncle, stop wasting words with this punk. Huang Dongxiang shouted from upstairs. Just break his arms and legs and make him crawl back like a dog. Yi Fan had beaten him and his friends mercilessly at the hospital entrance, and Huang Dongxiang still felt the shame in his dreams. In all his years as a spoiled rich kid, he had always been the one bullying others. Never had he been so trampled on. And in front of Yuan Jing and the others no less. Yuan Jing and her friends said nothing, merely raising their cold, elegant faces, waiting to see Yi Fan make a fool of himself. Whoosh! Yi Fan suddenly lunged forward and delivered a heavy slap that sent Huang Zhendong spinning. Then he pivoted and punched the yellow-haired thug square in the jaw. Bang! Before the yellow-haired thug could even scream, Yi Fan's left foot kicked out and struck another man's shin. As the latter crumpled, Yi Fan slammed into a third man with his body, sending him flying. The next moment, Yi Fan's left hook connected with a fourth man's neck. The fourth man collapsed like a limp noodle, and Yi Fan stomped on a fifth man's knee. In the blink of an eye, all 15 thugs surrounding Yi Fan were lying on the ground, groaning in pain, completely incapacitated. Fast. It was terrifyingly fast. The essence of Baji Quan had been unleashed to its fullest. Seeing this, Huang Dongxiang, Yang Qianqian, and the others were all stunned. Holy crap. That freeloader dared to strike first. Isn't he supposed to be a useless waste? How is he so good at fighting? Yang Qianqian and the others who had come to laugh at Yi Fan felt their cheeks burning with humiliation. How is this possible? How is this possible? Huang Dongxiang and Yuan Jing's eyes were wide with disbelief, their expressions utterly dumbfounded. These 15 men were no spoiled brats. They were seasoned street fighters who had been through countless battles. How could they have been taken down in a single exchange? Huang Zhendong was equally incredulous. Under the crowd's complex gaze, Yi Fan slowly walked up to Huang Zhendong. With a swollen face, Huang Zhendong's eyes turned cold. He pulled out a knife and stabbed toward Yi Fan's thigh. Slap. The dagger stopped halfway, not because Huang Zhendong had a change of heart, but because Yi Fan had caught his hand. It was as steady as a mountain. The next second, with a sharp crack, Yi Fan snapped Huang Zhendong's wrist. Oh! Huang Zhendong screamed in agony, drenched in sweat. Yang Qianqian and the others who had been watching the show felt their scalps go numb. Yuan Jing covered her mouth with her hand, surprise flickering in her eyes. For the first time, she felt the extent of Yi Fan's strength. If you want to fight, then fight. Yi Fan kicked Huang Zhendong flying. I'm the head of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. You've hurt me and my brothers today. Huang Zhendong clutched his broken wrist, his face contorted with pain as he forced out a line to save face. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce will never let you go. The name Sihai Chamber of Commerce was a golden brand in Zhonghai, enough to intimidate many. But to everyone's surprise, after these words, Yi Fan strode over to Huang Zhendong with a cold smile, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap. Slap. 5 more red marks appeared on Huang Zhendong's face. With his head ringing, Huang Zhendong heard Yi Fan's cold snort. Enough talk. Now call your people. Call the strongest, the most formidable. I want to see how the Sihai Chamber of Commerce won't let me go. Call for reinforcements. Huang Zhendong's face was filled with grief and indignation. Today, he had been humiliated to the core. His heart was brimming with unbearable anguish and stifled resentment. Yet he knew that uttering more nonsense would only cost him further face. Thus, enduring the pain, Huang Zhendong pulled out his phone and barked, "Kid, wait right there." He was going to summon his men and reclaim his dignity. Yang Qianqian and the others were stunned, then looked at Yi Fan as if he were a fool. Instead of cutting his losses or making a quick escape, he kept provoking the 4 Seas Chamber of Commerce. Clearly his brains had been addled. Could Yi Fan, even if he could defeat 15, take on 50? 500. Yuan Jing's shock turned into mockery. How rash and reckless, he would forever remain a small-time nobody. Yi Fan paid no heed to Huang Zhendong and his men. He stood still, continuously circulating the Tai Chi scripture. Not only did he need to recover his energy and stamina as quickly as possible, but he also had to suppress the cruelty and murderous intent brewing within him. He felt that the fire he had subdued this morning was now blazing anew. If he didn't let it out, it would severely scorch him. Could it be that the scarcity of white light and the imbalance of yin and yang had changed him? Whoa! As these thoughts churned in Yi Fan's mind, the 4 Seas building erupted once more, and over 20 burly men charged out, dragging steel pipes behind them. Then 8 vans pulled up on the street. Huang Zhendong had also called back the core workers from outside. The door slid open, and over 74 C's enforcers emerged. They weren't particularly stout, but their faces were filled with menace, clearly seasoned thugs. Without a word they donned gloves and masks. Then they dragged out several large boxes from the vans, dumped them on the ground, and opened them to reveal titanium alloy batons. Each man took one, slapping it against his palm, with a sharp crack. Professional. Ruthless. Yang Qianqian and the others sneered again, waiting for Yi Fan's downfall. In their minds, Yi Fan had no right to be so formidable. Small vendors hurriedly closed their shops. The bolder ones dared to steal a glance at these ruthless men, while the timid hid away, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. With his reinforcements arriving, Huang Zhendong's confidence swelled. He pointed a finger at Yi Fan and roared, "Brothers, cripple this kid." Over 100 men surrounded Yi Fan. Whoosh! Without a word, Yi Fan shot forward like a cannonball, instantly knocking over the gesticulating Huang Zhendong. Ouch! Huang Zhendong was sent flying, crashing into over a dozen men, and landing in a heap of utter disgrace. Dozens of thugs were stunned for a moment, then let out a simultaneous roar. Kill! They swung their batons and charged at Yi Fan. Yi Fan rushed at them. Though outnumbered by dozens, he showed no fear, activating the Tai Chi scripture to sustain an endless flow of combat power. 1 against 10. Several thugs in the front found themselves airborne before their batons could even touch Yi Fan, followed by excruciating pain. They crashed to the ground, ribs broken. Yi Fan was incredibly fast, covering a dozen meters in an instant. Close combat ensued. Yi Fan snatched a baton and swung it like a meteor. The wind howled swift as lightning. Bang, bang, bang. 6 thugs screamed in agony as they collapsed, blood streaming from their foreheads. Yi Fan didn't stop. He spun around and swept his baton toward a dozen others. Fast and ruthless. Up. Another series of screams erupted around him. Over a dozen thugs retreated, clutching their broken hands, their batons scattered on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had taken down more than 20 men, showcasing Yi Fan's ferocity. Huang Zhendong was dazed, standing right there, yet unable to see how Yi Fan had moved. A creeping unease took hold. He began to think Yi Fan was somehow uncanny. Yang Qianqian and the others were also shocked. They had expected Yi Fan to be overwhelmed, at least severely beaten. But instead, Yi Fan was so brutally powerful that he had felled the charging thugs in just a few swings. How can this be? Yuan Jing muttered to herself. How can this be? In her eyes, Yi Fan was destined to lose utterly today. Even if he could beat 10 or 20, he couldn't beat 100. But now Yi Fan was truly fighting 100 alone. When had Yi Fan become so formidable? This ex-boyfriend, who had once knelt before her begging for a loan of 100,000, seemed to be on a relentless rise, growing to a level she could never reach. She couldn't accept it. Keep going. With over 20 men down, Yi Fan felt neither joy nor excitement. He simply beckoned to Huang Zhendong with a crooked finger. Huang Zhendong was furious. Attack! At his command, dozens more charged forward. Bang! To everyone's undisguised astonishment, Yi Fan shifted his stance, dodged, and kicked a man flying 7 or 8 meters away. Then he executed a mid-air kick, sending an opponent tumbling like a squash. After that, Yi Fan plunged into the crowd, swinging his baton. Huang Zhendong and his men couldn't even see the baton's trajectory. What they saw was a streak of light whirling around Yi Fan like a silver serpent, dancing like a dragon soaring. Screams and cries of panic soon became the dominant melody. Chaos reigned. No one had anticipated that dozens of hardened men still couldn't suppress a single person. The 20-plus thugs who had rushed forward were once again knocked to the ground by Yi Fan. Some had broken arms and legs, others had split skulls. The last rays of the setting sun cast a graceful silhouette of Yi Fan's figure. Yuan Jing's mind went blank, and her heart grew heavier. No, I won't accept this. Clang. At that moment, Yi Fan's baton extended forward, blocking 7 steel pipes raining down, then he spun around with a kick. Bang! 8 men were sent flying and crashed onto the open ground. Unstoppable. Yi Fan glanced at the remaining thugs and sneered, "Keep going." His cold, inhuman voice struck deep into the hearts of Huang Zhendong and his men. These bullies who had roamed unchecked for years now felt the onset of utter collapse. Huang Zhendong gritted his teeth. Charge! Over 50 men roared and rushed forward. Yi Fan met them head-on, his baton like a prow cutting through waves, leaving turbulence in its wake. The screams never stopped. In an instant, Yi Fan had passed through the formation of 50 men. Behind him lay the bruised, broken, and battered warriors of the 4 Seas. A scene of groaning injuries and stunned faces. 1 against 100, it was no longer a myth. After Yi Fan kicked down the last thug, he walked slowly toward the ashen-faced Huang Zhendong. Keep going. At those 2 words, Huang Zhendong and his men instantly crumbled. Attack, attack. Don't come closer. Huang Zhendong, while ordering his men to get up and keep fighting, stumbled backward, trembling, and issued a warning to Yi Fan. Don't come near me, don't come near me. At that moment, Huang Zhendong felt 4 parts fear, 3 parts grievance, 3 parts anguish, and not a single ounce of defiance. No one struggled to protect Huang Zhendong. Aside from many being incapacitated, the key reason was that Yi Fan was simply a demon. This kid was truly terrifying. No more talk. Call more people, keep calling. Yi Fan stood before Huang Zhendong. Call the strongest, the most formidable ones. Huang Zhendong's face turned green, but he gritted his teeth and made another call. Before long, over a dozen more vehicles arrived, bringing more than 100 outer sect disciples. Without a word, Yi Fan, with overwhelming momentum, knocked them all down. Call more people, keep calling. Yi Fan slapped Huang Zhendong's face. Huang Zhendong, trembling, dialed again. Soon over 200 more thugs showed up, but they were even weaker. Yi Fan effortlessly took them down. 500 men. Bang! When Yi Fan kicked Huang Zhendong to the ground, once more the sound of the fall struck the hearts of Huang Dongxiang and the others. Yang Qianqian and her companions were shattered. The underworld boss they admired, Huang Zhendong, was so utterly pathetic in Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan, the loser they had looked down upon, now seemed to be standing on top of them, looking down. As for Yuan Jing, her emotions were even more tangled. This battle was like 1,000 humiliations concentrated into one heart. The rage deep in her soul burned like a raging fire, threatening to consume her. Yi Fan, whom she had always looked down upon, had defeated her so simply and brutally, leaving her with no face and a complete loss. She didn't know how to describe her feelings. Frustration dominated, but there was also a trace of awe. Yet the more awe she felt, the more uncomfortable she became. Finally, she clenched her fists, veins bulging. So what if he can fight? Can he build a career out of it? What era is this? No matter how good his skills, they can't beat a gun. But the more she thought that way, the more bitter she felt, especially when she saw the admiration in her female companion's eyes. It only made her more uneasy. Huang Dongxiang kept repeating, "This is impossible. This is impossible." In front of the open ground, Yi Fan looked at Huang Zhendong. "Call people, keep calling. Big brother, there's no one left." Huang Zhendong's face was a mess of tears. Really no one left. He had already summoned all the elite of the chamber. The rest were just low-level thugs, and no matter how many came, they would only be trampled. Who else could he call? Who else? Could he call Mr. Du? If Mr. Du found out that the entire chamber had been wiped out, he'd probably shoot Huang Zhendong first. Yi Fan roared at Huang Zhendong. "The mighty Four Seas Chamber of Commerce has only 500 men. Only this level of combat power. You've disappointed me greatly, and you've let Mr. Du down." Yi Fan's voice dripped with frustration. "Get the phone. Call Mr. Du. Too much bullying, too much bullying." Huang Zhendong was on the verge of tears. His underworld wasn't supposed to be like this. His understanding of the world didn't account for this. The next moment his legs gave way, and he knelt before Yi Fan. Big brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I kowtow and apologize to you. Please give me a chance." He wept bitterly. "I will never dare to offend you again. 2 million, no 10 million. I'll offer it with both hands." At 5 in the afternoon, on the 3rd floor of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in the president's office, Yi Fan sat in the executive chair eating chilled watermelon while leisurely surveying the room as if it were his own domain. After the fierce battle, Yi Fan felt no fatigue, only a sense of relief. The fire brought by the ginseng fruit had finally ceased to torment him. Across from him sat several female secretaries of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. They nervously poured tea for Yi Fan, cut watermelon, and shelled sunflower seeds. Having witnessed Yi Fan's battle, their initial disdain and contempt had been thoroughly crushed by his performance. Now they felt only admiration and flattery toward Yi Fan. If he had desired, they would have readily thrown themselves into his arms. Yi Fan paid them little attention, his gaze fixed on the Guangong's broadsword in the corner. It was an ancient-looking 3-meter-long broadsword mounted on the wall, its blade glinting with sharpness. Yi Fan could see several strands of red light coiling around it. That was blood aura. "Brother Yi, those bastards," Huang Dongxiang and his crew slipped out through the back door while we were in the thick of the fight. At that moment, Huang Zhendong rushed in from the doorway, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "But don't worry, I'll send people to catch them right away." Today's conflict was instigated by Huang Dongxiang, so Huang Zhendong naturally had to deliver Huang Dongxiang to Yi Fan to make amends, otherwise he feared his own head might be in jeopardy. Moreover, he indeed harbored resentment toward Huang Dongxiang. Calling him a useless son-in-law who could be crushed with a pinch had led to the entire chamber being overthrown by Yi Fan. "Forget it, don't bother catching them. I'll handle it myself." Yi Fan thought for a moment and decided to let Huang Dongxiang off for now, not out of mercy, but rather to see him suffer under the torment of liver cancer. Rumor had it that people with terminal liver cancer lived like ghosts. Yi Fan was curious when Yuan Jing learned of Huang Dongxiang's cancer. Would she stand by him or abandon him? Understood. Huang Zhendong raised no objection and immediately canceled the order to chase Huang Dongxiang. Brother Yi is truly magnanimous, repaying evil with kindness. Yi Fan took a bite of watermelon. "Enough talk. Pay up now." Yes. Huang Zhendong shouted toward the door. "Are the finance and legal departments ready? Brother Yi has been waiting too long." Soon a young woman entered and handed a file bag to Huang Zhendong. "Brother Yi, here is a check for 2 million. The debt to Spring Breeze Clinic is paid in full. Brother Yi, and this is the contract for a 3-year cooperation with Spring Breeze Clinic." Huang Zhendong laid out the contents one by one before Yi Fan. "Take a look." Yi Fan chewed on watermelon. "What's the meaning of this?" Huang Zhendong bowed. "The debt was our fault, and we troubled you, Brother Yi. So we want to make it up to Spring Breeze Clinic. Don't worry, we won't default again. We're also prepared to prepay 10 million. He pulled out a check and placed it inside the contract. I hope we can continue cooperating. Although Yi Fan thought Huang Zhendong was no saint since he had prepaid 10 million, there was no need to worry about defaulting. Fine, I'll take the check and contract back. Yi Fan said calmly, but whether I sign or not depends on my mother-in-law. Understood, understood. Huang Zhendong, seeing Yi Fan accept, smiled even more brightly. He handed over a watch box. Brother Yi, this is the latest Rolex. No fight, no friendship. Consider it a small welcome gift and a token of our appreciation. He respectfully placed the watch before Yi Fan. Rolex. Yi Fan glanced at it casually. It's useless to me. As a live-in son-in-law, he had to mop floors, cook, and clean toilets every day. Wearing a Rolex just didn't fit the picture. Moreover, given his status, wearing a Rolex would only invite mockery for vanity and passing off a counterfeit. Brother Yi, you must accept it. We were the ones at fault, and we should show our apology. Huang Zhendong fell to his knees with a thud. If you don't take it, we'll have no peace of mind, or we'll think you haven't forgiven us. And this Rolex was given to me by Huang Dongxiang. It's only fitting that I give it to you, Brother Yi, as a trophy. Please do me the honor and accept it. The female secretaries and key members also begged Yi Fan to accept. This Huang Zhendong was indeed a remarkable man. Yi Fan had initially looked down on him, but now he marveled at his ability to bend and stretch, a mindset stronger than most. He had injured 500 of the Sihai Chamber's men, yet Huang Zhendong sought not revenge, but to forge a connection. Rare. Fine, since you've put it that way, I'll take the Rolex. Yi Fan helped Huang Zhendong up. I won't take it for nothing. That Guangong's broadsword is an ill-omened object. Yi Fan pointed, you'd better get rid of it, or you'll soon face a bloody calamity. Having received a watch worth several 100,000, Yi Fan gave Huang Zhendong a warning. The broadsword looked old, yet strands of killing intent still emanated from it. Moreover, the sharp tip of the blade was aimed directly at Huang Zhendong's executive chair. Long-term exposure to killing intent coupled with the blade's alignment could severely damage Huang Zhendong's fortune. Fortunately, the broadsword had only been placed recently, or Huang Zhendong might have already met his end. Bloody calamity. Huang Zhendong paused, then looked at the broadsword. Brother Yi, this thing is a replica. I bought it for 10,000 because I like the design. It shouldn't be anything ominous, right? Although Huang Zhendong worshipped Guangong, he didn't believe in such things and dismissed Yi Fan's words. To him, feng shui and physiognomy were mere self-comfort devoid of real meaning. He even suspected Yi Fan's talk of a bloody calamity was just a mockery of today's battle. Besides, other brothers, and even Mr. Du worshipped Guangong and had similar broadswords. Why didn't they suffer bloodshed? If not for Yi Fan's 1 man against 100 feet, he would have suspected Yi Fan was a charlatan. Yi Fan said calmly, it's better to discard it. Huang Zhendong hastily nodded. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Yi. I'll throw it away another day. Yi Fan caught the dismissive tone in Huang Zhendong's voice. Without further ado, he took a pen and paper and swiftly drew a Tai Chi calamity warding talisman. Carry this with you, it can save your life once. After saying that, he left the office. Huang Zhendong looked at the talisman, smiled non-committally, and casually tossed it into the trash bin. Yi Fan's martial prowess, he admitted, but this physiognomy was pure superstition. After all, he had studied Marxism in college. A few minutes later, Huang Zhendong went downstairs with one arm in a sling, intending to go to Zhonghai Hospital for treatment. While descending the stairs, he inexplicably slipped, tumbled down, and split his head open. Before he could even curse and stand up, the chandelier above crashed down with a clatter. If his subordinates hadn't pushed him away in time, Huang Zhendong would have been severely injured. Nevertheless, he was covered in glass shards, bleeding profusely. When he reached the entrance, disheveled, and about to get into the car, the vehicle suddenly burst into flames on its own. Huang Zhendong and his confidants exchanged glances, seeing doubt and unease in each other's eyes. Could Yi Fan have been right? In the next second, Huang Zhendong rushed back to the office, overturned the trash bin, and frantically searched for the Tai Chi talisman. At 7 in the evening, Yi Fan arrived at the Tang family's doorstep in a taxi. He removed the Rolex from his wrist and placed it back into the unremarkable watch box. This was the latest model of Rolex, still a traditional wristwatch, but with added fingerprint recognition. Yi Fan had set it up so that only he could activate the hands. He didn't wear it into the house to avoid Lin Xiuling's sarcastic remarks. As he approached the door, Yi Fan still felt a sense of unreality. A week ago, he had knelt before dozens of people trying to borrow 100,000 yuan. Today, he not only carried a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands, but also helped the Tang family solve their problem. It was utterly unbelievable. Lost in thought, Yi Fan rang the doorbell. Soon Tang Ruoxue opened the door. Her gaze softened for a moment, then she silently turned and walked back to the dining room. Yi Fan then saw that the entire Tang family was having dinner. Han Jianfeng and Tang Fenghua were also there with several gifts placed on the tea table, clearly meant to apologize to Lin Xiuling. Regardless, the matter of the fake painting needed to be resolved. The family of 5 ate with great enjoyment. They had never waited for Yi Fan to eat together, nor did they feel the need to. Yi Fan changed his shoes, casually dropped the Rolex at the entrance, and walked into the dining room. Yi Fan, haven't you eaten yet? Tang Sangwa cleared his throat. Come and eat with us. Having misunderstood Yi Fan in the morning, and even punched him, Tang Sangwa felt guilty. What are you calling him for? Are you too full and bored? Lin Xiaoling glared and scolded. There are only 8 dishes. We don't have enough for ourselves, and you want to feed that ungrateful wretch. Tang Sangwa hesitated. 8 dishes, we can't finish them all. How can we not finish them? Lin Xiaoling cut and Jianfeng and Fenghua haven't eaten much yet. Han Jianfeng laughed. Father, don't worry, I'll finish every last bite on the table. Tang Sangwa looked at Yi Fan with pity. He's still family, and Yi Fan helped you this morning. Eat your food. Can't such a big chicken leg shut your mouth? Hearing Tang Sangwa bring up the morning incident, Lin Xiaoling grew even angrier and slammed her chopsticks. Shut up, or you won't eat either. Tang Sangwa helplessly lowered his head. Why are you playing the good guy? That man's backbone is stiff. Lin Xiaoling shot Yi Fan a glance and sniffed. Divorced, and with debts. He's way more capable than you. Are you afraid he'll starve? Han Jianfeng chimed in sarcastically. Exactly. He's eaten a 3 million yuan ginseng fruit, so he won't need to eat for 3 years. Tang Ruoshue's face darkened, but she said nothing. Defending Yi Fan would only make her mother take out her anger on him even more. If she brought up the debt, Yi Fan would only be more embarrassed. Better to endure and let it pass. So, did you get back the 2 million? Lin Xiaoling taunted. Yi Fan, you've been out all day. If not 2 million, at least 20,000 shouldn't be a problem, right? With no backbone to speak of, you still look down on being a kept man. She clattered the long-handled ladle against the porcelain bowl. If she didn't teach Yi Fan a lesson this time, how would she ever control him again? And Tang Sangwa and Tang Ruoshue's earlier reproach made her place all the blame on Yi Fan. Tang Sangwa quickly tried to mediate. Yi Fan was just talking in anger last night, and don't hold it against him. Shut up. Lin Xiaoling glared, then sneered at Yi Fan. You take his big talk as anger. Are you slapping him in the face? Han Jianfeng blustered. If he can get money from the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, I'll eat this table. Yi Fan paid no heed to Lin Xiaoling and Han Jianfeng's bluster. He pulled out a check for 2 million and slapped it directly in front of Lin Xiaoling. Slap. This is the 2 million the Four Seas Group owes the Spring Breeze Clinic. Slap. This is the contract for the next 3 years with the Four Seas Group. Slap. This is a prepaid check of 10 million from the Four Seas Group. Yi Fan stared coldly at Lin Xiaoling and spoke each word clearly. Not only did I recover the debt for the Tang family, but I also signed an additional 10 million contract. Consider the favor of a year's free room and board repaid. Then he smirked at Han Jianfeng. Brother-in-law, time to eat the table. What? Hearing this, the 5 Tang family members were all stunned, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. Yi Fan had not only recovered the debt, but also signed a 3-year contract, and even received an advance payment. Impossible. Han Jianfeng was the first to react. The check and contract must be fake. There are plenty of forgers in People's Park. You must have had them made. How could a worthless loser like you recover a debt and sign a 3-year contract? Yi Fan, I'm telling you, forging checks and contracts is a crime. You'll go to jail. He picked up the check and contract, scrutinizing them for any sign of forgery. Yi Fan sneered. You'd better get ready to eat that table. Tang Ruoshue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Yi Fan, how could you do this? I told you I would calm Mother down. I would handle the debt properly. Even if Mother doesn't show me face, she won't kick you out. But you're so eager to take credit. You faked checks and contracts. Her icy eyes fixed on him. Can't you just let me have some peace of mind? She too assumed Yi Fan could never have succeeded in collecting the debt. Yi Fan's voice softened. Trust me. Tang Ruoshue shook her head in exhaustion. Though Yi Fan had changed in the past 2 days, she still didn't believe he could recover the debt. Huang Zhendong was a man who devoured people without spitting out bones. Well, you've grown some skills. Lin Xiaoling pointed at the check and contract on the table with a knowing look. You're trying to deceive me. I'll give you one chance. If you confess your misdeeds and kneel outside the door all night, I'll let it go. Otherwise, I'll really kick you out of the Tang family and make you disappear as far as you can. She slammed the table. Confess. A live-in son-in-law supported by the Tang family, getting 2 million back from Huang Zhendong. That was absurd. Tang Sangwa quickly signaled to Yi Fan, come on, confess. Your mother's mouth is sharp, but her heart is soft. The check and contract are real. Yi Fan said calmly. What crime have I committed to confess? You won't give up until you hit the wall, won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Seeing Yi Fan stubbornly refuse to admit fault, Han Jianfeng sneered, I'll go verify the contract on the official website right now. If it's fake, you get out of the Tang family on your own. He took out his phone to check the authenticity of the contract on the Four Seas Group's official site. Lin Xiaoling stood up and shouted impatiently, what's there to check? It's obviously fake. Kick him out. She pulled back her chair, ready to leave. At that moment, Han Jianfeng exclaimed in surprise, how is this possible? The contract is real. Lin Xiaoling froze. She leaned in to look and indeed saw that the contract matched the one on the official website. The code and amount aligned perfectly. Tang Ruoshue and the others also crowded around, and soon they were all dumbfounded. None of them had expected the contract to be real. Then Lin Xiaoling verified the check, and it was also genuine. How is this possible? Lin Xiaoling still couldn't believe it. How could that useless man have done this? Tang Sangwa burst out laughing. Excellent, excellent. Yi Fan has improved. Thank you, father-in-law. Yi Fan turned to Lin Xiaoling and asked, Mother, is the favor repaid now? Lin Xiaoling's face was very sour. Although this deal would bring in a good profit, the fact that it was achieved by Yi Fan made her extremely uncomfortable. It meant she had been slapped in the face by this fool again. She snorted, "I don't know what dumb luck you had to sign it." Yi Fan glanced at Han Jianfeng and smiled, "Brother-in-law, go ahead and eat that table." Han Jianfeng turned his head away, saying nothing, simply reneging on his word. Seeing her beloved Han Jianfeng being humiliated by Yi Fan, Lin Xiaoling felt deeply aggrieved, but the check and contract were genuine. "Brother-in-law, you're a big boss. A promise is a promise." Yi Fan mercilessly provoked Han Jianfeng. "Want me to pour some soy sauce for that table?" "Enough, Yi Fan." Lin Xiaoling slammed her chopsticks and shouted, "A petty man who has achieved small success. So what if you recovered 2 million and signed a contract? What's there to be proud of? Regardless, the debt has been recovered." Yi Fan pressed on, "Can I now divorce Ruoxue?" Lin Xiaoling felt deeply frustrated. If she agreed to the divorce, it would seem like she was fulfilling Yi Fan's wish, and it would feel like he was the one dumping the Tang family, which was hard to swallow. But if she refused, she still couldn't stand this son-in-law. "Ruoxue, bring your household registration book tomorrow. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get divorced." Yi Fan didn't press Lin Xiaoling further. He turned to Tang Ruoxue, whose expression was complex. "Divorce? What divorce? Did I agree to a divorce?" Tang Ruoxue suddenly erupted in anger, flinging her chopsticks. "Mother may have agreed, but I haven't. If you're so capable, go reclaim Cloud Summit Manor and rebuild it to restore the dignity the Tang family lost. The day I see Cloud Summit Manor standing again, that's when I'll divorce you. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until I divorce you." Yunding Villa, situated on Yunding Mountain at an altitude of 900 meters in the prime location of Zhonghai, was blessed with favorable feng shui. It once had the potential to become the most prestigious upscale residence in Zhonghai. Many years ago, Tang Sangwa was one of the developers of this villa. Unfortunately, a certain incident caused the project's funding chain to break, leading to a halt in construction. Yunding Villa eventually became an abandoned construction project. Although the Tang family might never be able to restart the project in their lifetime, everyone knew that the family members constantly talked about it. That was their chance to ascend to the ranks of the first-class families in Zhonghai. It had become a thorn in the Tang family's side. Thus Tang Ruoxue wielded it to strike at Yi Fan. After Tang Ruoxue laid out her conditions, the Tang family members dispersed, all wearing sardonic smiles as they left. How could Yi Fan, the live-in son-in-law, possibly fulfill a wish that Tang Sangwa and his family could never realize in their lifetimes? Yi Fan cooked himself a bowl of noodles, and after eating, he went to the rooftop garden to clear his mind. Tang Ruoxue was weary of living with him, so Yi Fan took the initiative to propose a divorce. This was not about defending his own dignity, but rather about preserving the reputation of the Tang family. No matter how much Tang Ruoxue disliked or looked down on him, Yi Fan did not want her to be criticized for abandoning him after his usefulness had ended. However, he never expected that the Tang family would not appreciate his thoughtful intentions. Instead, they kept making harsh demands for the sake of face. In the past, the mere mention of Yunding Villa would have filled Yi Fan with despair, but now it could not stir even a ripple of emotion within him. "Just wait, I will build Yunding Villa." A glimmer of light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. He stayed on the rooftop for an hour before composing himself and heading downstairs. As Yi Fan stepped into the small living room after his bath, Tang Ruoxue's voice suddenly rose from the inner room. "Lin, Huanwanyang Jingxiao, are you guys gathering at the Sunshine Club tomorrow?" "No problem, I'll make time to come. But you should bring a few handsome guys along who I've been working like a dog these past few months." Seeing a few handsome guys would be a treat for the eyes, or maybe some fresh-faced young men will do. The woman teased her girlfriends with a wanton laugh, each word clearly reaching Yi Fan's ears, deliberately pricking at his nerves. Tang Ruoxue caught sight of Yi Fan entering the hall, turned around, and slammed the wooden door shut with a loud bang, sealing them off from each other. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of inexplicable irritation stirring within him, but he quickly suppressed it. That night the two of them appeared to coexist peacefully, yet neither slept soundly. Thus, when Lin Xiaoling's shout rang out the next morning, the young couple almost simultaneously scrambled out of bed. Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue arrived at the entrance to find Lin Xiaoling and Tang Sangwa, who had risen early, examining the Rolex Yi Fan had brought back. They clicked their tongues in admiration. "Ah, whose Rolex is this? How did it end up on the console?" Lin Xiaoling stared at the watch. "The color is so fresh, it must be newly bought." "Whose is it?" Although the three members of the Tang family earned several million yuan annually, Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiaoling had always been reluctant to spend money on consumables. Apart from buying houses, antiques, saving money, and expanding the Spring Breeze Clinic, they hardly spent lavishly on entertainment. Thus the 4 cars in the garage were all mid to low end, and Tang Ruoxue's BMW was worth just over 4,000 yuan. Therefore, upon seeing a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands of yuan on the console, Lin Xiaoling's expression inexplicably brightened with excitement. Yi Fan hesitated, squeezing out a word, "Mom, this watch." Lin Xiaoling's gaze burned as she looked at Tang Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, did you buy this watch for your father?" Tang Ruoxue forced a bitter smile. "Mom, this watch must cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. My salary card is in your hands. If there were any large expenses, wouldn't you know?" "That's true. Apart from the 10,000 yuan you give that ungrateful wretch every month, you basically have no major expenses." Lin Xiaoling withdrew her gaze, then her eyes lit up again. If it wasn't bought by you or by your father and me, then it must have been bought by your brother-in-law. If your brother-in-law bought it for himself, he would have worn it directly. There's no need to pack it so nicely in a box and leave it on the console. It must be a gift from your brother-in-law to your father. Her expression turned joyful. Jianfeng is such a good child. Tang Songwa's eyes also lit up. He picked up the watch and slipped it onto his wrist, chuckling happily. Oh, it fits perfectly. It really was bought for me. Yi Fan's scalp tingled. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Jianfeng. Jianfeng. At that moment Lin Xiaoling shouted toward the second floor, did you buy this Rolex for your father? As she called out Han Jianfeng, and Tang Fenghua yawned, and pushed open the door to step out. They had drunk quite a bit the night before, and stayed over at the Tang residence. Tang Fenghua rubbed her eyes. Mom, what watch? What watch? Lin Xiaoling deliberately put on a stern face, trying to surprise your father, aren't you? It's a Rolex. Tang Sangwa raised his wrist, his tone drifting. You really went all out buying so many supplements, and now a Rolex. Hundreds of thousands of yuan, it's a bit extravagant. He pretended to complain, but his delight was evident. Don't do this again next time. Yi Fan opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan, her pretty face tinged with melancholy. When would Yi Fan ever be able to buy a watch worth hundreds of thousands for her parents? Rolex. Han Jianfeng shuddered, exchanged a look with Tang Fenghua, then rushed over. He stared at the Rolex on Tang Songwa's wrist, stunned. He hadn't bought that watch. He had already spent 50 or 60,000 on supplements yesterday. How could he afford to give away a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands? Jianfeng still playing dumb. You could be an Oscar-winning actor. Lin Xiaoling's smile was radiant. No need to pretend you don't know. If none of us bought it, and it wasn't you, did it fall from the sky? We guessed you wanted to surprise your father. You're always so fond of these little tricks. Her tone carried an indescribable fondness, a world apart from the harsh attitude she showed toward Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan again, sighing inwardly. How wonderful it would be if the watch had been bought by Yi Fan. But unfortunately Yi Fan couldn't even afford his own medical bills without asking her for money. And just the other day he had taken the initiative to propose divorce, clinging to that pitiful shred of dignity. Mom and Dad are so sharp. Hearing Lin Xiaoling's words, Han Jianfeng's eyes darted around, then he burst into loud laughter. I knew I couldn't fool you. I was planning to tell you later to give you a nice surprise, but I didn't expect you to discover it so soon. Dad, I was wrong at the birthday banquet, so I used this Rolex to express my apology. Han Jianfeng shot a look at Tang Fenghua, who immediately chimed in with a smile. Yes, after the banquet Jianfeng has been feeling guilty. Dad, please accept it, or Jianfeng will feel terrible. We never blamed Jianfeng, he was just deceived by someone. Lin Xiaoling patted Tang Sangwa on the shoulder. Old Tang, Jianfeng is being filial. Accept it. Accept it, accept it. Tang Sangwa laughed heartily, even shaking his wrist, so the gold gleamed. Jianfeng, you are very good, very good. Yi Fan prepared to turn and leave to avoid further awkwardness. Of course Jianfeng is good. Lin Xiaoling glanced at Yi Fan. Compared to some smug ingrate who bites the hand that feeds him, he is 10 or 100 times better. Both are sons-in-law, but the gap is so huge. One has never shown filial piety to his parents, smug over a minor achievement, while the other is full of filial devotion, spending real money to please his in-laws. Where are you going? Stay and learn a thing or two. See how your brother-in-law does it. When will you buy a watch for your parents? Lin Xiaoling blocked Yi Fan's way. If you can't afford hundreds of thousands, even 10,000 would do. Mom, how could Yi Fan have that kind of money? Tang Ruoxue frowned slightly. Besides, Yi Fan did recover 2 million yuan and signed a 10 million yuan contract. That was his duty, otherwise would the Tang family have fed him for nothing. Lin Xiaoling showed no kindness to Yi Fan. As for filial piety, what has he ever bought us? He got lucky and found a ginseng fruit, but ended up hogging it all for himself. If he has any filial piety, he would buy me a 10,000 yuan watch. Don't waste your breath on other nonsense. She looked at Yi Fan with contempt. Yi Fan, can you afford it? Tang Ruoxue wanted to say something more, but seeing Yi Fan's silent face, her anger flared up again. Wasn't he all high and mighty about divorce last night? Why had he turned into a shrinking turtle now? He couldn't even promise a 10,000 yuan watch. Forget him, it's no fun. Tang Sangwa lifted his Rolex. Come look at this watch. Lin Xiaoling and the others left Yi Fan behind and gathered around with bright smiles to admire it. Hey, why aren't the hands moving? Tang Sangwei suddenly noticed that the hands were frozen at around 7 in the evening. The time Yi Fan had returned didn't wind it. Han Jianfeng frowned. That shouldn't be the case. They fiddled with it for a while, but the Rolex remained motionless. Lin Xiaoling frowned. Is it broken? Tang Sangwa shook his head. How could that be? This is a Rolex, the latest model, worth hundreds of thousands. It wouldn't break so easily. The four of them studied the Rolex diligently, and Han Jianfeng even fetched the foreign language instruction manual to see how to start it. But no matter how they tried, the Rolex refused to move. Tang Sangwa was fuming. He had planned to wear it out today to show off, but the Rolex had gone on strike. Han Jianfeng was even more enraged. I'm going to complain. How dare they sell me a defective watch? Unable to bear it any longer, Yi Fan stepped forward and picked up the Rolex. Lin Xiaoling and the others were startled. You ingrate, put it down. That's your brother-in-law's watch. Let go, let go. This watch costs hundreds of thousands. Can you afford to damage it? Tang Ruoxue was about to pull Yi Fan away as her parents were already furious and might take it out on him. Yi Fan said nothing. He simply pressed his thumb gently on the fingerprint sensor at the base of the watch. Beep, beep, beep. The Rolex began to tick. Tang Sangwa was stunned. How did you start it? This watch is mine. The air fell into dead silence. Han Jianfeng and his wife left the Tang residence with grim expressions. Yi Fan's offhand remark not only shattered Tang Sangwa's enthusiasm, but also made Han Jianfeng and his wife lose face completely. In the presence of the true owner of the Rolex boasting that he had bought it to honor his father-in-law, Han Jianfeng felt utterly mortified at the thought. However, the consequence of Yi Fan's satisfying slap was that Lin Xiaoling made him do housework all day and scolded him relentlessly, finding fault where there was none. As dusk approached and Tang Ruoxue was about to go out for a gathering, Lin Xiaoling, citing safety concerns, insisted that Yi Fan accompany Tang Ruoxue. Yi Fan understood that Lin Xiaoling pretended to care for Tang Ruoxue's well-being, but in reality, she wanted revenge and sought to see him humiliated. Tang Ruoxue initially refused to have Yi Fan follow, but Lin Xiaoling was adamant about making Yi Fan uncomfortable. Ultimately, Yi Fan went with Tang Ruoxue. V-room. At 6 in the evening, the red BMW sped along Zhonghai Avenue. Tang Ruoxue drove with a cold expression, not exchanging a single word with Yi Fan, as if she still resented his request for a divorce. Yi Fan didn't initiate conversation either, only observing the Buddha amulet on Tang Ruoxue. He noticed that the ominous aura on the woman had spread further, enveloping her legs and waist. At this rate, within a week, it would overwhelm her completely. By then, Tang Ruoxue would face a life-and-death trial again. On the way, while Tang Ruoxue went to get egg tarts, Yi Fan crafted several evil-dispelling talismans and placed them behind the seat, under the handbag, and inside the phone case. She couldn't discard the Buddha amulet for now, so he could only try to delay the accumulation of the ominous aura. Tang Ruoxue returned quickly, restarted the car, and headed to the club. Yi Fan clearly saw that the ominous aura had receded by more than half. Ding! Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a text message arrived on Yi Fan's phone. He opened it. It was from Huang Zhendong. Huang Zhendong had discarded the Guangdong broadsword yesterday and wore the safety talisman Yi Fan had drawn, yet today, he was still plagued by bad luck. He had even nearly choked to death while drinking water at noon. Huang Zhendong urgently wanted to see Yi Fan immediately. Yi Fan had originally planned to meet Huang Zhendong tomorrow, but seeing his frantic state and the photo he sent, which indeed showed a dark forehead, he reconsidered. So he sent the gathering venue to Huang Zhendong. Send a message to Song Hongyan. Seeing Yi Fan silent and texting so happily, Tang Ruoxue couldn't help but speak. If you want to go on a date with her, just go ahead. You don't have to accompany me to the shopping club. I'll handle mom's side and I can take care of my own safety. The veins on her hand gripping the steering wheel bulged slightly. No, Yi Fan didn't expect Tang Ruoxue to bring up Song Hongyan. He paused briefly and shook his head. It's Huang Zhendong. He's been having bad luck lately. No, he's asking if mom will sign that contract. Yi Fan offered an explanation. I told him to contact mom directly. Tang Ruoxue's pretty face softened at that. Then she changed the subject. Yesterday, when you came back from the debt collection at Sihai, Song Hongyan helped a lot, didn't she? Yi Fan replied indifferently. I collected it myself. Tang Ruoxue was about to explode again. Can't you talk properly? She still didn't believe that Yi Fan had single-handedly recovered 2 million. Here's what happened. I went to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to collect the debt, and I happened to see Huang Zhendong crossing the street. Seeing that the truth didn't work, Yi Fan had to lie. He wasn't looking where he was going and almost got hit by a car. Luckily, I grabbed him in time, so nothing happened. He was extremely grateful, and since 10 million was a drop in the bucket for him, he readily paid back the money and signed a contract. Of course, Song Hongyan also made a phone call. Tang Ruoxue wouldn't believe he could take on 100 alone, so Yi Fan chose a more acceptable reason. So that's it. Tang Ruoxue suddenly understood how Yi Fan had successfully collected the debt, secured a 3-year contract, and obtained a 10 million advance payment. It turned out to be a stroke of luck. He had helped Huang Zhendong by chance. Don't rely on Song Hongyan's help too much from now on. Tang Ruoxue said coldly. Even though you saved CC, you can't use that as leverage to demand favors. For some reason, just thinking about Song Hongyan made her instinctively angry. Yi Fan frowned slightly. Aren't you overstepping? Tang Ruoxue raised her eyebrows. Stop with the nonsense. Just tell me, will you listen or not? Fine, I'll listen to you. Yi Fan quickly nodded in agreement. I'll bother Song Hongyan less from now on. Tang Ruoxue pressed further. By the way, your Rolex, worth hundreds of thousands. Did Song Hongyan buy it? No, Yi Fan shook his head. Huang Zhendong gave it to me. Before Tang Ruoxue could question him, Yi Fan took out the Rolex and tossed it into the car. If you don't believe me, you can check the serial number to find the buyer. Seeing this, Tang Ruoxue's pretty face finally lost its coldness. She gave a delicate snort. I don't have time to bother with your messy affairs. As she spoke, the red BMW pulled up to a magnificent gold-glittering club. The evening lights were coming on, cars streamed by, and fragrant breezes wafted as attractive men and women came and went. The red BMW stopped at the entrance. Yi Fan got out with Tang Ruoxue, and then they saw a Maserati pull up nearby. 2 tall, slender women emerged. They were Tang Ruoshue's two best friends Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan. Both wore low-cut blouses revealing a patch of smooth abdomen and skirts so short they could barely be called skirts. Their fair skin, long legs, and beautiful faces drew the eyes of passers-by, but their cold, haughty expressions made many look away. "Ruoshue, you're here." Seeing Tang Ruoshue, Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan walked over. Tang Ruoshue smiled and hugged them both. "Jingxiao, Huanhuan, good evening." "Ruoshue, you look even more beautiful." Lin Huanhuan, clad head to toe in Chanel, smiled, then looked Yi Fan up and down. "So you're Yi Fan." Her expression was disdainful. Her entire outfit cost nearly 100,000, while Yi Fan's clothes were cheap streetwear that could be put together for 200 yuan. Standing side by side, the contrast was stark. Yang Jingxiao, with her cold beauty, didn't even glance at Yi Fan, exuding an ice queen aura of "keep your distance." Yi Fan said calmly, "Hello. Ruoshue, let's go inside. So many sisters are already here." Lin Huanhuan shot Yi Fan a glare and pulled Tang Ruoshue into the club first. As Yi Fan was about to follow, the aloof Yang Jingxiao stepped in front of him, blocking his way. "Yi Fan, I hope you and Ruoshue get a divorce soon." Yang Jingxiao's tone was icy. "The purpose of the marriage, to ward off bad luck, has been achieved. Be smart and get lost on your own." Yi Fan replied calmly, "Whether we divorce or not has nothing to do with you. She's my best friend, so it has everything to do with me." Yang Jingxiao lifted her delicate chin. "You have no money, no ability. You're not worthy of being with Ruoshue. Our circle is something you'll never be part of." Looking at the lofty Yang Jingxiao, a hint of mockery curled at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. "Miss Yang, you overestimate yourself and underestimate me, Yi Fan. I may not have achieved anything yet, but I believe that within 6 months at most I will have a place in Zhonghai." At this moment, Yi Fan's aura transformed. He seemed like a lofty deity commanding mountains and rivers, overwhelming everything, making it hard for Yang Jingxiao to breathe. "As for the so-called circle you mentioned, it means nothing in my eyes. If it weren't for my mother-in-law's request tonight, I wouldn't even deign to attend a gathering like this. Let alone whether Ruoshue and I are a good match. Even if we aren't, so what? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to meddle?" With those words, Yi Fan strode into the club, leaving Yang Jingxiao rooted to the spot. Then she let out a cold laugh of mortified anger. "Yi Fan, I don't know where you get your confidence, but let me tell you, I will never agree to you two being together." After saying that, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. Yi Fan's words stung Yang Jingxiao. She never imagined that a live-in son-in-law would dare to act so disrespectful. After all, she was not only Tang Ruoshue's best friend, but also the heiress of the Yang antique family worth hundreds of millions. How could Yi Fan compare? Yet she didn't confront him directly. After calming down slightly, she dismissed Yi Fan's words as a cover for his deep-seated inferiority. No matter how arrogant his attitude, he remained a poor boy with no background. They looked down on him. How could a mere live-in son-in-law be their equal? Realizing this, Yang Jingxiao no longer bothered to engage in a war of words with Yi Fan. Soon the four of them reached the 5th floor. Pushing open the door to a hall called Triumph, Yi Fan immediately saw a dozen men and women gathered inside. Each was adorned with jewels and exuded an air of confidence, showcasing their wealth and status. As they noticed Tang Ruoshue's group, everyone turned to look, their eyes flickering with interest. Tang Ruoshue's striking beauty was undoubtedly captivating. "Ruoshue, Huanhuan, Jingxiao, you're here." A chubby young man laughed heartily, striding forward with the group to greet them. The fat man had a high nose bridge, a bulky frame, and was dressed in designer labels. However, he wore gold chains around his neck and wrists and 3 gold rings on his fingers. He exuded an air of nouveau riche. "Fatty Lu, you're still as tacky as ever after 10 years, Lin Huanhuan sneered. "Why don't you throw away those embarrassing gold rings and chains?" Tang Ruoshue whispered to Yi Fan. "Lu Fugue, our former PE monitor, son of the owner of Huashi Coal Mine. But he went bankrupt." Yi Fan nodded slightly, silently noting that the name truly fit the man. Fugue indeed exuded wealth. "I'd love to throw them away," Lu Fugue said with a broad grin. "But I can't help it. Our coal mine was exhausted long ago, and the family fortune is mostly gone. All I have left is this set of gold jewelry. It's my last ticket to the rich circles. Without it, I probably couldn't even get into this club." Despite his nouveau riche demeanor, Lu Fugue spoke with refreshing candor, earning a measure of goodwill from Yi Fan. Lin Huanhuan sneered, "Redneck, so vain. Ruoshue, our campus belle, you're getting more beautiful by the day." Lu Fugue ignored Lin Huanhuan and turned to Tang Ruoshue with warm familiarity. "Too bad my family went bankrupt. Otherwise, I'd definitely pursue you." "Don't even dream about it," Yang Jingxiao interjected deliberately. "Ruoshue's heart is already taken. See this guy next to her, the live-in son-in-law Yi Fan, is Ruoshue's husband." Lu Fugue and the others gasped in shock, staring incredulously at Yi Fan. They couldn't believe that this unremarkable man was Tang Ruoshue's husband. "Don't be surprised. He may be your husband, but he's basically just a tool for a marriage of convenience." Yang Jingxiao said, her hostility toward Yi Fan evident. "Ruoshue can kick him out anytime." "Jingxiao." Tang Ruoshue frowned, reproaching Yang Jingxiao for her lack of tact. But Yi Fan didn't mind. He greeted everyone gracefully. "Hello, everyone. A dozen fashionable men and women glanced at him dismissively, smirking and completely ignoring him. However, Lu Fugawei stepped forward and handed him a business card. Brother Yi, I'm Lu Fugawei. Pleased to meet you. Though Yi Fan appeared even more down and out than him, lacking even a gold necklace, Lu Fugawei firmly believed that more friends meant more paths. Yi Fan took the card and smiled. Nice to meet you too. A loser and a hick, Lin Huan sneered. Birds of a feather flock together. Alright Huan, enough about them. When is young Master Zhang coming? Yang Jingxiao cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Fan. We need to sort out Ruoshua's cash flow problem soon. Yi Fan was slightly startled, unaware that Tang Ruoshua's company was in trouble. Lu Fugawei's eyes widened. Ruoshua, you're having cash flow issues. Just a small problem. Tang Ruoshua's lips twitched. She glanced at Yi Fan, then remained composed. Since she had come to the gathering, she didn't mind him knowing the situation. Meanwhile, a trace of complexity flickered in her heart. If only Yi Fan weren't so useless, she wouldn't need her best friend to arrange a loan. Lu Fugawei asked boldly, how much do you need? Fatty, what business is it of yours? Lin Huan sneered. Your family is already a hollow shell. Are you going to sell it to Lin to Ruoshua? Lu Fugawei's eyes widened. I am indeed a hollow shell, but it's still worth something. If Ruoshua needs it, I'll sell it right away. Yi Fan was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Fugawei to be so loyal. And Lu Fugawei didn't seem like a suitor. Why was he so willing to help? Tang Ruoshua waved her hand with a smile. Fugawei, it's fine. Jingxiao has already arranged a solution for me. Yi Fan asked softly, is the shortfall large? 50 million. Lin Huan looked at Yi Fan and Lu Fugawei with a sneer. Do you have that kind of money? Lu Fugawei fell silent instantly. 50 million. At the Lu family's peak it would have been no problem, but now he could barely scrape together 5 million. As for other rich second-generation friends, 2 or 3 million was doable, but 50 million would probably get him blocked. Yi Fan frowned slightly, not realizing Tang Ruoshua needed so much money. He made an excuse to step out, then went to the corridor outside the hall, pulled out the 5 lakes per million card, and dialed the customer service number on the back. All talk when it's easy, but you fold under pressure. You're not real men. Yang Jingxiao sneered as she watched Lu Fugawei fall silent, and Yi Fan step out to make a call. Forget it, I never counted on you, she said with arrogance. I've already arranged for Zhang Xiaojing to come and meet with Ruoshua. Lu Fugawei was startled. Zhang Xiaojing? You mean the Zhang Xiaojing of the Zhang group? You have some knowledge after all. Yes, that Zhang Xiaojing. He has dozens of engineering teams, hundreds of projects, and is worth over 2 billion. Yang Jingxiao said coldly. I've worked hard to make this connection. You all better be sharp and entertain him properly for Ruoshua's sake. Ruoshua Zhang Xiaojing is a scumbag. It's best not to borrow money from him, Lu Fugawei warned with a frown. A friend of mine borrowed $1 million from him and ended up selling his house and car to repay over 10 million, and his new wife was even seduced by him. Shut up. Yang Jingxiao snapped. Fatty, don't slander young Master Zhang. Ruoshua, you can't borrow this money. Lu Fugawei persisted. Let me figure something out. 50 million is a lot for me, but I can still scrape together 20 million by selling everything I have. I'll ask other friends to chip and get a loan. 30 million shouldn't be a problem. Lu Fugawei said earnestly. Yes, let me get you 30 million first to tide you over. Whatever you do, don't borrow from Zhang Xiaojing. Tang Ruoshua quickly waved her hand. Fugawei, no need. I can't take your money. We're friends. Lu Fugawei straightened up. If it weren't for you lending me money to fight that lawsuit back, then I'd probably still be in prison picking up soap. When his family went bankrupt, his stepmother tried to seize the last of the assets and even transferred her personal debts to him. Lu Fugawei had been on the verge of spending the rest of his life behind bars. At the critical moment, Tang Ruoshua lent him money for the lawsuit and introduced him to several good lawyers, helping him shed the debt and retain a little property. That's why he had always been grateful to Tang Ruoshua. Fatty, will you ever shut up? Yang Jingxiao shouted impatiently. Your little money isn't even enough for you to lose weight. Lu Fugawei was stubborn. No matter what, Ruoshua absolutely cannot borrow money from Zhang Xiaojing. Before he could finish, the closed door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Whoosh! The corridor lights instantly blazed to life, dazzling everyone until they could barely open their eyes. Then a group of men and women reeking of alcohol and swaggering with a careless air walked in. Behind them followed 3 black-clad bodyguards. Leading the way was a long-haired youth in a skull-print shirt, wearing earrings, looking disreputable, with a sinister gleam in his eyes. With his hands in his pockets, he staggered forward a few steps, then, without a word, kicked the obstructing Lu Fugawei flying. Clang! A chair was knocked over, and Lu Fugawei fell to the ground with a groan. Several women screamed and scrambled away in panic. Lu Fugawei, aching all over, scrambled up, cursing, "Why did you hit me?" A dog blocking the way. Should I keep it for the new year? The long-haired youth snorted, then strode directly to the center. Lu Fugawei, furious, struggled to his feet. Young Master Zhang. Having recognized the long-haired youth after the light-induced shock, Yang Jingxiao let out a sweet laugh and rushed over. You're here. I've been waiting for you so long. Lu Fugawei, this is young Master Zhang. You blocked his way. How can you blame him for losing his temper? She casually pushed aside the indignant Lu Fugawei. Tang Ruoshua reached out to steady the staggering Lu Fugawei. Lin Huanhuan also sidled up. Hello, young Master Zhang. Enough chatter. Zhang Xiaojing waved his hand impatiently. That photo you showed me. Where's the beauty who wants to borrow money? Young Master Zhang over here. Yang Jingxiao quickly pulled Tang Ruoxue over. Ruoxue, this is young Master Zhang. Tang Ruoxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She already disliked Zhang Xiaojing's arrogance, but recalling the funding gap, she forced a smile. Hello, young Master Zhang. She spoke with grace. I wanted to ask you for a short-term loan. Oh, a real beauty. I thought it was a filtered photo. Seeing the alluring Tang Ruoxue, Zhang Xiaojing, slightly drunk, brightened up. He leaned forward, reeking of alcohol, sizing her up. Not bad, not bad. A 9.9 out of 10. President Tang, we're all adults, so I'll cut to the chase. 50 million, no problem. But it's 9 out 13 and borrow 50 million, you get 45 million, and after 3 months you pay back 65 million. Since you're so pretty, I'll knock off 5 million. But during these 3 months you have to come to me, whenever I call. He flashed a lecherous smirk. Any problem with that? He squinted, his lecherous eyes blatantly scanning Tang Ruoxue's long legs, clearly eager to ravish her. His companions all burst into laughter. Young Master Zhang, I'm sorry, I won't be borrowing the money. Before Lu Fugue could speak, Tang Ruoxue's pretty face darkened instantly. I'm here to borrow money, not to sell myself. Had it not been for Lin Huanhuan and the others, Tang Ruoxue would have already slapped him for his disgusting remarks. Ruoxue. Yang Jingxiao stamped her foot. I worked so hard to get this funding. How can you refuse? Yeah, Ruoxue, you've tried every connection and borrowed nothing. Young Master Zhang is your last hope. Lin Huanhuan also urged. What's wrong with keeping him company? After all, women are just that. A little fun, and you save 5 million in interest. Both of them had borrowed money from Zhang Xiaojing, could never repay it, and dared not tell their families, so they hoped to sacrifice Tang Ruoxue to clear their debts. Zhang Xiaojing had once said that if Tang Ruoxue looked as good in person as in her photo, their remaining balance would be forgiven. Now that Tang Ruoxue refused to borrow, wasn't she throwing them back into the fire? Were these really the actions of a best friend? Jingxiao Huanhuan, how can you be like this? Tang Ruoxue swept her gaze over her friends, then said firmly, Young Master Zhang, sorry for wasting your time. Lu Fugue clenched his fist. That's right, don't borrow from him. Not borrow. Zhang Xiaojing's eyes turned cold. He shoved Yang Jingxiao aside. You got my hopes up and wasted my time. And you think you can just say no? I'm telling you, you have to borrow this money. If you don't, then pay me 5 million in trouble fee and spend 3 days with me. Then we're done. He bared a ferocious grin. Otherwise I'll make your life a living hell. Lu Fugue stood in front of Tang Ruoxue and shouted, Is this how you lend money? This is pure coercion. Before he could finish, a young man in a trench coat slipped out from behind Zhang Xiaojing, closed in, without a word, his movements so fast that no one could react. He swung his hand and delivered a loud slap, knocking Lu Fugue to the ground. Zhang Xiaojing sneered. Who asked you to speak, you fat bastard? Several female classmates tried to help, but Zhang Xiaojing's followers grabbed them and slapped them twice. The crisp sound left the girl's lips bleeding. A few male classmates stepped forward indignantly, but the young man in the trench coat kicked them all to the ground without a word. A truly capable lackey. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan silently stepped back. They knew Zhang Xiaojing's ruthless ways. If they tried to mediate now, they'd be beaten too. Tang Ruoxue shouted angrily, Zhang Xiaojing, you're going too far. What if I am? Zhang Xiaojing sneered with contempt. What can you do about it? With that, he lunged forward again. The female classmates around Tang Ruoxue were slapped left and right by Zhang Xiaojing until their faces swelled. Their beauty was ruined, utterly pitiful. When I want to lend money, it always gets lent. When I want a woman, she always ends up in my bed. Zhang Xiaojing sneered as he approached Tang Ruoxue, reaching out to touch her face. Bastard. Lu Fugue grabbed a bottle. But before he could reach Zhang Xiaojing, the young man in the trench coat struck him down with a palm. Lu Fugue coughed violently, nearly spitting blood. Bastard. Unable to hold back, Tang Ruoxue swung her hand. With a sharp slap, Zhang Xiaojing staggered back a step. Young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang. A dozen of his henchmen rushed to support him. Are you all right? I'm fine. Zhang Xiaojing pushed away his men, stopped the young man in the trench coat from retaliating, and touched his burning cheek as he stared at Tang Ruoxue. President Tang, you hit me. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan panicked. Ruoxue, what have you done? This was going to blow up and they might get dragged into it. Doesn't scum like you deserve to be hit? At that moment, Tang Ruoxue stood her ground. Is this how you do business? She regretted ever getting involved with someone like him. Completely different from the businessmen she usually dealt with. Though those businessmen were also mercenary and cunning, they at least cared about appearances. But Zhang Xiaojing had no scruples at all. Business. Zhang Xiaojing laughed derisively, his arrogance and contempt barely concealed. Business is simple. Those who follow me prosper, those who oppose me perish. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he reached out arrogantly to pinch Tang Ruoxue's cheek, brazen to the extreme. He acted like a supreme king looking down on all powerful beings. Don't touch her, or you'll regret it. A cold voice rang out from outside the door, and then Yi Fan walked in. Zhang Xiaojing didn't even turn around. Instead, he quickened his hand reaching for Tang Ruoxue. Boom. Yi Fan suddenly shot forward, kicking aside the lackey in his way, and closed in on Zhang Xiaojing, without a word. His movements were so fast that no one could react. The young man in the trench coat's face changed drastically. He jumped sideways to block. Yi Fan didn't even look, just raised his leg and delivered a flying kick. Bang! The kick sent the young man in the trench coat flying crashing into a marble table. He broke 3 ribs, spat blood, and couldn't even get up. Terror filled his eyes. He never imagined Yi Fan could be so formidable. Yi Fan didn't stop. He reached out and grabbed the fingers Zhang Xiaojing was about to use to touch Tang Ruoxue. I told you not to touch her. Why don't you ever listen? Crack. A crisp sound and Zhang Xiaojing's fingers were all broken. Bang. The next second Yi Fan kicked Zhang Xiaojing to the ground. Oh. Zhang Xiaojing rolled 4 or 5 meters away, colliding with several companions before stopping. One of his ribs was broken, his teeth clenched in pain, so that he couldn't scream, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The movement was too clean, too swift. So much so that none of the dozens of eyes present could see it clearly. Yang Jingxiao and the others were all stunned. Yi Fan did not let up. He planted a foot on Zhang Xiaojing's calf. Apologize properly, or you'll lose this leg. Ah, you bastard. Zhang Xiaojing let out a series of miserable howls, the pain spreading through every limb and bone, making him wish he could smash his head against something. Not very cooperative. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Yi Fan snapped Zhang Xiaojing's calf with a crunch, then moved his foot onto the other leg. This. Yang Jingxiao and the others were taken aback, their mouths wide open in disbelief. With over a dozen of the opponent's men present, including 3 burly bodyguards, how could Yi Fan be so reckless? Was he tired of living? Even Tang Ruoxue's eyebrows twitched, a chill settling in her heart. Lu Fugui, on the other hand, was burning with fervor, extremely excited. You bastard, let Mr. Zhang go. A dozen lackeys roared and charged forward. The 3 bodyguards also drew their batons. Lu Fugui grabbed a wine bottle and stood beside Yi Fan. If anyone dares take a step forward, I'll break Zhang Xiaojing's other leg. With that simple sentence, Yi Fan instantly suppressed the chaos. The dozen Zhang family followers were furious, but dared not move their hands on their weapons. Countless eyes darted back and forth, all watching Yi Fan with tension and shock. The atmosphere in the private room was heavy to the extreme. It was as if the air itself carried a biting cold. Kid, are you so arrogant that you're not afraid of never leaving this club tonight? Zhang Xiaojing gritted his teeth and snarled, let alone me, even the Sihai Chamber of Commerce won't let you off. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Yi Fan gave a faint smile. Interesting. Zhang Xiaojing sneered at Yi Fan. This is the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's club, Sister Rome's turf. I'm in trouble, you're in trouble, all of you are in trouble. He was warning Yi Fan, and also warning Tang Ruoxue and the others. Although the Zhang Group was in construction and the leading engineering firm in Zhonghai, Zhang Xiaojing never involved himself in the group's affairs. He had made his fortune through lending. He loved lending money to women, from college girls to urban housewives to office ladies. Anyone attractive and needy would get a loan from him. He could turn 20,000 into 800,000, and if one person borrowed, he would drag the entire family into repayment. Since his targets were all women and he was ruthless, this business was not only extremely profitable, but also risk-free. Over the years, he had amassed a fortune and grown even more arrogant, looking down on everyone. Today, hitting the iron wall of Yi Fan, instead of reflecting and restraining himself, he was thinking of ways to destroy Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you're too reckless. It was a minor issue, but now you've stirred things up. Do you want it to end badly? Yang Jingxiao suddenly interjected, righteous indignation in her voice. I order you to apologize to Mr. Zhang immediately, or you'll bear all the consequences today. Yi Fan said coldly. I, Yi Fan, don't need your meddling. What kind of talk is that? Jingxiao is trying to help everyone. If you keep this up, we'll all suffer. Lin Huanhuan's face darkened. Ruoxue, and even the Tang family will be dragged down because of you. Ruoxue will be fine, and the Tang family will be fine. Yi Fan glanced at Lu Fugui, and the others will be fine too. Yang Jingxiao shouted, Yi Fan, if you don't let Mr. Zhang go right now, I won't bother with this anymore. Don't you regret it? Lin Huanhuan also turned angrily to the watching Tang Ruoxue. Are you going to control Yi Fan, or let him ruin everyone? Tang Ruoxue remained silent. Though she didn't know what gave Yi Fan such confidence, she chose to stand with him at this moment. Tap tap tap. Just then another group of people appeared at the door, a dozen uniformed security guards escorting a seductive woman into the room. The woman was in her 30s, very coquettish and tall, especially her curves which were alluring. The club's manager, Sister Rong. Oh my Zhang, what happened to you? Who dares to touch you? As soon as she entered, Sister Rong let out a series of laughs, her words laced with daggers. Which one of you laid hands on Mr. Zhang? Would you please step forward? She glanced at Yi Fan, knowing full well, but asking anyway. Yi Fan looked up and smiled. Are you from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce? That's right. I'm the manager. People call me Sister Rong as a courtesy. Sister Rong gave a flirtatious laugh. Young man, fighting is not allowed here, so you've caused big trouble today. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Don't you want to ask who was right and who was wrong? Who started it? Sister Rong paused briefly, then smiled mockingly. Of course you're in the wrong. I'm in the wrong. Yi Fan raised his smile, and looked at the sarcastic woman. Without even investigating, you say I'm wrong. Yi Fan's cold smile faded as he looked at Sister Rong and the onlookers, as if they were a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter, which made everyone feel deeply uneasy and uncomfortable. The charming Sister Rong's lips twitched, then she flew into a rage and spread her hands. Here I say you're wrong, so you're wrong. Yi Fan nodded lightly. Very well. Hearing that makes me think you're no longer needed as the manager. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan were both stunned, a hint of surprise on their faces. How could this young man dare to dismiss Sister Rong and the powerful being behind her? Sister Rong curled her lips contemptuously. If you're capable, make me leave. She didn't believe Yi Fan could do anything to her. Call the police. Sue the club. Child's play. Then she waved her hand, and a dozen uniformed security guards stepped forward, encircling Yi Fan with murderous intent. Two of them even carried homemade shotguns. Kid, stop pretending. Zhang Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and laughed sinisterly. You're finished. Lin Huanhuan and Yang Jingxiao also wore expressions of gleeful anticipation, waiting for Yi Fan's downfall. Whoosh. Yi Fan said no more, took out paper and pen, wrote a number, and tossed it casually to Sister Rong. You have 1 minute to figure things out, then reconsider the club's stance today. Sister Rong looked at the paper in her hand and the familiar string of numbers on it, smiling non-committally, still pretending. Is it fun? Yi Fan took Tang Ruoshue's hand. 50 seconds left. This scene left both Sister Rong and Zhang Xiaojing bewildered. Who the hell was this guy? His tone and demeanor exuded an air of supreme contempt for all. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan, however, sneered in ridicule. He was overplaying his act. Sister Rong, who had initially dismissed it, hesitated, then took out her phone and dialed. Hello, this is Huang Zhendong. Sister Rong's hand trembled. A wave of terror surged from the depths of her heart. I am Huang Zhendong. These 5 words were like a bloodthirsty curse lingering in her ears, ceaseless. Sister Rong never expected that Yi Fan had given her Huang Zhendong's private number. This meant the two had a close relationship. Although Huang Zhendong appeared vulnerable before Yi Fan, he was in fact one of the few big shots in Zhonghai. The gray and black industries of the entire Zhonghai were mostly under his name. He was truly Du Tianhu's scapegoat. A snap of his fingers could end Sister Rong's life, so she felt utterly chilled to the bone. Slap. Sister Rong was drenched in sweat, wetting her charming face. She looked at Yi Fan with difficulty, only to see him sitting down calmly on a chair. Yi Fan poured a cup of tea. What? Did you get through? Thud. Sister Rong knelt straight down. Brother, I was blind. I'm sorry, please forgive me. She disregarded her dignity and slapped herself twice, giving herself 2 big slaps. Seeing this, the dozen or so security guards hurriedly put down their weapons and knelt. Zhang Xiaojiang with a ferocious face stared at this scene in shock. Sister Rong, why are you kneeling? Get up and fight him. How could this happen? Yang Jingxiao and the others also widened their eyes, their expressions twitching. Why would Sister Rong suddenly kneel down? Tang Ruoxue and Lu Fugue were even more astonished, completely baffled. Bang! At that moment, the elevator opened with a crisp sound, and more than a dozen burly men poured out. 2 of them even kicked away several security guards blocking the way. The momentum was astonishing. A cacophony of footsteps came, and the onlookers gathered at the door instinctively turned to look. The club employees quickly made way, not daring to breathe. Although Huang Zhendong's head was nearly wrapped like a zongzi, they could still recognize him as President Huang. The Buddhist beads around his neck and his splayed gait were too distinctive. With his head wrapped in gauze, Huang Zhendong walked over, exuding a kingly demeanor, as if he were the sole ruler. Brother Yi, finally I see you. As Sister Rong turned her head toward the door, Huang Zhendong had already rushed in with rapid strides. Seeing Yi Fan, Huang Zhendong's eyes lit up and the hanging heart completely settled. He had finally made it alive to see Yi Fan. You see, the journey that should have taken 30 minutes had taken him a full hour due to constant mishaps. He even nearly tripped when entering the door. Huang Zhendong warmly grabbed Yi Fan's hand. Come, let's find a quiet place and let me have a look. Seeing this, Yang Jingxiao and the others were instantly horrified, their minds buzzing. Huang Zhendong was actually so courteous to Yi Fan. In that instant they were in a daze. Wasn't Yi Fan a live-in son-in-law? How could he be mixed up with Huang Zhendong? This was a big shot with a reputation in the underworld. What qualities did Yi Fan have to make him so respectful? No wonder Yi Fan had been so calm all along. He wasn't pretending, but truly had the backing. Besides shock, Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan also felt a sense of grievance and resentment. Why was Yi Fan so awesome? Zhang Xiaojiang's face also changed drastically. In terms of wealth, his father was comparable to Huang Zhendong. But in terms of backing, 10 Zhang families wouldn't even be enough for Huang Zhendong to deal with. Moreover, his father and the Zhang family dared not oppose the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Because the Zhang family's development relied on the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, demolition, renovation, gravel, all under their protection. Last week, the Disney project the Zhang family secured was contracted from the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. So no matter how unruly Zhang Xiaojiang was, he knew tonight would not end well. Leave? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Can't leave. This guy named Zhang Xiaojiang. Forced alone, bullied my wife, struck people, and claimed Sihai was his backing, wanting to summon the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to deal with me. If I leave, not only will I be ridiculed by them, but my wife will continue to be harmed by them. Yi Fan calmly uttered a few words which instantly plunged Zhang Xiaojing and his crew into despair. See hi. Backing. Huang Zhendong's eyes turned cold as he stared at Zhang Xiaojing. Who are you? Zhang Xiaojing quickly spoke. President Huang, I am Zhang Xiaojing. Don't know him. Huang Zhendong rudely interrupted him. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce will not be your backing, nor will it act against Brother Yi for you. I will make your elders answer for your words and actions today. Moreover, I need you to understand one thing. Brother Yi is a VIP of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, and my brother Huang Zhendong. Opposing Brother Yi is opposing me, Huang Zhendong, and opposing the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. His murderous declaration left Yang Jingxiao and the others in disbelief. They had thought Yi Fan and Huang Zhendong were merely acquaintances, but never expected his status to be so noble and inviolable. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce even stood with Yi Fan through thick and thin. Sweat instantly broke out all over Zhang Xiaojing's body. He was top-notch at bullying women, but faced with someone like Huang Zhendong, he had no confidence at all. Who else wants to oppose Brother Yi? Huang Zhendong narrowed his cold eyes, scanning the petrified crowd. Yang Jingxiao and the others shuddered, frozen in place, not knowing what to do. The consequences of offending Yi Fan, whom even young Master Zhang needed to appease, were unimaginable. Misunderstanding. Zhang Xiaojing wiped his cold sweat, realizing he had caused a huge disaster. Slap. Huang Zhendong slapped Zhang Xiaojing across the face. Misunderstanding. Bullying Brother Ye's woman with so many eyes watching, and you still dare call it a misunderstanding. Zhang Xiaojing covered his cheek. President Huang, my father is Zhang Daqiang. I hope you can give some face. Slap. Huang Zhendong slapped him again. Your father. Bring out your father to get him killed. Besides, even if I give your father face, can he afford it? Huang Zhendong looked around at Yang Jingxiao and the others and shouted, give you face, can you afford it? Yang Jingxiao and the others lowered their heads, even wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. Zhang Xiaojing experienced what true despair meant for the first time. However, Huang Zhendong did not stop there. Brother Yi is simple and doesn't like to see blood, but I, Huang Zhendong, am vengeful to the extreme. Those who offended Brother Yi tonight step forward voluntarily. 1 hand per person. Whoever plays deaf and dumb will lose both hands. Huang Zhendong's words were decisive, and a killing aura enveloped the entire room. Seeing that the desired effect was achieved, Yi Fan smiled faintly and gestured for Lu Fugui and a few others to follow him. Yang Jingxiao and Lin Huanhuan instinctively called out Ruoxue. Tang Ruoxue's steps faltered slightly. Yi Fan took her hand and walked out of the room. Yang Jingxiao and the other woman burst into tears on the spot. Zhang Xiaojing and his underlings, who were trying to maintain a masculine front, also turned pale. Though they hadn't collapsed, their legs were trembling uncontrollably. I just came to join the fun. A fairly attractive woman collapsed on the ground, shouting hoarsely, it's not my fault. It's really not my fault. Please don't touch me. The cocky young man in a trench coat turned and ran, but was shot down by a homemade gun near the window. The scene was soon surrounded by Huang Zhendong's men. The air was filled with wails. Tang Ruoxue, who had entered the elevator, heard the screams and looked at Yi Fan, whispering, Yi Fan. Some people must be taught a lesson. Yi Fan smiled at the woman. Otherwise they would haunt us endlessly. I can't let them hurt you again. Tang Ruoxue said nothing more. She felt that Yi Fan had changed a lot, gaining much more capability than before, but it also made him somewhat unfamiliar to her. She didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Lu Fugui helped me escort Ruoxue home. When the elevator opened on the first floor, Yi Fan patted the bruised Lu Fugui. Call me anytime if anything comes up. Okay, brother, rest assured. I will definitely take Ruoxue. No sister-in-law safely home. Lu Fugui, who had been secretly glancing at Yi Fan, felt flattered and immediately agreed ecstatically. Tang Ruoxue also knew that Yi Fan had matters with Huang Zhendong, so she nodded and walked toward the red BMW at the entrance. Yi Fan watched her go. As Tang Ruoxue opened the car door, she suddenly looked up and called out, come back early. Yi Fan nodded and smiled radiantly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, in the Imperial Hall of the Summer Breeze Club, after finishing the matter with Zhang Xiaojing, Huang Zhendong opened a new private room to host a banquet for Yi Fan. 10 dishes and 1 soup along with 2 bottles of expensive red wine displayed full sincerity. Yi Fan held Huang Zhendong's diagnosis report in one hand while scrutinizing the photos of Sihai office. The Guangdong broadsword had already been destroyed and the killing intent in the office was gone, but the dark aura between Huang Zhendong's brows was even deeper than yesterday. With the turn of the life and death stone, Yi Fan quickly grasped the situation. But before Yi Fan could speak, Huang Zhendong's phone rang. After listening for a moment, he frowned slightly, but still called a subordinate over and whispered a few words. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Zhang Daqiang found my cousin to plead for mercy, wanting to apologize to you and me in person. Huang Zhendong smiled at Yi Fan. I thought I'd let them give you an explanation as well, so I told him to come over here later. Yi Fan spoke indifferently, it doesn't matter. Soon the door was knocked again. Huang Zhendong had it opened and a middle-aged couple walked in. The man had a square face, in his 50s, less than 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a suit and leather shoes with a face full of slickness, yet not lacking in authority. The woman was around 37 or 38 with an oval face, a tall and slender figure adorned with jewels, and walked with even more charm than Sister Rome. They were the Zhang couple, Zhang Daqiang and Lin Ruowan. Both carried 2 boxes in their hands. As soon as they entered, they immediately broke into smiles and bowed respectfully. "Good evening, President Huang." "President Huang, I'm truly sorry. I failed to discipline my son properly, and he offended you." Zhang Daqiang had obviously found out the situation. "I apologize to you on behalf of that worthless son." After saying this, he placed the boxes on the table and slapped himself twice on the face. Yi Fan glanced at Zhang Daqiang. Not even sparing himself, this guy was indeed a remarkable figure. Lin Ruowan also smiled sweetly and apologized. "Yes, President Huang, Xiaojing was foolish. Sorry. Although her son had broken limbs, they couldn't afford to offend Huang Zhendong, and they relied on the Sihai Chamber of Commerce for protection. The two had no choice but to swallow their pride. Otherwise, not only would the newly acquired Disney project fall through, but they would also have to spit out the profits they had already earned. Apologizing to me is useless." Huang Zhendong's expression was impatient, and he pointed his finger at Yi Fan. "Whether this matter is over or not depends on Brother Yi." "Brother Yi." Yi Fan. Zhang Daqiang had obviously also learned the situation. Seeing the culprit Yi Fan sitting right in front of him, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes, but he quickly put on a smile. "Brother Yi, hello. I'm truly sorry I failed to recognize your greatness." He stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and even shook Yi Fan's hand, while repeatedly apologizing, completely lacking the demeanor of a tycoon worth over 2 billion. "Regarding Xiaojing's matter, please forgive me." He quickly pulled out a check and handed it to Yi Fan. 1 million. Lin Ruowan clenched her fists, her pretty face turning red uncontrollably, as if she wanted to strangle Yi Fan to death. She couldn't afford to offend Huang Zhendong, so she could only direct her hatred toward Yi Fan, who was a worthless live-in son-in-law. She had also gathered some information from Huang Zhendong's subordinates. Huang Zhendong favored Yi Fan because Yi Fan knew physiognomy and feng shui. Upon learning this, Lin Ruowan concluded that Huang Zhendong had been fooled by Yi Fan, which only strengthened her resolve to take revenge on the backgroundless Yi Fan. Of course, she wouldn't say much now, but she memorized Yi Fan's face to seek revenge later. "Thank you, President Zhang. Since President Huang has handled it, the matter is over." Yi Fan pushed back Zhang Daqiang's 1 million check. "I just hope there won't be a next time." He could sense the hidden knife behind the other's smile, but he didn't take it to heart. If the Zhang family dared to retaliate again, he would crush them. Zhang Daqiang smiled broadly. Understood. "No next time. What right do you have to say that?" Lin Ruowan's pretty face was cold, and she sneered inwardly. A live-in son-in-law dares to show his claws, truly ignorant of the heavens and earth. "All right, we'll talk about your son later." Huang Zhendong dismissed the two to sit on the side. "I'm waiting for Brother Yi to dispel my bad luck." Zhang Daqiang quickly stepped aside. A burning eagerness flickered in Lin Ruowan's eyes. She wanted to see how Yi Fan would play his tricks, and at the same time, find an opportunity to expose him and take revenge through Huang Zhendong's hands. "Brother Yi, I've already smashed the Guangong broadsword into pieces and brought the protective talisman you gave me." Huang Zhendong, no longer paying attention to the two, coughed and spoke. "But I've still been having bad luck these past 2 days. What's going on?" Yi Fan looked at Huang Zhendong. "Let me see the protective talisman." Huang Zhendong quickly took it out. The talisman was still the same, but it was stained with food juice. Seeing such a miserable protective talisman, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Ruowan's mouth. He couldn't even bother to draw the talisman properly, yet he dared to come out and deceive people. Yi Fan took it and looked, then held Huang Zhendong's hand and turned the life and death stone. "You discarded the protective talisman, and it was contaminated with unclean things. Its power has decreased by more than half, so the protection it offers you is much weaker. Also, did you encounter a dead person in the past 2 days?" he pressed further. Huang Zhendong and several of his subordinates almost stumbled and fell to the ground with a clatter. They looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. "Brother Yi is indeed a master. How did you know I encountered a dead person?" Huang Zhendong was completely in awe of Yi Fan. "Yes, last night, as I was driving home from the Chamber of Commerce, less than 20 meters out of the gate, someone jumped from a high building and died right in front of me. A woman jumped with 2 children, and she was wearing red clothes. Rumor has it she borrowed 100 from a loan shark, paid back over 3 million, and still couldn't clear it, so, in despair, she jumped." He told Yi Fan what he knew. Lin Ruowan's eyes were disdainful. What was so special about knowing Huang Zhendong had encountered a dead person? Anyone could have just had someone tell him these past 2 days to know everything. A scam so easily seen through, only Huang Zhendong would believe it. Zhang Daqiang also smiled dismissively. "It's this resentful qi that changed your fortune." Yi Fan looked at Huang Zhendong and said calmly, "The killing intent of the Guangong broadsword has stopped, but the protective talisman is not enough to dispel the baleful aura on you. And you were unlucky enough to encounter a woman in red who jumped to her death, inadvertently absorbing that breath of resentful qi. That breath of resentful qi was the last straw that broke the camel's back, precisely condensing the baleful aura on you into a tangible form. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a red line on your body." His sharp eyes fixed on Huang Zhendong's abdomen. "Come on, can you stop?" Do you really think you're a master? Hearing this, Lin Ruowan could no longer contain herself. She stood up and shouted, what resentful chi? What tangible form? What red line? Can you stop blathering without bounds? It's the 21st century now, and you still talk about baleful aura taking shape. Besides, I've investigated you. You're just a poor boy, a live-in son-in-law. How could you possibly know anything about physiognomy or feng shui? President Huang is too polite to expose you, but I will never let you deceive him. She turned to Huang Zhendong. President Huang, I'm not deliberately targeting him. I'm just blunt and really can't stand it anymore. This kid is playing tricks. Don't believe him. Your bad luck these past few days is just a coincidence. Lin Ruowan tore Yi Fan apart, completely feeling immensely satisfied as her anger over her son being brutalized found release. Shut up. The moment the words left her mouth, Huang Zhendong roared at Lin Ruowan. What the hell do you know? President Huang, please calm down. Ruowan meant no harm, she's just outspoken. Zhang Daqiang quickly stepped in to smooth things over, casting a glance at Yi Fan. Please forgive us, President Huang and young Master Yi. Zhang Daqiang had done many shady deals, so he never believed in karma, and thus scoffed at feng shui and the like. Initially, he thought a live-in son-in-law who could earn Huang Zhendong's regard and even injure his own son must have some ability. But now Zhang Daqiang felt very disappointed. If it was just a man like this, Huang Zhendong must have misjudged this time. How regretful that he had bowed and scraped to curry favor. Baleful aura taking shape, a red line killing people. Wasn't that nonsense? Lin Ruowan didn't want to clash with Huang Zhendong, but thinking that Yi Fan had been caught red-handed and still refused to admit it, she got angry. President Huang, we're doing this for your own good. He's definitely a fraud. Fraud my ass. There really is a red line on my body. Huang Zhendong slammed the table, then, without any hesitation, lifted his shirt, revealing a belly as pale as a plucked chicken. Zhang Daqiang and the others were struck dumb. On Huang Zhendong's abdomen, there was indeed a faint red line starting from his navel and spreading upward to his chest. How could this be? Their expressions shifted. Zhang Daqiang looked at Yi Fan with changed eyes. He knew this red line could not have been something Huang Zhendong told Yi Fan. Could Yi Fan really possess mystical powers? Huang Zhendong had no time to settle scores with Zhang Daqiang and the others. Instead, he turned anxiously to Yi Fan. Brother Yi, this red line is the blade curse, but I feel absolutely nothing. I thought it was just a bruise. He now admired Yi Fan immensely, and as a result believed he had been cursed. This red line is painless and numb because it's not yet time. Yi Fan squinted. Your bad luck these past 2 days. The protective charm could somewhat neutralize it, saving half your life. But this red line the charm cannot block. If you had come to me 1 day later, you'd be dead. Huang Zhendong was bewildered. This red line can kill. When the blade curse takes shape, it will split your belly open. Yi Fan pointed at the red line on Huang Zhendong's body. Once the red line reaches your heart, it will crack open like a ripe fruit. Hearing this, Huang Zhendong was startled, unable to believe as he stared at the red line on his abdomen. Lin Ruowan bit her red lip. How could it be that exaggerated? It's not a movie. It's probably just a bruise. I've never seen a wound move. Before Huang Zhendong could scold her, the red line suddenly shifted, extending an inch toward the heart. This change shocked Lin Ruowan and the others. Huang Zhendong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, grabbing Yi Fan's hand. Brother Yi, yesterday, I was blind and threw away the charm. I offended you, truly offended you. Please help me again. I don't want to die so young. I beg you. Yesterday, Huang Zhendong had scoffed at geomancy and physiognomy, but now he believed in them to the marrow of his bones. Don't worry. Since I came, it means I'll help you. Yi Fan said no more, had Huang Zhendong sit in the boss's chair, and then took out silver needles to sterilize them. Silver needles? Chinese medicine. President Huang, I think you should go to the hospital for a checkup, see if it's a bruise, or find the divine physician Sun Shinsho. Lin Ruowan stubbornly reminded, to avoid delaying the illness. Shut up or get out. Huang Zhendong silenced Lin Ruowan's nagging, then excitedly looked at Yi Fan. Brother Yi, are you going to control the needle with qi? Several lackeys also widened their eyes in excitement. Control the needle with qi. Yi Fan was taken aback. No. Although he had dabbled in both martial arts and medicine, he was still a novice with shallow foundations. He had to deliberate before inserting needles into acupoints, so how could he control the needle with qi? That can't be, Brother Yi. You can take on 500 opponents alone. That's at least the peak of the yellow realm. Huang Zhendong scratched his head. With that strength, you should be able to control the needle with qi. Tis taking on 500 opponents alone. Could I tell you it was because I ate too much ginseng fruit. Now that the ginseng fruit is digested, I can barely handle 100. Yi Fan irritably tapped Huang Zhendong on the head. Stop talking, settle down. I'm about to insert the needles. If my hand shakes and I miss the acupoint, something will go wrong. Huang Zhendong immediately behaved. Yi Fan took a deep breath, picked up the silver needle, and began piercing several acupoints on Huang Zhendong's body. Taiji Divine Needle Second Form, 8 trigrams, break the curse. Yi Fan moved very slowly, taking 3 minutes to insert all 9 needles, but everyone hit the target acupoint. As the silver needles fell, the spread of the red line stopped, then began to fade. The red line is receding. The red line is receding. Several lackeys suddenly shouted in joy as if they had won a 300 million prize. They clearly saw the red line that had been advancing toward Huang Zhendong's heart gradually retreat toward his abdomen, then shrink into a dot and disappear. Huang Zhendong looked down astonished, and also noticed that the oppressive feeling was gone and the pain in his body had eased considerably. Zhang Daqiang was also dumbfounded. He had originally thought Yi Fan was playing tricks, but now realized his own narrow-mindedness. Brother Yi, thank you so much. I feel much lighter now. Huang Zhendong was overjoyed, but there's something I don't understand. Many of my brothers have Guan Yu's broadsword in their homes or shops. Why are they safe, while I have this calamity? He looked puzzled. That blade wasn't unearthed or a burial object. When they display the broadsword, they also offer a golden statue of Guan Yu. Yi Fan said calmly, with Guan Yu in control, the broadsword behaves. But you displayed only the blade without any suppression, so its edge naturally showed. Over time that sharpness formed a curse, and you fell victim. Huang Zhendong suddenly understood, so that's it. Nonsense. Lin Ruan still refused to acknowledge Yi Fan's skill. I don't believe that a live-in son-in-law knows such things. Before Huang Zhendong could erupt, Yi Fan squinted at Zhang Daqiang, who was not far away. President Zhang, when you were a child you hit your back on a hard object while swimming and nearly drowned, damaging your internal organs. Zhang Daqiang was momentarily stunned, not expecting Yi Fan to ask about him. Then he was shocked. Brother Yi, how do you know that? Lin Ruan was also startled. Is that true? If it weren't for her husband, she would have thought he was a plant. She didn't even know about this. Yi Fan smiled faintly. When you shook my hand just now, I took your pulse. Brother Yi is truly a capable man. No wonder President Huang appreciates you so much. Zhang Daqiang took over. That's right. My family was poor when I was young, and I started working on a sandboat at 12. I accidentally got hit in the back by an anchor and fell into the water, nearly drowning. It took me 3 months to recover and walk again, but there were no lingering effects. Huang Zhendong was even more amazed by Yi Fan. He didn't expect Yi Fan to be skilled in martial arts, curse-breaking, and medicine. Yi Fan smiled faintly. It's indeed no problem for your daily life. But from now on you should get more sun and keep warm. That accident not only made you infertile for life, but will also cause half-body paralysis in old age. He added a warning, if you often stay in damp places you'll end up in a wheelchair sooner. The entire room fell silent. Lin Ruan's pretty face changed drastically, and she snapped, what are you talking about? Don't speak nonsense if you don't understand. Old Zhang, let's go. This is just a charlatan talking gibberish. She pulled her husband toward the door. Shut up. Zhang Daqiang yanked his wife away and stared at Yi Fan in shock. You're saying I can never father a child? Yi Fan took a sip of tea. That impact caused varicose veins in the spermatic cord, leading to blood stagnation and obstruction of the seminal duct. Mr. Zhang, if you don't believe me, go to the hospital and get checked. Huang Zhendong chuckled. Brother Yi can pinpoint your childhood symptoms in one go. If you still don't believe his ability, you must be brain dead. The lackeys looked at Zhang Daqiang with sympathy. Zhang Daqiang said nothing, turning his gaze to Lin Ruan. At this moment, he was no longer nodding and bowing, no longer wearing a humble smile. Instead, his eyes were filled with ferocity and murderous intent. Thud. Lin Ruan panicked. Old Zhang, listen to me. Xiaojing really is your son. Zhang Daqiang kicked her away and strode out the door. Lin Ruan hurried after him. Huang Zhendong narrowed his eyes slightly. A dark and windy night, the night of murder. At 10:30 in the evening, Yi Fan left the shopping club. As he departed, Huang Zhendong gave him a consultation fee of 10 million yuan, marking the first fortune Yi Fan had ever earned in his life. Yi Fan understood Huang Zhendong's intentions. The generous payment was not only out of gratitude, but also a gesture of forging a connection. The martial arts physiognomy and medical skills Yi Fan had displayed convinced Huang Zhendong of his immense value. Yi Fan had initially been reluctant to forge too close a bond with Huang Zhendong, but knowing that reclaiming the Yunding Villa in the future would inevitably require dealings with him, he ultimately accepted the check. Returning to the Tang Villa, Yi Fan moved quietly and stealthily headed straight to the second floor. Just as he pushed open the door, he saw Tang Ruoxue emerging from the bathroom. A snow-white bath towel barely covered her vital parts. Yi Fan immediately caught sight of her incredibly straight, almost unbelievable legs. Women's legs more or less always have some imperfections. Too long, yet not straight, too pale with uneven skin tone, or even tone, but marred by small scars. But with Tang Ruoxue's legs, Yi Fan felt only a raw physical impact. Like lotus roots, white and flawless, yet nowhere near bloated. Yi Fan felt as if every breath he took was hot air. Back. Seeing Yi Fan appear, Tang Ruoxue was momentarily startled, instinctively tightening the towel, then relaxed. Are you all right? I thought you might have been arrested by the police since you were so late. She seemed casual, but a flicker of unease stirred within her. After all, Yi Fan had publicly broken Zhang Xiaojing's finger. I'm fine. Yi Fan's gaze followed her as she moved, only withdrawing it when she entered the inner room. Huang Zhendong stepped in, and the Zhang family dropped the matter. They won't come after me. Zhang Daqiang even apologized to me. That's a relief. Tang Ruoxue's eyes held concern. But this time you've incurred a huge debt of gratitude to Huang Zhendong. She knew all too well that the prestige of a man like Huang Zhendong came at a high price. The moment he stood up for Yi Fan, he would likely demand Yi Fan's very flesh and blood in repayment. I'll give you 100,000 yuan tomorrow, buy some expensive gifts for Huang Zhendong. Repay tonight's favor as much as you can. Tang Ruoxue sat up slightly. Yi Fan laughed heartily. Don't worry. I saved his life. Tonight's favor is more than enough to settle the score. Tang Ruoxue recalled the life-saving incident, most of her worry fading away. Yi Fan, if you really don't owe him anything, try not to have any further dealings with Huang Zhendong from now on. I don't want to visit you in prison. Getting too close to Huang Zhendong would inevitably lead to trouble. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce, though a business association, dealt in gray area trades. Okay. Yi Fan remembered something. By the way, why didn't you tell me about your funding issue? He had learned the situation. Tang Ruoxue had been played by the Baihua Bank. Originally a loan of 100 million yuan with a 3-year term, the bank had convinced her to repay it after just half a year and then refused to renew the loan, citing excessive business risk. This threw Tang Ruoxue into chaos. Her company was expanding production, and the withdrawal of 100 million in working capital severely disrupted normal operations. Tang Ruoxue scrambled to borrow from various sources, even offering triple the bank's interest rate, but her business partners all found excuses to refuse. Despite her efforts, there was still a shortfall of 50 million, which ultimately led to tonight's conflict. Tell you, what good would that do? 50 million. What could you possibly help with? Tang Ruoxue's pretty face instinctively twisted into a sneer. If you had even a shred of usefulness, I wouldn't have to toil like this every day. Yi Fan gave a wry smile. That was true enough. In his former self, even if he had known about Tang Ruoxue's difficulties, he would have been utterly helpless. All right, I have 10 million here that Huang Zhendong insisted on giving me. He pulled out the check and handed it over. Take it for now. 10 million. Tang Ruoxue was stunned, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. Huang Zhendong gave you 10 million. Yi Fan made up an excuse. Yeah, I guess he didn't want to owe me a favor either, so he bought off the life-saving debt with 10 million. I can't take this money, and you shouldn't accept it either. Tang Ruoxue kept a clear head. Don't you dare cash it, or you'll never be able to extricate yourself. Even if Huang Zhendong doesn't drag you down, the police will come after you for this money. Don't touch it. If you need money, I'll give you some. Her voice was icy as she warned Yi Fan, and she forgot about her spread legs, the pale whiteness of her skin stimulating his eyes. Yi Fan was taken aback. He wanted to convince her further, but seeing Tang Ruoxue's frosty face, he put the check away. I'll handle my company's problems myself. You should take care of your family matters in the next few days, and then find a job as soon as possible. Before, your mother was sick, and you needed to look after her every few days. Now that she's recovered, you have no excuse not to work. I'm not asking you to earn a lot, just be stable. She didn't want to see Yi Fan mopping the floor and cooking every day, nor did she want to see him pretending to be a miracle doctor and fooling people. So she hoped he would find something meaningful to do. Yi Fan nodded again. All right, I'll go see my mother tomorrow, and then find a job as soon as possible. After saying that, he grabbed his clothes and headed to the bathroom. As soon as he entered, his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw Tang Ruoxue's Buddha amulet hanging on the wash basin. A wisp of black aura coiled around it, refusing to dissipate. Seeing Tang Ruoxue combing her hair, Yi Fan silently took the amulet. The life and death stone spun on its own, radiating a fierce, killing intent. Yi Fan could sense its evil nature. Just as he was about to crush it, he noticed a face suddenly appearing on the mirror. Give it back. Tang Ruoxue, appearing behind him, suddenly shouted in anger and snatched the Buddha amulet from Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan was startled, trembling. He stared at Tang Ruoxue, who was breathing heavily, momentarily dumbfounded. He had never seen such an expression on her face before. She looked like a child whose favorite toy had been taken away. Shocked, furious, and even tinged with viciousness and ferocity. Then, holding the amulet in her hand, she suddenly calmed down, as if realizing her own overreaction. Looking at the astonished Yi Fan, a pang of guilt surged in her heart, like a child who had done something wrong. She wanted to apologize, but instead she stiffened her face and scolded, "Who told you to touch my things without permission? From now on, don't touch my belongings without my consent, or you can sleep on the 3rd floor. As she spoke, she clutched the amulet to her chest, as if it were a treasure. Ruoxue, this is truly an evil object. You must get rid of it immediately. Yi Fan stared at her, warning, otherwise you and everyone around you will be affected, and in the worst case, it could be life-threatening. He noticed that the black aura on the amulet was growing denser. Get out. Tang Ruoxue cut him off coldly. The next morning, Yi Fan rose early. After seeing Tang Sanghua and his wife off to work following breakfast, he prepared to return to the urban village. He wanted to check on Shun Biqin. With the gastric tumor cured and debts cleared, her adoptive mother's life should be easier, but Yi Fan still made a habit of visiting every few days. Having raised Yi Fan for 18 years, his adoptive mother's family had become his own. When Tang Ruoxue heard that Yi Fan was going to see Shun Biqin, she volunteered to accompany him for the first time. Yi Fan was surprised, but more so pleased. It meant Tang Ruoxue was slowly accepting him. After all, she had hardly ever met with his mother before. 20 minutes later, the old Audi arrived at Baishizu urban village. But Shun Biqin was not in the rental room. Yi Fan called her and learned she was at the nearby Xiaoyang vegetable market. So Yi Fan took Tang Ruoxua there. Along the way, countless eyes followed them as if they were a beauty and a beast. Soon they reached the bustling market filled with people, vendors hawking, and the vibrant energy of life. Yi Fan led Tang Ruoxua around, and soon spotted his mother in the eastern corner. She had rented a stall with a table out front holding 6 large aluminum kettles filled with various herbal teas she had brewed. 3 yuan per cup. The herbal tea was quite effective and a line of customers had formed. Shen Biqin was busily occupied. Mom, you haven't recovered yet. Why are you setting up a stall here? Yi Fan hurried over. If you collapse from exhaustion, it will be more trouble than it's worth. He picked up a kettle to help. I'm fine. Staying cooped up indoors is too stifling and medical expenses have been hefty this year. Shen Biqin smiled warmly. I just thought I'd brew some herbal tea to earn a little for groceries. Yi Fan sighed helplessly. How many times have I told you? I can handle the medical bills. You have your own struggles. Besides, as a live-in son-in-law, always taking money from the Tang family will invite gossip. Shen Biqin was understanding, and it would be unfair to the Tangs. Mom, Yi Fan hasn't taken money from the Tang family. The money he gives you is his own, and he has full authority over it. At that moment, Tang Ruoxua squeezed through the crowd with a smile. Feel free to use it. She put on a mask and began helping with the shouting. Tang Ruoxua, you're here. Shen Biqin was momentarily stunned, not expecting her appearance. Then she pulled a stool over. Ruoxua, sit down, sit down. This rough work isn't for you. Mom, it's fine. Tang Ruoxua said with a gentle smile. I can handle this. You're unwell, so you should sit and rest. Let Yi Fan and me sell the tea. She pressed Shen Biqin onto the stool. Ruoxua, you are truly a good girl. Shen Biqin sat down reluctantly, then gave Yi Fan a nudge. Why didn't you tell me Ruoxua was coming? I would have prepared a meal at home. Bringing Ruoxua here to suffer. How can you face her? Shen Biqin's kindness was unwavering. Yi Fan gave a wry smile. How was I to know you'd be selling herbal tea right after recovering? Tang Ruoxua laughed. All right, stop complaining. Let's sell the tea quickly and finish early so we can take Mom home. They then worked briskly. Tang Ruoxua greeted customers, Yi Fan poured the tea, and Shen Biqin collected the money. The presence of the beautiful Tang Ruoxua drew many more customers than usual, an almost endless stream. Seeing this, a warmth surged in Yi Fan's heart. This was the life he had dreamed of, a life worth guarding for all his days. But he still couldn't enter her heart. Brother Haigu was here. Suddenly a loud cry pierced the air, and the entire market fell silent. Yi Fan looked up to see 7 or 8 idle young men swaggering in through the market entrance. They looked menacing. The leader, Brother Haigu, chewed betel nut and cast a contemptuous gaze over everyone, as if this Cheong vegetable market was beneath his notice. Then a flat-topped young man produced a printed QR code and brandished it arrogantly at each stall as he passed. Yi Fan immediately recognized the money collector. It was his uncle's youngest son, Yi Hao. He wasn't surprised. Yi Hao had always been a scumbag, having beaten countless schoolmates. Out of 47 students in a class, 45 had been beaten by Yi Hao. The only one he dared not bully was the principal's son. Yi Fan had suffered his abuse since childhood. So seeing Yi Hao like this was nothing new. The stall owners, upon seeing Haigu and his crew, hurriedly scanned the QR code with their phones and entered the set amount. 500 per stall, and those with good business had to pay 1 or 2,000. With 120 stalls in the market, the gang would pocket 70 or 80,000 after a round. Tang Ruoxua asked, Mom, who are these people? Shen Biqin hesitated. They collect management fees. Yi Fan said flatly, management fees. They're just a bunch of scumbags extorting money. He saw through their scheme at once. Tang Ruoxua's lips twitched. Protection money. Oh no son, it's management fees. Shen Biqin waved her hands quickly. Fan or Ruoxua, don't get involved. Let me handle this. She opened her waist pouch, pulled out several red bills, then added 3 50s to make 500. Mom, you'd be lucky to earn 100 yuan from selling herbal tea all morning. Yi Fan frowned. And they want 500 for protection. And Haiga's lackey is Yi Hao. He still takes your money. In Yi Fan's eyes, even the worst scum should have some limits. Just then a fat pork stall owner argued with Haigu's men, only to be kicked to the ground by Yi Hao, who slapped him 4 times. The pork was overturned and trampled beyond recognition. It only ended when the owner's daughter handed over a pile of cash. Dare to mess with our 4C's Chamber of Commerce. You must be tired of living. Yi Hao roared arrogantly, even groping the pretty young daughter. He was outrageously presumptuous. Tang Ruoxua narrowed her eyes. They have no respect for the law. A sharp glint appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. Brother Haigu, catching sight of Yi Fan's defiant expression from afar, felt his authority challenged and led his men over. He glared at Yi Fan. What are you looking at, boy? Keep staring, and I'll smash your eyes. Got it. Yi Fan suppressed his anger, lowered his gaze, and poured himself a cup of herbal tea. Smart move. Old woman, nice business today with the herbal tea. Management fee, 1,000. Hand it over now. Haigu kicked over the stall sign. Don't make me angry with your nonsense. A few thugs helped themselves to cups of tea, spat them out after a sip. What garbage. Yi Hao stepped up beside Haigu, playing the bully. Second, aunt, you're selling tea here. Selling tea in this heat must be tough. With your health poor and just out of the hospital, you should rest more at home. Otherwise, if you collapse, my brother will worry. His smile was warm, not at all like a thug, but a concerned young man. Shin Bichin's lips trembled, unsure how to reply. Yi Fan's face turned cold. Yi Hao, don't go too far. Oh, my college graduate brother is back too. Yi Hao called out affectionately. You should have told me earlier. I'd have bought some cooked meat and warmed a jug of wine for a good drink with you. Look down on me, do you, eh? All right, since we're family, I'll make a decision for Brother Go. Today you pay 2,000. Yi Hao's smile grew even more guileless, as if he and Yi Fan were brothers. Brother Go, this is my second aunt. Do me a favor and charge 2,000, okay? Haigo laughed heartily. Fine, Yi Hao, for you 2,000 it is. Brother Go. Yi Hao, wait a moment. I'll get the money right away. Shin Bichin didn't want Yi Fan to clash with Haigu, fearing Tang Ruoxue would be dragged into it. I'll pay the 2,000. Yi Fan pulled out a check and handed it over. Impressive. Paying with a check. A rich man. Yi Hao, your brother's doing pretty well. Haigu took the check, glanced at it, and his laughter froze. 10 million Huang Zhendong. Seeing the black dog frozen in a daze, a few companions curiously gathered around. No sooner had they looked than their bodies trembled uncontrollably and they collapsed to the ground. They struggled to rise, but their legs still quaked uncontrollably. What awful luck, collecting protection money only to receive a check from the top boss. Yi Hao also wanted to take a look, but unfortunately the black dog had already stuffed it back into Yi Fan's hands. Brother Black Dog, 2,000 protection money is too little for you. At this moment, Yi Fan stepped forward, smiling at the black dog and his men. Take this 10 million as a small token of our sincerity. Hearing the check was for 10 million, many onlookers were instantly astonished, never expecting the son of the herbal tea seller to be so wealthy. Yi Hao was also shocked, realizing his waste of a brother had so much money. Could the Tang family truly value him so highly? Then he became ecstatic. Black Dog demanded 2,000 protection money, yet Yi Fan handed over 10 million. It was sheer madness. Black Dog would surely take the 10 million. Yi Hao brimmed with enthusiasm. Brother Black Dog, since my brother is so generous, do me a favor and accept the 10 million. He also glanced at Tang Ruoxue, thinking that the Tang family indeed had deep pockets. He mused that if he ever seized the Tang family's wealth, and Tang Ruoxue's life would be perfect. Yi Hao was elated, but Black Dog stood rigid, his mouth dry, and finally squeezed out, "Who are you?" Brother Dog, his name is Yi Fan, my aunt's adopted son. Yi Hao quickly clarified Yi Fan's identity. The live-in son-in-law of the Tang family. Yi Fan. Black Dog was shocked upon hearing the name. This kid was called Yi Fan. The next second, he fell to his knees with a thud. Brother, Brother Fan, we were wrong. Please give us a chance. Black Dog kowtowed repeatedly to Yi Fan, weeping bitterly and begging for forgiveness. Although Huang Zhendong had suppressed the news of the Four Seas chamber being swept, the core members still knew something of that battle. After all, 1 against 100. And Huang Zhendong had ordered the entire Four Seas chamber that no disciple of the inner or outer halls should provoke Yi Fan. Anyone who violated would be dealt with by family law. Thus the name Yi Fan was etched into the bones of the Four Seas leaders. Realizing that he had challenged Yi Fan himself and recalling the 10 million check from the president, Black Dog immediately understood he was courting death. Brother Dog, why are you doing this? Yi Fan pressed the check into Black Dog's hand. Get up and collect the protection money. Black Dog shoved it back as if burned. I can't accept it, I can't. Take it. No. The stall owners stared in disbelief. They had never seen someone offer management fees voluntarily, while Black Dog refused like a stuck pig. Brother Fan, I really can't accept it. I was truly wrong. Black Dog was on the verge of breaking down and slapped himself 4 times. Brother Fan, I'm sorry, I was blind to your greatness. This scene left countless onlookers utterly astonished. No one had expected the arrogant Brother Black Dog to be so terrified of Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue was also immensely surprised, her gaze toward Yi Fan gaining a hint of probing. Yi Hao was baffled. Brother Dog, why apologize to a waste? Slap. Black Dog knocked Yi Hao down with a slap and roared, shut up. How dare you speak to Brother Fan like that? Get on your knees now. Black Dog's indulgence toward Yi Hao had vanished. Yi Hao fell to the ground, his face pale, yet still unwilling to yield. Brother Dog, he's just a waste who became the Tang family's son-in-law through a marriage to ward off evil. Bang! Unexpectedly, as soon as Yi Hao finished, Black Dog stood up and kicked him violently. Then he delivered 2 resounding slaps, heavy and clear. Yi Hao writhed on the ground, screaming in pain, his cheeks swollen. Waste my ass. Black Dog forced down his own fear and anxiety. If you dare disrespect Brother Fan again, I'll kill you. The onlookers around were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Yi Hao felt his worldview shattered, but still shouted unwillingly, Brother Dog, he's really not some Brother Fan, he's just my aunt's adopted son. Are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? You bastard, still talking back. Black Dog trembled as he slapped him again. Brother Fan is no ordinary person. Not ordinary. Humph. He's been in our Yi family for over a decade. Whether he's a waste, I know better than anyone. Yi Hao, holding his swollen cheek, shouted defiantly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, tell Brother Dog quickly. You're my aunt's adopted son, a waste married into the Tang family to ward off evil, not some Brother Fan. He's mistaken. Otherwise, when he finds out the truth, you and Auntie will both be in trouble. He was angry at Yi Fan for just watching the show, not stepping forward to clarify, causing him to get beaten. "Any come out and testify too. You're not some big shot. Say it. You've made me suffer. Let's see how my parents deal with you." Yi Hao swore furiously to the heavens that he would get even with his aunt and Yi Fan. "Idiot, you're trying to get me killed." Black Dog, now even more enraged, grabbed a stool and smashed it viciously onto Yi Hao's body. With a crack, 2 of Yi Hao's ribs broke. Seeing Yi Fan's indifferent reaction, Black Dog rushed over and kicked him several more times. Blood gushed from Yi Hao's mouth and nose. He finally realized something was wrong. "Brother Dog, I was wrong. I won't say anything more." Black Dog grabbed Yi Hao by the collar and hissed almost inaudibly, "Brother Fan is a friend of President Huang. This check was given to him by President Huang. If you want to die, do it yourself. Don't drag me and my brothers down with you." President Huang. Yi Hao was stunned, unable to believe it. Yi Fan had lashed on a Huang Zhendong, a big tree. He said resentfully, "So he's riding on President Huang's coattails." Riding on President Huang's coattails. Black Dog, gritting his teeth, uttered the last sentence in a low voice. President Huang is afraid of him. Even though he forced himself to stay calm, the final words seemed to drain all his strength, making it hard for him to breathe. In an instant, Yi Hao was frozen in place from sheer shock. "Kneel, all of you kneel." Black Dog kicked all his followers to the ground, and they knelt in a neat row before the herbal tea stall. "Brother Fan, have a big heart and give us a chance." Black Dog kept kowtowing and pleading. "We'll never bother Auntie or you again." Several thugs echoed in unison, "Never again, never again." Only Yi Hao harbored a look of resentment. Though frightened, he was even more defiant. He still couldn't accept that Yi Fan, the one always bullied, had climbed above him and was now lording it over him. However, he didn't press further this time, or Black Dog would have stabbed him. "Give you a chance. Have you given anyone else a chance?" Yi Fan looked coldly at Black Dog. "If anyone so much as hesitated on the protection money, you'd either beat them or smash their stalls. Everyone here relies on their small businesses to feed their families, yet you bleed them dry. Did you ever give them a way out?" The market vendors cheered in unison. Tang Ruoxue watched Yi Fan with keen interest, a rare glimmer passing through her usually dim eyes. As Yi Fan stood before Black Dog, the oppressive aura emanating from him grew stronger, leaving Black Dog and his men gasping for breath. "Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I'm a beast, a brute. I'll never collect again." Black Dog's forehead was bleeding from kowtowing. "And I'll return all the money I collected this month to everyone." Seeing Black Dog and his men so terrified, Shun Biqing tugged gently at Yi Fan's sleeve. "Yi Fan, let it go. Let it go." Tang Ruoxue also leaned close to his ear. "Leave them some leeway. The other vendors still need to do business." Yi Fan stepped forward and looked at Black Dog. "Which hand did you use to try and touch my Ruoxue?" The kneeling Black Dog trembled all over and reluctantly extended his right hand. "Brother Fan, this one." Yi Fan said calmly, "From now on, use your left hand to eat." "Understood, understood." Black Dog's eyelids twitched. Then he pulled out a spring knife and without a second thought stabbed it through his palm. One stab, 2 holes. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Many nearby screamed. Shun Biqing and Tang Ruoxue also turned away. Yi Fan kicked Black Dog over. "Get lost." Clutching his bloody right hand, Black Dog hurriedly left. The Black Dog and Yi Hao's gang fled in disgrace. Yi Fan received cheers and applause from the entire market. The vendors who had been oppressed by the Black Dog's crew were grateful to Yi Fan for not only venting their anger, but also exempting them from management fees. Thus the crowd flocked to him, not only buying all his herbal tea, but also offering their own goods. Chickens, ducks, geese, fish, along with various vegetables and fruits instantly piled up the herbal tea stall. Yi Fan tried to return the favor, but the aunties and uncles scolded him for being disrespectful. Yi Fan and Shun Biqing had no choice but to accept reluctantly. They wouldn't need to buy groceries for half a month. Shun Biqing was in high spirits, radiant with unprecedented joy, and then led Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue home with a beaming smile. At noon, the table was set with 6 dishes and a soup enticing in color, aroma, and taste, allowing Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue to feast heartily. Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue stayed until after 5 o'clock before heading back to the Tang residence. But just as they reached the downstairs of their rental apartment, Tang Ruoxue received a phone call, then pulled Yi Fan into a BMW. During the drive, Tang Ruoxue informed him that her brother-in-law's family was treating them to dinner tonight. Brother-in-law Han Jianfeng's business had soared, he had just secured a major project, and his sister Han Sisi had also been promoted to department head, a double blessing. So the Han family invited Lin Xiuling and the others to dine at the Defuhao restaurant. Since Lin Xiuling and Tang Sanghua had matters to attend, they sent Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan as representatives. Upon hearing this news, Yi Fan felt reluctant. "Can I skip it?" The Rolex incident had caused Han Jianfeng and his wife great embarrassment, and Yi Fan feared they would target him harshly. Tang Ruoxue joked, "Brother-in-law and sister specifically requested your presence. If you don't go, they'll say the Tang family is rude. Besides, if you don't show up to draw their fire, won't I be the one they mock?" Yi Fan patted Tang Ruoxue's thigh in response. "You're sacrificing me to save yourself, huh?" The touch of the silk stockings was exquisite with a lingering warmth. Tang Ruoshue's body noticeably trembled, clearly resistant to a man's touch, yet she rarely refrained from shoving Yi Fan's hand away. She neither screamed nor got angry, instead she pretended not to notice staring ahead as she turned the steering wheel. Unconsciously, a hint of approval for this man began to grow within her. Yi Fan seized the moment to give her thigh a squeeze. Tang Ruoshue didn't react. He squeezed higher. Tang Ruoshue's eyelids twitched, but she remained silent. Yi Fan squeezed even higher. Have you had enough? Tang Ruoshue snapped at him. Yi Fan recoiled in shock. At 7 in the evening, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoshue appeared in the C-grade private room of De Fuhao. The private room was lavishly decorated with 3 large round tables capable of seating 30 people. The minimum cost per table was 8,000, showing that the Han family had spared no expense. The tables were already full with people chatting cheerfully. Tang Ruoshue led Yi Fan to greet everyone, but the Han relatives responded with indifference and impatience, leaving Tang Ruoshue disheartened. Han Jianfeng's parents, though hosts, were equally lukewarm, pointing to the seats by the door. Tang Fenghua and Han Sisi didn't even spare Yi Fan a glance. Yi Fan paid it no mind, pulling Tang Ruoshue to sit by the door. Tang Ruoshue rolled her eyes. You're really thick-skinned. Can you still eat in this atmosphere? Can't you have some pride and walk out? Yi Fan smiled faintly. We gave a gift, so we might as well eat a meal. Tang Ruoshue almost muttered the word loser again. Seeing everyone was present, Han's mother, draped in elegance, stood up with pride and arrogance. Today, Jianfeng signed a 30 million project with the Zhang's Chamber of Commerce, and Sisi has become the administrative director of a Five Lakes Group subsidiary. They owe their achievements to the encouragement of all the elders, brothers and sisters. Your father and I have prepared these tables to thank you for your support. Han's father rose with a hearty laugh. Everyone eat and drink well tonight. If you need anything, just ask. Mom, Dad, and all the elders, brothers and sisters. Han Jianfeng also raised his glass. No need for idle talk. I'll drink to you first. He downed it in one gulp. Jianfeng and Sisi are so capable, they'll soon soar. Don't forget us poor relatives then. Tisk so young and already achieving such success. Remarkable. A big project boss and a Fortune 500 executive. The Han family truly produces talents. The Han relatives enthusiastically toasted and praised. The eldest uncle, ninth grandpa, even pounded the table. A son should be like this. A son should be like this. Han Jianfeng, reeking of alcohol, said, Uncle, aunties, you flatter me. No matter how successful my sister and I become, we are still one family, inseparable. Han Sisi also raised her delicate face. If you ever need anything, just speak up. My brother and I will never let you down. The Han siblings spoke grandly, pleasing the relatives, who then showered them with more praise. Han's father and mother beamed with pride beyond words. Well, Tang Fenghua suddenly looked at Yi Fan, who was burying his head in eating. Ruoshue, as your sister, I have to say you should spur your Yi Fan into action. Jianfeng is only 3 years older than Yi Fan. Though not a Forbes billionaire, he has a car, a house, and a company. But your Yi Fan accomplishes nothing and still depends on the Tang family for support. She wanted to vent her frustration over the Rolex incident. Don't you feel ashamed? I'm embarrassed for the Tang family. You can't blame Yi Fan, he tries hard. Han Jianfeng smirked. He's just limited in ability. Otherwise he wouldn't be a live-in son-in-law. Tang Ruoshue's expression darkened, but she wanted to speak, only to be stopped by Yi Fan shaking his head. Not full yet. Han's father and mother looked over, deep contempt in their eyes. Another man's son-in-law was a big boss, while Yi Fan relied on the Tang family's charity. How could they not despise him? Oh, so this is the Tang family's live-in son-in-law. He looks normal. How can he be so dim-witted? If he were smart, would he have torn up Jianfeng's antique calligraphy? I heard he bought a knockoff ginseng fruit as a birthday gift for his mother-in-law. Luckily Jianfeng discovered it and stopped it in time, or it would have been a disaster. And he bought a fake Rolex to show off in front of relatives. So vain. The birthday banquet incident and the Rolex conflict had been deliberately embellished by Han Jianfeng, turning the truth upside down among the Han relatives. Tang Fenghua didn't bother to explain. Tang Ruoshue's face flushed with anger. It's not like that. If you can't do anything, just stay low-key. Don't always make the Tang family clean up after you. Han's ninth grandpa, relying on his seniority, scolded Yi Fan, be down to earth, don't aim too high. Yi Fan, while gnawing on a chicken leg, nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Han Sisi shot Yi Fan a glance, her delicate face filled with arrogance and disdain. Sisi, now that you're a director, see if the Five Lakes Group needs any odd job men. Let Yi Fan in for some work so he can earn a living. Tang Fenghua came up with a suggestion, actually to mock him. We're all family, I'll lend a hand if you can. Fenghua, what are you saying? Han's mother was haughty. Sisi works at the Five Lakes Group, a Fortune 500 company. How could they nepotism? Exactly, Mom is right. Five Lakes is a big corporation. Even though I'm an administrative director overseeing a dozen people, I can't just stuff anyone in. Han Sisi looked at Yi Fan contemptuously. In our company, even the janitors need a bachelor's degree. Someone like Yi Fan can't be squeezed in. In her eyes, Yi Fan was a hopeless mess. Come work with me. Han Jianfeng waved his hand. I'm cooperating with Zhang's on a Disney project. It's a huge undertaking, and I need plenty of hands. Yi Fan, come to Disney tomorrow and do some bricklaying. I'll give you 5,000 a month. Tang Fenghua wore a teasing smile. Yi Fan, don't you want to thank your brother-in-law? Huh. Yi Fan put down his chopsticks looking slightly surprised. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Did you say something? Han Jianfeng. Han relatives. What's wrong with you? Your brother-in-law kindly arranged a decent job for you, and you didn't hear a word. Han's ninth grandpa bellowed. Are you deaf? Tang Ruoshue's cheeks burned, but she was stopped by Yi Fan's hand on hers. Yi Fan still ignored them, continuing to eat and drink. He had put 2,000 in the red envelope. If he didn't eat plenty, he'd be losing out. All he knows is eating and eating. Elders say so much, and he doesn't even respond. Don't blame him, he rarely gets to eat at a big hotel. Now that he's here, he's going all out. The Han relatives scolded Yi Fan for being disrespectful. Han Sisi also crossed her long silk-stocking legs, sneering at Yi Fan. Tang Ruoshue's face was grim. If Yi Fan hadn't held her back, she would have flipped the table and left. Bang! The door suddenly burst open. Yi Fan, sitting in the corner, felt his arm knocked, and the chicken leg he was gnawing slipped to the floor. Then several unruly men in black barged into the private room. One of them, a long-haired youth with a small panda cigarette dangling from his lips, shouted at Han Jianfeng's family, "All of you get out. We want this room." Han Jianfeng slammed the table. "We haven't finished eating yet. Chairman Zhang of the Zhang family wants to sit here. Even the Jade Emperor would have to give face." The arrogant youth with the cigarette casually dismissed Han Jianfeng. "You won't give it." Chairman Zhang. Zhang Daqiang. Han Jianfeng and the others all knew exactly who Zhang Daqiang was, and their anger instantly dissipated without a trace. The relatives who felt offended also cowered, each aware that they couldn't afford to provoke Zhang Daqiang. "Well," Han Jianfeng awkwardly turned his face, looked around at the dozens of relatives, and said, "I think everyone has eaten enough. When we're done, we should pack up and leave. After all, President Zhang has given me a 30 million yuan project. The least we can do is grant him this courtesy. To be accommodating to others is to be accommodating to oneself." He was creating a way out for himself. Han's mother repeatedly nodded. We must. President Zhang is involved in major affairs. This meal is dispensable for us." Dozens of Han relatives hurriedly rose. The arrogant young man and his group at the door of the private room looked smug. "Brother-in-law, the desserts haven't even been served yet. Why are we leaving?" At that moment, Yi Fan looked up at the people by the door. "We are not vacating this room. Also have Zhang Daqiang come over and apologize." Yi Fan pointed at the chicken leg on the floor. "He ruined my chicken leg." The menacing men thought they had misheard and looked at Yi Fan as if he were a fool. Han Jianfeng and the others were also horrified. "Yi Fan, what nonsense are you talking?" Han Jianfeng scolded with a stern face. "Since when do you get to call the shots here? This is a Han family banquet, and I say we leave. And if you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag us into it." He then hurriedly said to the arrogant young man, "Brother, this is my mother-in-law's live-in son-in-law. He speaks without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Han Sisi also shouted sharply, "Yi Fan, I order you to apologize right now, or you can forget about carrying bricks at my brother's construction site." Yi Fan paid no attention to Han Jianfeng, but looked at the arrogant young man and said, 3 minutes, have Zhang Daqiang come over and drink 3 cups as a penalty. Tell him Yi Fan said so." Han Jianfeng and the others were all pale with fear. "Kid, who the hell do you think you are, daring to make President Zhang drink as punishment?" The arrogant young man stared sharply at Yi Fan. "Are you tired of living?" He was about to step forward to teach Yi Fan a lesson when a man wrapped in bandages came up from behind. It was the trenchcoat youth who had clashed with Yi Fan at the Summer Breeze Club. He recognized Yi Fan's face and instantly shuddered, his eyes filled with indescribable fear. He quickly whispered into the arrogant young man's ear a series of information. Yi Fan, kicking him flying, breaking Zhang Xiaojing's 5 fingers, addressing Huang Jindong as brother, combined to produce an unexpected effect. The arrogant young man's expression shifted uncertainly. He led his men out of the private room. "Yi Fan, you've brought great trouble." Han Jianfeng pointed at Yi Fan, disappointed. "When something happens, you bear it alone. Don't involve us." The Han relatives also glared at Yi Fan. Tang Ruoshue's brow slightly furrowed. Oh, she wanted to scold Yi Fan as usual, but ultimately chose silence. "President Zhang, over here." Soon footsteps sounded at the door again. Zhang Daqiang, looking haggard, appeared with over a dozen men. The Han family instinctively stood up, their hearts in their throats. Han Jianfeng quickly distanced himself. "President Zhang, we don't know Yi Fan well." "Not well. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. I offended you." The next scene dumbfounded Han Jianfeng and the others. Zhang Daqiang rushed to Yi Fan's side, shook his hand, and apologized with trepidation. "My subordinates were rude. I apologize on their behalf and drink 3 cups as penalty. I hope all grievances can be forgiven." He had someone bring a bottle of Mao Dai and personally poured 3 large glasses. "You do need to learn a lesson," Yi Fan said calmly. "As a big boss, you have no vision at all." The Han Jianfeng family was stunned, never expecting Yi Fan to lecture Zhang Daqiang like that. What made them even more incredulous was that Zhang Daqiang nodded like a schoolboy. "Brother Yi is right, my vision is too narrow. I need to learn a lesson. Please guide me in the future, Brother Yi. I'll down these." Zhang Daqiang picked up the 3-ounce glass and drank the 3 glasses of Mao Tai in one go. The arrogant young man and his men also poured drinks and drank up. The private room fell into dead silence. Han Sisi and the others looked grim. 3 glasses of high-proof liquor made it clear that Zhang Daqiang was genuinely apologizing, not just going through the motions. This made them uncomfortable. Why? Yi Fan said lightly, all right, this matter is over. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your magnanimity. Zhang Daqiang smiled broadly, then said respectfully to Yi Fan, Brother Yi, may I have your number? I have something to ask you another day. Yi Fan didn't need to ask what he wanted to inquire about. It was definitely about whether his vast deference could be treated. He took a tissue and wrote a number on it. Thank you, thank you. Zhang Daqiang treasured the tissue, folded it carefully, and tucked it into his pocket. Then he smiled and called out to the Han family, sorry for disturbing you all. This meal is on me. Several core members of the Zhang family also bowed and scraped, showing indescribable deference and fear. Yi Fan nodded slightly and go on out. His casual manner, as if Zhang Daqiang were his lackey, was unacceptable to the Han family. Tang Ruoxue straightened her back imperceptibly. She felt vindicated. Brother Yi, let's meet again another day. Everyone, I take my leave. Zhang Daqiang laughed heartily and left with his core team. Silence reigned again. Han's mother and the others all looked grim, their faces burning. They had just called Yi Fan away, telling him to go carry bricks at the Zhang construction site, and now he was a guest of honor at the Zhang family. Zhang Daqiang had drunk 3 cups as a penalty. The slap in the face was truly painful. Han Jianfeng was deeply distressed. He had always been the one to suppress Yi Fan, but today he was obliterated. This was even more painful than the humiliation at Lin Xiuling's birthday banquet. After Zhang Daqiang and his men disappeared, the private room remained silent, the atmosphere awkward. Han's mother and the others found no pleasure in eating. Tang Ruoxue, however, had a good appetite, drinking 2 bowls of dessert. But she was kind-hearted and didn't turn around to mock the others. Yi Fan, how did you fool Zhang Daqiang? Tang Fenghua couldn't hold back. I'm telling you, he's not someone to mess with. If you've deceived him, you'd better come clean. Otherwise you'll not only harm yourself, but also drag us innocent people into it. She warned Yi Fan, his wine isn't so easy to drink as a penalty. In her view, Zhang Daqiang must have been fooled by Yi Fan to act this way. How could Yi Fan be better than her own husband? Yi Fan, while eating lobster, nodded repeatedly. I understand, I understand. Han's mother also disliked Yi Fan overshadowing her son. Know your own worth. Zhang Daqiang is not someone to play tricks on. Yi Fan spat out a shrimp shell. Yes, yes, yes. Be careful, Han Sisi said with a curl of her lip. Even if your friendship with Zhang Daqiang is genuine, you have nothing to boast about. Zhang Daqiang is shady. Hanging out with him as a brother might get you nothing but trouble. You could lose half your head. It's not like decades ago. Clean money is the only way to last. Zhang Daqiang won't last long. She looked at Yi Fan with disdain. If you want to bring honor to your ancestors, you need to join a big company. Han's mother nodded. Right, times have changed. Crooked paths don't last. Big companies are the way to go. Han Jianfeng felt awkward, as he had also subcontracted a project from Zhang's company, but he kept silent to curb Yi Fan's arrogance. Stick to the right path. Han Sisi continued to lecture Yi Fan. When you achieve half of what I have, you'll have brought face to the Tang family. She stopped mid-sentence as a group of well-dressed men and women appeared in her view. Among them was a familiar face. Han Sisi left Yi Fan and excitedly walked to the door, calling out to the well-dressed man in front, Hello, President Lin. Yi Fan turned his head to look. It was Lin Baishan. Dressed fashionably, with pointed leather shoes and narrow pants, wearing an Armani jacket. Effeminate, but wealthy with a strong presence. Only the bandages on his head and hands made him look somewhat comical. Hearing Han Sisi call out, President Lin, Han's father and mother instinctively stood up to greet him. President Lin, what a coincidence. I never expected to meet you here. Han Sisi softened her demeanor, her arrogance turning into warmth. I've always wanted to thank you for your guidance, but never had the chance. I wonder if President Lin would give me the opportunity today to treat you and your friends to a meal. The Han relatives nodded inwardly, acknowledging Han Sisi's proper conduct. Sisi. Lin Baishan glanced casually over the Han family, then his eyes fell on Yi Fan, who was eating lobster. He froze, seemingly surprised to meet Yi Fan here. His cold, proud face instantly warmed. Seeing Lin Baishan stride in, Han Sisi was even more delighted. President Lin, thank you for the honor. Mom, this is the general manager of Wuhu Group's Zhonghai branch and my benefactor. Han's mother and family were beaming with pride. Han Jianfeng also lifted his chin, proud of his sister. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to shake hands. But Lin Baishan ignored the Han family, walked past them, and came before Yi Fan, saying respectfully, Young Master Yi. Master Yi. A respectful voice, neither too loud nor too soft, struck Han Sisi's parents like a thunderbolt. Han Sisi's face turned pale, as ugly as it could be. Han family relatives also stared at Yi Fan in shock. Master Yi, when did you arrive? Han Sisi exclaimed in disbelief. President Lin, you know Yi Fan. Lin Baishan ignored her completely, merely smiling warmly at Yi Fan. Hello, Master Yi. Hello, sister-in-law. I never expected to meet you here. It's truly my honor. Confirming that they knew each other and that Lin Baishan was so respectful to Yi Fan, Han Jianfeng's family was completely stunned. Han Sisi's mouth silently opened wide. None of them ever imagined that Yi Fan would know their immediate superior and that it was Lin Baishan. Tang Ruoxue had a poor impression of Lin Baishuan, but out of politeness, she nodded slightly. Hello, President Lin. Yi Fan, however, showed no mercy, tossing the shrimp shell onto the table. Is there something? For someone who had tried to harass Tang Ruoxue, Yi Fan would not forgive him just because of a broken hand. Master Yi, I was wrong last time. I've been wanting to find an opportunity to apologize, but never had the chance. Sensing Yi Fan's hostility, Lin Baishuan's heart trembled, and he bent at the waist. Tonight, I wonder if Master Yi could do me the honor of letting me, Lin Baishuan, treat you to a meal. He had already inquired and learned that Yi Fan was the lifesaver of Song Hongyan's daughter, and Song Hongyan had even knelt to thank him. Thinking of his actions towards Tang Ruoxue in the Western restaurant, Lin Baishuan wished he could slap himself to death. So upon seeing Yi Fan, he wanted to make amends. At the same time, he wanted to latch onto a powerful figure. If he truly built a good relationship with Yi Fan, he would have a chance to enter the core circle, transforming from one of the 18 Arhats to one of the 8 great Vajras. Yi Fan originally wanted to refuse directly, but Tang Ruoxue gently tugged at him, signaling him to give the other party some face. Another day, I'm full tonight. Yi Fan held back the words, telling him to get lost, wiped his hands with a tissue, and stood up. Leave a business card. When I have time, and remember, I'll let you treat me to that meal. Thank you, Master Yi. Thank you, Master Yi. Lin Baishuan quickly took out a business card and handed it respectfully to Yi Fan. I sincerely hope, Master, you will give me a chance to make amends. Yi Fan grunted in acknowledgement and casually put it in his pocket. Han Sisi and her family almost spat blood at the sight. The Lin Baishuan they had tried every means to please was like an ant in Yi Fan's eyes. The gap was truly enormous. Han Sisi felt even more miserable. Shouldn't a loser always be a loser? Why should he get a turnabout? And repeatedly at that. She was about to cry. I won't disturb your meal anymore. I won't disturb your meal anymore. Lin Baishuan tactfully straightened up, then smiled at Han Sisi. Sisi, why didn't you tell me earlier that Master Yi is your relative? Seemingly a complaint, but actually containing a hidden meaning, Han Sisi's eyes lit up. Yi Fan casually extinguished her thoughts with a single sentence. We're not close. Ruoxue, let's go home. Then he took Tang Ruoxue's hand and left the room. Understood, understood. Lin Baishuan nodded repeatedly, then respectfully saw Yi Fan off. Han Sisi's expression was very gloomy, and she looked at everyone awkwardly. This was entirely self-inflicted. She thought she had done well enough. 2 years after graduation, she had become a supervisor with a monthly salary of 500, so she felt qualified to look down on Yi Fan, that useless waste. But now compared to him, it meant nothing. And her humiliation of Yi Fan might cause her to be kicked out by Lin Baishuan. Grandpa Nine slapped the table again. That's the kind of son one should have. That's the kind of son one should have. After leaving the mansion, Tang Ruoxue shed her reserve and happily hugged Yi Fan. For the past year, she had been subjected to ridicule in front of various relatives, but tonight she received gazes of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Thus, she became much more affectionate towards Yi Fan. However, she quickly came to her senses and hurriedly moved away from him. Yi Fan didn't let her go. He grabbed her hand, and although Tang Ruoxue tried to pull away, Yi Fan held it firmly. In the end, Tang Ruoxue could only let Yi Fan hold her hand. There was a qualitative change in their feelings. Just as they were about to get into the car and leave, they heard a commotion ahead. Oh no, someone has fainted. Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan were startled and ran towards the crowd not far away. Soon they arrived at the center of the incident, where an old man with white hair lay on the ground, about 60 years old, extremely emaciated. His facial features in particular looked like a skeleton, giving a ghostly impression at night. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, his body curled up, and he was trembling slightly. A girl in a Givenchy shirt with a delicate face knelt anxiously beside him. She was on the phone calling an ambulance, shouting the address, frantically telling them to come quickly and save the person. Then she shouted to the onlookers, "Is there a doctor here? Is there a doctor who can give first aid to my grandfather?" The old man's face was slowly turning black, and the rise and fall of his chest were weakening. Anyone could see that the situation was not optimistic. It was likely that the person would not survive until the ambulance arrived. Hearing the girl's cry, the onlookers instinctively stopped filming with their phones and scanned the crowd to see if there were any medical personnel. A few people showed hesitation in their expressions, but ultimately did not step forward to help. In this day and age, one did not seek merit, but only to avoid blame. Ugh! Suddenly the old man hugged his shoulders, shivering violently, his expression growing more painful. The Givenchy girl became even more anxious, looking around the crowd and shouting, "Who can help my grandfather? I'll give him 100,000, no 1 million. The crowd gasped. This girl was really generous. I'll go take a look. Seeing the old man's critical condition, Yi Fan prepared to step forward. Tang Ruoxue quickly grabbed him. What are you going for? Want to get that 1 million? Yi Fan said in a low voice. No, I want to save him. Tang Ruoxue scolded him irritably. You've only watched a few health programs and by luck saved Cece. Do you really think you're a miracle doctor? Yi Fan tried to explain. No, Ruoxue, the patient is in bad shape. Let me see if I can help. What help can you give? Luck won't favor you every time. Tang Ruoxue held Yi Fan back. Besides, look at the patient's clothes. He's either rich or noble. Treating someone like that, if you succeed, the reward is big, but if you make a mistake, it's not just a simple apology. You might even lose your life. So, I don't want you to get involved in this messy business. Having finally changed her view of Yi Fan, Tang Ruoxua just wanted him to live a steady life, though only then could they have a future together. Ruoxua, don't worry, I won't recklessly try to save people. Yi Fan knew what she was worried about. I'll just take a look. Tang Ruoxua's face turned cold as frost. You're not allowed to go. If Yi Fan were a genuine doctor, Tang Ruoxua wouldn't have stopped him. But Yi Fan was just someone who had watched Chinese medicine lectures. He hadn't even obtained a medical license. For him to join in the excitement was too risky. One careless move could lead to being accused of murder. At this moment the old man groaned in pain and the Givenchy girl wiped her tears and shouted, "Is there a doctor?" Ruoxua, I'll explain later. I have to save him now. Yi Fan broke free from Tang Ruoxua's grip and pushed through the crowd shouting, "Let me take a look." Tang Ruoxua stamped her foot in anger. Yi Fan, are you a doctor? Please take a look at my grandfather. The girl in the Givenchy dress, grasping at straws, pulled Yi Fan down. If you save him, I'll give you $1 million. Yi Fan examined the old man closely. In just a short while the old man's eyes were bleeding, his throat was red and swollen, and the corners of his mouth were cracked. Without a word, Yi Fan reached out and took hold of the old man's wrist. The life and death jade turned once. Status toxin spreading, organs failing. The old man's condition was instantly clear. Though Yi Fan possessed 2 shimmering white lights that could instantly revive the old man, he was reluctant to use them. Instead, he aimed to accumulate more white lights through his medical skills. He pulled out the acupuncture case he always carried, took 3 silver needles, swiftly disinfected them, and then inserted them into the unconscious old man's body. The Tai Chi Divine Needle 6th form. 4 symbols, transforming poison. His technique was not yet refined, but his needling was swift. With a flick of his wrist, the silver needles descended one after another with a whoosh. The points Xiaohai Tsuza and Che eyes trembled instantly. 3 needles sealed the poison. The old man grunted and his agonized expression ceased. The bleeding from his eyes and the swelling subsided. Yi Fan did not pause. He picked up the 4th, 5th, and 6th needles. Just then the crowd stirred again as Han's parents passing by pushed their way in to see what was happening. Seeing Yi Fan trying to save someone, Han's father blurted out, "The loser knows medicine." Han's mother, who had been severely humiliated by Yi Fan that evening and felt her family's face had been slapped, was filled with hatred for him. Thus she sneered venomously. If he knows medicine, pigs can climb trees. He's definitely showing off. Kid, be careful. Don't kill someone, or you'll end up in jail. Yi Fan ignored the Han couple and calmly inserted 3 more needles. The points Tsuchi Higu and Kneading quivered. 3 needles concentrated the poison. The toxin spreading through the old man's body surged like a tide toward his abdomen. Hearing the Han couple's words, the Givenchy girl was startled and instinctively asked Yi Fan, "You're not a doctor?" "If he's a doctor, then I'm Hua Tu." Before Yi Fan could respond, Han's mother sneered contemptuously at him. "His name is Yi Fan, the live-in son-in-law of the Tang family. No job, eats soft rice. Do you think any hospital would hire him? She sowed discord. Letting him mess around like this, your grandfather might die from his treatment." Tang Ruoxua, who had pushed through the crowd, frowned. "And he have some decency." Though Tang Ruoxua also doubted Yi Fan's medical skills, seeing him rush to save someone without hesitation, she held back her complaints. "I'm doing this for his own good. I'm warning him that just because he knows a few people doesn't mean he's invincible and can do everything." Han's mother stared at Yi Fan with a sarcastic tone. "If he causes a death, not even the gods can save him." "What? You're not a doctor?" The Givenchy girl's face changed drastically. She yanked Yi Fan away and shouted, "If you're not a doctor, why are you messing with my grandfather?" At the same moment, the old man's body began to convulse violently, coughing uncontrollably, his chest heaving. Han's mother exclaimed gleefully, "He's dying, he's dying." "Shut up. Grandpa, what's wrong?" The Givenchy girl held the old man and cried out, "Doctor, is there a doctor?" Yi Fan nearly stumbled, but steadied himself and said, "He needs 3 more needles. If I can insert them, he'll be half recovered." "Get lost." The Givenchy girl fumed. "I'm telling you, if my grandfather is fine, fine. But if anything happens, I won't let you off." Han's mother poured oil on the fire. "Call the police and arrest him. I can testify that he practiced medicine without a license." If Yi Fan were thrown in jail, she could finally sleep soundly. Tang Ruoxua ran up and pulled Yi Fan away. "Yi Fan, forget it. Don't meddle. No, he needs 3 more needles, or something bad will happen." Yi Fan broke free from Tang Ruoxua, dodged the Givenchy girl's interception, and swiftly inserted 3 needles into the old man's body. Rivers surged, dark waves rolled, forcing the dragon from its lair. Just as Yi Fan was about to insert the last needle, the Givenchy girl rushed over and knocked the silver needle away. "Bastard!" she roared, "what are you doing? Are you trying to kill my grandfather?" As she spoke, the old man's stomach gurgled loudly, his body trembled, and his head jerked up. The next second, he let out a loud puff and vomited a large amount of food. After vomiting, the old man gradually recovered. His face was no longer black, and his breathing became smooth. Yet Yi Fan's expression remained grim. The toxin had been neutralized, but the source of the poison had not been expelled. Danger still lurked. "Get away." The Givenchy girl shoved Yi Fan hard, pointing at his nose and cursing, "I'm telling you, if anything happens to my grandfather, I'll make your life hell." Yi Fan frowned slightly. This woman was not only ungrateful, but also incredibly rude. Tang Ruoxue pulled Yi Fan back a few steps. Just then an ambulance arrived. Several medical staff rushed over. They quickly attended to the old man, and soon determined it was heat stroke. After administering oxygen, the old man slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a long, turbid breath, and his vital signs gradually returned to normal. It was clear to everyone that the immediate danger had passed. Doctor, thank you so much. Seeing her grandfather improving, the Givenchy girl was overwhelmed with gratitude toward the medical staff. Thank goodness you arrived in time, or my grandfather would have been in danger. I'll reward you handsomely. The medical staff waved off her thanks, then placed the old man on a stretcher to take him to the hospital for further examination. Yi Fan hurriedly called out to the Givenchy girl, Miss, your grandfather has been poisoned. He still needs one more needle to eradicate the source of the poison, or else. Poisoned? The Givenchy girl was furious. You liar. You jabbed my grandfather with needles. I'll beat you to death. She had eaten with her grandfather, and she was perfectly fine. How could he be poisoned? The girl swung her palm toward Yi Fan's face. But before the slap landed, Tang Ruoxue grabbed her wrist. Miss, Yi Fan was only trying to help. When no one else stepped forward, he went to save your grandfather. You don't have to thank him, but there's no need to hit him. If your grandfather is harmed, you can call the police. Hitting people solves nothing. Mid-sentence her tone suddenly changed, and she exuded an irresistible authority. And who do you think you are? How dare you hit my husband? I may look down on him, but that doesn't mean an outsider like you can bully him. Tang Ruoxue was unprecedentedly fierce. If your grandfather suffers because of Yi Fan, will take full responsibility, even if it means 2 lives for 1. She was like a tigress protecting her cub, leaving Yi Fan momentarily stunned. This was the first time Tang Ruoxue had so unequivocally defended him. The Givenchy girl was also taken aback by Tang Ruoxue's fierce demeanor. Then she angrily wrenched her wrist free. You'd better hope my grandfather is fine, or I'll make you both pay with your lives. She strode quickly toward the not-too-distant ambulance. Han's father and mother gloated at Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue turned around and kicked Yi Fan. I told you not to meddle, but you wouldn't listen. Yi Fan rubbed his sore calf, but his heart was blooming with joy. He felt her concern. Han's mother looked at him smugly. Loser, pretending to be a miracle worker, you hit a wall, didn't you? Han's father also sneered. Miracle doctor. Uncle, you had kidney disease when you were young and didn't get proper treatment, so your kidney function has always been poor. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. You go to the bathroom frequently at night. Han's father was stunned. How? How do you know? Yi Fan ignored him and continued. Your liver is weak, you have a hot temper, you often lose your temper, and you have severe fatty liver. Han's father looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. Yi Fan didn't stop. He turned to the gloating Han's mother. Auntie, you've been feeling unwell lately, haven't you? Han's mother's eyelid twitched. What's it to you? If I'm not mistaken, you've had a fever, headaches, and joint pain for the past 2 weeks. Yi Fan finished his diagnosis in one breath. You have rashes in some places on your body, right? Han's mother's face changed. How is that possible? How could you know? Yi Fan said calmly. Your illness is not hard to treat, but you need timely treatment or it will harm both yourself and others. Han's father instinctively pressed. What illness is it? In ancient times it was called flower willow, now it's called plum blossom. Yi Fan smiled, then strode away. Han's mother was terrified. You. Before she could react, Han's father slapped her across the face. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue returned to the Tang residence. Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling had already retired for the night, so the young couple moved with subdued caution. Though Yi Fan still fretted over the old man's condition, the Givenchy girl had dismissed him as a charlatan, forcing him to set the matter aside for now. Perhaps because the root cause remained unaddressed, he noticed that the white patches had not increased, still 2 in number. Yi Fan was the last to bathe. After drying his hair and doing the laundry, he pushed open the bedroom door. He found Tang Ruoxue still awake, watching a video under the glow of a desk lamp. Tang Ruoxue, curled up in bed, was dressed casually. A white silk camisole nightgown draped over her, like rippling water, exuding an extraordinary softness. Most of her fair skin was exposed, and faintly the edge of black lace could be seen along her outer thigh. Yet the moment she spotted Yi Fan enter, she yanked the blanket over herself, concealing all that springtime allure. On the other end of the video was a woman with an oval face sitting cross-legged on a sofa. Her legs were pale and traced tantalizing curves. Yi Fan recognized her. Zhao Xiaoye, a distant cousin who kept close ties with Tang Ruoxue and had always looked down on him. Oh, Ruoxue, you're fully recovered, so why haven't you divorced that good-for-nothing yet? Zhao Xiaoye caught a glimpse of Yi Fan. And you're letting him share the same bedroom. Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan. He's my lawful husband. If he doesn't sleep in my room, where else should he go? Oh, I remember. You said he sleeps under the bed. Zhao Xiaoye lifted her chin. But a man and a woman alone in one room is still a very bad influence. It's best if my brother doesn't find out about this, or he'll be displeased. She warned Tang Ruoxue. Yi Fan frowned slightly. He knew Zhao Xiaoye's brother Zhao Dongyang, a well-known rich second generation in Zhonghai. He had once been Tang Ruoxue's ardent suitor, repeatedly declaring in public that he would live and die for her. But as soon as he heard Tang Ruoxue had fallen gravely ill, he quickly left the country, as if afraid the Tang family would force him into a marriage to dispel bad luck. Zhao Xiaoya had also cut off contact with Tang Ruoxue for half a year, only recently reconnecting through some unknown means. I have nothing to do with your brother. What does it matter whether he's happy or not? Tang Ruoxue stretched languidly. Xiaoya, don't try to play matchmaker. No way. From the moment I met you, I've already regarded you as my sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaoya seemed to make a show of defiance toward Yifan. No one but my brother deserves to have you. A year ago, if he hadn't had to leave the country on urgent business, you would already be my sister-in-law by now. How could that trash have gotten his hands on you? Ruoxue, when are you going to divorce that loser? Zhao Xiaoya added, my brother will be back in a couple of days. He's definitely going to pursue you like crazy. Having that waste Yifan around will ruin your time alone with my brother. Divorce? Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yifan, a hint of petulance in her voice. We'll see. Yifan gave a bitter smile, knowing the woman was still angry. Zhao Xiaoya's pretty face showed displeasure. What do you mean we'll see? You have to divorce him, otherwise how can you marry my brother? How can you enter the Zhao family? Tang Ruoxue frowned. Xiaoya, there's really no chance between your brother and me. My brother is so outstanding, tons of women want to marry him. I'm only keeping him for you because you're my best friend. Zhao Xiaoya lifted her chin. Don't be so high and mighty. Tang Ruoxue leaned back against her pillow. Enough talk. I have a meeting tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep now. Alright, good night. Zhao Xiaoya said half jokingly, half seriously, but you need to stay chaste. Don't let Yifan take advantage of you. My brother will want to inspect the goods on his wedding night. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to protect you or Yifan. Tang Ruoxue frowned and ended the video call. Yifan dried his hair, took out his bedding, and laid down in silence. He wasn't very good at coaxing girls. Tang Ruoxue clenched her fists unconsciously. That bastard. He had almost caused a huge disaster tonight. Wasn't he going to say anything to her? Thinking of how Yifan had ignored her advice and got the Givenchy girl cursing him out, she felt an unspeakable anger. Tang Ruoxue told herself inwardly not to care about Yifan, but that surge of fury just kept rising, making her restless and irritable. She pulled open the inner room door and rushed out. Yifan, I want to lay down 3 rules. Yifan sat up. Go ahead. Tang Ruoxue lifted her face. First, from today onward, be more ambitious. Stop being regarded as a loser by everyone. Yifan's eyes softened. Okay. Second, put away your shallow medical skills. Don't harm yourself and others. Tang Ruoxue huffed. I know you're kind-hearted. Seeing a sick person reminds you of your mother, and you empathize and want to cure him. But you can't overreach. It will hurt others and bring trouble to yourself. She fixed a cold stare on Yifan. Promise me from now on don't practice medicine recklessly. Yifan nodded. Okay, I promise. But he knew he prescribed the right remedy, so it was far from reckless. Tang Ruoxue let out a sigh of relief. Third, find a proper job as soon as possible. I don't ask for a high salary, just that you have something meaningful to do. Yifan hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Fine. You agreed to this yourself. A hint of warmth appeared on Tang Ruoxue's pretty face. If I find out you've broken your promise, I'll go complain to your mother. She pursed her lips. Any objections? For the past year, Yifan had brought her nothing but shame and disappointment. In the last few days, she had finally glimpsed hope, and she didn't want him to seek attention with flashy stunts. Being down to earth was what Yifan should do. To that end, she carefully avoided mentioning the restoration of Yunding Mountain Villa, lest she provoke his pride and cause trouble. And if I do what you ask? Yifan chuckled and asked, what's the reward? Tang Ruoxue thought for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. What do you want? Yifan got a surge of adrenaline. I want to sleep with you. Beast. 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 Tang Ruoxue scolded him a few times, then slammed the door shut and went to sleep. What a beast. I was hoping you'd improve yourself, and all you can think about is sleeping with me. How shameless. Tang Ruoxue gnashed her teeth, wanting to tear Yifan apart 1,000 times, but she found that the old disgust was no longer there. I only meant to sleep in the inner room. Yifan lay down leisurely. Today was worth celebrating. Their relationship had taken a qualitative leap. Then he started thinking about Tang Ruoxue's capital shortfall of 50 million. Tang Ruoxue's predicament was his predicament. 50 million. Just thinking about that number gave Yifan a headache. Though he had earned over 10 million in the past week, it was still far from 50 million. It seemed he had to work hard to earn money. Yifan clenched his fist silently. Is the floor cold? Just then Tang Ruoxue's voice drifted from the inner room. Yifan blurted out, no. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he slapped himself twice. The next morning, after the 3 members of the Tang family left for work, Yifan quickly finished his household chores and prepared to go to the job market to find a job. Tang Ruoxue so hoped he would get a job, so he always needed to find work as a shield. But just as he was about to leave, Song Hongyan's call came in. Little benefactor, where are you? Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. Are you free now? Yifan's expression tensed. President Song, what's wrong? Is something wrong with Cici? Cici was the first person he had saved, and she was so young, Yifan didn't want anything to happen to her. Song Hongyan showed a trace of emotion. No, Cici's condition has stabilized, but she won't be in danger anymore. Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that Cici is fine. I'm free President Song, what's the matter? Yi Fan, don't call me President Song. Just call me Han Yen or Sister Yen. Song Han Yen smiled helplessly. You are Cece's benefactor. Calling me President Song is too distant. Alright, I'll call you Sister Yen then. Yi Fan hesitated for a moment. But don't call me little benefactor either, oh, just call me Yi Fan. Song Han Yen chuckled softly. Okay, I'll call you Yi Fan, or little brother. Little brother. Yi Fan looked embarrassed. Sister Yen, what do you need me for? It's like this, an elder of mine suddenly fell ill half a month ago. His stomach often churns painfully. Song Han Yen straightforwardly stated her purpose. He only feels better when he eats something cold. Once he eats hot food or drinks hot water, he becomes extremely distressed, and even faints. He went to many hospitals and saw many doctors, but there was no improvement at all. Instead, his nerves grew weaker. In less than half a month, he lost 20 kg in weight, and his spirits were at their lowest. Last night, he forced himself to go out for dinner, but ended up fainting in the parking lot, almost dying. Your medical skills are superb. You saved Cece twice, so I thought I'd ask you to take a look. Song Han Yen had absolute trust in Yi Fan. Would you be free to come with me? I can go take a look. Yi Fan agreed without hesitation, but I can't guarantee I can cure him. He knew well that if she weren't at her wit's end and the two families weren't close, Song Han Yen wouldn't have troubled him. Thank you so much. Song Han Yen was overjoyed. Yi Fan, send me your address. I'll come pick you up. After hanging up, Yi Fan slapped his forehead, remembering Tang Ruoshue's 3 rules. If she found out he was going to save someone, he would be in trouble. He reminded himself to coordinate their stories with Song Han Yen later. Beep beep. Soon a Ferrari stopped at the villa gate. The window rolled down, revealing Song Han Yen's stunningly beautiful face. She had shed the haggardness and despair from Cece's accident, radiating her original charm and color. It was like a wilted flower blooming anew. Her posture was elegant and slightly languid, half reclining against the seat. Yi Fan, get in. Her brows and eyes were like a painting. Her gaze was hazy like dust, yet rippled with a captivating allure that could astonish the world. Looking at the woman waiting for him, Yi Fan was slightly stunned, inexplicably feeling his breath quicken. During their previous 2 meetings, his attention had been focused on saving Cece, so he hadn't paid much attention to Song Han Yen. Now that he looked carefully, she was definitely a remarkable figure. He took a deep breath, grabbed a box of silver needles, and got into the car. The car was filled with a captivating fragrance, and Song Han Yen's legs were so fair, they made one dizzy. Should I say something to Miss Tang? Song Han Yen gave a bewitching smile like a night blooming cereus in full bloom, stunningly beautiful. No need, let's go. Yi Fan's breath quickened slightly, but then he circulated the Tai Chi scripture to suppress it. Song Han Yen glanced at him casually, noticing his calm expression and clear eyes with no trace of lust. She was quite surprised by Yi Fan's self-control. She was fully aware of her own charm. Across the entire Zhonghai, apart from a few old foxes, no one could resist her allure. What a special little man. Song Han Yen's interest grew even stronger. Then with an ouch, she tilted her body and fell toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan instinctively reached out and caught her, but Song Han Yen's soft right hand slipped into the space between his seat and the center console. A gentle squeeze. Yi Fan's body instantly stiffened. Song Han Yen leaned close to his ear, her red lips radiating warmth. I thought my charm had faded. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Ferrari drove into a serene, secluded estate. The estate was vast with many servants and guards. The architecture featured a hidden dragon absorbing yang, layout clearly belonging to a wealthy family. As Yi Fan followed Song Han Yen into the hall, he was even more shocked by the objects displayed around. The nearly 1,000-square-meter hall was a sea of antiques. Paintings, porcelain, battle swords, jade, and even mummies were present, worth at least 1 billion yuan. It was too extravagant. Ni Song, long time no see. What brings you here? Just as Yi Fan was curiously examining the surroundings, a cough came from the 2nd floor. Then several men and women appeared, escorting an elderly man. The old man was tall but thin, and due to his extreme weight loss, he looked like a bamboo pole. Yi Fan recognized him at once. It was the old man who had fainted at the entrance of the wealthy mansion last night. He silently marveled at how small the world was. Uncle Hua, I didn't want to come either. My daughter is still in the hospital. Song Han Yen chuckled lightly and led Yi Fan forward. But I heard your health is getting worse, so I brought Yi Fan to see you. The two families were clearly very close, so they spoke casually. Upon hearing that his health was deteriorating, the family members' brows showed a hint of sorrow. It was obvious to everyone that if the old man continued in this state, he would die within a month. You're thoughtful. The old man laughed heartily. But don't mourn for me. Life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in heaven's hands. I've seen through it all. By the way, how is Cece? Is her injury serious? The old man's words were full of concern. I just bought a few ginseng roots at auction. Take them back for Cece later. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Hua. Cece is fine as she's out of danger. Song Han Yen smiled radiantly and introduced Yi Fan. Yi Fan, this is Mr. Han Nanhua, the antique tycoon of Zhonghai. Uncle Hua, this is my younger brother and also a great benefactor, Yi Fan. He is the one who saved Cece. I brought him here today to have a look at you. She stated her purpose. Yi Fan saved Cece. Han Nanhua smiled and shook hands with Yi Fan. At such a young age to possess the art of bringing the dead back to life. A true young hero. Brother Yi, you've worked hard. Yi Fan quickly stepped forward. You're too kind, Mr. Han. A friend of Sister Yan is a friend of mine. At the same time, he turned the life and death stone. The situation was still the same as his diagnosis last night. Although he had used the 4 symbols detoxification to save Han Nanhua last night, the last needle was knocked away by the girl in Givenchy, causing him to miss the opportunity to force out the poison source in one go. After a night, the poison began to spread again in Han Nanhua, putting his life at risk. Oh, it's you again, you fraud. At that moment, a girl ran down from upstairs. It was the same girl in Givenchy from last night. She was shocked to see Yi Fan, then flew into a rage. You fraud. You almost killed my grandfather last night, and you dare to come to our house today. She pointed at Yi Fan and shouted, Guards. Guards. Arrest him and send him to the police station. Hanyue, what's going on? Do you know Yi Fan? Seeing the girl's fierce attitude toward Yi Fan, Song Hongyan was astonished. You say he's a fraud and a charlatan. Is there some misunderstanding between you? Han Nanhua waved his hand to stop the bodyguard. You err, this is your sister Song's guest. How could he be a fraud? Don't talk nonsense. He is a fraud. Han Yu glared at Yi Fan with fury. He nearly killed Grandpa last night. Several family members also wore skeptical expressions, all feeling that Yi Fan was too young to be a doctor. Han Yu rapidly recounted the events of the previous night, then fixed her gaze on Yi Fan and gnashed her teeth. If I hadn't stopped him from inserting the needle in time, something terrible would have happened to Grandpa. Her eyes flickered with contempt. For $1,000,000, he really doesn't care about the consequences. Yi Fan said calmly, Last night, I inserted the needle to save a life. Without those 8 needles, Mr. Han would have died from poison reaching his heart. Han Yu's pretty face darkened. You dare to curse my grandfather? Do you dare to admit in front of everyone that you have no medical experience and no medical license? She was full of hostility toward Yi Fan. After returning last night, she had been terrified, thinking that her grandfather nearly died because of him. Hanyue, Yi Fan indeed has no medical license and is not a doctor. I also don't know the full story of last night. Song Hongyan stepped forward without hesitation, but I can guarantee that his medical skills are absolutely top-notch. CC was on the brink of death twice, and both times Yi Fan turned the tide with his miraculous hands. As for the million, Yi Fan truly doesn't need it. If he wanted, I could give him 100 million or 1 billion at any time. She stood by Yi Fan unconditionally. Hanyu gave a cold snort. Then I can only say Sister Song has been deceived. Yuer, how can you speak that way? Han Yan is also trying to help me. Han Nanhua shot a stern look at his granddaughter. Besides, I'm just an old horse waiting to die. Brother Yi, I apologize. This is my granddaughter Hanyu. Young and impetuous. Please forgive her. Han Nanhua was always approachable. Hanyu was still furious, convinced that Yi Fan was a fraud, but seeing her grandfather's and Song Hongyan's attitudes, she had to suppress her anger. Mr. Han, no more pleasantries. Yi Fan didn't waste words. Your illness. I can cure it. Hanyu sneered. You can cure it. In your case, it's not so much an illness as a poison source inside your body. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. As long as the poison source is eradicated, you'll be safe. Han Nanhua was taken aback. Poison source. But the hospital blood tests last night didn't detect any toxins in my body. Yi Fan replied directly, no toxins were found because I forced them out last night, but the poison source is hidden. If the toxins were forced out, doesn't that mean it's resolved? Hanyu pressed aggressively. How can you still claim my grandfather is poisoned? Yi Fan patiently explained, the toxins from last night are gone, but the source remains. Overnight the source secreted more poison. Nonsense. Grandpa's condition is indeed bad, and we've been searching for doctors, but we're not fools. Hanyu interrupted him, her face full of rage. So according to you, my grandfather's body produces its own poison. At the same time, she inwardly blamed Song Hongyan for being reckless. How could she let someone without a medical license treat her grandfather? It was as if she were treating him as a lost cause. Yi Fan rubbed his forehead. There really is a poison source inside Elder Han. Oh really? If there is, why can't even the instruments detect it? And why haven't we been poisoned? Hanyu arched her brows. So young, and already learning to play tricks. Sorry, you might fool Sister Song, but you can't fool me. Song Hongyan gave a helpless smile. Hanyu, Yi Fan is really not a fraud. Sister Song, I won't blame you because you're also trying to help my grandfather. Hanyu cut her off, but I won't show a good face to a fraud, especially one who repeats his lies. Our family doesn't welcome you. Please leave. She was stern and fierce, even pushing Yi Fan. Get out, fraud. Yi Fan grabbed her hand, and the life and death stone turned instantly, understanding Han Yu's situation. Sister Yin, since Miss Han looks down on us so much. Yi Fan released Han Yu's hand, then pulled Song Hongyan toward the door. Let's go. But before I leave, let me say one more thing, Mr. Han's life cannot last a month. He has at most 7 days, and those 7 days are thanks to my intervention last night. And to survive those 7 days, he must keep eating cold and raw food, otherwise he'll be in trouble within 3 days. Out of consideration for Song Hongyan's old friendship, Yi Fan gave the Han family a piece of advice. 7 days. Hanyu was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. You're cursing my grandfather to die. You bastard, how vicious. Get lost. Playing tricks, I don't believe you have any real skill. Yi Fan's warning was taken by Han Yu as a sign of embarrassment after being exposed. Vroom. Just then another car engine roared outside, and a commercial van stopped at the door. The door opened, and several young figures stepped out carrying instruments and medical kits. Then an old man with white hair emerged looking like an immortal with a lofty bearing. Yi Fan gave a slight start of surprise. The white-haired old man was none other than Sun Xingshou, the foremost Chinese medicine doctor in Zhonghai. "Grandpa Sun, you're finally back from the capital." Han Yu went up to greet him with her family. "You've come just in time. Otherwise I would have been fooled by a charlatan." "You fraud, let me tell you, this is Grandpa Sun Xingshou, a national master physician. He is a true miracle doctor. As for you, you're not even worthy of polishing his shoes, and you still have the nerve to treat my grandfather. Aren't you leaving yet?" She glared at Yi Fan nearby. "Brother Yi." Sun Xingshou followed the sound, first startled, then overjoyed. "You're here too." He walked right past Han Yu and the others, came up to Yi Fan, grasped his hand, and almost danced with excitement. "The acupuncture you used last time was really the 9 Palaces Yang returning needle. You have no idea. I went back and compared the photos I took with ancient texts. I was absolutely thrilled." He had spent the past few days in the capital carefully verifying and finally confirming that Yi Fan's life-saving technique was indeed the 9 Palaces Yang returning needle. Sun Xingshou resolved to win Yi Fan over at any cost. Yi Fan was quite surprised by Sun Xingshou's discernment, but he still smiled generously. "Just a humble display. Sun, you flatter me." "So you admit it. I never imagined that in this day and age someone would still know the 9 Palaces Yang returning needle." Sun Xingshou was as excited as a child, heaven truly his eyes. "Brother Yi, could you spare some time later to enlighten me? I have many questions about the needling techniques. Please teach me, please." Seeing this, Han Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Sun Xingshou was the foremost traditional Chinese physician in Zhonghai, frequently traveling to Longdu to treat esteemed patients, and was always treated like the moon surrounded by stars wherever he went. Although Han Nanhua was worth tens of billions and a titan in Zhonghai, he still fell somewhat short in reputation compared to Sun Xingshou. Han Yu held Sun Xingshou in great veneration, much like how ordinary people idolize celebrities. But now she saw this top-tier divine physician gripping the charlatan's hand with sheer excitement, his eyes sparkling with admiration. The fawning, eager attitude left Han Yu feeling as if she were in a dream. Song Hongyan was also surprised by Sun Xingshou's demeanor, but watching Han Yu's dumbfounded expression, she felt a sense of vindication. Earlier, Han Yu's accusations against Yi Fan had made Song Hongyan simmer with anger. It was only out of respect for Han Nanhua that she hadn't lashed out. Now with Sun Xingshou, whom Han Yu revered, treating Yi Fan with such warmth, what more could be said? "Sun Shini, he's nothing but a swindler. Don't let him fool you." Unable to bear it, Han Yu reminded Sun Xingshou, "Last night, he nearly harmed grandfather." "A swindler?" Sun Xingshou paused, then chuckled. "If Brother Yi is a swindler, then I'm a waste of a physician." Han Yu's face twisted with embarrassment. "Sun Shini, we can discuss medical matters later," Yi Fan said with a faint smile. "Mr. Han's condition is severe, please examine him first." Han Yu nodded repeatedly. Yes, treat grandfather first." Sun Xingshou looked at Yi Fan curiously. "Yi Fan, don't tell me you're not confident about this illness." Yi Fan smiled. "Sun Shini, let's explain later." Sun Xingshou stopped pressing, calmed his excitement, and gestured for Han Nanhua to sit on the sofa. He first took Han Nanhua's pulse, then carefully examined him with instruments, and finally reviewed the diagnoses from several hospitals. An integration of Chinese and Western medicine. Sun Xingshou began casually, but as time passed his brow furrowed deeply. "This illness is too strange." An hour later, Sun Xingshou shook his head. "The lungs, kidneys, and liver all show varying degrees of functional failure, but I can't find the root cause. Blood tests are normal, no signs of poisoning, and it's not the 5 decays of heaven and man. How can he suffer from excruciating abdominal pain at irregular intervals and collapse without reason? Too strange, too strange." After another 15 minutes of diagnosis, he stood up and said bitterly, "Wearer, I'm sorry I can't treat your grandfather's illness." Hearing Sun Xingshou's helplessness, Han Yu and the others were stunned. "Grandpa Sun, even you can't treat it?" "Not for now," Sun Xingshou replied honestly. "I can't determine the source of the illness, and the instruments reveal nothing, so I have no way to proceed. I need to go back and think it over and consult with a few colleagues." Hearing this, Han Yu and the others looked dejected, never expecting that even Sun Xingshou couldn't save the old man. "Brother Yi, have you examined him?" Sun Xingshou turned to Yi Fan. "What do you think?" Before Yi Fan could respond, Han Yu sneered. He said grandfather is poisoned with a toxin source inside his body. He also said that when the blood test was done, the toxin happened to be expelled by him, and the source hid itself, so it wasn't detected. In a few days the source will secrete more poison, and then grandfather will be doomed. So grandfather can produce his own poison. That's nonsense. She cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Fan. He even said he could cure it, but if even Grandpa Sun can't, what can he do? Sun Xingshou's eyes lit up. "Brother, do you really have a way?" Yi Fan scanned the skeletal Han Nanhua, knowing he endured immense suffering daily, and felt a flicker of pity. "I can treat him, but Miss Han doesn't believe me." Han Yu snorted derisively. "Of course I don't believe you. Your own relatives said you never studied medicine." Yi Fan fixed his gaze on the willful girl and spoke calmly. You have excessive liver fire, endocrine imbalance, irregular menstruation, and often suffer from occipital headaches when angry. Also, your left foot was cut last year then soaked in ice water, leaving severe aftereffects. Now it's often weak and cramps at the slightest provocation in the middle of the night. Yi Fan listed Han Yu's symptoms in one breath. Each cramp feels like a knife slicing through flesh, doesn't it? Han Yu stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. You, how do you know? Han Nanhua and the others were also startled. Where your foot was injured, and it cramps. Han Yu's eyelids twitched, and she nodded with difficulty. Last year while ice skating in the north, she accidentally cut her left foot and fell into an ice hole. Though she was fine otherwise, her left foot had lingering aftereffects. Just as Yi Fan described, she suffered cramps at night. She had consulted many doctors, but nothing worked. Being a strong-willed girl, she never told her family about the injury. That's why Yi Fan's public revelation shocked her. Could this charlatan really have skill? Sun Xingqiu's eyes gleamed with approval. Brother, yes, skill surpasses mine. Old Han Yuer, I suggest you trust Yi Fan this once. Song Hongyan nodded in agreement. Yes, Yi Fan is truly capable. Brother Yi Yuer is young and foolish, I apologize on her behalf. Han Nanhua bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Go ahead and treat me. Regardless of whether I live or die, I'll accept it. If you cure me, I'll give you half my fortune. If you can't, it doesn't matter. Things can't get any worse than they already are. He was now living in agony with constant abdominal cramps and unable to sleep. Though he doubted Yi Fan's youth, Yi Fan was the only one who claimed he could treat it. Mr. Han, you flatter me. Yi Fan had intended to leave, but seeing Han Nanhua's wretched state, he felt a surge of compassion. After all, the old man's attitude was quite decent. Han Yu instinctively cried out, Grandfather. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold as he looked at her. Miss Han, since you don't trust my medical skills, let's make a bet today. If I fail to cure your grandfather today, I will never practice medicine again, and will leave the Han family garden on my knees. But if I cure him, I won't take half of the Han fortune. I only ask that you serve as my maid for 1 year. What do you say, Miss Han? Dare to take the bet? Yi Fan provoked her. For you, it's a win-win situation. If you win, you get to laugh at me. If you lose, you only have to cook and clean for me for a year, and your grandfather escapes death. He decided to humble Han Yue, making this arrogant woman pay a price. Han Yu was taken aback at first, then gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll take the bet. Grandpa's son and sister Song will be the witnesses. If I lose, I'll be your maid. After the wager was set, Yi Fan wasted no time and directly issued an order to Han Yue. Go fetch 10 crickets, 10 beetles, 10 cicadas, 10 dragonflies, and 10 wasps. Han Yu's skin crawled. What do you need those for? Yi Fan frowned slightly. Just do as I say. Do you still want your grandfather to recover? Also, after you bring them back, stir-fry them into a dish with your own hands. No chili, but add a pinch of salt. Then seal it and chill it in the freezer. He added a reminder. Remember to lock in the aroma. You pervert. Han Yu nearly vomited just hearing that, shot Yi Fan a fierce glare, then left with her bodyguards to carry out the arduous task. An hour later, Han Yu appeared before Yi Fan, wearing a mask, holding a large plate of stir-fried wasps and other insects. Golden and crispy. Though it had been chilled, the aroma was still incredibly enticing. Had they not known it was insects, they might have been tempted to try a bite. Han Yu's breath quickened. You pervert, here's your stuff. What are you going to do? She had already vomited 3 or 4 times for this dish. If Yi Fan was just messing with her, she would chop him up and stir-fry him. Don't talk. Yi Fan gestured for Han Yu and the others to stay silent, and also had the bodyguard stand guard around them to avoid noise disturbing him. Then he took out 2 silver needles and smiled. Elder Han, open your mouth. Feeding him insects. Han Nanhua's scalp tingled at the sight of the plate, but he obediently opened his mouth wide. Song Hongyan and Sun Xingqiu watched the scene with keen interest. Though they had no idea what Yi Fan was doing, they trusted he wouldn't disappoint them. Swish, swish. The moment Han Nanhua opened his mouth as wide as possible, Yi Fan inserted 2 needles into the acupoints on his face, keeping his mouth held open to its maximum extent. Han Yu was startled. Bastard, what are you doing? Shut up. Yi Fan scolded Han Yu without mercy, then poured the plate of stir-fried insects into a transparent jar. The next second, he pressed the jar against Han Nanhua's mouth. Han Yu panicked and was about to scream, but a glare from Yi Fan made her stop. The entire room fell into dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Song Hongyan and Sun Xingqiu stared intently at Han Nanhua and the glass jar. 5 minutes passed quickly, yet nothing happened, causing Han Yu's pretty face to turn cold. She was about to denounce Yi Fan as a fraud when Sun Xingqiu's eyes widened. Something is crawling out. What? Something crawling out of his mouth. Song Hongyan and the others' eyelids twitched as they shifted their angle to look. The next second, they all gasped in unison. A pale inch-long living creature slowly wriggled out of Han Nanhua's mouth. Song Hongyan and the others let out a low cry. Han Yu turned away and vomited. She couldn't believe such a bizarre and horrifying scene. Yi Fan waved his hand to silence everyone. Quiet. Han Yu and the others quickly covered their mouths. The pale creature moved very slowly and was extremely small, as if just born. It hesitated at the edge of the mouth, seemingly reluctant to leave the warm environment, but eventually succumbed to the temptation of the stir-fried insects. Finally, with a soft plop, it slid into the glass jar and began biting wildly at the aromatic insects. Song Hongyan and the others were all creeped out. After a minute, seeing that nothing else crawled out of the mouth, Yi Fan snapped the lid onto the glass jar. Heavens, it's a centipede, a centipede. Old Han had a centipede in his stomach. How did it get in? No wonder he couldn't drink hot water and could only eat cold food. He was catering to the centipede's dietary habits. More than a dozen people whispered in disbelief, staring at the creature in the jar. Swish, swish. Yi Fan withdrew the 2 silver needles and asked someone to bring baijiu for Han Nanhua to rinse his mouth. Han Nanhua rushed outside and vomited repeatedly. When he returned supported by Han Yue, Yi Fan patted the glass jar. This is the source of the poison. Han Yu's pretty face was full of embarrassment. Song Hongyan asked with a charming smile, Uncle Hua, how do you feel now? Yi Fan handed Han Nanhua a cup of warm water. Cough. Han Nanhua's eyelids twitched as he took the glass cup with trembling hands. Previously, every time he ate something hot, his stomach would churn painfully, so now holding the cup, the old man fell to instinctive fear. But he gritted his teeth and gulped it down. After a moment, the cup was empty and his stomach felt warm, but the familiar agonizing pain was gone. That tormenting turmoil had completely vanished. He was overjoyed. It's better. It really doesn't hurt anymore. Han Yu and the others could also sense that Han Nanhua's spirit had improved significantly. Brother Yi, what exactly happened? Sun Xingqiu's eyes flickered with fervor. How did old Han end up with a centipede in his stomach? Yi Fan smiled. If I'm not mistaken, Elder Han likes to eat cold food. That's right, I pursue original flavor and texture, so I especially enjoy cold things. Han Nanhua nodded honestly. Raw vegetables, raw beef, raw fish, raw seafood. I eat them all. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. When Elder Han ate those things, he accidentally ingested centipede eggs. Under normal circumstances, gastric acid would be enough to digest them, but Elder Han's frequent consumption of raw cold food provided a viable environment for the centipede eggs. He pointed at the centipede and explained, so this centipede eventually hatched and grew by feeding on the raw cold things Elder Han kept eating. Sun Xingqiu shuddered, his eyes lighting up. Centipedes are carnivores and prefer damp, dark places. So whenever old Han ate hot food or drank hot water, the centipede would stir up trouble in his stomach. Moreover, regardless of size, a centipede releases toxins every half-month. Once the toxins are expelled, they circulate back into old Han's stomach. Since the initial amount of toxin was small, old Han didn't react much, just a gradual decline in his internal organs. He had fully figured out the cause, and last night when the toxin accumulated to the human body's limit, old Han's weakened body couldn't take it, and he collapsed. You are absolutely correct, Elder Son. Yi Fan nodded. Last night when I met Elder Han and saw he was poisoned, I used acupuncture to try to neutralize the toxins and drive out the venom. But when I was about to insert the 9th needle, Han Yu interrupted, so in the end I only removed the toxins, but failed to expel the source of the poison from the body. Han Yu's face flushed with shame. It was your relative who said you didn't know medicine. Sun Xingqiu asked curiously. Then why didn't Brother Yi use his divine needles to force it out today? Yi Fan explained with a smile. Last night already alerted the snake. If I tried acupuncture again to force it out, it would likely become wary as soon as I started. Then it might hide or bite, endangering Elder Han. So today, instead of coercion, I used food to lure it out. Yi Fan pointed at the glass jar. See, it crawled out on its own, didn't it? Sun Xingqiu sighed in admiration. Brother Yi, your skills are nothing short of miraculous. I old son bow in admiration. Han Yu hesitated. So my grandfather is fine now. The venomous creature has been removed, but Mr. Han's body is too weak. He needs to take medicine for a month. Yi Fan smiled at Han Nanhua. I'll write you a prescription later. Just follow it to prepare the decoction. Han Nanhua quickly bowed. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Yi. Name whatever conditions you have. Yi Fan slapped Han Yu on the back. Call me master. Yi Fan wrote a prescription and instructed the Han family to procure the herbs accordingly. He then stayed in the kitchen to personally decoct the medicine. Yi Fan noticed that the white light of the life and death jade had finally increased to 3 strands. Can 3 strands directly save a life? As Yi Fan murmured to himself, Grandmaster Sun approached, his demeanor visibly flustered. Yi Fan looked over and smiled. Grandmaster Sun, what's wrong? Is Elder Han unwell? No, he's perfectly fine. I examined him, his pulse and heartbeat have returned to normal. Grandmaster Sun spoke with a warm smile. After eating the hot porridge, he fell asleep, snoring so loudly that even shouting couldn't wake him. This is the first time in half a month he slept so soundly. Yi Fan nodded gently. Sleeping is good. Once he takes a few more doses of my medicine, he'll be completely out of danger. Brother Yi, you possess miraculous healing hands. Grandmaster Sun showered Yi Fan with praise. At such a young age with such skill, truly unprecedented. Yi Fan chuckled. Grandmaster Sun, just say what's on your mind. Grandmaster Sun was taken aback, then smiled sheepishly. It seems flattery is an art, otherwise it's easily seen through. Brother Yi, I have an impertinent request. Like a child making an unreasonable demand, Grandmaster Sun said. Could you teach me your 9 palaces returning yang acupuncture technique? No, I'll pay for it. However much it costs. He lowered his head completely. Name your price. Yi Fan was slightly stunned. This old man wanted to learn the Nine Palaces returning yang acupuncture technique. Though the Nine Palaces returning yang technique consisted of only 9 needles, each needle had 9 variations combining into 81 methods. To Yifan, this technique was trivial. He was merely surprised that this technique could be sold for money. Amidst the silence, Grandmaster's son watched Yifan with intense nervousness. Such an ancient acupuncture technique was priceless. Who would willingly part with it? But if he could learn it, not only would his medical skills improve greatly, but the Sun family would also gain an important legacy, potentially surpassing Longdu Huaguantou. Thus, though he deemed it unlikely, he still wished to plead with Yifan. If it's not possible, just forget it. I was presumptuous. Grandmaster's son's face flushed crimson with apology. Brother Yi, please forgive my impertinence. Money. Grandmaster's son, you're being too formal. Yifan burst into laughter. I'll teach you for free. Free. Grandmaster's son was stunned. You'll teach me for free. He couldn't believe it. This was the Nine Palaces returning yang acupuncture capable of bringing the dead back to life. Selling it, or opening a school, could easily fetch 3 to 500 million. If Yifan were willing to trade, he would exchange the Huichun Hall for it. Yet for such a priceless technique, Yifan casually uttered the word free. Grandmaster's son was momentarily at a loss. Of course it's free. Medicine is meant to save lives. Hoarding it serves no purpose. Yifan said generously, come while I still have some strength, I'll teach you the first needle. Grandmaster's son shuddered. You truly wish to teach me? Yifan nodded. The more people who know it, the more patients can be saved. It's a form of accumulating virtue. Grandmaster's son fell to his knees with a thud. Master above, please accept my bow as your disciple. Han Yue, who had returned after fetching the herbs, was utterly stunned at the sight. You must have put a spell on Grandmaster's son. As Grandmaster's son cheerfully left with the essentials Yifan had written, Han Yu stared at Yifan in despair. Otherwise, why would an elder do such a foolish thing? He's a nationally renowned master physician, yet he calls you this charlatan master. In Han Yu's eyes, Yifan had some skill, but at such a young age, no matter how talented, he couldn't surpass Grandmaster's son. She couldn't accept her idol's reverence for this charlatan. Without this charlatan, your grandfather would have died last night. Yifan took the herbs Han Yu bought and began processing them. You'd be an orphan by now. You. Han Yu was furious, then retorted stubbornly, you just got lucky. Regardless, you lost. I'm your master for the next year. Yifan taunted mercilessly, you'd better show some respect, or you'll have a rough time. Hearing the word master, Han Yu's pretty face flushed red. She stepped forward. I'll give you another 50 million on top of the 100 million for my grandfather, and we call off the bet. Han Yu's cold, beautiful face offered the temptation. How about it? Yifan didn't reply, unhurriedly starting to decoct the medicine. Not enough. Seeing Yifan silent, Han Yu thought him greedy and sneered disdainfully. Fine, 100 million deal. No deal. Yifan didn't even turn around. 100 million is easy for me to earn, but making Miss Han my maid, that's harder than climbing to heaven. Han Yu shouted, 200 million. She refused to believe money couldn't solve this. Your grandfather just recovered. He needs a full month of convalescence. Yifan said lazily. This month take good care of your grandfather. Next month I'll come to you to fulfill the promise. Remember, be on call. Yifan, don't be too arrogant. Han Yu put her hands on her hips. Can you even bear to have me as your maid? Slap. Yifan struck her thigh again. What attitude is that? Damn it. Han Yu mentally cursed Yifan's ancestors. Today she had been slapped on the face and thigh, and 20 years of innocence were all taken by him. Keep your promise. Yifan warned lightly. Or one day, if your grandfather's illness relapses, how will you beg me? Han Yu's anger instantly dissipated. Though Yifan was detestable, she had to admit he was immensely valuable. At least until she found another doctor to replace him, she couldn't afford to fall out with him. You'll be struck by lightning. Seeing Yifan turn around, Han Yu's eyes sparkled, and she kicked at his lower back. Slap. Yifan dodged the attack, then pulled her over and pressed her onto the table. Ah. Just as Han Yu was about to scream, a palm strike landed on her back. Ah. The slap from behind made her shriek in shock. She was so flustered that she forgot to resist. More than anything, she was incredulous. This bastard was too violent and brutal. Did he even know what it meant to be gentle and cherish a woman? Did he know what tenderness and consideration meant? Han Yu shouted, bastard, let me go, let me go. Slap, slap, slap. Yifan hit her 18 times in a row, then released the furious and embarrassed Han Yu. Remember, this is the punishment for defying your master. Han Yu covered her backside with her left hand and pointed at Yifan with her right, shouting, bastard. But though her pretty face was full of grievance and anger, there was an indescribable strange feeling in her heart, as if she couldn't really hate Yifan. What are you yelling about? Yifan glared. Want another beating? Han Yu quickly stepped back, distancing herself from Yifan. Bastard. Bastard. Her face was so red it seemed ready to drip. Just wait, I'll deal with you. Yifan chuckled lazily. Fine, I'll wait. I'll wait for you to deal with me. I love it when beauties deal with me. Han Yu's brows arched, about to flare up again, but she saw Yifan's sparkling eyes fixed on her. A pang of guilt struck her, and she instinctively averted her gaze. But soon she glared back with wide eyes. I am Han Yue, the heiress of the Han family, the future successor of Qianbao Group. Why can't I fight back? Why can't I fight back? I'll chop you to death. Han Yue in a fury searched for a weapon. Soon she had 2 kitchen knives in her hands. The blades gleamed, her rage was overwhelming. Han Yue, brimming with bravado, tremble mortal. Yi Fan said lightly. Now that you're so angry, does the back of your head still hurt? Han Yue was startled, dropped the knives, touched her head, and was surprised to find that the sharp pain in the back of her head, which usually flared up with anger, was now only a dull ache. She was overjoyed. This headache had been excruciating when it struck. Those slaps just now weren't about taking advantage of you. I was clearing your meridians and relieving the nerves in your brain so you won't get headaches when you're angry. Yi Fan looked at her and said, drink more 24-flavor herbal tea in the next few days to suppress your liver fire, and your menstruation will return to normal. As for your foot injury, it depends on your behavior. After saying this, Yi Fan, having set up the stove to decoct the medicine, walked out of the kitchen with his hands behind his back. A few steps later, he heard Han Yu's voice, both shy and afraid. Can you hit me a few more times? Yi Fan stumbled and fell with a crash. Although Yi Fan only required Han Yu to be his maid for a year, Han Nanhua still gave Yi Fan 100 million yuan as remuneration. Han Nanhua had contributed at least 80% to the success of the Qianbao Group. His expertise not only prevented counterfeit goods from entering the company, but also enhanced the group's reputation. His life and death were crucial to the Qianbao Group. By saving Han Nanhua, Yi Fan had essentially saved the Qianbao Group, so Han Nanhua was determined to reward him. Yi Fan tried to decline, but eventually accepted the check. Next, Sun Xingshou also gave him 50 million yuan as a mentorship fee. When Yi Fan refused, he knelt and would not rise. Yi Fan could only accept the money, half amused and half exasperated, then followed Song Hongyan out of the Han family garden. Yi Fan asked Song Hongyan to drive him to the Baohai Bank, where he planned to cash the checks and pay off his high-interest loans. On the way, he looked at the woman in the driver's seat with gratitude. Sister Yin, thank you for today. In half a day, I've earned 150 million. If I hadn't slapped myself twice, I'd think it was a dream. Let me give you half of the consultation fee as today's referral fee. Yi Fan pulled out a 50 million check. You're slapping your sister in the face, Song Hongyan said, knocking his hand away. You should be thanking me. Uncle Hua's survival is very important to me. I can't take this 50 million. Also, I owe you a favor. The woman's smile was radiant with a hint of playfulness. You can name any condition, even offering myself to you. Forget it, let's not stand on ceremony. Let's drop the check and the favor. Feeling a surge of heat, Yi Fan quickly changed the subject. Anyway, if anything comes up, just give me a shout. I'll do whatever I can. Song Hongyan ran her finger across Yi Fan's chin. That's my good little brother. By the way, Sister Yin, I'm thinking of finding a job. What do you think I'd be suitable for? Yi Fan quickly changed the subject. Give me some advice. A job? Song Hongyan's pretty face showed slight surprise. You're already worth over 100 million. You could hang out at clubs with models every day. Why bother working? And with your medical skills, you could treat a few people a year and earn more than others do in several lifetimes. Wouldn't working be a waste of time? Yi Fan coughed. I mainly want something to do to keep myself occupied. Is it your wife's request? She wants you to find a job so you're less of a burden. Song Hongyan realized and chided. You really are henpecked. Yi Fan dared not answer. While waiting for the red light, Song Hongyan leaned over Yi Fan's neck, her breath fragrant as orchid, and whispered in his ear with a smile. How about you become my personal physician? Name your salary. What do you think? Yi Fan rubbed his forehead. I mainly need to reassure my mother. I've been out of college for a year with no proper job, and she's worried. Song Hongyan stopped exposing his flimsy excuse. Getting a job is easy. The Woohoo Group has dozens of companies. You can join any of them anytime. But I think it's a waste of your time. Your medical skills surpass even Sun Xingshou's. Your energy should be focused on practicing medicine. I suggest you open a clinic directly. That way you'll have a proper career, use your strengths, accumulate medical experience, and earn a huge amount of money. Kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Right, I can open a clinic. That's a legitimate job too. But, no, Ruoxue doesn't like me practicing medicine. She'll be unhappy if she finds out. Yi Fan murmured, besides I don't have a medical license. Tisk, Song Hongyan tapped him on the forehead and said exasperatedly, with your skills and connections, getting a medical license is a piece of cake. As for Tang Ruoxue, come on, it's your own life. Why do you care what she thinks? If you listen to her so much, would you die if she asked you to? I'm telling you, I'm making this decision for you. Your job is to open a clinic. I'll handle the medical license and the clinic. Song Hongyan made the decision for him decisively. If Tang Ruoxue falls out with you over this, just divorce her. I'll take care of you if it comes to that. After saying that, she stepped on the brake and stopped in front of the Baohai Bank. Here's the bank. Get out. After dropping him off, she drove away with a stern face. Yi Fan looked at her retreating figure and smiled helplessly. It was the first time he had experienced a woman's domineering concern, and it warmed his heart. Unfortunately, he was in love with Tang Ruoxue. Then he withdrew his gaze and took out the checks from his pocket. He now had 3 checks totaling 160 million yuan. Yi Fan felt unsafe carrying them, afraid he might accidentally wash them with his clothes. He planned to cash them, pay off his debts, buy a house for his mother, keep some emergency cash, and use the remaining money to start a small business. With this thought, Yi Fan entered the bank and asked a lobby staff member, "Excuse me, where can I cash a check?" "Oh, isn't this Yi Fan?" Just then a gust of fragrant wind swept over, and a tall, beautiful woman appeared before Yi Fan. It was Tang Ruoxue's cousin, Zhao Xiaoya, the woman from last night's video call. Coming to the bank to cash a check. How impressive. But have you a kept man ever even seen a check? Zhao Xiaoya's pretty face was sarcastic as she mercilessly exposed Yi Fan's background in front of everyone. She regarded Tang Ruoxue as a sister-in-law, and thus felt disgust for Yi Fan, the useless one, believing he had tainted Tang Ruoxue's purity and ruined her life. Zhao Xiaoya's voice was loud, instantly drawing many people's attention. Upon learning that Yi Fan was a live-in son-in-law, they began pointing and whispering. "Miss Zhao, please watch your words," Yi Fan said calmly. "I am a bank customer here to cash a check, not to be humiliated by you. A kept man like you is a customer." Zhao Xiaoya crossed her arms scornfully. "Is that check pocket money from Ruoxue? You're really embarrassing. The Tang family provides you with food and shelter, and still you spend Ruoxue's hard-earned money. Are you even a man?" Her face was full of disdain, as if she considered Yi Fan worse than a beggar. The bank employees and customers also shook their heads, feeling that Yi Fan's behavior crossed the bottom line of decency. "Are you done?" Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. "If you're done, get out of my way. Don't hinder me from cashing my check." If the other person had been a man, Yi Fan would have slapped him long ago. "I warn you, you'd better leave Ruoxue soon. She's not a woman you can touch." Zhao Xiaoya spoke arrogantly. "And my brother will be back soon. If he sees you being intimate with Ruoxue, watch your life." Yi Fan didn't even look at her. He handed a check to a teller window. "Hello, please cash this check for me." Slap. Zhao Xiaoya snatched it away. "I'm the lobby manager. Let me check this check first." 10 million. Zhao Xiaoya was shocked when she saw the amount. "Tang Ruoxue gave you so much money. Impossible, impossible. She wouldn't give you that much. This check is fake." Zhao Xiaoya knew that Tang Ruoxue gave Yi Fan a monthly allowance, but it was always 10,000. A million was absolutely impossible. Tang Ruoxue couldn't afford it either. So Zhao Xiaoya's first instinct was that the check was fake. Yet as she glanced down, she noticed the seals were complete, no alterations, the amount in words and figures matched, and the signature, though illegible, was smoothly written. Her professional instinct told her the check was real. Upon hearing the check was fake, the crowd turned to look and whispered among themselves. Yi Fan calmly said, "This check is genuine. Where did you get this check?" Zhao Xiaoya shoved the check into her pocket, glaring at Yi Fan with a fierce look. "Did you steal it from the Tang family? I'll give you one chance to answer honestly, or I'll call Ruoxue over and then report you to the police." Even if the check were real, it couldn't possibly belong to Yi Fan. Many people gathered around, and upon hearing that a live-in son-in-law carried a 1,000,000 yuan check, they clicked their tongues in disapproval, mocking Yi Fan for having sticky fingers. What family would give such a large sum to a live-in son-in-law? Several female employees curled their lips in contempt, thinking that a man who sponged off his wife and stole money had a low character. Yi Fan's voice grew heavy. "This is my check." "Your check, ugly." Zhao Xiaoya sneered. "How could you, a man who relies on Ruoxue to support you, possibly have a 1,000,000 yuan check? You must have stolen it from the Tang family. I'm telling you, you've committed a crime." Then she picked up her phone and called Tang Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, come to the bank quickly. Something's happened. This is ridiculous." Yi Fan was angry. "I want to see your bank manager." "The manager isn't someone you can see just because you want to." Zhao Xiaoya grew excited. "Once Ruoxue gets here and finds out you stole the Tang family check, let's see how you explain yourself." A glint flashed in her eyes. This time, catching Yi Fan stealing the check would surely make Tang Ruoxue divorce him. Once Yi Fan and Tang Ruoxue divorced, her brother could marry Tang Ruoxue directly. "Xiaoya, what's going on?" Soon a red BMW pulled up at the entrance. The door opened, and Tang Ruoxue rushed into the bank in a hurry. Seeing Yi Fan, she was momentarily stunned. "Yi Fan, what are you doing here?" At that moment, several people also came through the employee passage. A middle-aged man frowned and demanded, "What's going on?" Zhao Xiaoya quickly explained, "Manager Jia, someone came to cash a stolen check." Manager Jia's brow furrowed. "Someone stole a check. It's this bastard. He stole the Tang family check, and I caught him red-handed." Zhao Xiaoya pointed at Yi Fan and shouted, "He refuses to admit it, but I've brought the victim here." Then she turned to Tang Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, call the police and have him arrested. Then you can divorce him." Tang Ruoxue was also puzzled. "Check, he?" "Yes, right here. 1,000,000 yuan." Zhao Xiaoya pulled out the check. "He's trying to drain the Tang family dry. A real ingrate." Tang Ruoxue took it and looked at it stunned. "This isn't a Tang family check. It's not from the Tang family." Zhao Xiaoya was dumbfounded, then stared at Yi Fan. "Then he must have stolen it from somewhere else or found it on the street. What a greedy man." She sneered. "And a foolish one too. Did you think you could cash a check you found?" Tang Ruoxue narrowed her eyes. "Yi Fan, what's going on?" "That's right. This check isn't from the Tang family. It wasn't stolen, and it wasn't found." Yi Fan met Tang Ruoxue's gaze calmly. "This is a cashier's check from Huang Zhendong. I helped him with a favor, and he gave me 1,000,000 yuan as a reward." "How could a useless man like you help anyone?" Zhao Xiaoya scoffed. "What kind of idiot would give you 1,000,000? Huang Zhendong, Huang the third fool, more like." "What?" Huang Zhendong. Mid-sentence, Zhao Xiaoya's pretty face changed. President Huang. Just then Manager Jia took the check and examined it. This is President Huang's check. I can recognize his signature at a glance. Tang Ruoshua's expression also softened as she corroborated. Yi Fan does have a connection with President Huang. You've got some nerve? Zhao Xiaoya was shocked. You even dare to steal Mr. Huang's check. I told you this is Huang Zhendong's payment to me. Yi Fan was very calm. If you don't believe me, give him a call and ask. Manager Jia hesitated for a moment, then finally picked up the phone and dialed. Not long after he hung up with an awkward expression. Mr. Yi, I apologize. We misunderstood you. Please be magnanimous and forgive us. Manager Jia forced a smile. He had confirmed the check was genuine. What? Zhao Xiaoya was horrified. Mr. Huang really gave him $1 million. How is that possible? Why not? Manager Jia frowned and said sternly, Mr. Yi is handsome and talented, and he has a close relationship with Mr. Huang. $1 million yuan reward is perfectly normal. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Xiaoya became frantic. He's a live-in son-in-law living off the Tang family. How could he have a connection with President Huang? It's wrong, it must be wrong. She couldn't accept it. Manager Jia asked President Huang again. He must have made a mistake. Tang Ruoshua stepped forward with a wry smile. Xiaoya Yi Fan really does have a connection with President Huang. At the same time she shot Yi Fan a fierce glare. He had promised her he wouldn't cash Huang Zhendong's check yet here, he was at the bank. She would give him a piece of her mind when they got home. Come on Ruoshua, don't defend him. I know exactly what kind of person Yi Fan is. Zhao Xiaoya cut off Tang Ruoshua and turned back to Manager Jia. Manager asked once more. Seeing Zhao Xiaoya so certain and Yi Fan dressed in cheap clothes, Manager Jia hesitated and called Huang Zhendong again. Soon his face turned ugly. Without a doubt he had been scolded. After hanging up, Manager Jia roared at Zhao Xiaoya. Manager Zhao, I order you to apologize to Mr. Yi immediately. Zhao Xiaoya's mind went blank. Huh, could it really be true? Manager Jia barked. Did you hear me? Apologize. Zhao Xiaoya's face changed drastically. In her eyes, Yi Fan was a worthless good-for-nothing. Apologizing to such a man was deeply humiliating. But under Manager Jia's sharp gaze, she could only grumble, I'm sorry. Yi Fan smiled. You mocked me, slandered me, and even called Ruoshua over. Is that an apology so grudgingly given? Zhao Xiaoya's eyebrows shot up. Yi Fan, know when to stop. Don't push your luck. Tang Ruoshua also said softly. Yi Fan, it's a misunderstanding. Let it go. If you won't admit your mistake, then you're fired. Yi Fan looked at Manager Jia. Keeping an employee like this will only bring you trouble. You sure talk big. Zhao Xiaoya sneered. Fire me. Who do you think you are? Tang Ruoshua shot Yi Fan a look. Huang Zhendong might give Yi Fan $1 million for a favor, but that didn't mean he would listen to his suggestion to pressure the bank. Manager Jia, moreover, was dismissive. Why would Huang Zhendong sever their cooperation because of Yi Fan? Most importantly, 90% of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's funds were deposited in Baiwa Bank, while only a negligible amount was in Baohai Bank. He could show Huang Zhendong some courtesy, but not enough to fire a manager. Besides, Zhao Xiaoya was a wealthy heiress with a considerable background. The Zhao family's financial transactions with Baohai Bank were on par with Huang Zhendong's. So he shrugged at Yi Fan and smiled. Mr. You know when to stop. Your request is beyond my ability. Did you think knowing Mr. Huang would let you do whatever you want? Zhao Xiaoya grew even more smug. Yi Fan, you're so naive. And I'm telling you, my brother will be back in a couple of days. Then I'll have him teach you a lesson. She suddenly turned vicious. I'll make you realize that I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Yi Fan smiled faintly. I'm afraid it's you who's naive. Yi Fan, stop arguing with Xiaoya. I'll go get the car, and we'll go home together. Tang Ruoshua glared at Yi Fan, then turned and walked out to start the car. She knew about Zhao Xiaoya's connections. For Yi Fan to want to fire her was nothing but wishful thinking. Yi Fan looked at Manager Jia with a smile. It seems President Huang's influence isn't enough. Manager Jia smiled noncommittally. Indeed, it's not enough. Seeing Yi Fan being put in his place by the manager, several female employees either curled their lips or exchanged glances with smirks on their faces, their expressions contemptuous, as if they thought Yi Fan was too self-important. Is this one enough? Yi Fan handed over a second check. From Huichun Hall, 5 million yuan. Manager Jia's face changed. Still not enough. Then, add another one. Yi Fan handed over a third check. From Qianbao Group, 100 million yuan. Manager Jia nearly fell over. He looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. He not only knew Huang Zhendong, but also had good relations with Sun Xingshou and Han Nanhua. These were all major clients with annual transactions worth tens of billions. The fact that Yi Fan could obtain such huge sums from them indicated that he had a significant influence over them. The next second, he slapped Zhao Xiaoya across the face. Get out. You're fired. Before Zhao Xiaoya could react, Yi Fan slipped into Tang Ruoshua's car. However, after driving a few kilometers, Tang Ruoshua pulled over again. She received a call from Zhao Xiaoya. Moments later, with a look of shock, Tang Ruoshua hung up and stared at Yi Fan. How did you get the bank to fire Zhao Xiaoya? She had left early and hadn't seen the 2 checks. Zhao Xiaoya, too busy gloating, hadn't noticed the signatures on them. Yi Fan casually explained, she had a bad attitude and lacked professionalism. Getting fired was only natural. Tang Ruoshue's face darkened. Don't fool me. Tell me the truth. I know Han Nanhua from Qianbao Group, Yi Fan said with a bitter smile. Qianbao Group is a major client of Baohai Bank with annual transactions worth tens of billions. I told President Jia that if he didn't fire Zhao Xiaoya, I would have Qianbao Group withdraw its funds and move them to rival Baohua Bank. He confessed honestly. President Jia got scared and eventually fired Zhao Xiaoya. You know Han Nanhua of Qianbao Group. Tang Ruoshue sneered. I've even had dinner with Du Tianhu. Even if you know Han Nanhua, would he go against Baohai Bank for you? Who do you think you are? Tang Ruoshue saw through him instantly. Come clean. Did you ask Song Hongyan to intervene again? Yi Fan's mouth fell open, unsure how to reply. After a long pause, he gave a thumbs up. My wife is wise. Get lost. Tang Ruoshue scolded him irritably. You're still such a child. Just despite Zhao Xiaoya you went and troubled Song Hongyan again. You need to know when to stop. She advised earnestly, no matter how great the kindness, it can't withstand you constantly asking for favors. Alright, I'll mend my ways. Yi Fan patted Tang Ruoshue's thigh. I'll try not to bother Song Hongyan anymore. He gave it a casual squeeze, feeling the smooth texture of her stockings. Tang Ruoshue dredged up old and new grievances. And you promised me you wouldn't cash Huang Zhendong's check. I didn't want to cash it either, Yi Fan explained. But the loan shark debt I owe keeps piling up. I have to pay it off quickly, or I'm afraid they'll go after my mother. Tang Ruoshue's voice turned cold. If you needed money, you could have come to me. If I didn't know about your troubles, maybe I would have. But now that you're short 50 million, how could I possibly ask you? Yi Fan did his best to ease her worries. Besides, I saved Huang Zhendong's life. 10 million is a fair price. After paying off the loan sharks, you can use the rest for now. With that, Yi Fan quickly settled all his loan shark and online debts. Thinking of the 50 million, a shadow of gloom fell over Tang Ruoshue's face. She no longer scolded him for cashing the check. Keep the money for yourself. I'll handle my own problems. After you repay the debts, buy a house for your mother and set up her social security. Try to keep your distance from Huang Zhendong. She wanted to tell him to return the money, but she understood his predicament. Unable to help, she settled for the next best thing. By the way, I know a friend who has spare cash and can lend you 50 million. Yi Fan patted the bank card in his pocket. The interest is even lower than the bank's. Want me to make the introduction? Your friend? Lend 50 million. Tang Ruoshue suddenly sneered. Song Hongyan, right? Yi Fan quickly shook his head. No. Tang Ruoshue snorted. Don't deny it. Who else would dare lend me such a large sum at a time like this? Yi Fan gave a bitter smile. Really, it's not. Still lying? Tang Ruoshue pinched him hard on the waist, then plucked a strand of hair from his shoulder. This hair, 30 centimeters, shoulder length, wine red. And you have the scent of Chanel. No. 5 on you. I remember Song Hongyan has this exact hair and uses this exact perfume. You saw Song Hongyan today, didn't you? She added. And that 50 million, it's from her, isn't it? Yi Fan stared in disbelief at the long hair between her fingers. He hadn't expected Tang Ruoshue to be so sharp, spotting a single strand of hair and catching a whiff of perfume. To avoid dragging out more issues, he had no choice but to nod. Yes, I went to see Cece today and borrowed the money from her while I was there. Ruoshue, whoever can help, isn't that what matters? He urged her. We can repay the favor once we get through this crisis. Let me tell you, Tang Ruoshue tossed the hair away. Tang Ruoshue would rather die penniless, exhausted, or bankrupt than take a single cent from Song Hongyan. With that, she stomped on the accelerator and shot forward. Why did this woman have such a grudge against Song Hongyan? Yi Fan opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he just shook his head and put the bank card back in his pocket. Ding! Just then Yi Fan's phone vibrated. Glancing at it, he saw it was Huang Zhendong calling. He put on his earpiece and answered. Huang Zhendong's voice came through urgently. Brother Yi, things have gone wrong. Yi Fan said calmly, what's wrong? Huang Zhendong started cursing Zhang Daqiang. That bastard Zhang Daqiang. He was so careless. That night, after leaving the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, he had Lin Ruan and Zhang Xiaojiang placed under guard, then went to the hospital for a test. After confirming he was infertile, he planned to kill them both, choosing tomorrow, their wedding anniversary, as the date. But unexpectedly, the place where Lin Ruan and Zhang Xiaojiang were held was raided today. Lin Ruan and Zhang Xiaojiang have disappeared. His tone turned grave. I'm worried she'll come after you. Yi Fan's face changed. Useless. Tang Ruoshue was startled. It was rare for Yi Fan to call someone useless. Usually it was the other way around. Vroom. Just as the red BMW was about to turn into the service road, a black commercial van came roaring toward them. The black tires screeched violently against the pavement, emitting a burning smell. The suddenness caught Tang Ruoshue off guard, unable to react in time. Watch out! Yi Fan yelled, tossing his phone aside. He yanked the steering wheel to the right, swerving hard to avoid the collision. Almost as soon as he turned the wheel, a loud crash rang out as the red BMW was struck by the van. The right front of the car was caved in, and the right mirror flew off, landing more than 10 meters away. Tang Ruoshue's body was jolted violently, hitting the steering wheel and leaving a small bump. Thud! Yi Fan raised his left hand and delivered a sharp chop to the back of Tang Ruoshue's head, temporarily knocking her unconscious. Then he grabbed the car keys, got out, and locked the BMW. Bang! Almost at the same moment, the van door slid open and a man and a woman stepped out. The man was over 6 feet tall, muscular like an iron tower with a dagger in his hand. The woman was dressed in shorts and a tank top, revealing strong legs. Her light bronze skin showed she was also a trained fighter. Both of them had a bear tattooed on their bodies. The Iron Tower man sneered at Yi Fan. Yi Fan. The woman in shorts scanned Yi Fan with a contemptuous gaze, clearly dismissive. Yi Fan spoke calmly. Who are you? Good, the Iron Tower man said, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Just checking the name to make sure we don't kill the wrong person. Yi Fan gave a faint smile. You want to kill me? I'm Xiong Yi and this is my sworn sister Xiong Jiao. Lin Ruowan is my woman and Zhang Xiaojiang is my son. The Iron Tower man spat out hot breath. You ruined our plans, so you must die. Xiong Yi, Xiong Jiao. The 4 evils of the Xiong family. Yi Fan's nerves instantly tightened. These were wanted criminals with a 1,000,000 yuan bounty on their heads. They often moved from place to place, responsible for dozens of lives both domestically and abroad. Their most heinous crime was slaughtering an entire wealthy family in Xiong country, including the patriarch. The women of the family were brutalized for 3 days and nights. Yi Fan never expected they were connected to Lin Ruowan, nor that he would run into them. Killing is against the law. I'm sorry about Lin Ruowan, but is there another way to settle this? Yi Fan truly wanted to avoid trouble to keep himself and his family safe. Sorry, but Wanner and Xiaojing only want you dead. As for killing, we've got dozens of lives on our hands. One more won't make a difference. Xiong Yi revealed a cruel smile. Don't worry, you won't be alone. After I kill you, I'll send your mother-in-law's family and Zhang Daqiang's whole family to keep you company. Of course, your woman will die a little later. Xiaojing has taken an interest in her. The hesitation in Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned icy cold. He felt a murderous intent rise. Xiong Yi gave the order. Xiong Jiao, finish him off. Now. Xiong Jiao tossed a beetle nut into her mouth and approached Yi Fan with a contemptuous look. Don't blame me. Weakness is a crime in itself. If you're not happy, go ahead and fight back. She reached out a claw intending to crush him. Huh. Without a word, Yi Fan charged straight into Xiong Jiao. A body slam. You're asking for death. Xiong Jiao's brows shot up. How dare he strike first? This was outrageous. She threw a punch aiming to break his bones. Not good. But the moment her fist made contact with Yi Fan's body, she felt a devastating force. All her defenses shattered instantly. The fist she had thrown cracked with a snap. Bang! The next second, Xiong Jiao crashed straight into the van. Crash! The van's body caved in. The windows shattered, raining down glass shards. It was a horrifying sight. Under Xiong Yi's disbelieving gaze, Xiong Jiao slid to the ground, bloodied and battered. The scene made Xiong Yi gasp in shock, and he was utterly stunned by Yi Fan. No one had expected that a casual charge from Yi Fan could be so devastating. Kid, have you thought about the consequences of hurting my sworn sister? Xiong Yi raised his dagger to shout, but before he could finish, a crack sounded. His neck was twisted a full 180 degrees. The last thing he saw was Yi Fan's cold face. Too much talk. Yi Fan released his grip and Xiong Yi fell straight to the ground, his face a mask of shock, disbelief, and resentment. He never imagined he would be killed before he could even make a move. Xiong Jiao, seeing this, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yi Fan pulled out his phone. Zhang Daqiang, it's time to clean up. Zhang Daqiang brought people to handle the scene, and Yi Fan escorted Tang Ruoxue to the nearby hospital. The injuries were not serious, but Yi Fan wanted her to calm her mind. Tang Ruoxue soon regained consciousness. She briefly inquired about the accident, and Yi Fan informed her that the other party was fully at fault. The car was sent for repairs under insurance, and they had received 50,000 yuan in medical compensation. Tang Ruoxue did not suspect anything. After resting a little and confirming she was fine, she insisted on leaving the hospital and told Yi Fan not to inform her parents about the accident. She did not want Lin Xiuling and the others to worry, given that this was the second accident in half a month. Your luck has been so bad lately. Not only is the company having problems, but you're always in trouble. Don't you suspect it's the amulet? Yi Fan seized every opportunity to address the amulet. I think you'd better throw it away. On the way, he had considered using the accident to break the amulet, but ultimately abandoned that crude idea. The amulet was very hard. Since Tang Ruoxue's chest was unharmed, how could the amulet shatter? It would be easy for her to think he had tampered with it. And even if Tang Ruoxue believed the amulet had broken in the crash, her heart was not resistant to the thing, so she might well get another amulet to wear. If she got a more ferocious and powerful amulet, that would be a case of trying to gain a little, but losing a lot. After weighing the options, Yi Fan decided not to touch it. Instead, he drew a few talismans to dispel the black energy, so that Tang Ruoxue would not be too unlucky. There you go again. Every time Yi Fan mentioned the amulet, Tang Ruoxue became irritable. It's obvious the other driver was careless. What does that have to do with my amulet? If it's really that evil, why have I only had 2 accidents in all the days I've been driving to work? You can blame the amulet for anything you. I might as well suspect you're bringing me bad luck, since both times I was in the car with you. She shot Yi Fan a glare, picked up her handbag, and said, stop talking nonsense. Let's go home. She was worried that Yi Fan's constant suspicion might drive him insane. Yi Fan had expected this outcome. He smiled helplessly and followed her out. As they reached the elevator, a text message came in from Zhang Daqiang saying that Xiong Yi and the others had finished cleaning up. Lin Ruowan and Zhang Xiaojing had also been recaptured. Zhang Daqiang assured Yi Fan that he would not be harmed again. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and deleted the message without a word. The trouble with Lin Ruowan was finally settled. Yi Fan did not want to stain his hands with blood, but since the other party not only wanted to kill him, but also target Tang Ruoshue's family, he had no choice but to send them off. Sighing, Yi Fan and Tang Ruoshue returned to the villa and found several guests inside. Yi Fan looked closely and saw Lin Sanggu and her daughter Lin Xiaoyan. Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling sat across from them, their expressions solemn and helpless. Lin Sanggu was Lin Xiuling's cousin, a state-owned enterprise employee, and had a decent relationship with Lin Xiuling, visiting each other during festivals. However, Lin Sanggu always came to the Tang house empty-handed, bringing her whole family of sons and daughters, calling it eating the rich. Today, unusually, she brought a gift box. The box was placed on the coffee table. It looked rough, tied with a red string, resembling some kind of handicraft. Auntie Sanggu Xiaoyan, hello. Yi Fan and Tang Ruoshue greeted politely. Lin Sanggu gave a slight nod to Tang Ruoshue, but didn't even glance at Yi Fan. This live-in son-in-law of the Tang family was beneath her notice. Then frowning, she said to Lin Xiuling, "Xiuling, I really have no other choice, or I wouldn't have come so presumptuously. Xiaoyan graduated in archaeology, but can't find a job. The current units and companies are just too ignorant. I told them that our Xiaoyan is a city girl, pampered since childhood, can't do heavy work, and has high material demands. I asked them to arrange an easy, low workload position for her with an internship salary of around 10 to 18,000, but they all refused. Either they sent her to the field, or the salary is 5,000, no different from a rural kid fresh out of school. Isn't that belittling our Xiaoyan's status?" Lin Sanggu, dressed in red, beat her chest and stomped her feet, her former shrewdness turning into anger and resentment. Lin Xiaoyan played with her phone without lifting her eyes, as if it had nothing to do with her. Lin Xiuling gently soothed her. "Sis, I understand how you feel. How about this? Xiaoyan can work at my clinic for a few months to gain some experience." "Spring Breeze Clinic," Lin Xiaoyan said disdainfully. "I forget about your clinic. The patients coming and going are all lower-class people, truck drivers, street vendors, even brawling thugs. It has no class at all. Besides, I studied archaeology, I follow an elegant and noble path. Spring Breeze Clinic is like a vegetable market, and I'd have to serve patients." She curled her lip. "I wouldn't go even for 100,000. Lin Sanggu chimed in. "Exactly. If Xiaoyan goes there, she won't learn anything and will lower her standards." Lin Xiuling's expression stiffened, but she forced a smile. "Spring Breeze Clinic is beneath you, then what do you want us to help with?" She held Yi Fan in contempt, but she was still sincere toward her own relatives. "I've thought it over. Those small companies are snobs, so we won't bother with them." Lin Sanggu's eyes lit up. "I've decided to let Xiaoyan join the Qianbao Group. I saw the news. The Qianbao Group discovered another jade mine overseas, and their business is booming. Xiaoyan would do well there." She laid out her plan straightforwardly. "I don't expect her to be extremely wealthy. $1 million or so a year is enough. Going to the Qianbao Group is a good idea, but they have very high professional requirements." Tang Sanghua frowned and said, "Getting into the Qianbao Group is harder than passing the civil service exam. The people they recruit are either experienced appraisers or exceptionally talented prospects." The implication was that Lin Xiaoyan's chances of getting in were minuscule. "I know it's hard to get in, that's why we came to you." Lin Sanggu winked. "Xiuling, you've run a clinic for years and have countless connections. Sanghua, you're an antique connoisseur and have dealings with many wealthy families. You must have a good relationship with the Qianbao Group. Just put in a word for us, and Xiaoyan getting into the Qianbao Group would be as easy as drinking water, right?" Lin Sanggu's smile faded a little. "Unless you don't want to help or you're worried about spending money or owing favors." Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling looked troubled. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but the request was beyond their ability. Han Nanhua earned billions a year, while the Tang family's annual income was only a few million. The gap between their social classes was vast. They admitted they knew Han Nanhua, but only as nodding acquaintances. How could they pull strings? Even if they could pass a message, their words would carry no weight. Yi Fan was about to go upstairs, but when he heard Han Nanhua's name, he hesitated. "Mom, what's the matter?" "About the Qianbao Group." Already under pressure from Lin Sanggu, Lin Xiuling snapped at Yi Fan. "What's it to you? As if you could help, eh?" She waved him away. "Go cook. Auntie Sanggu and the others will eat here." Yi Fan said calmly. "I just heard you mention the Qianbao Group. I have a bit of acquaintance with old Han, maybe I can help." He wouldn't have bothered to speak up if not for the tense atmosphere threatening Tang Ruoshue's mood. "You can help. What can you do?" Lin Sanggu snapped at Yi Fan. "This matter requires at least a manager from the Qianbao Group to solve. Do you know any?" Lin Sanggu was furious. At a time like this, how could Yi Fan still come to cause trouble? Lin Xiuling also cast a glance at Yi Fan, then waved him away. "All right, if you're not capable, don't hang around here. Can't you see we're all worried sick, our hair about to turn white? Remember to make an extra 4-joy meatball. When cooking, your third aunt loves it." Yi Fan had no choice but to fall silent. "Xiuling Sanghua, this matter still needs your handling. Among all our relatives, you two are the most accomplished. If you won't help, then little Yin truly has no way out." Seeing the troubled expressions of Tang Sanghua and his wife Lin Sangu's face turned ugly, can you bear to watch little Yin remain jobless idling at home and living off his parents? Lin Xiaoyan also added a sharp remark. Aunt uncle, at a critical moment like this, you can't let us down. Yi Fan shook his head. No wonder no hospital wanted this kid. Just then Tang Ruoxue, who had changed her shoes, walked over. Third, Aunt Little, Yin wants to join the Qianbao group. Oh, I almost forgot about Ruoxue. Ruoxue is a big CEO, she knows plenty of people. Lin Sangu slapped her forehead hard, her anger transforming into a spring-like smile. She then pulled Tang Ruoxue to sit down. Ruoxue, come do your little sister a small favor. Then she briefly recounted the matter and pointed at the overambitious Lin Xiaoyan. If you don't help little Yin, his life will be ruined. Lin Sangu's eyes were piercing. Ruoxue, you're not that kind of person, are you? After listening, Tang Ruoxue explained helplessly, Third, Aunt Little Yin, my parents, and I really can't help with this. Although Elder Han is approachable, we only have a nodding acquaintance with him. No real connection whatsoever. And every year no fewer than 1,000 people try to get into Qianbao group, many of them with strong backgrounds. Elder Han didn't give them any face either. So what leverage do we have to pull strings? Of course I can try making a phone call later. Tang Ruoxue didn't put on a brave face, leaving Lin Sangu mentally prepared. But upon hearing this, Lin Sangu's face instantly darkened. They had come here to solve the problem, not to hear excuses. What do you mean no connection? Usually the family brags like crazy, but at the critical moment, there's no connection. Lin Sangu tore off the facade. You just don't want to help, do you? Lin Xiaoyan fanned the flames. Mom, I told you not to come here. You have no money or power, so who would recognize you as a relative? Lin Xiaoling also pulled a long face. Sister Little, Yin, how can you talk like that? It's not that we don't want to help. We really can't. Tang Sanghua nodded in agreement. Qianbao group is extremely strict. You either need immense strength or an impeccable background. How can you not help? Have you even tried to help? Did you ask anyone or pay any bribes? You've done nothing, yet you claim you can't help. Lin Sangu argued vehemently. Is this the attitude of someone who wants to help? If it weren't for the fact that we're relatives, I wouldn't even want your help. She lashed out with a torrent of scolding. I lowered my pride to beg you, which was already a huge concession, but you pull this stunt. Lin Xiaoling was angered. So we're supposed to feel honored. Actually, just as a quarrel was about to erupt, Tang Ruoxue suddenly fixed her gaze on Yi Fan. Yi Fan really can help. She was reluctant to let Yi Fan use his connection with Song Hongyan, but seeing Lin Sangu's attitude, she had no choice but to let Yi Fan owe a favor. Yi Fan. Lin Sangu's anger flared even more. Ruoxue, stop joking. Doesn't everyone know that Yi Fan in your family is a good-for-nothing? If you don't want to help, just say it straight. First you say you're insignificant, then you use Yi Fan as a shield. What's the point? Do you think we're fools? By the time she said these words, Lin Sangu was thoroughly enraged. In her eyes, the Tang family was deliberately stalling. Even she knew that Yi Fan, the live-in son-in-law, was a worthless loser. The Tang family claiming he could help was treating her and her daughter like idiots. At this point, Lin Xiaoling also realized Ruoxue didn't mean that. Lin Sangu fumed. The Tang family has struck it rich and now looks down on us poor relatives. If you don't want to help, just be straightforward. What's so great about you? If Yi Fan can help, pigs can fly. Daughter, you were right. No money, no power, no relatives. Lin Sangu snorted. To get rid of us, they even brought out Yi Fan. Lin Xiaoyan tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mom, let's go. They'll probably have to disinfect the sofa we sat on later. Don't bother them anymore. Her sharp tongue, even more caustic than Lin Xiaoling's, infuriated Tang Sanghua and his wife. Third, Aunt, we're not fooling you. It just suddenly occurred to us that Yi Fan happens to know someone. He's quite close to Song Hongyan. Tang Ruoxue hurriedly explained. Song Hongyan has a good relationship with Elder Han. If she mediates, the problem is sure to be solved. Lin Xiaoling also suppressed her anger and nodded. That's right, Yi Fan knows Song Hongyan. She also recalled that Yi Fan had saved Song Hongyan's daughter's life. The other party had even given Yi Fan a 3 million yuan ginseng fruit. A simple greeting to Han Nanhua shouldn't be difficult. Oh, come on, still bragging. Is that fun? Lin Sangu laughed in fury. Yi Fan knows Song Hongyan. Then I know Du Tianhu too. Look at your Tang family. You've only been prosperous again in recent years, yet you've turned into such cold-hearted people. Not only do you refuse to help, but you also make up a bunch of absurd excuses. I'm truly disappointed. If you really look down on us, just say so. We won't come anymore, alright? Lin Sangu packed up the things on the table, preparing to leave with her daughter. Lin Xiaoling was so angry she felt like her lungs would explode. Seeing her mother's face flushed red, Tang Ruoxue hurried over to calm her down. Lin Xiaoling grabbed Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, call Song Hongyan. Ask her to help. Today she was determined to vent this frustration, or she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Such a trivial matter doesn't require Song Hongyan. Yi Fan took out his phone and smiled faintly. I'll just have my maid. No, a friend handle it. Then he dialed Hanyu. Soon after he hung up and said to Lin Sangu and the others, it's taken care of. Keep acting, keep pretending. Let's see how long your family can keep this up. Lin Sangu slammed the box shut, making a loud noise, and glanced at Yi Fan and the others with disdain. What crappy relatives. In this society, family bonds are really thin. Xiaoyan, let's go. This is no place for the likes of us. Lin Sanggu tucked the box under her arm and called her daughter to leave. Too high and mighty for us poor folks. Ding! Just then Lin Xiaoyan's phone buzzed. She glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Mom, it's the Qianbao group calling." Answer quickly, answer quickly. Hearing that it was a call from Qianbao group, Lin Sanggu's body trembled, and she urged her daughter to answer promptly. Lin Xiaoyan quickly picked up and connected. After a moment, she hung up, her face filled with astonishment. Lin Sanggu hurriedly asked, "Xiaoyan, whose call was it? What did they say?" Tang Sanghua and Lin Xiuling also gathered around. "Mom, it was Qianbao group that called me just now." Lin Xiaoyan spoke joyfully. "Secretary Qian said she has seen my resume and asked me to prepare the documents and go to Qianbao group for training tomorrow. They will also give me a salary of 8,000 yuan per month. If I perform well, I can start an internship after 3 months. If I make no mistakes during the internship, I can smoothly become a regular employee, enjoying a base salary of 20,000 yuan plus dividends." Thinking that she could become a member of Qianbao group and earn so much money, Lin Xiaoyan grew excited and her tone became even more arrogant. "Really?" Lin Sanggu looked at her daughter doubtfully. "Was it really a call from Qianbao group?" "I checked. The phone number is indeed from Qianbao group, and I recognize Secretary Qian's voice." Lin Xiaoyan nodded seriously. "She once came to my school to give a lecture." Tang Ruoxue glanced at Yi Fan, her expression complex, both surprised by Yi Fan's efficiency and displeased that Song Hongyan obeyed Yi Fan so readily. Yi Fan understood the woman's meaning, but he could only smile wryly, unable to explain that Han Yu had become his disciple. Having received confirmation, Lin Sanggu was ecstatic. "Wonderful. My daughter can enter Qianbao group. Heaven truly is eyes. In this way, not only will my daughter have a bright future, but I can also brag about it. It's not heaven that has eyes." Lin Xiuling snorted. It was Yi Fan who helped a lot. Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan exchanged a knowing smile. It was rare for Lin Xiuling to acknowledge Yi Fan. "Yi Fan." Lin Sanggu came to her senses and sneered. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Xiaoyan say that Qianbao group saw her resume? It's obviously because my daughter is outstanding that Qianbao group recognized her potential and picked her out from 1,000. What does that have to do with your Yi Fan? Do you really think I'll believe that Xiaoyan got into Qianbao group because of a phone call he made?" Her eyes were contemptuous. "That's just a coincidence." Lin Xiaoyan also sneered. "And let's not even mention that Yi Fan has no capability. Even if he had connections, Qianbao group isn't something you can get into through connections. They must have liked my looks and personality, so they recruited me as fresh blood." She instantly forgot that she had come here seeking special favors. Tang Ruoxue was taken aback. "Xiaoyan. All right, stop talking." Lin Sanggu impatiently interrupted Tang Ruoxue. "If you want to save face for your man, just say it outright. Don't twist Xiaoyan's own excellence into Yi Fan's achievement. A live-in son-in-law who relies on your Tang family for support and even gets pocket money. How could he have the ability to help my daughter enter Qianbao group? You couldn't even get Han Nanhua to give you face. Do you think Yi Fan can make him oblige? Go fool someone else." She didn't believe for a second that Yi Fan had played any role. Lin Xiuling couldn't help but stand up. "Yi Fan may have no ability, but the Song Hongyan he knows does. Yi Fan, tell her, was it you who helped?" She was truly furious. In her heart she knew that with Lin Xiaoyan's capabilities, she couldn't even work as a nursing assistant at Chunfeng Clinic. So how could she be chosen by Qianbao group, and with 8,000 yuan at that? It must be that Yi Fan used Song Hongyan's connections. She didn't like Yi Fan, but she couldn't let Lin Sanggu forget the Tang family's contribution. "Third, aunt." Yi Fan was about to explain properly, but Lin Sanggu rudely interrupted. "Third what? Aunt, am I someone you can call that? All right, enough. The more we talk, the more it drags on. Next thing you know, Du Tianhu will show up. Xiaoyan got into Qianbao group today, and I'm happy, so I won't bother with you snobbish people. If it makes you happy to say that Yi Fan helped, then fine. Let's say Yi Fan helped. Whatever makes you happy, okay. But I'll never set foot in this house again. Keep the gift box as a farewell present. Take care of yourselves." After saying that, she held her head high and pulled Lin Xiaoyan away. As Lin Xiaoyan walked out the door, she wondered to herself, did I even submit a resume to Qianbao group? Then she dismissed these thoughts. Regardless, she was now part of Qianbao group and would soon reach the peak of her life. She quickly posted a WeChat moment titled, "One resumed straight to Qianbao." The figures of Lin Sanggu and her daughter soon disappeared, but Lin Xiuling and Tang Sanghua looked grim, clearly holding a grudge. Yi Fan smiled wryly, feeling sorry for causing trouble for Han Yue, and resolved to treat her well. Tang Ruoxue tried to comfort her parents. "Dad, Mom, forget it. There's no need to argue with third aunt. Useless thing." Lin Xiuling slapped the coffee table and scolded Yi Fan. "Can't even handle a small matter." Then she went upstairs with a gloomy face. "Yi Fan, you help them. This gift is from third aunt, you keep it." Tang Sanghua tossed the gift box toward Yi Fan and then left gloomily. Yi Fan was taken aback, then shook his head. "Dad, you keep it. I don't play with such things. Just take it when told. Why so much fuss?" Tang Sanghua waved his hand impatiently, leaving no room for Yi Fan to argue. Tang Ruoxue gently tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Since her parents were angry, it was better to comply. "I'll go change clothes and then cook with you." Tang Ruoxue released Yi Fan and went upstairs with her handbag. Yi Fan opened the gift box. Inside was a ceramic figurine of a Yu maiden performing a sword dance. In terms of either color or craftsmanship, it couldn't even be called a craftwork. It was merely a souvenir. Moreover, it looked neither new nor old, as if it had been sitting awkwardly for a few decades, probably a defective product from the Reform era. Yi Fan was convinced that this item couldn't sell for even 200 yuan at an antique market. Whoosh. As Yi Fan pondered what to do with it, the Tai Chi diagram on his left hand stirred slightly. Yi Fan sensed a powerful, ominous aura. But when he picked up the ceramic figurine to examine it, he found nothing suspicious. This Yu maiden sword dance was just a product from a knockoff factory lacking any historical aura. However, the life and death stone was becoming more active, as if something was attracting it. Clang. Yi Fan ran to the kitchen, found a secluded corner, and smashed the ceramic directly. Porcelain shards flew everywhere. There was nothing inside, and no legendary fault line was found. Yi Fan didn't give up. He stomped on it a few more times, and just as he was about to be disappointed, he heard a crack. The small sword in the Yu maiden's hand cracked with several long, narrow lines. Yi Fan picked it up and shook it. The porcelain fragments of the little sword fell away. A brilliant light instantly blazed. Yi Fan subconsciously squinted. Whoosh. A flexible sword about 5 inches long appeared before him. Thin as a cicada's wing, soft as flowing water, shaped like a small intestine, yet it looked exceptionally sharp. Yi Fan was overjoyed. The fish intestine sword. Few might know what the Yuchang sword is. It was one of the 10 legendary swords of antiquity famously wielded by Zhuan Su, who concealed it within a fish's belly to assassinate King Liao. That sword was the Yuchang. It is said to have been forged by the master swordsmith Yezi. On the day the blade was completed, the heavens and earth changed color, the mountains trembled, and the stars flickered. Though such descriptions may be exaggerated, they reveal the profound significance of the Yuchang sword in history. Yi Fan pressed the blade gently, and it straightened instantly, then he struck it against a cleaver. With a sharp clang, the cleaver snapped. The blade was sharp enough to cleave iron, as if it were mud. After consulting books, Yi Fan confirmed repeatedly that the sword he had accidentally obtained was indeed the Yuchang sword. This was a top-tier legendary sword. Selling it for 1 billion or 800 million would be effortless. Of course, Yi Fan knew that if he actually tried to sell it, he wouldn't even get a chance at auction. It would soon be exchanged for a mere 500 yuan and a certificate. So Yi Fan kept the news to himself, admired it thoroughly, and then crafted a scabbard that folded into a circle. Soon a bracelet appeared on Yi Fan's left wrist. At 4 o'clock the next morning, in high spirits, Yi Fan rose early to practice his skills. He not only cycled through the Tai Chi Classic, but also found a sword technique in his sea of consciousness to practice. He refrained from training in Tai Chi sword or Yu maiden sword, for while his strength was still insufficient, he sought speed and effectiveness. 10 steps, 1 kill. Yi Fan practiced this swiftest of lethal sword techniques earnestly until dawn. Thus 2 hours later, as he sat cross-legged, Yi Fan suddenly vanished. The next moment, 10 steps away, a flash of sword light suddenly swept through the woods. Then the Yuchang sword froze still in the morning breeze. At the tip of the blade, a fallen, withered leaf was impaled. Having achieved some mastery, Yi Fan immediately sheathed the Yuchang sword, wiped off his sweat, and returned to wash up. He then swiftly prepared breakfast for the family of 4. Barely had he set the tableware when Tang Songhua, his wife, and Tang Ruoxue descended the stairs. The incident with Lin Sangyu still weighed on Tang Songhua and his wife, so their expressions were grim. As Yi Fan, who had been busy until the last moment, sat down at the table, Lin Xiaoling crossed her legs and tapped the table with her right hand. Yi Fan, where's the Rolex? Yi Fan was slightly taken aback, but still pulled it out and handed it over. Here. Good, it's not broken yet. Lin Xiaoling snatched the Rolex and thrust it into Tang Songhua's hand. Tang Ruoxue was stunned. Mom, what are you doing? Your father and I have decided. Lin Xiaoling didn't even lift her eyelids. From today, this watch belongs to your father. Tang Ruoxue was dumbfounded. Mom, no, this watch is Yi Fan's. What right do you have to decide? Before she could finish, Lin Xiaoling interrupted bluntly. What do you mean, Yi Fan's? Do you think we don't know the truth? Yi Fan was baffled. What truth? Even though you're the owner of the watch, your father and I know it was bought with Ruoxue's private savings. Lin Xiaoling glared at her daughter. So we have the right to decide. When did I have private savings? Tang Ruoxue was both amused and exasperated. Besides, would I be crazy enough to buy a Rolex for Yi Fan? Your father and I have analyzed it. This watch costs hundreds of thousands. Yi Fan can't afford it, and no one would give it to him. Lin Xiaoling's expression was one of all-seeing certainty. The only possibility is that you bought it with your private savings. There's no other explanation. Even though I hold your salary card, I give you 100,000 for expenses every month. If you save for half a year, you'd have enough to buy this watch. You bought the Rolex for Yi Fan to make him look decent so he wouldn't embarrass himself outside, and maybe even bring you some pride. Tang Songhua frowned and echoed, how irresponsible. Tang Ruoxue's head throbbed. Mom, your imagination is too vivid. This watch was given by Huang. Don't make excuses. Besides, he's your father. Shouldn't he enjoy a bit of luxury? Lin Xiaoling glanced at Yi Fan. And a Rolex worth hundreds of thousands. Even a minor scratch would cost a fortune to repair. Does Yi Fan have the money for that? Tang Sangwa coughed. Actually, we're not being greedy about the watch. We're just keeping it safe for you two. He grabbed Yi Fan's finger and changed the fingerprint lock. Tang Ruoshua protested. Mom, Dad, you're being too domineering. I'll say it again, this watch. Enough, stop talking. Lin Xiaoling waved her hand impatiently. I know you want to dress him up, but a man's worth isn't measured by a Rolex. She sneered. Look, he helped out yesterday, and what happened? Lin Sangyu and her daughter weren't the least bit grateful. They even humiliated him freely. And he's never seen such an expensive watch before. What if one day he can't resist the temptation and sells it? Here, give him this plum watch to wear. Lin Xiaoling tossed out a vintage plum watch from the 1980s. Then, after eating half a bowl of porridge, she picked up her handbag and left for work with Tang Sanwa. Tang Ruoshua stood up to stop them, but Yi Fan smiled and held her back. Forget it, it's just a watch. Let her have it. Consider it a token of my appreciation. And this plum watch is not bad. Yi Fan put on the old modeled plum watch. Look, it keeps good time. He knew Lin Xiaoling was venting her frustration from yesterday, but since she couldn't take it out on Lin Sangyu and her daughter, she had to redirect it at him. Tang Ruoshua was so angry, she almost cursed him as useless again, then kicked Yi Fan's shin and walked away. The Chanel stockings I left on the bathroom sink. Hand wash them or the machine will ruin them. And remember to find a job. Yi Fan shouted after her, want me to wash your little panties too? Get lost. Tang Ruoshua grabbed a shoe and threw it at him. Yi Fan dodged with a laugh. Tang Ruoshua remembered something and reminded him. Oh, by the way, at 6 in the evening, go to the Aegean Sea restaurant. Yi Fan asked curiously, inviting me to a candlelight dinner. Be there on time, or I'll have your head. Tang Ruoshua huffed and left. Yi Fan's eyes softened with warmth. At last he could feel the breath of a real woman. Then he quickly finished the housework. As he was about to go grocery shopping, a call came in. Yi Fan put on his earpiece and soon heard Han Yu's lazy voice. You pervert. Yi Fan's voice turned stern. Itching again, are you? Han Yu was silent for a moment, then grumbled. Are you free now? Yi Fan replied bluntly. No, I'm going to the market to buy groceries. Damn you. Han Yu was almost speechless. You have over 100 million in your hands, and you tell me you're going to the market to buy groceries. Yi Fan said indifferently, say what you need to say, or I'm hanging up. Damn it, bastard. A beautiful woman calls you, and not only are you not flattered, you sound impatient. And I helped you yesterday. Han Yu was about to explode, but she touched her backside and softened her tone. Master, are you free? I want you to take a look at my foot. I don't know why, but it keeps giving out on me today. It's lost strength 4 times, and I almost fell down the stairs. I also noticed it's a bit swollen. I'm worried it's getting worse. I don't want to have my leg amputated at such a young age. Can you treat it? She put on a dejected sobbing act. Yi Fan shuddered. Han Yu's gentleness always felt like a veiled threat. He frowned and asked, don't come to me. I'll go to the Han family garden instead. I'll also check on your grandfather's condition. Feeling a bit guilty about yesterday's incident with Lin Xiaoyan, Yi Fan decided not to bicker with Han Yu. I'm not at the Han family garden. I'm at the Qianbao building. I came to work today. Han Yu continued, we discovered a jade mine overseas, and the workload is piled higher than my head. Alright, give me the address. I'll come to the Qianbao building to find you. After receiving the address from Han Yue, Yi Fan hailed a taxi and set off. 15 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a towering building in the city center. Over 30 stories high, its exterior was entirely clad in jade, glistening under the sun. The interior was equally luxurious, with the lobby filled with various jewelry pieces, each of considerable value. And the receptionists up front were all stunningly attractive. The Qianbao group was indeed wealthy. As Yi Fan was about to approach the reception desk to contact Han Yue, he spotted 2 familiar faces in the lobby. Lin Sangyu and Lin Xiaoyan. What a small world. Seeing them, Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't Lin Xiaoyan supposed to be sent for training? Why was she still here? He stepped forward a few paces. At that moment, Lin Sangyu was holding her phone and shouting in a loud voice, Secretary Qian, I'm Lin Xiaoyan's mother, Lin Sangyu. Yes, Lin Xiaoyan, the Lin Xiaoyan, who's supposed to report today. I'm really sorry, we were so happy yesterday, the whole family celebrated, made a ruckus, and ended up oversleeping. Yi Fan felt utterly speechless. The hard-won job opportunity, and Lin Xiaoyan had actually overslept. He somewhat regretted making that phone call. But you don't need to worry. Since Xiaoyan decided to join Qianbao Group, she definitely won't stand you up. You can rest assured. Lin Sangyu hadn't seen Yi Fan. Holding the phone, she spoke arrogantly. Yes, we're here in the lobby. Come down and pick us up. No need for an extravagant welcome lunch. Just a gathering of a few mid to high level staff will do. Alright, we'll wait. Lin Sangyu hung up the phone triumphantly, then turned to Lin Xiaoyan and said, don't worry, it's only 3 hours late. No big deal. You're a rare talent. They wouldn't dare not take you, otherwise if you went to a competitor, Qianbao would go bankrupt. Secretary Qian will be down soon. The receptionist and security guards exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion, as if wondering when the Han family had gotten such relatives. Lin Xiaoyan nodded slightly. When we see Secretary Qian, let him give a proper raise. 8,000 is a bit low. Lin Sangyu gave a thumbs up, same thought as mine. With your potential, it's only natural to ask for more. Yi Fan shook his head upon hearing this, thinking of having Han Yu dismiss Lin Xiaoyan. But glancing at the Yuchong's sword on his wrist, he hesitated slightly. Seeing someone shake their head, Lin Xiaoyan instinctively looked over. When she saw Yi Fan's face, she was startled. Yi Fan. Lin Xiaoyan, why mention that good for nothing? Lin Sanggu shouted impatiently, but when her eyes swept toward Yi Fan, they widened. Yi Fan. Damn it, how did he follow us here? The next second her face contorted. Bastard, he must be trying to latch onto us and get a job through us at Qianbao. I shouldn't have announced publicly that you were accepted by Qianbao Group yesterday. Xiaoyan, you sit. I'll go chase that loser away. Lin Sanggu stood up, walked to Yi Fan and barked. Yi Fan, what are you doing here? Did your mother-in-law send you to follow? I tell you, your family is too scheming, always wanting to ride on Xiaoyan's coattails. She harbored a deep hatred for Lin Xiaoling, refusing to help when the Tang family needed it, and now sending her son-in-law to freeload when her daughter's future looked bright. Get lost, get lost. Right now. Lin Sanggu almost shouted, we're not going to find you a job here. Yi Fan didn't respond. Lin Xiaoyan also stood up, lifting her pretty face. Yi Fan, do you hear me? This is no place for you. As she spoke, she reached out to push Yi Fan. Lin Xiaoyan hated sharing good things with others. Yi Fan blocked her hand, his expression unchanged. To him now, past grievances and humiliations were but light clouds and gentle breezes dismissed with a smile. Seeing Yi Fan deflect her, Lin Xiaoyan flew into a rage and shouted at the receptionist and security, why haven't you thrown this troublemaker out yet? Yi Fan didn't even glance at Lin Sanggu and her daughter. He walked straight to the reception desk and said calmly, I'm looking for Han Yu. The pretty receptionist was taken aback. You're looking for President Han. Lin Sanggu snorted contemptuously. Oh, so impressive coming here to ask for Han Yu. Do you really think you're someone important? Even we can't see Miss Han, and you, a useless loser, think you can? Lin Xiaoyan sneered relentlessly. Ridiculous. Just then the receptionist also looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Sir, President Han isn't someone you can just see on a whim. Do you have an appointment? Tell Han Yu my name is Yi Fan. Yi Fan said calmly, give her 5 minutes. If she doesn't come down, I'll leave. The pretty receptionist smiled dismissively. Sir, please don't cause trouble, okay? Several security guards approached, eyeing him warily. Yi Fan's tone remained flat for minutes left. Lin Xiaoyan taunted, ordering Miss Han to come down. Who do you think you are? All right, Yi Fan, stop putting on airs. Lin Sanggu looked at him with a contemptuous expression as if seeing through him. I know you want to show off in front of us, but Miss Han is really not someone you can reach. Just leave now. Don't make a further fool of yourself. Besides, if you leave a bad impression on Miss Han, it might hurt us. What if our big plans are ruined because of you? How will you take responsibility? She was certain Yi Fan had followed them, and was now using the excuse of seeing Han Yu to cover his embarrassment. Yi Fan looked at the receptionist and said flatly, 3 minutes left. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Yi Fan, the receptionist was momentarily stunned, hesitated, and finally made the call. Yi Fan, enough. Is this fun? It's embarrassing. Lin Sanggu was angry. I order you now leave here immediately. Ding. Halfway through her words, a crisp bell rang. The elevator doors opened, and the sound of leather shoes tapping against the floor came rushing in. Then several men and women appeared. Leading the group was Han Yu, dressed in Givenchy, stylish and sharp. But at that moment her expression was urgent, almost flustered. Lin Sanggu and Lin Xiaoyan greeted them with smiles plastered on their faces. President Han. Han Yu ignored everyone's welcome, anxiously scanning the lobby before locking onto Yi Fan and rushing over. Yi Fan, I'm sorry I'm late. Lin Sanggu and Lin Xiaoyan stood frozen in utter shock. Yi Fan really knew Han Yu. How was that possible? Yi Fan glanced at Han Yu with a faint smile. Not bad, you've changed your temper. I thought you might not come down. Han Yu nearly kicked Yi Fan, then turned to Lin Xiaoyan with a smile. Yi Fan, is this your sister-in-law Lin Xiaoyan? The one you asked me to get a job for? Lin Sanggu let out another, ah. She never imagined it was really Yi Fan who pulled strings. Lin Xiaoyan, unwilling to accept it, cried out anxiously, President Han, didn't you hire me because of my looks and abilities? Deep down she desperately hoped it wasn't Yi Fan's help. The receptionist exchanged awkward glances at Lin Xiaoyan, wondering if she had a misunderstanding about her looks. Yi Fan said lightly, Han Yu, if she wants to rely on her ability, give her the chance to do so. After saying that, he walked straight into the elevator. Han Yu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled at her secretary. Secretary Qian, Miss Lin is young, beautiful, and upright. Arrange her according to the regulations. Secretary Qian stepped forward immediately. Miss Lin, Qianbao Group only recruits talents with master's or doctoral degrees. You have a college diploma which does not meet our hiring requirements. I hereby announce that your application has failed. You are not hired. Lin Sanggu and Lin Xiaoyan's faces instantly turned ashen. Yi Fan, please come in. Amid the astonished gazes of Lin Sanggu and Lin Xiaoyan, Han Yu ushered Yi Fan into the office on the 8th floor. The office spanned over 100 square meters, lavishly decorated with not only all-brand furniture, but also bulletproof glass on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Against the inner wall stood a bookshelf displaying dozens of antiques, porcelain snuff bottles, jade ornaments, and various other items. Several paintings hung on the wall behind the desk. Han Yu called out, would you like something to drink? It had to be said the woman in the company appeared more mature and dignified than at home. though still exuding pure charm, yet traces of growth were evident. Yi Fan glanced at her then shook his head. No need. Come over, and let me take a look. I need to treat you early, and then go buy groceries. Han Yu nearly grabbed a paper cutter. Then suppressing her fury, she slipped off her leather shoes, removed her stockings in front of Yi Fan, and finally sat down before him. She lifted her left foot, revealing a crystalline snow-white little foot before Yi Fan's eyes. It was flushed with pink, perfectly curved with gold-painted toenails that gleamed seductively in the sunlight. Han Yu curled her lips. Treat me. Yi Fan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge within, then reached out and grasped the woman's delicate foot. There was a scar on the sole, over an inch long, deep in color, starkly contrasting with the surrounding fair skin. This was evidently the injury from Han Yu's ice skating accident. Yi Fan looked up and asked, Did you eat a lot of seafood last night? How did you know? Han Yu was slightly startled, then nodded. I was happy yesterday, so I had a big feast. I love hairy crabs, and ate a few extra. Is there something wrong? You were infected when you were injured back then. Although treatment was given, it wasn't fully eradicated, leaving some meridians inflamed. Yi Fan said calmly. So whenever you encounter cold or eat seafood, it triggers the inflammation to spread, causing your old injury and even your left foot to ache faintly. Your headaches are also a side effect. If you don't get a radical cure within 3 months at most, not only will you lose a leg, but your internal organs will fail. Han Yu was shocked. Then she leaned forward, lying flat on the coffee table, arching her waist. An incredibly alluring curve instantly appeared. Stop talking and cure me quickly. Han Yu cried out with a sob. I don't want amputation. I'd rather die than lose a leg. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Aren't you going to treat me? Han Yu opened her mouth slightly. I'm voluntarily getting into position, aren't I? Just hit me as hard as you need to. I can take it if it heals my foot. Slap. Yi Fan smacked her rear. Who told you I would treat you like this? Last time was to soothe your meridians and relieve your headache. He said, half laughing, half crying. Today I'm treating your foot, removing inflammation and expelling toxins. It's acupuncture. Han Yu's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she quickly lowered her arched waist. Then Yi Fan used the 4 symbols detoxification acupuncture technique to detoxify her. After releasing 3 streams of pus and blood from the sole, Han Yu immediately felt her entire leg lighten, no longer painful, but full of vitality. At that moment she felt she could kick 10 of Yi Fan. Half a day later, after 3 rounds of acupuncture, cleaning, disinfecting, and applying medicine, Yi Fan handled it with ease. His earnest demeanor made Han Yu's mind wander for a moment, realizing for the first time that Yi Fan was somewhat handsome. The inflammation is gone, the meridians are repaired. I'll write you a prescription. Yi Fan picked up a pen and paper, swiftly scribbled a prescription. Take 1 dose daily for half a month, and you'll be completely fine. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Han Yue, overjoyed, took the prescription, and for the first time willingly called him master. Then she ran back to her desk, opened a drawer, pulled out a box, and tossed it to Yi Fan. I heard from Sister Song that you're married. This is for you. Han Yu beamed. Give it to your wife. She'll definitely like it. It's a small token of my gratitude. What is it? Yi Fan looked wary. Don't play tricks on me. What if it was some adult toy? Tang Ruoxue would strangle him alive. Han Yu slapped the table in anger. I have principles, you know. Yi Fan looked skeptical, but didn't open the box. He changed the subject. Lend me a car. I have something to do later. He noticed it was already 5:30 p.m. The shift change time for taxis, making them hard to hail. So he needed a car to get to the AG&C restaurant. Hee, so you're begging me to. Seeing your good performance today, I'll grant you a car. Han Yu tossed a car key to Yi Fan, a limited edition Lamborghini worth 12 million delivered a week ago. It's downstairs. Take it. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Fan caught the key. Shall I father a dragon prince for Your Highness? The bastard was making a dirty joke, but she had no proof. Han Yu was about to go berserk and chop Yi Fan when a frantic knock came at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Han Yu opened it to find a young couple. The man wore Armani, the woman Chanel, both dripping with jewelry and wealth. The man looked anxious. Han Yu, you said there's a miracle doctor here treating you today. Where is he? The pretty woman also pressed. Yes, how did the treatment go? President Qian, Mrs. Qian, don't rush. Han Yu said cheerfully. I've finished treatment. The effect is excellent. I went from half dead to full of energy. She even kicked her leg a few times. See? All better. Han Yu, congratulations. Now tell us quickly, where is the miracle doctor? Have him see us right away. President Qian was hopping with anxiety. My wife and I are also desperate to have a child. If we don't have one in 2 years, my father will donate all his assets to charity. Mrs. Qian added. Han Yue, if this works out, you'll be well rewarded. Later, sister will introduce you to a good match. The miracle doctor is right here. Han Yu quickly introduced Yi Fan. Yi Fan, this is Qian Xinghua, President Qian, and his wife Shun Yin, the young master of Baiwa Bank. They are also plagued by hidden ailments, having sought treatment for years in vain. When they heard about the Han family's encounter with a miracle doctor, they decided to try anything. Seeing how desperate they were, I asked them to come and give it a shot. She even apologized, a rare sight. I know this might trouble you, but President Qian is a good friend of mine. I couldn't bear to. Yi Fan nodded gently. It's fine. I understand. Then he took another look at the couple. Yi Fan remembered that Tang Ruoshue's funding difficulties were caused by Bahua Bank. Han Yu enthusiastically introduced them, President Qian Mrs. Qian, this is the miracle doctor who cured me, Yi Fan. Hello. Yi Fan politely extended his hand. Qian Xinghua and his wife frowned as they shook it briefly. This is the miracle doctor. Qian Xinghua was stunned. Not that he didn't believe in Chinese medicine, but at this age how could he have high skill? A young man in his 20s probably hasn't even finished reading medical textbooks. Xinyan was also skeptical. Qian Xinghua rudely stared at Yi Fan. Are you the miracle doctor? Yi Fan didn't hold back either. Not a miracle doctor, just an amateur. I don't even have a medical license. Qian Xinghua was instantly displeased, thinking Han Yu had gone mad, calling someone without a license a miracle doctor. More like a charlatan. Xinyan asked, are you a medical student? Yi Fan ad-libbed. No, I never studied medicine. I graduated from Lanxiang Excavator School. Utter nonsense. Before Han Yu could speak, Qian Xinghua fumed. Do you know that practicing medicine recklessly is tantamount to murder for profit? Han Yu's expression changed, realizing Qian Xinghua was about to ruin things. Brother Qian, what's wrong with you? Don't you trust me? Though Han Yu had many business dealings with Qian Xinghua, she unhesitatingly sided with Yi Fan, given his value. What do you think? A greenhorn who never studied medicine. How can I trust him? Qian Xinghua even scolded Han Yu. What a waste of time. We skipped the shareholders meeting for this, and you show me this. Shen Yin also reproached, Han Yu, you were too hasty. In the past they wouldn't have been so harsh, but Han Yu had built up Yi Fan's reputation so high that they had rekindled their dying hopes. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and thus the greater the anger. President Qian, right? Yi Fan stopped Han Yu from speaking, stared at Qian Xinghua with a cold smile. You usually have poor appetite, low energy, physical fatigue, and need to drink a lot of coffee to stay alert. Also, you have night sweats, insomnia with excessive dreams and cold extremities. Moreover, when you walk, your right shoulder dips slightly, your left leg trembles. You have a spinal injury plus kidney deficiency and old trauma. You can't sit for long. Han Yu was stunned. But Qian Xinghua and his wife were wide-eyed. How do you know that? Yi Fan didn't stop. He turned to Shun Yan. Mrs. Qian, you have intermittent coughing with thick phlegm, sometimes blood-streaked. You often feel chest tightness and dull pain. You have a lung condition. Also, your conception meridian is blocked with blood stasis, impairing self-repair, causing frequent heavy bleeding or spotting during your period. Qian Xinghua and his wife's jaws dropped. Yi Fan had listed their symptoms without even taking a pulse, as if he had experienced it himself. Could he really be that miraculous? If I'm not mistaken, the hospital told you that you can't conceive because your uterus is too cold. In fact, it's just a problem with the conception meridian, which governs fertility. If the blockage in your meridian is cleared, you can still have children. Yi Fan finished in one breath, then ignoring everyone turned and left the office. Miracle doctor, miracle doctor. Qian Xinghua snapped out of it, howled, and dashed after Yi Fan. Shun Yan, as if waking from a dream, also chased after him. But when they reached the corridor, Yi Fan had already entered the elevator and descended. By the time they ran downstairs, he had driven off in the Lamborghini. The Qians panicked, immediately started their Maserati to pursue, but Han Yu pressed down on the steering wheel. Don't follow. She warned. Yi Fan is angry now. Chasing him won't help. Han Yu, I was wrong. I was blind. Qian Xinghua was sweating profusely. Please make a call for me, put in a good word. No matter the cost, ask Dr. Yi to treat us. Yes, please ask him to help me conceive a child. Shun Yan also regretted deeply. Han Yu, give me his address. We'll go beg him. Wait a while. Going after him now will only backfire. Han Yu said calmly. I'll call him later this evening, and then you can go see him. Half an hour later, Han Yu called, but Yi Fan's phone was turned off. While Qian Xinghua and his wife were filled with regret, Yi Fan was rushing to the Aichin Sea restaurant at full speed. He was already 5 minutes late. If he didn't show up soon, Tang Ruoshua would probably lose her temper. Yi Fan intended to use traffic jam as an excuse, but when he picked up his phone, he found his iPhone 4 had automatically shut down, and no matter how he tried, it wouldn't turn on. He thought to himself that he needed to buy a new phone while stepping harder on the accelerator. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan rushed into the restaurant's parking lot. He parked his car haphazardly in an empty space, then pushed open the door and ran toward the entrance. But before he could even enter the hall, he heard bursts of cheers erupting from the restaurant. Yi Fan looked up and saw that the Aichin Sea restaurant had become a sea of flowers and balloons. 36 elegantly dressed men and women stood in the shape of a heart, each holding a bouquet of roses. The sunlight glinted, making them dazzlingly bright. Yi Fan also caught sight of Zhao Xiaoya's tall and slender figure. In the center of the formation stood a young man, tall and handsome, with a broad forehead that exuded a certain authority. Dressed in British style, he looked very fashionable. Zhao Dongyang, a returned overseas doctorate, a rich second generation, and also Zhao Xiaoya's elder brother, the future heir of the Dongyang group. He had pursued Tang Ruoshua for years, but upon hearing that she was seriously ill and needed a marriage to ward off misfortune, he immediately fled abroad. Now that Tang Ruoshua was fine, his malicious intentions resurfaced. Before Zhao Dongyang stood Tang Ruoshua, whose expression was unpleasant. This was clearly a confession scene. With a snap, Zhao Dongyang made a gesture, and the 36 companions waved their left hands, revealing another small box. They opened them, revealing a diamond in each. 36 diamonds dazzling to the eye. The women present all screamed simultaneously, this was too romantic and too extravagant. 36 diamonds. Even if they are small ones, they are still worth a lot of money. How generous. This rich young master is too romantic, too wealthy. This is the son of Chairman Zhao of the Dongyang Group, Zhao Dongyang. How could he not be wealthy? Someone recognized Zhao Dongyang, immediately causing a wave of exclamations. The Dongyang Group was not a top-tier conglomerate in Zhonghai, but it still had assets worth several billions, considered a local wealthy family. For a woman to be favored by him was definitely a great honor. The surrounding screams and exclamations made Zhao Dongyang smile, even more confident. He didn't believe any woman could resist such romance. Not even Tang Ruoxue, known as the ice goddess, could resist. Ruoxue, I'm back, I've returned to Zhonghai. Zhao Dongyang held a single rose, his face beaming with spring breeze as he presented it to Tang Ruoxue. I see you again. On his extraordinarily handsome face, besides eager impatience, there was a palpable expectation. This made the onlookers exclaim in admiration, look how much this young man loves Tang Ruoxue. In just a moment his smile was like a blooming flower, truly a perfect match. As for the women who had feelings for Zhao Dongyang, they bit their cherry lips with resentful eyes. Ruoxue, you are so happy. Zhao Xiaoye, with a slightly exaggerated look of happiness, crossed her stockings-clad long legs, and said, brother, you are so biased. Every time you come back to see Ruoxue, you bring flowers. But this time you gave too few. Before it was always 999 roses, today only 360. I find you to make up the rest tomorrow. Yi Fan felt a sudden chill, for no reason. He did not rush into the hall immediately, he wanted to see Tang Ruoxue's attitude. Nothing else mattered, what mattered was Tang Ruoxue's heart. At this moment Zhao Dongyang, holding the rose, knelt on one knee before Tang Ruoxue. Last year, I was forced to go abroad for the sake of the family's development. But though I left, my heart has always been thinking of you. Today I returned, I haven't even seen my parents, the first thing I did was to come see you. I want to make up for my mistakes, make up for my longing, make up for my love for you. I will never make you sad again, never disappoint you again. Zhao Dongyang, who had prepared for a long time, spoke with deep emotion. Ruoxue, you marry me, I will give you happiness. Zhao Xiaoye and the others screamed again, acting as if Tang Ruoxue was so happy. Then dozens of men and women shouted in unison, marry him, marry him. Thank you. At this moment Tang Ruoxue's face was cold, and she was very disgusted by Zhao Dongyang's show this flower. Mr. Zhao, you should give it to a girl who loves you. She spoke with precise restraint, not allowing Zhao Dongyang to continue the topic. I already have a husband. Although Zhao Dongyang's conditions were 10 times better than Yi Fan's, Tang Ruoxue felt nothing for him. Zhao Xiaoye's face changed. Ruoxue, don't be willful, seize the opportunity. I know you already have a husband, but I also know that he was just a tool for your marriage to ward off misfortune. Zhao Dongyang's face was unruffled, his left hand on his chest, speaking with conviction. In your heart, only a man like me is worthy of you. Tang Ruoxue's eyes showed irritation. Zhao Dongyang, I'll say it again, I already have a husband. Zhao Dongyang still wore a full smile. You have a husband, I don't mind, because I love you from the bottom of my heart. Hearing this, the crowd was astonished. This man loved Tang Ruoxue so much that even though she had a husband, he still pursued her with such a huge investment. Zhao Xiaoye and the others also shed tears of emotion. Ruoxue, you are so happy. You must have saved the galaxy in your past life. Yes, to win Dongyang's love, you've hit the jackpot. Marry him. Marry him. The other companions also clapped and shouted, marry him. Marry him. Tang Ruoxue clenched her fists slightly and shouted, Zhao Dongyang, don't you understand human language? I have a husband, I don't love you. Yi Fan understood Tang Ruoxue's heart, feeling immensely happy, and then wanted to go in to help her out of the situation. But as soon as he reached the door, he was blocked by 3 burly bodyguards. A square-faced bodyguard, 8 meters tall, said emotionlessly, young Master Zhao is proposing no unauthorized persons are allowed in. He even reached out and pushed Yi Fan back. I am Yi Fan, this is a public restaurant. Tang Ruoxue is my wife. Yi Fan said coldly, what right do you have to stop me from entering? So what if she's your wife? Even your mother wouldn't help. The square-faced bodyguard sneered, no one is allowed to disrupt this proposal. If you want to enter, wait until young Master Zhao has won the beauty. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, move aside. Oh, angry. Losing your temper. Feeling insulted, your dignity violated. The square-faced bodyguard said sarcastically, but you a useless waste, what can you do when you're upset except bang your head against the wall? When Yi Fan said Tang Ruoxue was his wife, the square-faced bodyguard knew Yi Fan's identity, the live-in son-in-law of the Tang family. He was nothing but a coward. The square-faced bodyguard looked down on Yi Fan with contempt. The other 2 bodyguards also smirked hypocritically. A wife being coveted by another man while her husband is powerless. What could be more entertaining than this? Yi Fan said word by word, move aside. Don't you understand human speech? The square-faced bodyguard glared. Young Master Zhao is handling important business. Don't cause trouble or fists and feet might fly without warning. He waved a fist as big as a cauldron at Yi Fan. With a bang, Yi Fan wasted no words and directly knocked the square-faced bodyguard down with a single punch. The square-faced bodyguard shuddered, then collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud. He could not utter a single word. As he lay sprawled, his two companions also fell, their faces pale with pain, unable to speak. They stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. Wasn't this the useless son-in-law? How could he be so formidable? Yi Fan did not even glance at them as he stepped over their bodies. Amidst the cheers, Zhao Dongyang ignored Tang Ruoshue's refusal and shouted repeatedly, "Ruoshu, marry me, marry me. If you won't marry me, I won't get up." His face was sincere, his eyes full of affection, and his demeanor resolute, as if he truly would not rise unless she agreed. "Ruoshua, hurry up and agree. What are you waiting for?" "Yes, young master, Zhao has been kneeling too long, his knees will hurt." "He's already kneeling, and you still won't agree. Are you even human?" More than a dozen women scolded Tang Ruoshua, believing she was being utterly unreasonable. Watching this scene, Tang Ruoshua's face gradually turned pale. She had encountered many scoundrels, but never one like this. Her impression of Zhao Dongyang worsened. To help her brother win the beauty, Zhao Xiaoya shouted the loudest, "Agree." They believed that with enough pressure Tang Ruoshua would nod. Compared to Zhao Dongyang, Yi Fan was utterly inferior. Even a fool knew which choice to make. Just then Yi Fan walked over. Zhao Xiaoya was startled to see him appear. How had the bodyguards let this useless man in? She then shouted at him provocatively, "Yi Fan, join us in urging Ruoshua to accept my brother. Don't you want Ruoshua to be happy? Loving someone means wanting their lifelong happiness, not possessing them." Yi Fan said nothing but slowly stepped forward and stood beside Tang Ruoshua. Tang Ruoshua snorted coldly, "You're late." She shot him a fierce glare. If he hadn't arrived so late, she could have used him to escape earlier instead of being trapped like this. Several times she tried to leave, but Zhao Xiaoya and the others blocked her, grinning and chattering, making it impossible for her to vent her anger. Yi Fan gave a wry smile. "Traffic jam." Tang Ruoshua stepped back half a pace and snorted, "I don't care. You clean up this mess. With me here it's fine." Yi Fan's calm words instantly soothed her restless heart. She hated to admit it, but the truth was that Yi Fan now gave her a strong sense of security. So this is the beautiful woman's husband. He looks so ordinary. I heard he's a live-in son-in-law moocher. Beautiful lady, a wise bird chooses its tree. Why cling to a useless man? Exactly. Young Master Zhao is handsome, wealthy, and doesn't even mind that you've been married before. You should feel honored. The crowd buzzed with chatter, clearly favoring Zhao Dongyang, for vanity is human nature. Several women sneered contemptuously, thinking Yi Fan was overreaching. Seeing Yi Fan appear, Zhao Dongyang's expression remained unchanged, his eyes scornful. He pulled out a bank card and tossed it over. 10 million. Leave Ruoshua. Blunt and direct. Smack. Yi Fan also pulled out a bank card and slammed it down. 100 million. Stop harassing Tang Ruoshua. 100 million. Stop harassing Tang Ruoshua. Everyone was stunned, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief. No one had expected Zhao Dongyang to offer 10 million to make Yi Fan disappear, and even less that Yi Fan would so fearlessly challenge him. Zhao Dongyang offered 10 million and Yi Fan countered with 100 million. It was like slapping Zhao Dongyang in public. After all, Zhao Dongyang was the young master of a conglomerate with 3 billion in assets. And Yi Fan was just a live-in son-in-law. Zhao Xiaoya let out a shrill laugh. Hilarious. You live off the Tang family, and you claim to have 100 million. You're overplaying it. If you had 1 million, I'd. Yi Fan cut her off bluntly. If I had 1 million, would you run naked through the streets? Zhao Xiaoya was about to take the challenge when she suddenly remembered the bank check and instinctively shut her mouth, afraid that if she spoke she'd lose and have to streak. Flashing money with me. Zhao Dongyang recovered and sneered. You, a useless fool, dare to compete with me in wealth. Yi Fan said impatiently, get lost or not. Zhao Dongyang scoffed. Not only are you unqualified to challenge me, but even if you were, do you really think there's 100 million in that card? Zhao Xiaoya and the other women tittered coldly, clearly convinced Yi Fan was bluffing. After all, the balance in a bank card couldn't be verified on the spot. Yi Fan pressed relentlessly. Just tell me, can 100 million make you disappear from Ruoshua's world? Bastard, who do you think you are? Zhao Xiaoya shouted, who gave you the nerve to challenge my brother? Zhao Dongyang also sneered. Kid, are you really going to oppose me? He didn't believe Yi Fan had 100 million, but he wouldn't agree to leave for that amount either, as it would leave a bad impression on Tang Ruoshua. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. Whether you take the money or not, if you harass Ruoshua again, I won't be lenient. Do you know who I am? You dare to compete with me for Ruoshua? Zhao Dongyang looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I am the young master of the Zhao Group with over 3 billion in assets. Yi Fan interrupted. I am Ruoshua's husband. I entered Tsinghua at 18, earned a dual degree in economics and management at 20, and graduated from Harvard Law with a doctorate at 24. I am Ruoshua's husband. I am a director of Danyang Group, and I personally own 6 companies with business all over the world. I am Ruoshua's husband. The people I've met, the money I've handled, the countries I've visited. These are heights you can never reach. I am Ruoshua's husband. Zhao Dongyang's momentum was soaring and aggressive, but Yi Fan ruthlessly silenced him with a single phrase. No matter how flashy his boasts, they crumbled before the 4 words Ruoshua's husband. Zhao Dongyang nearly choked with rage. Even if Ruoxue is your wife now, I Zhao Dongyang will still steal her away. He roared, pulling out his trump card, a box which he opened. Brilliant light burst forth. A 10-carat pink diamond appeared before everyone. The eyes of countless women froze instantly. What woman doesn't love diamonds? 1 carat wins the body, 10 carats win the heart. Ruoxue, this is the eternal heart, worth 10 million, crafted from the hardest diamond in South Africa. It symbolizes our love, stronger than gold. Zhao Dongyang's eyes burned with passion. Ruoxue, give me a chance. Before Tang Ruoxue could speak, Yi Fan stepped forward and picked up the pink diamond. A diamond? Bastard! Who let you touch my diamond? Zhao Dongyang roared. That's worth over 10 million. Can you afford to touch it? Put it down immediately. Yi Fan smiled. Isn't this a glass bead? You country bumpkin, you know nothing. This is a priceless diamond. Zhao Dongyang said with utter contempt. The hardest diamond in the world. Before he could finish, Yi Fan squeezed with his fingers. The diamond made a crisp sound and crumbled into a pile of powder. Yi Fan said with a faint smile, hardware. Everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens! What astonishing finger strength. All who witnessed this scene could not believe their eyes. The South African hard diamond worth millions was crushed into a pile of powder by Yi Fan. For even a hammer striking the diamond would not have reduced it to such a state. The gazes of the onlookers toward Yi Fan were now tinged with fear. Even Tang Ruoxue's delicate face betrayed a hint of surprise. She had never imagined that Yi Fan could crush a diamond with his bare hand. Then a smile flickered across her face. Today she who had been morally blackmailed had finally breathed a sigh of relief. Crack, crack, crack. Without pausing, Yi Fan crushed the remaining diamonds one by one, as if squeezing dough. In an instant, the 37 diamonds ceased to exist, leaving only a glittering heap of dust on the floor. Young Master Zhao, your diamonds are no better than glass beads. They're clearly knockoffs from some counterfeit factory. Something like this worth 10 million. Are you out of your mind, or are you taking Ruoxue for a fool? Yi Fan blew the dust from his fingers and casually struck at Zhao Dongyang. And you claim to be a Harvard graduate, yet you can't even tell real diamonds from fakes. Pack it up, pack it up. Zhao Dongyang snapped out of his shock and hurriedly called to his dumbfounded companion, but it was too late. All the diamonds had been reduced to powder. Zhao Dongyang's chest ached with pain. Though he had no idea where Yi Fan's strength came from, these diamonds were bought with real money. The pink diamond cost 13 million, the small ones 300,000, over 20 million in total. He also refused to believe that the vendor had sold him fakes, for the man was a longtime partner. 20 million turned to ashes in an instant. How could Zhao Dongyang not feel the sting? Zhao Xiaoya rushed forward and shouted, you bastard. You destroyed my brother's diamonds. I demand compensation. Your brother said they were the hardest diamonds, so I wanted to test their hardness. Yi Fan gave a faint smile, but to my surprise the hardest diamonds crumbled at a mere squeeze, without even a hammer. Miss Zhao, your brother was cheated by the seller. He should seek compensation from the seller. He clapped his hands and stood before Tang Ruoxue. Besides, if something can be crushed by my fingers, how can it be called a diamond? You. Zhao Xiaoya was so furious she could vomit blood, yet the shattered diamonds left her unable to lash out. Indeed, if a diamond can be crushed so easily, can it still be called a diamond? Zhao Dongyang clenched his fists, slightly a flash of malice in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Zhao Dongyang, I must warn you, Ruoxue is my lawful wife. Yi Fan further humiliated the Zhao siblings. Stay away from my wife from now on, or else don't blame me for being rude to you. Meeting Yi Fan's icy glare, Zhao Dongyang inexplicably trembled, but he quickly recovered. How could he be afraid of such a worthless man? Your wife. What right do you have to be her husband? Zhao Xiaoya exploded. You eat at the Tang's residence, live off the Tang's, and spend Ruoxue's money. How can you compare to my brother? She is my sister-in-law, and she will always be my sister-in-law. Even if the diamonds my brother bought are counterfeit, they still cost 20 million in real money. Far better than you, who hasn't even given her a ring since your marriage. You keep calling Ruoxue your wife, but what have you ever bought for her? Zhao Xiaoya pressed relentlessly. Nothing at all. Yi Fan, and I don't need those things. Tang Ruoxue's face tightened. Yi Fan, let's go home. Ruoxue, is it that you don't need them, or that Yi Fan has never given you anything? Zhao Xiaoya was determined to embarrass Yi Fan. Yi Fan, confess. Have you ever given anything to Ruoxue? Indeed I have not. Yi Fan smiled faintly, but not having done so in the past doesn't mean I won't now, or in the future. Zhao Dongyang snorted disdainfully. If you have the ability, give Ruoxue a gift worth 10 million. If you present it in front of everyone, and it's from your own effort, I will never bother Ruoxue again. Otherwise you can get out of the Tang family, and stay away from Ruoxue. He pushed Yi Fan to the edge. I'll give you 3 days to buy a gift. Is that enough? Zhao Xiaoya also sneered. Yet you dare to take the bet. I don't need 3 days. I'll give Ruoxue a gift right now. Yi Fan smiled non-committally, then pulled a box from his pocket. It was the gift Han Yu had given him. On the way here, Yi Fan had worried that Han Yu might be playing tricks, so he opened it to check. He found a diamond necklace. He hadn't examined it closely, but it looked of good quality, and he thought it would make a suitable gift. A gift? Zhao Xiaoya's tone was sharp and bitter, as if you've been planning to give Ruoxue a gift all along. Do you think I don't know you're just saving face at the expense of your own suffering? If you have a gift, open it, don't hide it. Who knows if it's jewelry or a garlic bulb inside? The crowd burst into laughter, clearly convinced that Yi Fan was putting on a show. How could a live-in son-in-law afford a gift worth 10 million? Tang Ruoxue tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Yi Fan, don't bother with them. Let's go home. I'm tired. Deep down she longed for Yi Fan to give her a gift, but she was even more afraid that the box's contents would be too cheap, giving Zhao Dongyang and the others more ammunition to mock him. She didn't mind for herself, but she feared that Yi Fan's hard-won self-esteem would be trampled again. Snap! Yi Fan said nothing, merely unlatched the box. A ray of light burst forth. Oh, seems there's something inside. But given your status, anything you buy is bound to be trash. Zhao Xiaoya's face was full of sarcasm. Bought from a street stall, I suppose. A few of her female companions covered their mouths and giggled, sneering at Yi Fan's pretense. Yi Fan opened the box, completely revealing its contents. Whoosh! A dazzling radiance exploded. A necklace composed of 12 diamonds was unveiled. It sparkled with resplendent brilliance. Its purity and transparency pierced straight to the heart. It was truly too beautiful, too luxurious. No one had ever seen such clean, such dazzling diamonds. For a moment, everyone was stunned into immobility. Even Zhao Dongyang's eyes grew rigid. Yi Fan picked it up and fastened it around Tang Ruoxue's neck. Tang Ruoxue's entire being suddenly radiated brilliance. He turned her around, and she swayed gracefully, shimmering with light, her spirit soaring. At that moment, Tang Ruoxue was as proud as a flower, dignified and elegant like an empress. Countless female guests exclaimed in unison, how beautiful. Zhao Xiaoya struggled to speak. This must be a craft piece. Heavens, this diamond necklace. Could it be the legendary city-toppling love? Suddenly, a beautiful woman screamed. The crowd turned to look at her, recognizing her as a jewelry expert who frequented the fashion circle. Soon another wealthy woman shouted excitedly, yes, that's right. It's the city-toppling love. What's so great about city-toppling love? Can it compare to my brother's eternal heart? Zhao Xiaoya sneered contemptuously that one cost 10 million. But no sooner had she spoken than another woman interjected, 10 million. 10 million is a joke. The city-toppling love was cut from a single complete diamond. They come from the same mother stone, and it took the world-renowned master Tuo Laisai Ji 3 years to craft. Each diamond is a different shape and size, yet when strung together they complement each other perfectly, a masterpiece. This is not only Tuo Laisai Ji's final work, but also his crowning achievement. Once a British prince wanted to buy this necklace for his wedding, and his offer was 100 million. But Tuo Laisai Ji took a dislike to him, and ultimately the deal with the royal family fell through. It appeared at last year's International Jewelry Exhibition, and was the undisputed champion of that event. 100 million is just a conservative estimate. If put up for auction, it could fetch 300 million, even 500 million. At least 100 million. Everyone stared at Yi Fan in shock. No one had imagined that Yi Fan was so wealthy. Even Yi Fan himself was startled. He had thought the necklace was worth at most 10 million, but it was over 100 million. Han Yu's generosity was truly remarkable. Those who had mocked Yi Fan as a poor boy now hung their heads in embarrassment, for their entire net worth might not match the value of the necklace. Most embarrassed of all were the Zhao siblings. Their cheeks burned as if they had been slapped in public, and the redness crept down to their necks. The diamond Zhao Dongyang had meticulously prepared had not only been crushed by Yi Fan's hand, but was also worth less than a fraction of the city-toppling love. He had lost tremendous face. They had wanted to humiliate Yi Fan, but instead they were the ones humiliated. 100 million, is that a lot? Zhao Xiaoya glared at Yi Fan with spite. 100 million is just a drop in the bucket for my brother. As for you, it's probably your entire fortune, isn't it? Maybe the necklace isn't even yours. Do you have anything else worth showing off? Just then a traffic policeman rushed in and shouted, whose car is blocking the entrance? Move it. Is it my brother's Ferrari worth 5 million blocking the way? Zhao Xiaoya deliberately replied loudly, brother, go move it quickly. No, it's a Lamborghini worth 12 million. Sorry, I'll move it right away. Yi Fan took out the keys to the Lamborghini, took Tang Ruoxue's hand, and left the Aegean Sea. The entire venue fell into another dead silence. Returning to the Tang family villa, they entered their suite. Tang Ruoxue closed the door behind her, then looked at Yi Fan and whispered, thank you. Yi Fan smiled. What are you thanking me for? For getting you out of that situation. He waved his hand. There's no need for that. We're not divorced yet, and I won't let Zhao Dongyang force you like that. No, I'm thanking you for letting me have a dream. Tang Ruoxue's breath was like orchid, her eyes sparkling. She wasn't a materialistic woman, but that didn't mean she didn't like diamonds and luxury cars. She had originally thought that her whole life would be like a hard-working ox toiling for the Tang family, earning a few million a year, wasting her prime years in mediocrity. But unexpectedly, Yi Fan had given her a brilliant moment tonight, brief, but still something to have. Hearing this, Yi Fan's voice softened. There's nothing to thank me for. Maybe I really am falling in love with you. Falling in love with me. Tang Ruoxue chuckled. I think the thought of strangling me crosses your mind more often than loving me. Their marriage was nothing but a transaction. How could there be any feelings? She also didn't believe that Yi Fan, who had been humiliated by the Tang family for a year, could develop any affection for her. Yi Fan's eyes grew hazy. You don't know, but 18 years ago, I already fell in love with you. Alright, are you acting in a romance drama? That's enough. Tang Ruoxue shot Yi Fan a glance, then took off the Qingqing's love necklace from her neck and reluctantly handed it back to him. Yi Fan was taken aback. What are you doing? What do you mean, what? Tang Ruoxue snorted playfully. I'm giving the necklace back to you. You didn't really think I'd believe you have 100 million and could buy Qingqing's love for me, did you? I just checked in the Lamborghini. The registration certificate says the Lamborghini belongs to Qianbao Group. If my guess is correct, both the necklace and the Lamborghini were borrowed from Qianbao Group through Song Hongyan. The purpose was to give me face. Now that face has been gained and I'm satisfied, they should be returned, or if something goes wrong, selling you and me wouldn't be enough to cover the loss. She was reluctant to part with Qingqing's love. It was probably the most expensive necklace she would ever wear in her life, but she knew that Cinderella's glass slippers had to be returned eventually. Yi Fan was amused and exasperated. The car was indeed borrowed, but the necklace? It's good that you admit the car was borrowed. Put it away properly and return it tomorrow. Tang Ruoxue bit her lip, suppressing her reluctance, and placed the necklace back in the box, then shoved it into Yi Fan's arms. Considering that you gave me face tonight and humiliated Zhao Dongyang, I'll let slide your flirtatious glances with Song Hongyan. Although there's no love between us, before we divorce you must uphold your husbandly duties. Otherwise I'll make you pay. I'm done talking. I'm going to shower and sleep. I still have to discuss the loan with Director Liu tomorrow. With that she turned and went into the inner room, slamming the door shut. Yi Fan looked at the items in his hands and smiled bitterly. The next morning Yi Fan got up early to practice. He had arranged his schedule: practice medicine on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, cultivate martial arts on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and review Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting on Sunday. Of course, the Tai Chi scripture had to be cycled through several times every day. After finishing his practice and seeing the Tang family off to work, Yi Fan drove to a phone store. When he came back last night, he spent half an hour trying to repair it, but not only did the iPhone 4 fail to start, its battery exploded, forcing Yi Fan to replace his phone. Over an hour later, Yi Fan came out of the phone store. In his hand was a new Huawei phone. He took out his SIM card, inserted it, and turned on the phone. While waiting, Yi Fan spotted a taxi pulling into the Baiwa Bank across the street. The door opened and Tang Ruoxue stepped out, her delicate face cold as she entered the lobby. Yi Fan fiddled with his phone as he crossed the street and walked toward the bank. He remembered Tang Ruoxue's loan issue. Baiwa Bank was a local commercial bank. Thanks to policy support, many enterprises in Zhonghai opened accounts. They're making it practically the 5th largest bank. Just as Yi Fan reached the bank entrance, his phone buzzed. He picked it up and soon heard Han Yu's anxious voice. Yi Fan, your phone is finally working. Her tone carried a hint of reproach. I wanted to apologize to you yesterday, but I couldn't get through. I thought about going to the Tang family to find you, but I felt it would be too abrupt. Yi Fan smiled faintly. My phone was broken. I just came out to buy a new one. I see. I thought you were angry. Han Yu suddenly understood and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Yi Fan, I'm really sorry about yesterday. Alright, I know what you're going to say. It's fine, what happened yesterday is over. Yi Fan said bluntly, don't worry, it won't affect our friendship. In fact, I should thank you for Qingqing's love. Did your wife like it? Han Yu was completely relieved, then chuckled and asked, where are you now? Yi Fan was taken aback, then smiled. President Qian is looking for me. Han Yu didn't hide it. He begged me for a long time yesterday, and this morning, he called me over a dozen times, constantly repenting his arrogance. I won't go into details now. Anyway, President Qian really wants to see you. She added, he hopes to apologize to you in person. Yi Fan gave his location. I'm at the Baiwa Hongxing branch. Han Yu said repeatedly, good. Wait there, I'll have him come find you right away. After hanging up, Yi Fan put his phone in his pocket and walked into the lobby, searching for Tang Ruoxue. He happened to see her passing through the credit area. Then she entered an office with a sign reading Director Liu Yong. Yi Fan could tell that Tang Ruoxue was weighed down with worries, so he followed to find out what was going on. Director Liu, I need a loan of 100 million. Please help me, you must approve it. In an office at the end of the credit area, Tang Ruoxue looked anxiously at a bald, middle-aged man. I've not only shut down 2 production lines, but also borrowed a lot from loan sharks to bridge the gap. The daily interest is tens of thousands. If you don't approve it, I'll be driven mad. She spoke earnestly. We've cooperated for years. You should know our company's strength. President Tang, I've told you many times. Tiantang Company's operations are risky. The bank cannot renew a 100 million loan. Liu Yong struck Tang Ruoxue down without hesitation, then smiled as he opened a drawer and tossed out a pre-written agreement. But young Master Wang can lend it to you. This is a 50 million loan contract, enough to ease your immediate crisis. Just sign your name and it takes effect. You can take it anytime. He was blunt. But you have to spend one night with young Master Wang. Young Master Wang. Tang Ruoxue's face changed dramatically. She clearly knew who that was. Then her eyes turned cold. Director Liu, do you know what you're saying? She suppressed her anger. Don't you think what you're saying is disgusting? Liu Yong waved his hand. Of course I know what I'm saying. I just want you to go with young Master Wang. At the last Longhai networking banquet, young Master Wang from Longdu took a fancy to you and asked me to be his go-between. As long as you spend one night with him, he'll transfer his funds to this bank and give me a share of his new company. Young Master Wang is a major client of our bank. His funds in Zhonghai are very important to us, and giving me shares in his company would allow me financial freedom. If you go with young Master Wang, the 50 million contract is yours, and I can even reduce the interest by 1%. With that you'll save a few million. Lu Yong pressed Tang Ruoxue step by step. Tang Ruoxue's voice dropped. I won't engage in such a filthy transaction. Lu Yong was not discouraged. I know it's a bit sudden, but this is an opportunity for me and also for you. It can bring me huge benefits and change your future life. Besides the 50 million contract, I can also promise to use my connections to help your company sell products. With just one night you can relieve a lot of pressure and save a lot of money. Why are you being so stubborn? He coaxed her. President Tang, think it over carefully. Tang Ruoxue's voice was low. Director Lu, I won't do this. Lu Yong sighed. President Tang, look, it's just sleeping together once, and there are so many benefits. Many people would love this opportunity, but don't even have it. Why won't you do it? It's just a matter of closing your eyes and spreading your legs. You're already married, what's the big deal about sleeping with someone? And if you help me this time, we'll cooperate more happily in the future. If you don't help, aren't you just being unreasonable with money and yourself? Using both carrot and stick, each move was deadly. It was clear that Lu Yong was a skilled pimp. Anyone with weak willpower would be swayed. Tang Ruoxue stood up. Director Lu, I do need money, but I will never make such a transaction. She had a cold appearance and a tenacious character, and she had her own bottom line. If you don't agree, don't expect to get this 50 million. Lu Yong suddenly flew into a rage, slamming the table and threatening viciously. Moreover, next month the 30 million you borrowed before will be due, and Tiantang Company must repay it on time. Once it's overdue, I have the right to seize Tiantang's assets. Then you'll have nothing, all your eggs in one basket. You might even be forced by loan sharks to sell your body. Rather than being slept with by a bunch of people, it's better to be slept with by young Master Wang alone. Besides, young Master Wang is one of the 4 young masters of Longdu. Being slept with by him is your great honor. Why are you putting on airs? He stood up and approached with a fake smile. Go sleep with your mother. Tang Ruoxue picked up the tea and splashed it at him. Lu Yong was instantly drenched. Bitch, how dare you splash me? I'll kill you. Without even wiping the tea, Lu Yong kicked out directly. Bang! Tang Ruoxue couldn't dodge in time. With a sharp pain in her abdomen, she fell to the floor along with the chair. A ruthless blow to a delicate flower. Bang! At almost the same moment the door was kicked open. Yi Fan strode in with murderous intent and raised his hand to deliver a slap. Slap! A crisp sound rang out and Yi Fan directly sent Lu Yong crashing to the floor. With a resounding thud, Yi Fan did not pause. Another kick sent Lu Yong flying several meters away. Lu Yong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Ruoxue was taken aback. She grabbed Yi Fan and shouted, Yi Fan, don't be reckless. Lu Yong roared, who are you? What do you think you are? Yi Fan delivered another kick. How dare you treat my wife like this? Your wife, foy. Lu Yong was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. You're that worthless live-in son-in-law. You dare hit me. I'll kill you. You can challenge me, but bullying my woman. Yi Fan slapped him again. Not allowed. Lu Yong collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Yi Fan, that's enough. Stop hitting him. Tang Ruoxue clung tightly to Yi Fan. Any more, and something terrible will happen. Yet a hint of sweetness crept into her heart. Was this the fury of a man defending his beloved? Bastard. You hit me. You're finished. Lu Yong pointed at Yi Fan and growled. I'll call the police. I'll make sure you rot in jail. And Tang Ruoxue will pay the heaviest price. I'll blacklist her with every bank, have her blacklisted everywhere. She won't be able to borrow a single cent. She borrowed 50 million from loan sharks, and her loan is due next month. Without bank loans, her company will collapse, and the loan sharks will kill her. If you want her and her company to survive, kneel and beg me. Let Tang Ruoxue spend 3 days with me and young Master Wang. Lu Yong screamed hysterically, or prepare to die. Without a word, Yi Fan slapped Lu Yong again. A scream rang out as blood trickled from Lu Yong's mouth. Go ahead and try to blacklist her. Yi Fan sneered coldly. Fine, just wait. Lu Yong, holding his face, said, if I don't destroy you both, I'm not human. Then he made a phone call and spoke a few words. Before long, a tall, uniformed woman arrived with 5 or 6 men and women. Her nameplate read, Branch Manager Shui Yin. Shui Yin demanded, what's going on here? Lu Yong, holding his face, explained to Shui Yin with a grievance. Manager Shui, Tang Ruoxue didn't meet the loan conditions, so I refused to issue the loan. Then she and her husband came here to make trouble. When I tried to explain, she slapped me and threatened that if I dared to blacklist her, they'd kill me. He twisted the facts to his advantage. Tang Ruoxue cried out anxiously, Manager Shui, that's not what happened. You're blacklisted. Shui Yin ignored Tang Ruoxue's explanation entirely. She pointed at Tang Ruoxue and Yi Fan and ordered, call the police, arrest them. Her tone was haughty. Collusion. At those words, Tang Ruoxue's face turned deathly pale. She never expected things to come to this. The Tiantang Company was already strapped for cash. This was the final blow. How could she explain it to her father and the Tang clan? This is what happens when you cross me. Lu Yong wiped the blood from his face and looked at Yi Fan with a smirk. Idiot, aren't you so cocky? Show me your cockiness now. Without a word, Yi Fan obliged and slapped him again. Lu Yong let out a scream, stumbled back, and only managed to stay upright by leaning on Shui Yan. This is outrageous. Lawless. Shui Yan's face darkened. Call the police and notify all our counterparts. Tang Ruoxue is blacklisted. Just then Yifan fixed his cold gaze on Shui Yan and Lu Yong. You're both blacklisted by me now. Yifan said calmly. You'll never work in banking again. Lu Yong sneered with contempt. Even Tang Ruoxue was momentarily dumbfounded, wondering what Yifan was playing at. Blacklisted by you. Never work in banking again. Who do you think you are? Are you out of your mind? Several pretty bank clerks snickered, their disdain evident. Lu Yong laughed coldly. I've been in banking for years, and this is the first time I've heard such big talk. Shui, in her high heels clicking on the floor, looked at Yifan with mockery. Are you saying you're going to fire us? That's right. You're fired. Yifan's retort was sharp, and he didn't look like he was joking. Lu Yong and the others stared at him, as if he were an idiot. A useless leeching son-in-law dared to claim he could fire a branch manager and a department head. It was absurd. Shui Yan and the others had never seen such arrogance in their years in banking. Tang Ruoxue felt deeply embarrassed. Then go ahead and fire me. Shui Yan crossed her arms, feigning indifference, but her eyes were challenging. Go ahead. The bank door burst open, and a dozen well-dressed men and women strode in. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a sharp suit. He exuded authority and an unspoken majesty. It was Qian Xinghua, the young master of Baiwa Bank. Shui Yan and the others immediately turned and rushed to greet him with warm smiles. Young Master Qian. Baiwa Bank was a joint stock bank, and the Qian family held an 80% stake. A single word from them could decide many fates. So seeing Qian Xinghua appear at this branch filled Shui Yan and the others with both excitement and a hint of panic. They never expected Qian Xinghua would have time to visit this small branch. Young Master Qian, what brings you here? Shui Yan and Lu Yong flashed their brightest smiles and extended their hands to shake his. But Qian Xinghua ignored them completely. He walked straight up to Yifan, grasped his hand firmly, and said, Brother Yi, I'm truly sorry about yesterday. A pin dropping could have been heard in the dead silence. Countless people stared in disbelief at the composed Yifan. Several young women covered their mouths, their eyes wide with shock. Shui Yan stood frozen, as if struck by a petrification spell. Lu Yong was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Neither Shui Yan nor Lu Yong had ever imagined that Yifan knew Qian Xinghua, and they certainly never expected Qian Xinghua to be so respectful toward Yifan. Could it be that they had truly offended someone they shouldn't have? Yifan said calmly, Hello, President Qian. Brother Yi, what's going on here? Qian Xinghua didn't immediately bring up the matter of seeking medical treatment. Instead, he swept his cold gaze around the room, his shrewd mind sensing trouble. Shui Yan and Lu Yong quickly waved their hands. It's nothing. He insulted my woman and tried to force her into prostitution. And she, without any discernment, blacklisted and blocked us. Yifan pointed at Lu Yong and gave a brief account of what had happened. A year of being a live-in son-in-law had taught him that compromise only made his opponents trample harder, so he showed no mercy and repaid every grievance. Lu Yong stepped forward, bracing himself. Mr. Qian, this is a misunderstanding. Shut up. Before Lu Yong could finish, Qian Xinghua cut him off brutally. He looked at Yifan with respect and said, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. It's my mistake, my fault entirely. However you want to handle this, just say the word. I have no objections. The bank employees who had been eager to see Yifan humiliated nearly dropped their jaws. Yifan replied flatly, President Qian, they're your people. You decide. A seemingly indifferent remark, yet it sealed Lu Yong's fate with a heavy price. Qian Xinghua's gaze turned even colder as he looked at Shui Yan and Lu Yong. Their mouths went dry, and their legs nearly gave way, threatening to collapse to their knees. Stand up straight. Without another word, Qian Xinghua stomped on Shui Yan's and Lu Yong's shins, breaking both their legs. Then he slapped them left and right, the sound echoing sharply. The final slap landed on Shui Yan's face, instantly drawing blood from the corner of her mouth. Qian Xinghua roared, Get out. You're fired. 15 minutes later, Tang Ruoxue remained at Baiwa Bank to handle the loan procedures. Yifan, on the other hand, was invited into the VIP room by Qian Xinghua, where his wife Xin Yin was already waiting. The woman in a long dress was elegant and beautiful. Upon seeing Yifan, she immediately greeted him, Greetings, Divine Dr. Yi. Yifan nodded to her, Greetings, Madam Qian. Divine Dr. Yi, you must help me. Qian Xinghua, having shed his contempt from yesterday, clasped Yifan's hand and spoke repeatedly, Save me and Shun Yan. A child is truly of utmost importance to us. If his wife failed to conceive within 2 years and Qian Xinghua did not divorce Xin Yan to remarry old Master Qian, would donate all the family assets. Qian Xinghua did not wish to lose his substantial wealth, nor did he want to abandon his wife. Thus he placed all his hopes on Yifan. Xin Yan added, As long as you can save us, name any condition and we will comply. Yesterday in Han Yu's office, the couple had pointed fingers at Yifan, calling him a brazen charlatan. Now, however, they were seeking his help. This dramatic reversal was hard for the long-reigning Qian Xinghua and his wife to accept. Yet compared to their future, Qian Xinghua felt that saving face was insignificant. Let's skip the pleasantries. I'll start by clearing Madame Qian's meridians. Yi Fan said without further small talk, smiling as he took out silver needles and carefully sterilized them. Once you are both well and have a child, you can express your gratitude then. Qian Xinghua and his wife held Yi Fan in even higher regard. Thank you, Brother Yi. Thank you, Brother Yi. He had worried that Yi Fan might refuse and had even considered clinging to his leg and pestering him, but Yi Fan turned out to be so approachable. Seeing that acupuncture was to be performed, Shun Yan asked, Divine Doctor Yi, do I need to remove my clothes? Yes, take off your outer garment, Yi Fan replied. He wanted to say no, that skilled acupuncturists could needle even with their eyes closed, but he lacked that ability. He looked somewhat embarrassed. After all, Shun Yan was a beautiful woman, and asking her to undress was awkward. Not like with Han Yue, of course. As for Han Yue, Yi Fan didn't even regard her as a woman. Brother Yi, why are you blushing? Shun Yan suddenly let out a charming laugh. I'm not embarrassed, but you are shy? How amusing. Seeing this, Qian Xinghua burst into laughter. He had initially felt a bit put out about the need to undress for acupuncture, but the sight of Yi Fan's expression dispelled all his discomfort. This expression showed that Yi Fan was a man of integrity. He teased, Brother Yi, didn't you perform acupuncture on Han Yu? Yi Fan gave a wry smile. Han Yu? To me she's more like a man. Shun Yan and her husband laughed again upon hearing this. Then Shun Yan changed the subject. How about this, if you feel awkward, just call me sister, and then the acupuncture won't be so stressful. Qian Xinghua nodded vigorously. Yes, treat each other like siblings. From now on, I'm your brother-in-law. Yi Fan was taken aback. Is that appropriate? Shun Yan shot Yi Fan a glance. What? Do you look down on me as your sister? No, it's just too sudden. Yi Fan smiled, and then stopped being coy. Alright, I'll call you sister. Then sister, please take off your outer garment, and change into something thin. Qian Xinghua patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, and then went outside to wait, so as not to disturb him. Shun Yan changed clothes with a smile, and then lay down on a sofa. But even in thin clothing, as Shun Yan lay down, her graceful figure was instantly revealed before Yi Fan's eyes. In particular, her arms and legs showed a large expanse of fair skin, radiating an irresistible allure in the opulent and graceful room. Her body reclined, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Yi Fan steadied his mind, picked up the silver needles, and performed the seventh form of the Tai Chi divine needle technique, 3 talents penetrating the hidden. This form was a miraculous acupuncture technique specifically for clearing and repairing meridians. At its peak, it could even open the governing and conception vessels with a single needle. Yi Fan was still far from the peak, but he was more than capable of treating Shun Yan. Holding 3 fine needles in each hand, he held his breath and precisely inserted them into Shun Yan's kidney Qi Si Guan Yuan and Yao Yang points. Then he inserted 3 more needles from his left hand into the Huan Tiao Dan Tian and Ming Men points. After that, he gently twisted the ends of the needles, causing them to vibrate. The next moment, 6 faint pink lines gradually appeared at the 6 acupoints. Shun Yan felt nothing at first, but soon a warmth spread throughout her body, converging into a stream of heat that began to surge into her abdomen. So hot, so hot. Shun Yan exclaimed in surprise, feeling an indescribable comfort below her abdomen. Without responding, Yi Fan raised his hand and inserted 3 more needles. The 3 needles landed on the Yongquan Kuan Luan and Tai Bai points. Shun Yan's body trembled as she felt the heat transform into a ball of fire, fiercely impacting her abdomen and spreading down her legs. She couldn't help but shiver. After the 9 needles were in place, Shun Yan lay still, drenched in sweat and utterly spent. Sister, rest for a while. You can take a bath in half an hour. Yi Fan packed up his things and walked out of the VIP room. Qian Xinghua, who had been waiting outside, greeted him with a smile. Brother, are you done? He asked nervously. How is it? The acupuncture is complete and the results are excellent. The conception vessel is cleared and the uterus has reached a viable environment. However, you still need to take medicine. I'll give you a prescription first. Take it for 2 weeks, as instructed. Yi Fan picked up a pen and paper and wrote down more than a dozen herbs. After the regimen, I'll check on you again. During this time, no alcohol, cigarettes, or marital relations. Qian Xinghua was overjoyed as he took the prescription. Thank you, brother. Don't leave at noon. Let's have lunch together and let me properly express my gratitude. Qian Xinghua warmly invited Yi Fan. Bring your wife along and let's have a good time. Yi Fan smiled and declined. Brother Qian, let's gather another day. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. With Shun Yan's treatment completed, this was a tremendous blessing for Qian Xinghua, and Yi Fan didn't want to be a third wheel. Alright, another day then. I'll invite you out for a drink. Qian Xinghua gave Yi Fan a hearty embrace. You must come then. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Oh, by the way, sign your name here. Qian Xinghua suddenly remembered something, slapped his forehead, and pulled Yi Fan to the table. He casually took out several documents for Yi Fan to sign. Yi Fan was startled. What's this? Trust your sister and brother-in-law. We won't sell you out, Qian Xinghua said with a deliberately stern face, then took Yi Fan's hand and quickly signed several documents. Yi Fan's eyes widened. Brother-in-law, what is this all about? Qian Xinghua laughed. Your sister was bored at home a few years ago, so she started Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, focusing on beauty products. Now that her ailment is cured, she needs to focus on recuperating and having a child. So she can't keep running Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. But if she sells it or puts it in someone else's hands, she'd surely be unwilling since she built it from scratch. However, giving it to you, I'm sure she's more than willing. So from now on, you are the largest shareholder of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, holding 90% of the shares with absolute control. The remaining 10% will be left for your sister as a keepsake. The company isn't big, just over 100 employees with a current market value of about 1 billion. But the profits are decent, so you can play around with it. If you don't want to manage it yourself, just hire a professional manager. Do whatever you like. Qian Xinghua laughed heartily. This is a small token of appreciation from your sister and me. 1 billion. Yi Fan was completely dumbfounded. After fussing for half a day, Yi Fan finally managed to settle the paperwork for Baiwa Pharmaceutical. He felt that 10 billion yuan was too precious a gift, but unable to resist the insistence of Qian Xinghua and his wife, he eventually accepted it. This also meant that the two sides would be bound together. Regardless, Yi Fan was still delighted to have gained this harvest. Now that he had his own enterprise, if he could also open the medical clinic, he believed Shen Biqin and Tang Ruoxue would be overjoyed. As dusk approached, Tang Ruoxue called, asking Yi Fan to drive the repaired red BMW to Tiantang Company. Yi Fan swiftly retrieved the car. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tiantang Company, Tang Ruoxue happened to be coming out accompanied by a young assistant, Chen Xiaoya. Chen Xiaoya cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan, clearly aware that he was the live-in son-in-law of the Tang family. Chen Xiaoya was also a beautiful woman, especially her long legs, which exuded a youthful allure that caught the eye. Yi Fan unconsciously took a few extra glances. Chen Xiaoya grew even more contemptuous. Tang Ruoxue pulled Chen Xiaoya into the car. I was busy with the loan application this morning, and then there was a batch of goods to produce at noon, so I never had time to find you. After fastening her seatbelt, Tang Ruoxue spoke. Now can you tell me about what happened this morning? Yi Fan smiled. What happened? How did you get to know Qian Xinghua? Tang Ruoxue shot Yi Fan a glare, but unlike before, there was no scolding. Instead, her tone carried a hint of tenderness and curiosity. Yi Fan's medical skills had saved Cici, which Tang Ruoxue could chalk up to luck. His ability to recover the debt, she could also attribute to good fortune. She could accept his humiliating Zhang Daqiang and Zhao Dongyang as borrowing the influence of Song Hongyan. But the fact that Qian Xinghua valued Yi Fan so much as to fire a bank manager and a director and grant her a loan of 200 million left her utterly baffled. Tang Ruoxue truly could not explain it. Upon hearing that Yi Fan knew Qian Xinghua, Chen Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, but soon dismissed it. She guessed the man must have taken pity on Yi Fan. Yi Fan thought for a moment. Song Hongyan introduced us. I knew it was her. Tang Ruoxue snorted coldly. Without her, you wouldn't have been able to reach Qian Xinghua. But nothing comes without a price. She's not being kind for nothing. Yi Fan evaded the issue. Whatever her motive, at least she helped. Your loan problem is solved. I can understand that you know Qian Xinghua, but how did you earn his favor? Tang Ruoxue cut straight to the point. He wouldn't dismiss a bank manager and a director for someone he barely knows. Chen Xiaoya was slightly startled, somewhat surprised that Yi Fan had such ability. Then recalling Tang Ruoxue's mention of Song Hongyan, she sneered inwardly. Another case of relying on a woman. Don't change the subject. How did you gain Qian Xinghua's regard? Tang Ruoxue's eyes were filled with doubt. The couple is notoriously proud. Yi Fan initially wanted to say he had treated them for an illness, but after a moment's thought, he decided Tang Ruoxue would not believe it. Qian Xinghua's wife Shun Yin was almost hit by a car while crossing the street. I noticed in time and pulled her back. He fabricated a reason. I see. Tang Ruoxue suddenly understood. Another accident, but it was the best explanation. That was more like it. How could Yi Fan possibly have the ability to make Qian Xinghua value him? Still, she had a nagging feeling that she had heard this excuse somewhere before. By the way, Tiantang Company took out 6 loans last year. Is the business not doing well? Seizing the opportunity, Yi Fan shifted the topic. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Maybe I can help. He knew very well that if Tiantang Company's operations were smooth and payments were collected on time, there would be no cash flow crunch. Chen Xiaoya almost laughed out loud at this remark. Who do you think you are? Solve the company's problems. Not only was Tang Ruoxue remarkably capable, but even if there were real issues, a freeloader like you couldn't possibly handle them. Chen Xiaoya silently mocked Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue's smile faded, and she spoke softly. There are some minor difficulties, but I can handle them. Of course there were difficulties. Difficulties so severe that she could barely keep the company afloat. But just like Chen Xiaoya, she believed that if she couldn't solve them, Yi Fan would be of no use. Yi Fan pressed. Can you handle them? Tang Ruoxue nodded. I can. Even if she couldn't, she didn't want Yi Fan's help lest she owe Song Hongyan even more. Alright, if you can handle it, that's good. Yi Fan let out a long breath. But if you can't, don't tough it out alone. Tell me, and I'll figure something out. Chen Xiaoya silently scoffed. This Yi Fan was not only arrogant, but also loved to put on airs. Whoosh! As the red BMW drove halfway, 3 vans suddenly rushed out from the intersection ahead, blocking the road. Then a commercial vehicle appeared behind them, cutting off their retreat. Tang Ruoxue and Chen Xiaoya's faces tensed with unease, unsure of what was happening. Whoosh! The door slid open and a dozen thugs emerged, brandishing baseball bats as they surrounded the car. The commercial vehicle also opened its doors, revealing Shui Yin and Lu Yong. Bastards! Tang Ruoshue's face darkened at the sight of them. Lowlifes, always resorting to such dirty tricks. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. He didn't need to ask to know that Lu Yong and his crew were here for revenge. Chen Xiaoya was extremely nervous. President Tang, what should we do now? Call the police. Tang Ruoshue unbuckled her seatbelt. I'll go down and stall them. My identity alone will keep them from laying a hand on me. Yi Fan, stay in the car. Don't get out under any circumstances. She knew clearly who they were after. Chen Xiaoya nodded, frantically fumbling for her phone to call the police, only to find there was no signal. Ruoshue, you don't need to go down. Yi Fan pushed open the car door with a smile. They're after me. I'll handle it. You'll handle it. How? Chen Xiaoya snapped. Don't cause trouble. Listen to President Tang, or else all three of us will be finished. Yi Fan had been putting on a show all along, and if he tried to act tough at a critical moment, he would get himself killed. Don't worry. They're just a mob of riffraff. I'll deal with them easily. Yi Fan swept his gaze over a few familiar faces in the crowd, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. Easily. Chen Xiaoya laughed in exasperation. Do you think you're Bruce Lee? Stop messing around and get back here. Bang. Yi Fan slammed the door shut. President Tang, who does he think he is? So self-righteous. Chen Xiaoya stamped her foot in frustration. This would drag them into trouble. She had dealt with Lu Yong many times with Tang Ruoshue and knew he had built his fortune on loan sharking. He was not someone to be trifled with. Who was Yi Fan to go out there? It was suicide. Yi Fan. Without overthinking, Tang Ruoshue saw him step out and pushed open her door to follow. Helplessly, Chen Xiaoya grabbed her phone and got out. This Yi Fan is going to get us all killed. He's a menace to himself and others. She stamped her foot again. By then, Yi Fan had already walked to the front, facing Shui Yin and Lu Yong directly. Leaning on his crutch, Lu Yong glared venomously. Kid, what a coincidence. We meet again. Yi Fan wasted no words. Are you looking for death? Death? Lu Yong sneered. I think it's you who's looking for death today. When I play the gentleman, everyone can push me around. But when I turn into a devil, I become your worst nightmare. You ruined my plans, cut off my income, and got me fired. Today I'm going to cripple you. Shui Yin also looked at Yi Fan with contempt. Qian Shao is useless now. She turned to Tang Ruoshue with a sarcastic tone. Once we decide to burn bridges, no one can save you. Tang Ruoshue was about to explode, but Chen Xiaoya held her back, tightly urging her not to provoke the irrational Lu Yong and his men. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Whether Qian Shao is useful or not, I'll still slap you all the same. Slap us. Shui Yin laughed scornfully. Go ahead, try it now. Slap. Yi Fan stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap that sent Shui Yin flying. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Lu Yong and his companions stared at Yi Fan in shock. Shui Yin, who had fallen, also gazed at him in disbelief, forgetting her pain. No one had anticipated that Yi Fan would dare to strike under such circumstances. It was nothing short of suicidal. Chen Xiaoya shared the same thought, her chest aching with fury. Did this fool not realize that now was the time to bow his head and submit? By stubbornly pressing on, he would only end up beaten, dragging Tang Ruoshue and herself into the mess, and possibly even getting her violated, bringing harm to everyone. Chen Xiaoya screamed inwardly. How dare you hit me? Shui Yin, covering her face, finally came to her senses. How dare you hit me? Yi Fan wasted no words and stepped forward to deliver another slap. Slap. Shui Yin, unable to dodge, was sent flying by Yi Fan's palm. Shui Yin let out a shrill cry, staggering into Lu Yong's arms. Lu Yong was furious. Tang Ruoshue and Chen Xiaoya were completely stunned. Yi Fan was too overbearing. There seemed to be no room for reconciliation. At that moment, Shui Yin, clutching her face, cried out in grief and indignation, Bastard! You dare to humiliate me again and again. I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Brother Lu, kill him for me. She pointed at Yi Fan. Kill him. Kid, you've gone too far. Lu Yong barked an order. Get him and cripple him. Dozens of thugs rushed forward. Yi Fan sneered, and instead of retreating, he charged straight into the crowd of thugs. After a series of clattering collisions, all the thugs lay on the ground with broken arms and legs. Lu Yong and Shui Yin were horrified, utterly shocked that this useless man was so formidable that even a dozen men couldn't take him down. Seeing Yi Fan approaching, Lu Yong muttered in a low voice, You don't come closer. Swoosh. At that moment, Yi Fan's figure flickered. Before Lu Yong could see clearly, he felt his neck tighten. Yi Fan grabbed Lu Yong by the throat and threw him directly into the windshield. Bang! The violent impact shattered the windshield instantly, and Lu Yong's body was embedded in it. The force was terrifying. Revenge. Yi Fan sneered coldly, daring to covet Ruoshue. You've lived long enough. Who exactly are you? Lu Yong's mouth hung open as he stared at Yi Fan in shock. This was like Bruce Lee reborn. He didn't think Yi Fan was merely a live-in son-in-law. There must be some other formidable identity. Shui Yin was also panicked, sending a message on her phone. You don't need to know who I am. Just remember that I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Yi Fan walked up to Shui Yin and kicked her away. Shui Yin cried out again, startling Chen Xiaoya into covering her mouth. Whoosh! At that moment, several more dump trucks arrived. The vehicles stopped, the rear doors opened, and dozens of burly men in safety helmets carrying shovels and hammers got off. Their skin was bronze, and their aura was murderous. Kid, you're finished. Lu Yong's eyes lit up. The ones I hired earlier were just some low-level thugs weak in combat. Now that Brother Chong is here, you're dead meat. Brother Chong has killed people and shed blood. Once he disposes of you, he'll drag you to the Disney playground and bury you. Lu Yong grew excited again. Shui Yan, covering her face, shouted, you're finished. Qin Xiaoya's pretty face changed. Brother Chong. It seemed Yi Fan was truly doomed. That was a big shot. Brother Chong. Yi Fan sneered. He looked toward a middle-aged man behind the dozens of men. Zhang Daqiang, get your ass over here. He shouted toward the crowd. Lu Yong and the others were stunned, then sneered. Such ignorance and recklessness, challenging Zhang Daqiang like that, he'd lose his life. Shui Yan curled her lips, truly reckless. But at that moment, Zhang Daqiang, wearing a safety helmet at the back, was so frightened by that shout that his soul almost fled. How could he not recognize Yi Fan's voice? He scrambled forward, almost stumbling. And then he really saw Yi Fan. Brother Chong, kill this brat for me. Lu Yong, seeing this, shouted joyfully, I'll give you 10 million. Brother Chong, kill him. Shui Yan added, I'll sleep with you. Zhang Daqiang almost stumbled at those words. He charged at the two of them. Slap, slap. Zhang Daqiang lashed out left and right, knocking Lu Yong and Shui Yan to the ground. Kill your grandmother. You're trying to get me killed. Ignoring the miserable pair, Zhang Daqiang hurried to Yi Fan and bowed. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Brother Yi. Lu Yong and Shui Yan swallowed hard, utterly stunned. Just who exactly was this Yi Fan? Not only did Qian Xinghua treat him with utmost respect, but even Zhang Daqiang was terrified of him. Qin Xiaoya's mind went blank. She was too shocked to express herself. They want to kill me. Yi Fan looked at Zhang Daqiang and said flatly, and you came with your men. Zhang Daqiang immediately put on a tearful face. Brother Yi, I didn't know it was you. Lu Yong is a relative of mine. I happened to be returning from a construction site inspection and received their message about dealing with someone who had no respect. Since it was on my way, I came to show support just to make an appearance. I never meant to oppose you. He was sworn brothers with Huang Zhendong, had eliminated Xiong Yi and his sister, and controlled his own fertility. He didn't have the guts to challenge Yi Fan. Yi Fan added another remark. If it were someone else, would you help kill him? Zhang Daqiang was drenched in sweat. Brother Yi, I. Slap. Yi Fan raised his hand and struck Zhang Daqiang across the face. So if it were someone else, you'd be adding another innocent victim to your hands. Zhang Daqiang quickly waved his hands. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Slap. Yi Fan delivered another slap. If you ever act recklessly again, I'll make an example of you. Zhang Daqiang nodded repeatedly. Understood. Yi Fan finally withdrew his hand. Let this be the last time. Qin Xiaoya was dumbfounded. Shui Yan and Lu Yong were also astounded. The fearless Zhang Daqiang was as meek as a lamb before Yi Fan. They found it hard to accept. Yes. Zhang Daqiang nodded repeatedly, secretly relieved that his life was spared. Clean up the aftermath properly. Yi Fan dropped the sentence and then turned to leave. Damn it, who the hell is that bastard? After Yi Fan left, Lu Yong, enduring the pain, stared at the distant red BMW. So arrogant, huh? Fine, I'll take this loss today. Whoever he is, once I recover, I'll go to young Master Wang and borrow some real experts, not those useless punks. I swear I'll get him. And his woman Tang Ruoxue, I'll throw her on the bed for 3 days and 3 nights and tie him up to watch. He vented his rage, also dissatisfied with Zhang Daqiang for showing up and just standing there like a coward taking the beating. No matter how powerful Yi Fan was, how far could he go? With young Master Wang backing him, he had already outgrown the sky of Zhonghai. Shui Yan's eyes also gleamed. Tell young Master Wang to give me a chance to kill Yi Fan. Director Lu, President Shui. Zhang Daqiang lit a cigarette. You have no chance. As his words fell, 2 shovels struck Lu Yong's and Shui Yan's heads. 2 streams of blood spurted. Shui Yan fell straight down the back of her, skull shattered. Lu Yong blocked with his arm, dodging the fatal blow, but still fell to the ground with a scream. He waved his hands to protect his head, while screaming hysterically, Brother Chong, I was wrong. Zhang Daqiang didn't even glance back. He turned and walked toward the construction vehicle. Lu Yong's face was filled with despair. I have a piece of news. I want to live. I heard from young Master Wang that he is coming back. With Tang Ruoxue's loan problem resolved, Yi Fan wanted to rest for a few days. After all, he had been incredibly busy over the past half-month. He had saved Cici twice, helped his mother-in-law recover her debt, saved Han Nanhua, cured Huang Zhendong and Han Yue, and now resolved Qian Xinghua's dilemma. Although the Tai Chi Sutra granted him boundless vitality, leaving him free from fatigue, his mind yearned for a respite. Yet before he could enjoy 2 days of rest, Huang Zhendong called, Brother Yi, good afternoon. His laughter was hearty. Are you busy now? Yi Fan replied calmly, get straight to the point. Brother Yi, 2 things. Huang Zhendong didn't beat around the bush. First, Lin Ruanzhang Xiaojing and Xiong Jiao will never trouble you again. Second, that bastard Lu Yong, before he died, leaked a secret to us. That is the Xiong siblings' visit to Zhonghai dealing with you, and Zhang Daqiang was just a minor episode. He lowered his voice. Their real target is Song Hongyan. Yi Fan's body trembled. Target Song Hongyan. Exactly. Huang Zhendong nodded. Someone hired the 4 Xiong brothers to return to Zhonghai and kill Song Hongyan at any cost. When they infiltrated Zhonghai on the night you exposed Zhang Daxiang's infertility, Xiong Yi happened to receive a distress signal from Lin Ruoan. So Xiong Yi and Xiong Jiao took the time to rescue Lin Ruoan and her son, and also intended to take care of you and Zhang Daxiang. Huang Zhendong flattered. Unfortunately, they didn't expect Brother Yi to be invincible. The four Xiong brothers. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with killing intent, meaning two more have come to Zhonghai. He had always thought Xiong Yi and Xiong Jiao came to Zhonghai specifically to rescue Lin Ruoan and Zhang Xiaojiang, never expecting it was merely a coincidence. Exactly. Huang Zhendong continued, Xiong Ji and Xiong Yong are also here along with many capable subordinates. They are ruthless bandits with no bottom line, and they enjoy torture despised by all in the underworld. But you don't need to worry, they'll never know you killed Xiong Yi. They'll blame Zhang Daxiang for Xiong Yi and Xiong Jiao's disappearance. He chuckled reassuringly, and now Zhang Daxiang is under the protection of over 100 people with detectives watching him, so he's safe. Yi Fan said calmly, can you find Xiong Yong and the others? Find them? Huang Zhendong laughed at first then shuddered, brother, you want to kill them? Yi Fan didn't respond. The Xiong siblings had died seeking revenge on him. Whether he was the killer or not, Xiong Yong and the others would eventually come back to him for answers. Yi Fan wanted to annihilate them once and for all. Moreover, since they were plotting against Song Hongyan, their fate was sealed. After all, she was his first confidant. Xiong Yong and Xiong Ji, though despised by both the underworld and the authorities, still have their strengths. Especially Xiong Ji, known as the modern Zhang Fei, with terrifying brute force capable of killing an ox with a single punch. Huang Zhendong quickly advised Yi Fan, if you actively seek them out, you'll likely get into trouble. It's not that I doubt your abilities, Brother Yi, but they're all desperados. There's no need to clash with them personally. Just stay on the sidelines. Xiong Ji and the others going after Song Hongyan is like seeking death. Although Song Hongyan is just a woman and the Five Lakes group looks legitimate, she is essentially a ruthless person who devours without spitting out bones. She has been in Zhonghai for nearly a decade, rising from a nobody to a major power. Without extraordinary ability, how could she achieve that? I've met countless people, but I can't see through Song Hongyan. This woman is too deep. He gave his judgment. The Xiong brothers will find it hard to take Song Hongyan's life. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised by Song Hongyan's background, but still showed some concern. Even Huang Zhendong knew Song Hongyan's strength. The Xiong brothers must have been aware too. Since they accepted the mission, they must have had some confidence. Otherwise, who would recklessly provoke a local magnate? After hanging up, Yi Fan hailed a taxi and told the driver to head straight to the Five Lakes group. At the same time, Yi Fan called Song Hongyan. The call was quickly answered, and as usual her charming voice came through. Brother Fan, why do you have time to call your sister? She teased him. Is it that a day apart feels like 3 years? Hearing she was safe, Yi Fan sighed in relief. Where are you now? Me? I'm passing by the east peak of Yunding Mountain. Song Hongyan chuckled softly. I just walked through the old town planning to find a place for your clinic. I must say you're lucky. I found a very suitable location. I'll pick you up tomorrow to have a look. If you think it's fine, we'll take it. After renovation, it can open in, at most, 2 months. Her tone carried a hint of joy, as if she were the one opening a clinic. Yi Fan was slightly moved, not expecting Song Hongyan to be thinking about his clinic in such hot weather. Then he remembered the important matter. Let's talk about the clinic another day. I'm calling because I received some intelligence. Someone is targeting you. They've hired the Xiong siblings to deal with you. You must be very careful. He didn't want anything to happen to Song Hongyan. Targeting me? The Xiong siblings? The 4 Xiong brothers? Song Hongyan was slightly surprised. Aren't they after you and Zhang Daxiang? Yi Fan was not surprised that Song Hongyan knew he had killed Xiong Yi and Xiong Jiao. Going after me and Zhang Daxiang was just a side note. Their real target is you. Song Hongyan was silent for a moment, then sighed. It seems I was careless, but it's fine. Just a few minor characters. Yi Fan urged, you must be careful. Don't worry. Song Hongyan laughed. I've already called my aunt Zhao Rushwang to come over. She's the head of security for my group. Boom. Before she could finish, Yi Fan heard a loud explosion in his ear. Then came the sound of intense gunfire and sharp projectiles. Several agonizing screams followed. Sister Yin, what's wrong? Yi Fan's heart trembled. What happened? Song Hongyan didn't respond. The phone only emitted crackling static as if the signal was jammed. Yi Fan tried calling several more times, but the phone never connected. Sweating profusely, he pulled out 3 days' worth of grocery money and tossed it to the driver. Master, Yunding Mountain, East Peak, hurry. 1,000 yuan was generous enough, but when the taxi driver heard Yunding Mountain, he immediately slammed on the brakes. The car screeched to a halt at the roadside. The driver shook his head no. Yi Fan was stunned, then threw another 1,000 yuan. Go now. Sorry, Yunding Mountain. I wouldn't go even for 10,000. The taxi driver returned the money to Yi Fan and opened the door for him to get out. Yi Fan had no choice but to step out. Then he frantically hailed several more taxis. The driver's eyes lit up at the sight of 1,000 yuan, but as soon as they heard Yunding Mountain, they all sped away. 5 taxis in a row behaved the same way, making Yi Fan curse under his breath. Brother Fan, waiting for a ride here. Just then an old model Mercedes pulled up beside Yi Fan. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Fugue's chubby, smiling face. Yi Fan was taken aback, then pulled open the door to Yunding Mountain. Yunding Mountain. Lu Fugue's body jolted, then he stepped on the gas. All right. With that, he floored the accelerator, and the car sped like the wind into the twilight-covered Yunding Mountain. The car drove very fast. In about 10 minutes, the Mercedes arrived at the east peak of Yunding Mountain. But Lu Fugue took a small, long-neglected, winding mountain road, quickly reaching the midsection. To reach the foot of East Peak, they would need to go around 2 more loops. Stop. At a turning point, Yi Fan suddenly ordered Lu Fugue to stop. He opened the door and dashed to the roadside. He stood on a protruding tree branch, focusing his gaze down the cliff. He had just heard a faint gunshot. His intuition told him that was where Song Hongyan was under attack. The distance to the foot of the mountain was still over 100 meters, and the view was obstructed by leaves, but Yi Fan could still see the car lights. As Yi Fan was trying to get a clearer look, Lu Fugue ran over and shouted, "Brother Fan, what's wrong?" The moment Lu Fugue's right foot stepped onto the branch, it snapped with a crack. Yi Fan instantly fell. Plummeting from the height, he flailed his arms and legs, letting out a scream. His survival instinct made him grab wildly. Halfway down, his right hand caught a half-broken rock, but it couldn't bear his weight, and snapped with a crack. Accompanied by a shower of gravel, Yi Fan screamed as he continued to fall, eyes shut, crashing toward the bottom of the cliff. On the mountainside, a group of thugs clad in black, armed with knives and guns, were surrounding a Lincoln car. The black-clad men heard the commotion and instinctively looked up. The next second, Yi Fan crashed like a cannonball into a middle-aged man, producing a deafening sound. The middle-aged man collapsed miserably, his head split open, bones shattered, and mouth full of blood. Dust and gravel flew everywhere, coating 6 black-clad men in grime as they stumbled back, wiping dirt from their faces. The middle-aged man regained his senses and glared at Yi Fan in fury. You son of a... He was the notorious bandit Xiong Yong, a formidable Yellow Realm martial artist. Today his mission was on the verge of success, yet he was struck from 100 meters above. Though Xiong Yong did not die instantly, he knew most of his bones were shattered, leaving him paralyzed if not dead. Thus his heart was filled with immense bitterness and unwillingness. Yi Fan thought he would die a cruel death, but to his surprise he had no injuries at all. Beneath him lay a middle-aged man who had been crushed. Thank heavens! Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief, then glanced around. The scene was a mess. Severed limbs, over 30 corpses, and traces of explosions, testament to the brutal battle that had taken place. Then he looked toward the center of the corpses where 3 cars were parked. The front and rear of the vehicles were stained with blood, their bodies riddled with sword marks and bullet holes. By the front of the inner Lincoln car, a gray-robed elder knelt on one knee, clutching a bloodstained axe. He was panting heavily, covered in wounds at the end of his strength. Beside him lay 2 women in green robes, barely breathing. Behind the Lincoln car sat Song Hongyan. She was not her usual willful self, instead she was unusually silent. It was this silence that allowed her to maintain the last shred of initiative. She gripped a Browning pistol tightly, with 3 slain assassins at her feet. There was no doubt she had killed them. Around the Lincoln car, 6 cold-blooded assassins surrounded them, their murderous intent sharp, ready for the final strike. But at that moment, all eyes were on Yi Fan, this man who had fallen from the sky. Song Hongyan recognized him, and was instantly stunned, a hint of tenderness softening her cold eyes. She had never imagined that Yi Fan would risk danger to rescue her. Seeing Yi Fan's peculiar expression, Xiong Yong, catching his breath, struggled to raise his military spike. "Bastard, I'll kill you." Bang! Startled by the blood-soaked Xiong Yong, Yi Fan's wrist twitched, and half a stone struck the other's forehead again. Thud! Xiong Yong's skull cracked with a sharp sound, and he fell back stiffly, his vitality waning further. He was full of indignation. Sorry. Seeing he had cracked the man's head again, Yi Fan was very embarrassed, fumbling to get off Xiong Yong. Crack! Another crisp sound. Yi Fan accidentally pressed on the other's rib, completely snapping the broken bone, which pierced sharply into his chest cavity. Puffed! Xiong Yong's body trembled, his face turning pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Oh, sorry." Seeing he had caused more trouble, Yi Fan hastily pulled the rib back up. Xiong Yong let out a piercing scream, as shrill as a stuck pig, his eyes bloodshot, wishing he could strangle Yi Fan alive. But his hands, raised halfway, soon fell back weakly. His life was extinguished, his eyes wide open in death. Xiong Yong never imagined that his victory was so close, yet he would fail at the last moment. He never thought that he, a Yellow Realm martial artist, would be killed by a brick. He hadn't even seen Yi Fan's face clearly. Dead? Yi Fan stared at the stone in his hand, stunned. Dead so quickly? He quickly got up, only to see the 6 assassins rushing forward in a clatter. They held curved blades, crossbows, and guns exuding a murderous aura. Song Hongyan ran up from behind the car. "Yi Fan, be careful." She pulled the trigger at an enemy, but the gun clicked empty, no bullets left. "Second brother." Seeing Xiong Yong lifeless, the 6 assassins were stunned for a moment, then cried out in grief and rage, "Bastard! You killed second brother. You killed second brother. We'll kill you. A man with leopard-like eyes was especially furious. "Brothers, kill him, avenge second brother. Release." Sensing danger, Yi Fan roared and pressed down on the stone, which shattered into a dozen pieces, then scattered with a whoosh. The fragments shot out like a dense rain. Slap, slap, slap. The 6 assassins about to strike Yi Fan were instantly bloodied, screaming as they fell to the ground. Their crossbows and guns were raised and fired into the sky. Then Yi Fan's figure flickered, and in an instant he was before an assassin wielding his fish intestine sword. The assassin's face changed drastically, instinctively raising his military spike to block. Clang. With a crisp sound, the fish intestine sword cut through the spike and then sank into the assassin's neck. Unbreakable. Bastard. The leopard-eyed man skilled as he was endured the pain and grabbed a shotgun. He aimed at Yi Fan and fired. Bang! Hundreds of iron pellets burst out. Song Hongyan instinctively shouted, "Watch out." Yi Fan could have easily dodged, but if he did, Song Hongyan behind him would be hit. So he had to throw himself on Song Hongyan, then roll to the side. He avoided the deadly blast, but 3 or 4 iron pellets struck his back. A spurt of blood burst forth. Song Hongyan clearly saw Yi Fan's pain, and her heart trembled. Yi Fan. If Yi Fan had saved Cece from death twice, she had only felt gratitude. But today he moved her deeply. Since childhood, her mind had constantly told her to be independent, strong, and to build her career like a man. Over the years, she had been outstanding and exceptional, but only she knew the inner pain. Now Song Hongyan felt a sense of security. Yi Fan's embrace made her involuntarily indulge, as if with him she would never fear cold or danger. Unlike Song Hongyan's infatuation, Yi Fan remained tense. He stuffed her under the car and rolled swiftly. In an instant, he was before the leopard-eyed man. Click! The man hurriedly pulled the bolt for a second shot. Yi Fan swung his right hand. The man's throat spurted blood, and he swayed before falling. Bang! Yi Fan kicked the man's body, knocking over several assassins who were about to shoot. Men and horses overturned. Seizing the chance, Yi Fan charged forward. The 4 assassins, trembling, instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Amid the astonishment of Song Hongyan and the gray-robed elder, Yi Fan ruthlessly swung his sword. The sword light flashed like lightning. Gouts of blood shot into the air. 3 assassins fell in succession. The last one broke down, dropping his weapon and raising his hands. "I surrender, surrender." He had a chance to shoot, but lost the courage to pull the trigger. Yi Fan turned his sword and thrust it through his throat. "Young brother, spare those who surrender." The gray-robed elder called out to Yi Fan. That's the rule of the martial world. The 2 green-robed women also frowned slightly. Yi Fan merely glanced at him, then struck the leopard-eyed assassin again with his sword. Only then did the gray-robed elder hear Yi Fan's indifferent reply, "Spare those who surrender. That's your rule. My rule is to uproot the weed." He raised his hand again, driving the fish intestine sword into Xiaoyang's throat. All were finished off without mercy. The gray-clad elder and his companions all fell silent. It was not merely due to Yi Fan's brutality, but also the callous indifference revealed in his tone. Even though they were seasoned warriors who had slain countless foes, they now found their throats parched, unable to utter a word. The gray-clad elder's expression grew awkward, then he forced a smile and said, "Young hero, my name is Song Dazhong. Thank you for saving me and the young lady. This debt of gratitude will be etched in my heart forever. May I ask your name, young hero?" He eagerly sought to win over Yi Fan, partly out of gratitude for saving his life, and partly because he recognized that Yi Fan, who had slain Xiaoyang, a yellow-tier expert, had boundless potential. "Uncle Zhong, this is Yi Fan, a friend of mine." Song Hongyan stepped before Yi Fan, a strange feeling welling within her. "Brother Fan, Uncle Zhong is my shadow guard." Upon hearing that Yi Fan was Song Hongyan's friend, Song Dazhong's demeanor instantly turned respectful. Yi Fan was not surprised that despite having met Song Hongyan many times, this was the first time he had seen Song Dazhong, clearly indicating the man was her covert protector. Then a wave of emotion washed over him. Song Hongyan had entrusted him with such a life-or-death secret, revealing a trust that was absolute and unreserved. As Yi Fan stood in a daze, Song Hongyan pressed further, "Brother Fan, why are you here?" Wiping the blood off the fishgut sword and reattaching it as a bracelet, Yi Fan replied, "I heard an explosion on the phone and worried something had happened to you, so I rushed over. It turns out I did save your life after all." Yi Fan teased, "Remember to repay me well." Song Hongyan arched her proud figure. "Shall I offer myself to you?" Yi Fan's face inexplicably reddened. "Coward." Song Hongyan shot him a glance, then asked curiously, "I thought you were only skilled in medicine, but I never imagined your combat prowess could be so terrifying. You're a person who hides his depth." At that moment, Song Hongyan was genuinely astonished. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not connect Yi Fan with the role of the Tang family's live-in son-in-law. At the same time, a thought stirred within her. If before she had merely enjoyed teasing Yi Fan to see him flustered, now she wanted to take him home. "I'll explain another day." Yi Fan waved his hand. "Hurry up and have someone deal with the scene." With so many dead, Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. If the police traced it back to him, even 10 lives would not be enough. Song Hongyan glanced at her phone. "The signal is jammed. We need to get out first." Yi Fan's gaze paused, falling on the left wrists of Xiaoyang and the others where black silk ribbons were tied. Before Yi Fan could respond, the mountain road roared as several off-road vehicles screeched to a halt. The doors opened, revealing a woman in blue and 8 uniformed bodyguards. The woman in blue was strikingly beautiful, with wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. A blue blouse and shorts accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her exposed legs, long and fair, exuded an indescribable allure, while also radiating an air of pride. She was Zhao Ruishuang, a relative of the Song family by marriage and Song Hongyan's aunt. "Hongyan, are you alright?" Zhao Ruishuang rushed over with her 8 companions. "What happened here?" "And I'm fine," Song Hongyan replied coolly. "A group of assassins ambushed us here. 6 of my sisters were killed, and Uncle Zhong was severely wounded." Song Dazhong nodded. These assassins were formidable, armed with blades and firearms. Based on their skin color, they were foreign outlaws, and there was even a yellow-tier expert among them. "Foreign outlaws?" Zhao Ruishuang exclaimed in surprise. "How did they come to Zhonghai to kill Hongyan?" Song Dazhong looked bewildered. "I don't know. The strange thing is, how did they know the young lady's route? And they had prepared a full-scale ambush." Zhao Ruishuang's eyes narrowed before returning to a cold indifference. Song Hongyan looked at Yi Fan with adoration. "I was careless today, but luckily I am destined for greatness." Meeting Yi Fan sealed their doom. Yi Fan. At the mention of that name, Zhao Ruishuang's gaze sharpened, fixing on Yi Fan, who was sending a message to Lu Fugawei. "He saved you?" Song Hongyan nodded. "Yes." "Seize him," Zhao Ruishuang commanded. "If he resists, kill him without mercy." Song Hongyan's face changed. "And what are you doing?" Zhao Ruishuang stared at Yi Fan with a sneer. At his age, how could he possibly kill a yellow-tier expert? They must be in collusion. At her order, her 8 subordinates surrounded Yi Fan, brandishing dark firearms. Yi Fan tucked his phone into his pocket, then swept his gaze over Zhao Ruishuang and the others. "Kill without mercy." Before Song Hongyan could speak, Zhao Ruishuang barked with fierce resolve. "You're definitely in league with the assassins. You staged this whole act to get close to Song Hongyan. You might fool others, but not me." Yi Fan stared at her wrist. "Evidence?" "There is no evidence," Zhao Ruishuang said with supreme arrogance. "Even if you truly saved Song Hongyan in extraordinary times, we use extraordinary measures. We'd rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one real threat slip through." Yi Fan paused for a moment, then nodded. "Very well." Zhao Ruishuang's tone dripped with contempt. "To remain so calm at a time like this, you have some skill. But unfortunately, you still have to die." She curled her lips. "Resign yourself to fate." Song Hongyan's pretty face turned cold. "And don't act rashly. He's Yi Fan he saved." "Shut up." Zhao Ruishuang was domineering. "You may be the young lady of the Song family, but I am your aunt. It is my duty to discern bad people on your behalf." Yi Fan spoke calmly. "Are you sure you want to provoke me?" "Provoke you?" A bald bodyguard snarled. "Kid, who do you think you are?" His voice abruptly cut off, for the fishgut sword was already pressed against his throat. No one knew when. The entire scene fell silent. No one had seen Yi Fan make his move. Zhao Ruishuang's eyes narrowed, a flicker of undisguised cold light flashing in them. The bald man roared, "Kid, you dare point a sword at me?" Swoosh. Yi Fan swung his sword in a backhand stroke. The bald man's body trembled and flew backward 7 or 8 meters. A hole had appeared in his throat. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Zhao Ruishuang shrieked, "Who are you?" Yi Fan did not reply. With a flick of his right hand, a blade of light arced out. 7 cries of agony overlapped as the 7 bodyguards surrounding Yi Fan were sent flying backward, all beheaded. Though Yi Fan's martial foundation was still weak, his speed and strength were terrifying, more than sufficient to slaughter these thugs. Seeing the 7 corpses, Song Dazhong and the others blanched. Zhao Ruishuang roared in fury, "Who the hell are you?" There was no reply, only a single sword stroke. Zhao Ruishuang retreated frantically. At the same time, she raised her gun, aiming at Yi Fan. But before she could pull the trigger, the blade severed her hand. The next moment, the sword pressed against her throat. Yi Fan stood still. "Provoke me." Song Dazhong instinctively cried out, "Young brother, please show mercy. She is a member of the Song family." Zhao Ruishuang snarled, "I am a Song Hongyan's aunt. Do you dare kill me? Can you bear the consequences?" With a sharp sound, the sword tip pierced Zhao Ruishuang's throat. Her body stiffened, disbelief in her eyes. You. She could not fathom that Yi Fan had actually killed her. A cold gleam flashed again. Zhao Ruishuang spat blood, collapsing before Song Hongyan, her eyes wide in eternal shock. The mountain road fell into utter silence. Song Dazhong and the others stared at Yi Fan in shock, never expecting him to be so ruthless as to kill Zhao Ruishuang with a single sword stroke. How would they explain this to the Zhao family? Yet despite his inner discontent at that moment, he dared not provoke Yi Fan lest he be killed as well. Only Song Hongyan remained utterly calm, her pretty face betraying no emotion. Yi Fan did not even glance at Zhao Ruishuang. He raised his hand, retrieved the fishgut sword, then walked before Song Hongyan and said calmly, "Do you resent me for killing her?" If there was a rift in Song Hongyan's heart, Yi Fan would sever their bond and never cross paths again. Song Hongyan smiled faintly. 10 ants cannot compare to the value you hold in my heart." Was that a confession? Yi Fan's eyelids twitched, then he pointed a finger and changed the subject. "You don't need to regret anything. Look at the left wrists of Zhao Ruishuang and the assassins." Song Dazhong and the others were startled. They all looked at the left hands of Zhao Rushuang and the others and were astonished to find black silk ribbons tied around them. Song Dazhong blurted out, she was the traitor. After rescuing Song Hongyan, Yi Fan did not linger. He gave a few instructions and left the scene to have dinner with Lu Fuguwei. He initially wanted to go to a street stall, but Lu Fuguwei insisted on treating him to a proper meal, so they headed to Five Lakes restaurant. Yi Fan also called Tang Ruoxue inviting her to join them, but she was tied up with work and couldn't make it. He had to settle for a solitary dinner with Lu Fuguwei. Lu Fuguwei might have looked like a nouveau riche, but he was actually a shrewd man. He had witnessed the scene of Xiong Yong and his men's violent deaths, yet he said nothing about it, and never pressed Yi Fan for an explanation. As they neared Five Lakes restaurant, Lu Fuguwei pulled out a bank card and handed it to Yi Fan. Brother Fan, there's 20 million in this card, all my savings. Give it to sister-in-law to ease her urgent need. I wanted to give it to her a few days ago, but the funds only arrived these 2 days. Tell her I'm useless. She saved me back then, yet I can't help her much. Clearly Lu Fuguwei had always been mindful of Tang Ruoxue's financial difficulties. Yi Fan was surprised, never expecting Lu Fuguwei to actually scrape together all his money. Slightly moved, he pushed the card back. Keep this money. Ruoxue's funding issue is resolved. To convince Lu Fuguwei, he added, I had Huang Zhendong help and contacted Baiwa Bank. The loan was arranged. Resolved. Lu Fuguwei was stunned at first, then ecstatic. I knew it. With Brother Fan around, Ruoxue's crisis would surely be overcome. He had seen with his own eyes that night how Huang Zhendong revered Yi Fan, so he believed Tang Ruoxue's problem was solved. But still, take this 20 million to sister-in-law. Having more cash on hand gives her more leeway. After a moment of thought, Lu Fuguwei said, she's really having a tough time now. You keep it. She's not the only one struggling. At least she has me to share the burden. Yi Fan shook his head. Besides, you need capital to make a comeback. A comeback? Lu Fuguwei let out a bitter laugh. In the past, I thought that with 20 million in hand and my connections, a comeback would be easy. Even if I couldn't reach the peak of the Lu family, I could still return to high society. But reality brutally shattered that notion. Those who mocked me wouldn't give me a chance to turn my life around. They fear that if I rise, I'll take revenge, and they also enjoy having someone to trample on. So they'd rather keep me under their feet, looking down on me. Since the Lu family went bankrupt, I've tried 7 or 8 businesses, but each time someone sabotaged them, costing me over 10 million. The ones who struck me weren't my snobbish stepmother, but the people I once called brothers and the girlfriend I loved deeply. Isn't that tragic? So I've given up on business and on any comeback. Now I just drive for BB Taxi. They're at ease, I'm free, and I can make an extra 5 or 6,000 a month. Lu Fuguwei sounded quite carefree, but Yi Fan could see the deep sorrow in his eyes. The sorrow of a nobody unable to contend with the powerful. I've been busy lately and need trustworthy people to help. Come work for me. Yi Fan patted Lu Fuguwei on the shoulder. For now, you'll be my driver and assistant. When the time is right, I'll give you a chance to make a comeback. It depends on whether you trust me. With Baiwa Pharmaceutical, the clinic's establishment, and other social engagements, Yi Fan believed there would be opportunities suitable for Lu Fuguwei. Lu Fuguwei was taken aback, then grinned readily. All right, from now on, I'm Brother Fan's man. Yi Fan opened the car door. But I'm a live-in son-in-law. You're willing to follow me without hesitation. Lu Fuguwei also stepped out of the car. That night at the gathering, I knew Brother Fan was no ordinary man. He stopped mid-sentence, his gaze suddenly freezing. Following his gaze, Yi Fan saw 6 or 7 women walking toward them from across the street, their laughter tinkling as they drew attention. There were tall ones, petite ones, curvaceous ones, slender ones, short-haired ones, and long-haired ones. A gathering of beauties. Dressed lightly, they were a feast for the eyes. One woman stood out, a delicate oval face, phoenix eyes, and long legs, exuding a certain internet celebrity vibe. Yi Fan nodded at Lu Fuguwei. You know her? I know her. Lu Fuguwei didn't hide it. My ex-girlfriend Su Xin. We loved each other for 4 years. I loved her deeply and she liked to cling to me, but she also hurt me the most. When the Lu family went bankrupt, she took my 500,000 savings, pawned my car, and even colluded with my stepmother to trick me into signing for a lot of debt. Her betrayal earned her another million, but it nearly sent me to prison. Recalling the past, Lu Fuguwei grew a bit emotional. Yi Fan smiled. Do you hate her? I used to, but I've let it go now. Lu Fuguwei said openly. Resentment is the most helpless sign. If you're really upset, just take revenge directly. But for now, I can only survive, not retaliate. After all, she's a procurement officer at Baiwa Pharmaceutical, earning $1 million a year plus bonuses. And her new man is Shun Yunfeng, a medicinal materials supplier. He's no less than Zhang Xiaojing. The Shun family controls most of Zhonghai's herbal medicine market and has a close relationship with Shun Yin, the CEO of Baiwa Pharmaceutical. He was frank. I can't afford to provoke them now. There was one thing he didn't say, that Shin Yunfeng and Su Xian had provoked him several times, and he had swallowed his anger each time. Is Baiwa Pharmaceutical that powerful? Yi Fan chuckled. Just a company worth $1 billion. In Zhonghai, with its countless pharmaceutical companies, it's nothing. Don't underestimate Baiwa Pharmaceutical. Lu Fuguwei said seriously. It may seem small, but with the backing of Baiwa Bank and the Qian family, its sales and profits are astonishing. It's said that the company was founded because Shun Yin wanted to improve her health and gathered a team to search for herbs. A single stock turned it into a billion-dollar enterprise. Isn't that impressive? And that's with Shun Yin deliberately holding back. If she leveraged the bank's resources or traffic, it could easily reach a market value of tens of billions. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. Baihua Pharmaceutical might seem unremarkable, but its potential was enormous, especially with Baihua Bank as its backbone. It could become a top-tier pharmaceutical company at any time. Just then Lu Fugui glanced at Su Xian again. The women across the street noticed and shot him dirty looks. Who's that fat guy? A total loser. Why is he staring at us? What a pervert. Look, he's even staring at my chest. We're dressed so lightly, and he's seen everything. How can we face people now? Exactly. Shameless. I'm still a virgin. Disgusting. A toad lusting after swan meat. The women's chatter made Su Xian look up from her phone. Oh, isn't this Lu Fugui, the young master? Su Xian instantly recognized Lu Fugui, and a trace of sarcasm flickered across her delicate face. Oh, him. That's young Master Lu of the Lu family, one of my suitors. But he's already gone bankrupt. She added with disdain. Now he drives a taxi every day to make ends meet. Back then Su Xian thought she had landed a tycoon from West China expecting to snatch at least half of the Lu family fortune, or at least 300 to 500 million. Yet all she got was a few million. The stark contrast made her feel that her youth had been wasted, and it fueled a deep-seated hatred for Lu Fugui. She spared no effort in kicking him while he was down. Oh my God, he was your suitor. The other women gasped in surprise. How could such a loser dare to pursue you? Lu Fugui's eyelids twitched, but he gritted his teeth and held back his anger. Brother Fan, let's go inside. Yi Fan nodded. However, Lu Fugui wanted to let it go, but Su Xian refused to relent. She led her friends over and said, Lu Fugui, you're already so down and out driving a taxi, and you still have the nerve to dine at this club. Do you even know what kind of place this is? Can you afford it? You might not even earn enough for a single meal after 10 days of driving. Don't end up getting your arms and legs broken. That would be truly embarrassing. Get lost. This is no place for you. The women covered their mouths and giggled, their eyes scrutinizing Lu Fugui with contempt. Lu Fugui could no longer hold back. Su Xian, don't go too far. You wronged me, and I never said a word. If you keep pushing me. Push you? What about you? Su Xian sneered. You're down and out, but can't take a little criticism. Where's your backbone? Are you even a man? Yi Fan patted Lu Fugui on the shoulder. All right, Fugui, don't waste your breath on them. Let's go inside and eat. Eat? Are you kidding me? Are you sure you're not here to work as servants? Su Xian looked at the two with utter contempt. And this is the Woohoo restaurant, a members-only establishment. Can you even get in? Her female companions also wore expressions of disgust. Stop putting on airs. It's nauseating just to look at you. Su Xian pulled out a bronze membership card. Ladies, let's go in. I don't want to see these country bumpkins here anymore. You two can wait out here. We'll send you some leftovers later. The women giggled as they walked forward. When Su Xian passed Yi Fan, she deliberately bumped his shoulder with hers. Good dogs don't block the way. Yi Fan raised his hand to block her shoulder and simultaneously turned the life and death stone. Country bumpkin. Su Xian snorted disdainfully and led her friends inside. At the entrance of the hall, she turned back with a smirk. Didn't you say you wanted to eat? Go ahead, try to come in. The four receptionists eyed Lu Fugui warily, afraid he might sneak in with Yi Fan. Su Xian, you've gone too far. Lu Fugui barked angrily. A broken ship still has 3,000 nails. I'll have you know I was a member 5 years ago. He pulled out a card and handed it to the receptionist. The receptionist swiped it and a beep sounded. Sir, I'm sorry, but your card has expired. Lu Fugui was stunned, then his face darkened. He had forgotten that the membership required an annual fee of 100,000. Hearing the receptionist, Su Xian and her friends burst into even louder laughter. Your card expired, Young Master Lu can't even afford the membership fee, and he still dares to come here for dinner. Fatty, didn't I tell you? You can't even get through the door. You're bankrupt, yet you're still pretending to be a rich second generation for a meal. How vain is that? Lu Fugui clenched his fists, filled with rage, but also a profound bitterness. Truly, a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I wanted to treat you to a nice meal, but... He gave a bitter smile. Let's find another place. Yi Fan smiled. It's fine. This door can be opened. The two receptionists wore polite smiles, but their eyes betrayed contempt, as if they thought Yi Fan was beneath their notice. Yi Fan let out a cold laugh and produced a vermilion bird card. The two receptionists, initially impatient, immediately jolted to attention at the sight of the card. A vermilion bird card. That was equivalent to Song Hongyin's personal presence. The receptionist swiped it on the machine and a beep sounded. The display showed the vermilion bird emblem and Yi Fan's name. It was genuine. Mr. Yi, good evening. The four receptionists immediately straightened up and bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. Then the entire Woohoo restaurant erupted into activity. After a flurry of commotion, Lin Baishan rushed out with a dozen men and women. They scanned the area, quickly spotted Yi Fan, and bowed deeply. Welcome, young Master Yi. Su Xian and her friends stared in disbelief. They never imagined that Yi Fan and Lu Fugui could actually get in, and that even Lin Baishan would come out to greet them. After all, Lin Baishun was the manager of the Wuhu Group branch and the highest authority at the Wuhu restaurant. Refusing to accept it, Su Xian snorted at Yi Fan and Lu Fugui. Are you two here to apply for a job as servants? Lin Baishun was about to reprimand her for her rudeness, but Yi Fan gently waved his hand. Then he looked at Su Xian with a smile. Miss Su, you are ill. Su Xian flew into a rage. You're the one who's ill. Your whole family is ill. Don't believe me? Then let me tell you. A hint of mockery curled at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. Are you drowsy during the day, unable to sleep at night, with a bitter taste in your mouth and a dull ache in your stomach? Su Xian looked shocked. How? How do you know? I've studied a bit of medicine. I can also tell that you're prone to anxiety, dizziness, and weakness in your limbs. Yi Fan said calmly. These symptoms are dangerous for your body. If left unchecked, they can lead to stomach qi obstruction and eventually stomach cancer. You're talking nonsense. Although Yi Fan had hit the mark on every point, Su Xian refused to admit it. Her tone was scornful. You're just a taxi driver. What do you know about medicine? Stop blustering. Her female companions were also unimpressed, not believing for a second that Yi Fan could diagnose anything. If you don't believe me, try pressing on your Qi-Hai acupoint just below your navel. Yi Fan said lightly. It will show you that you really are sick. Charlatan. Su Xian's face was contemptuous, but her left hand involuntarily pressed against her abdomen. Chiu. With that press, a crisp sound erupted from behind her, a sharp, piercing fart. Then came a series of noises, chew, 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 each louder than the last, filling the hall with a foul odor. Yi Fan, Lin Baishun, and the others immediately covered their mouths and moved away. A few of the young women also retreated 3 meters. Su Xian was furious and humiliated. You bastard, I won't let you off. I didn't trick you. Your current symptoms are indeed caused by stomach qi obstruction. Yi Fan replied casually. Now that you've released it, you'll be able to sleep well tonight. Then he patted Lu Fugui on the shoulder. Let's get going. There's another wave coming. Lu Fugui laughed heartily and followed Yi Fan inside. The others, upon hearing this, immediately scattered far away. Su Fan was livid. She picked up her phone and sobbed. Young Master Shun, I've been bullied. Before she could finish, another series of chiu-chiu sounds erupted. Under Lin Baishun's personal arrangement, Yi Fan and Lu Fugui sat down on the eastern side of the eatery. Yi Fan ordered 4 dishes and a soup along with 2 bottles of apple cider vinegar and then began to eat. Brother Fan, I think we should leave here first, Lu Fugui said hesitantly. It's not that I doubt your strength, but there's no need to court trouble for my sake. Although making the arrogant Su Xian suffer had brought him unprecedented satisfaction, the thought of Shun Yunfeng still gave him a headache. What are you saying? Yi Fan sat up straight. You're my brother? Your disgrace is my disgrace. It's only right that I win you some glory. Lu Fugui was slightly moved. Brother Fan, I know you see me as a brother, but don't overthink it. You're my brother, no matter how big the trouble, I'm not afraid. Yi Fan exuded confidence. I can tell you Shin Yunfeng and Su Xian better not think about revenge, or they'll find their end even more miserable. Come on, eat. Bang. Just then a stool was kicked aside and a group of people stormed into the restaurant with a menacing air. The crew-cut young man at the lead swept his contemptuous gaze over everyone present, as if the gathering of the wealthy and elite was beneath his notice. Guided by Su Xian, he spotted Yi Fan, and Lu Fugui let out a disdainful snort and strode directly over with his entourage. Lu Fugui's expression tightened instantly. Yi Fan cast a calm glance at them and told Lu Fugui not to get involved, saying he could handle it himself. Yunfeng, it's this bastard who played me along with Lu Fugui. Su Xian stepped forward and pointed at Yi Fan indignantly. They made a fool of me. I want you to teach them a good lesson. Kid, you're in for a bad day for messing with my woman. State your background and family. Shin Yunfeng swayed up, twirling a butterfly knife in his hand. Don't misunderstand. I'm not worried about offending some big shot. I'm just waiting for you to reveal your background so I can go after your family too. His domineering words immediately filled Su Xian and the others with pride. Lin Baishun, not far away, looked at him as if he were a fool. Su Xian sneered. Let me tell you, this is Master Shun of the Shun family, someone you can't afford to offend. Yi Fan pulled a tissue to wipe his mouth, utterly unconcerned by the scene. Lu Fugui quickly stood up with an apologetic smile. Master Shin, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding your mother. Shin Yunfeng reached out and pinched Lu Fugui's cheek, squeezing it wantonly. What do you think you are? What right do you have to say misunderstanding? He then turned to Yi Fan with a sinister smile. Don't worry, I won't lift a finger myself, nor will I let my men do it. Bullying by numbers, fighting, and killing. That's too low class for me. I'll make your family cripple you, you blind fool. And then make them pay the price, Shin Yunfeng said with a malicious grin. Fugui, sit down. Yi Fan pulled Lu Fugui back and then looked at Shin Yunfeng with a faint smile. You're Shin Yunfeng. From Shun's Herbal Medicine Company. Shin Yunfeng curled his lips. That's right, on Shin Yunfeng. Oh, what's this? Asking about my background, you want to take me on too? Interesting. I haven't even moved against you and you're already challenging me. Your pretentious act is quite amusing. He pulled out his ID card and business card from his wallet and tossed them on the table. Here's my name, home address, company info, and my parents' address. If you've got the guts, come and mess with me. Su Xin and the other women tittered, all convinced Yi Fan was bluffing. Yi Fan took out his phone and looked at Shen Yunfeng. Since you're begging me, wouldn't it be rude of me not to oblige? He dialed a number, and when it connected, he said calmly two things. First, fire Su Xin from her position as procurement director. Second, terminate all cooperation with Shen's herbal medicine. After giving the instructions, Yi Fan put away his phone and smiled faintly. Shen Yunfeng, I'll grant your wish. Su Xin scoffed at Yi Fan. Keep pretending, keep pretending. Fire me. A taxi driver acting like the chairman of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. Su Xin curled her lips. You're just like Lu Fugui, always trying to save face. Shen Yunfeng also sneered. Kid, if you can make Baiwa stop cooperating with me, I'll crawl from here to the door. The several pretty women beside him laughed silently, their eyes full of contempt and disbelief, clearly convinced Yi Fan was putting on an act. Ding! Just then Su Xion's phone rang. She glanced at it, picked it up, and listened. Her face turned ashen and her hands trembled. Shen Yunfeng frowned slightly. Su Xion, what's wrong? Su Xion wailed, Baihua's board has fired me. They said there was something shady about my dealings with you. The police are also investigating all my transactions. If they find any irregularities, I'll be sent to jail. Master Shen, you have to help me, please help me. The female companions were all stunned. Su Xion screamed at Yi Fan, why is this happening? Shen Yunfeng's gaze sharpened instantly. He was somewhat surprised that Yi Fan could get Su Xion fired, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking Yi Fan might know some board member. Moreover, Yi Fan could move against Su Xion, but he might not be able to touch Shen Yunfeng, given his kinship with Shen Yan. Kid, you've got some tricks, huh? Shen Yunfeng glared at Yi Fan with a sinister smile. Come on, try to take me down too. Ding! His phone rang. He answered impatiently, one call after another, 4 in a row. After hanging up the last call, Shen Yunfeng stood frozen. Baiwa Pharmaceuticals had completely terminated cooperation. Baiwa Bank had stopped approving 3 loan batches. Someone had reported Shen's herbal medicine for passing off inferior goods. The family had ordered him to quell the storm at any cost. Yi Fan slowly walked up to Shen Yunfeng, pinched his cheek, and smiled. I've moved against you too. Convinced. Su Xion and the others watched in shock, never expecting Yi Fan to humiliate Shen Yunfeng like that, nor that Shen Yunfeng would offer no resistance. Su Xion panicked. Master Shen, this bastard is treating you like this, kill him. Slap. Shen Yunfeng backhanded Su Xion to the ground. Kill your sister. Who do you think you are to speak to young Master Yi like that? He kicked her again. If not for this woman, he wouldn't have stepped on Lu Fugui and offended Yi Fan, jeopardizing his position as heir. Young Master Yi. Su Xion's mouth bled. She was panicked and incredulous, having no idea who this deity was. Young Master Yi, tonight was my fault. I failed to recognize your greatness. Shen Yunfeng forced a smile and had someone bring a bottle of Mao Dai. He poured 3 full glasses. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Su Xion and the female companions were utterly frozen. Was Shen Yunfeng really bowing his head to Yi Fan? Had Yi Fan truly shaken the Shen family? Bang! Yi Fan didn't give him face, he swept the 3 glasses off the table. You've bullied Fugui many times and 3 drinks are supposed to settle it. Do you take me for a merciful Buddha? Here, since you're somewhat sensible, kneel and apologize to my brother. He said with a mock grin. I won't pursue this further today. How about it? Shen Yunfeng's eyelids twitched. He was furious, but in the end he lowered his proud head, clenched his teeth, and balled his fists, trembling slightly. He finally made his choice, stepped forward, and with a thud knelt before Lu Fugui. I'm sorry. The incident at Wuhu restaurant ultimately concluded with Shen Yunfeng kneeling in apology, and Su Xion dared not provoke Lu Fugui from then on. Yi Fan did not suppress them excessively, he merely wanted to curb their arrogance. Making the woman regret her actions was a task Lu Fugui would have to accomplish in the future. After the meal, Yi Fan asked Lu Fugui to drive him back, and they agreed to visit the medical hall at 9 o'clock the next morning. Upon returning to the Tang family villa, Yi Fan found that Tang Ruoxue had not yet come back, which slightly puzzled him. Whether working overtime or attending social engagements, Tang Ruoxue always returned home before 11 o'clock, but today she was over half an hour late. Just as Yi Fan was about to pick up the phone to call her, he heard the clicking of high heels behind him. He turned around and saw it was Tang Ruoxue. She was still in her usual business suit, but her face was slightly flushed, carrying a hint of alcohol. Moreover, her sleeves were somewhat wrinkled, as if someone had tugged at them. Upon seeing Yi Fan, she asked with a smile, "How was your gathering with Lu Fugui?" "Not bad." Yi Fan stepped forward to support her. "Why are you back so late? Weren't you working overtime? How did you end up at a social dinner?" Tang Ruoxue nodded. The funding issue is resolved, production is at full capacity, so I met a few more clients and had a few extra drinks. Yi Fan pressed further. Was Zhao Dongyang there? On the arm he was supporting, Yi Fan caught a different scent. His mind recalled it was exactly the same as when Zhao Dongyang professed his love at the restaurant. Tang Ruoxue was slightly taken aback. "How do you know? You have his cologne on you." Yi Fan felt a knot in his chest. "Don't you dislike him? How did you end up drinking with him tonight?" "He introduced me to a few clients, said it was to make amends." Tang Ruoxue explained softly. "I didn't want the relationship to become too strained, and besides the company needs clients, so I went to that dinner. There's nothing between us." She herself didn't know why she added that. Yi Fan looked at the mesmerizing woman. Why is there still his cologne on you? That's only left from close contact. Are you going to stop, eh? Tang Ruoxue suddenly became impatient. I said there's nothing, so there's nothing. Believe it or not, isn't it exhausting to be so suspicious? I'm not obligated to explain to you. It was already exhausting enough struggling outside. Coming back to face Yi Fan's relentless questioning made Tang Ruoxue's temper flare up. Yi Fan, seeing that an argument was about to erupt, suppressed his displeasure. Can you not see him in the future? If I don't see him, will you get me clients? Tang Ruoxue pushed Yi Fan away. Besides, since when do you have the right to meddle in my affairs? I haven't even mentioned your close relationship with Song Hongyan, yet you're making baseless accusations about me and Zhao Dongyang. Are you bored? After saying that, she kicked off her high heels, entered the inner room with a frustrated expression, and slammed the door shut with a bang. Yi Fan's face darkened, and he even forgot to tend to the wound on his back. The next morning, Yi Fan prepared breakfast, woke Tang Ruoxue, wanting to have a proper talk, but Tang Ruoxue left with a cold expression. What made Yi Fan even more frustrated was that the person who came to pick up Tang Ruoxue was not Chen Xiaoya, but Zhao Dongyang's Mercedes. Yi Fan took out his phone to call and ask a few questions, but looking at the phone, he suddenly felt utterly listless. You can keep a person, but not their heart. Rather than clinging desperately to maintain a relationship, it's better to make oneself stronger. At 9 o'clock, Lu Fugui's car pulled up. Yi Fan got in and told him to head straight to Jinji Lin Medical Hall. Half an hour later, Yi Fan appeared at the entrance of Jinji Lin. Before he could even take in his surroundings, a Cadillac pulled up. Song Hongyan stepped out of the car with a serene smile. A white shirt, jeans, a ponytail, charming yet refreshing. Yi Fan walked over with a smile. You must have a lot to deal with. Why did you come here? I got things done last night. Not only did we eliminate the Xiong clan stronghold, with Xiong Ji severely injured and on the run, we also cleared out the corrupt elements in one go. Song Hongyan smiled. I can't guarantee long-term peace, but 3 to 5 months of tranquility should be possible, so I have plenty of time to come here and join in the fun. Yi Fan smiled. As long as things are settled, that's good. He didn't inquire too much about these underworld affairs lest he get entangled and unable to extricate himself. Of course, most importantly, no matter how big the matter is, it's not as important as your matters. Song Hongyan approached Yi Fan and naturally linked her arm with his. Compared to the messy affairs of the Woohoo group, I'd rather watch you open the medical hall. When the time comes, I want to be the first patient. Yi Fan was taken aback. Are you sick? Then he shook his head. No, you're very healthy. Song Hongyan blinked. I have a heart ailment, lovesickness. Yi Fan's scalp tingled. Alright, just kidding. Let's stop talking about this and go in. Song Hongyan let out a charming laugh and arm in arm with Yi Fan walked inside. Lu Fugui, sitting in the car, looked conflicted, wondering whether to tattle to Tang Ruoxue. The medical hall was very large, covering 1,000 square meters. The front had a lobby and a pharmacy, the middle had a courtyard and 6 wards, and the rear had 4 residential rooms. However, the medical hall was very dilapidated. Not only were the walls mottled and cracked, but the floor was also uneven, and there were cobwebs in several corners. If used as a set for a horror movie at midnight, it would require almost no scenery. Furthermore, the medical hall was desolate. Apart from a dozen elderly and frail patients, there weren't many people waiting or moving about. The pharmacy was also closed due to a shortage of staff. When they saw Yi Fan and Song Hongyan enter, they looked at them curiously, as if no young people had appeared here for a long time. Song Hongyan glanced around. Where is Dr. Gongsun? A red-clad auntie holding a thermos cup and drinking water heartily enthusiastically called out, Dr. Gongsun is out pushing his granddaughter to sunbathe. He'll be back soon. Please have a seat for a while. She also poured hot water for Yi Fan and Song Hongyan, then resumed gulping from her own thermos. Yi Fan touched the back of her hand and quickly understood her condition. Thank you. Song Hongyan smiled and thanked her, then turned to Yi Fan. Jinji Lin has been open for a century, spanning 4 generations. It was once the most popular traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Zhonghai. It was always bustling with patients. When I was sick as a child, I didn't go to a big hospital, but to this Jinji Lin. However, in the past 20 years, clinics and hospitals have become widespread. Gongsun Yuan only started learning medicine halfway through his life, and with the death of his son in a car accident, he became passive and dispirited. Jinji Lin began to decline. Many patients were lost. Now those who come here are mostly old neighbors from the area. 1, because it's close, and 2, because it's cheap. 3 months ago, Gongsun Yuan's only granddaughter Gongsun Qian suddenly lost the ability to stand. Upon examination, it was spinal muscular atrophy. This is a fatal neuromuscular disease. Without effective treatment, Gongsun Qian has at most half a year to live. Unable to cure her himself, and with hospitals at a loss, Gongsun Yuan became utterly disheartened. He plans to sell this ancestral medical hall and use the money to take his granddaughter abroad to buy medicine. To buy that drug worth 14 million yuan. While waiting, Song Hongyan explained the current situation of the medical hall to Yi Fan. Both the location and environment here are top-notch, so taking it over would be a good choice. Yi Fan glanced around and nodded lightly. Indeed, it's good. We can consider acquiring it. How much is he asking? 100 million. Just then a voice, listless yet sharp, came from somewhere. Yi Fan and Song Hongyan looked up and saw a goatee-bearded old man walking out. His face was full of beard, his expression haggard, exuding a desolate air of being at the end of his rope, but his eyes still glimmered with light. "This is Mr. Gongsun Yuan," Song Hongyan introduced to Yi Fan, then smiled at Gongsun Yuan and said, "Mr. Gongsun, this is my younger brother Yi Fan." Gongsun Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids. "This medical clinic, 100 million. Yi Fan squinted. 100 million. Song Hongyan's pretty face turned cold. "Mr. Gongsun, didn't you say 40 million yesterday? Why is it 100 million now? This clinic has a market value of only 50 million, and you'd have to wait 3 to 5 months to sell it. But since you're in urgent need of money, 40 million is already a good deal. Isn't it a bit unethical to raise the price on the spot?" She really disliked greedy people. 40 million was yesterday's price, 100 million is today's price. "The clinic is mine, I can sell it for whatever I want, you have no say." Gongsun Yuan remained cold. "If you don't want to pay, fine. If you have the skill to cure my granddaughter, I'll give you the clinic for free." While rebuffing Song Hongyan, he took the pulse of a woman in red. The woman in red coughed from time to time, breathing with her mouth wide open, looking very distressed. Song Hongyan's voice turned cold. "Even the hospital said there's no cure. Asking Brother Fan to heal your granddaughter is just making things difficult, isn't it?" The patients also looked at Gongsun Yuan in surprise, feeling as if he had suddenly changed. "Stop the nonsense. Either pay up or cure the patient," Gongsun Yuan said impatiently, "or else get lost." Song Hongyan was furious. "You, Sister Yin, don't be angry." Yi Fan smiled. "Mr. Gongsun is looking down on my youth and has no confidence in my medical skills. If I take over this place and run a clinic, I might end up harming many people. So he used 100 million to scare me off. If I don't have 100 million, but I can cure his granddaughter, it also proves my medical skills are good, and he won't worry about me causing harm if he gives me the clinic." Mr. Gongsun seems to be asking an exorbitant price, but actually he has a benevolent heart dedicated to healing the world. Song Hongyan was taken aback, then fell into thoughtful contemplation. More than a dozen patients also nodded in sudden realization. "Kid, you're quite good at reading people, but it's a pity that you're only invincible with words with no real skill in your hands. It's completely meaningless." Gongsun Yuan snorted at Yi Fan. "You'd better leave quickly. Don't interfere with my treatment of patients." He removed his fingers from the woman in red's pulse, then picked up a pen to write a prescription. "If I'm not mistaken," Yi Fan suddenly interjected, "the patient's pulse is slippery and slow, dry mouth and tongue, fever, eye pain, dry nose, red cheeks, and also a feeling of nausea. You diagnosed her with typhoid fever." Gongsun Yuan's movements instantly stopped, looking at Yi Fan in disbelief. This kid hadn't even seen the patient, yet he could describe it so accurately. He stroked his goatee. "You have some skill, no wonder you dare to open a clinic. But it's not enough." Song Hongyan's eyes lit up. Gongsun Yuan's words indicated that Yi Fan's guess was correct. "I also know you prescribed white tiger decoction for her. Gypsum 30 grams, anamarina 30 grams, licorice 20 grams, rice 50 grams, boil in 1 liter of water, then remove the dregs." Yi Fan said calmly, 3 doses a day, take for 7 days, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Gongsun Yuan's smile froze instantly. What Yi Fan said, both the medicine and the dosage matched exactly the prescription he was about to write. Seeing Gongsun Yuan's expression, the dozen patients understood that Yi Fan's speculation was correct, and they became curious about Yi Fan's identity. Where did this young man come from with such superb medical skills? Gongsun Yuan nodded. "I was mistaken." Then he handed the prescription to the woman in red and proceeded to take the pulse of another elderly man in gray. The old man looked over 80 with disheveled white hair, gaunt features, sunken eyes, sweating profusely, and his left hand clutching his abdomen tightly. 3 minutes later, Gongsun Yuan looked up and said to Yi Fan, "Come see what disease Uncle Jia has." He also wrote out a prescription in one go. Yi Fan smiled faintly, reached out and grasped the old man's wrist, then let go in less than 10 seconds. Abdominal distension and fullness, restlessness, unable to lie down, stiff tongue, root, heavy body, yellow complexion, headache, fullness, and pain in the right hypochondrium, dry and cracked lips, alternating chills, and fever like malaria. He has damp heat in the spleen. The medicine you prescribed is nothing but spleen-clearing decoction. It contains poria, tangerine peel, sayoko, cinnamon bark, angelica, dihurica, licorice, pinelia. Yi Fan recited Gongsun Yuan's diagnosis in one breath, even detailing the dosage of his prescription. Song Hongyan and a few patients leaned over to look at the prescription and found that Yi Fan's words were exactly right. Seeing the shocked expressions of Gongsun Yuan and Song Hongyan, the other patients knew that Yi Fan had been correct again. This young man is truly impressive. He saw through all of Dr. Gongsun's diagnoses. Yes, he even knows the medication. Truly, the student surpasses the master. And he took the pulse in just over 10 seconds. Such skill is extraordinary. Hearing the comments, Gongsun Yuan was not angry, but instead showed a hint of appreciation. "Young man, I have to admit you are indeed remarkable." Yi Fan smiled calmly. "Your prescription, though suited to the symptoms, cannot cure the old man's illness." Gongsun Yuan was taken aback, then snorted. "Then tell me, what prescription would you use to treat his illness?" He admitted that Yi Fan was not ordinary, but that didn't mean he could be questioned. His reputation might not match that of the sage doctor's son, but he was still one of the few top traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in Zhonghai. Yi Fan smiled serenely. Your prescription can indeed treat the old man's spleen damp heat, but you overlooked his coexisting constipation problem. If the residue dissolved by the herbal decoction cannot be excreted, it will only accumulate in the abdomen, treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. So you should add one more ingredient. Yi Fan picked up a pen and wrote 2 characters, rhubarb, to promote bowel movement. Gong Sun Yuan's body trembled, then he let out a long sigh. I'm convinced. Young doctor, can you treat my cervical spine problem? Before Gong Sun Yuan could finish his sigh, a chubby middle-aged man leaned over. I've been troubled by this for years. I come almost every week to see the doctor. Simple. Yi Fan walked directly behind the middle-aged man, and using the Tai Chi hand technique, performed cervical spine massage on the spot. A series of cracking sounds were heard, and the middle-aged man kept crying out in pain. But after 3 minutes he was ecstatic. He felt a warm current gradually flowing through his previously painful cervical spine. When Yi Fan stopped, he shouted, so comfortable, so comfortable. I haven't felt this kind of freedom in years. It's only half healed. The cervical spine has been damaged for years, so you need to take some medicine. Yi Fan swiftly wrote a prescription and handed it to the fat man. You'll be completely fine after a month. The middle-aged fat man was overjoyed. Thank you, little divine doctor. Thank you, little divine doctor. Little divine doctor, can you treat my ear pain? I have abdominal cramps every few days. Please take a look at me too. Doctor, I've been having nosebleeds that won't stop. Please take a look at me. The dozen patients swarmed over in a rush, pulling Yi Fan toward themselves. Gong Sun Yuan was momentarily left aside. Your phlegm fire blockage causes sore throat. 1 dose of diaphragm-regulating decoction will solve it. Your cough and wheezing are due to excessive lung deficiency fire. 3 doses of white purging powder will suffice. For your headache and feverishness, I'll give you 3 acupuncture needles, and then take yellow dragon decoction to eradicate the root cause. Yi Fan's speed of diagnosis was extremely fast, and in a short while he had seen all the dozen patients. Every patient had their cause and symptoms accurately described by Yi Fan, and whether through acupuncture manipulation or medication, Yi Fan sent each patient away satisfied. Word spread quickly, and everyone talked about how a little divine doctor had come to Jinzilin. Soon the clinic had dozens more patients. Yi Fan handled them calmly. During this time, Gong Sun Yuan watched and listened, his expression growing increasingly solemn and shocked. These were all old neighbors, and their basic conditions were already known, so Yi Fan's ease in describing their illnesses filled Gong Sun Yuan with genuine astonishment. After Yi Fan cured several stubborn illnesses, and even treated patients with similar prescriptions, Gong Sun Yuan was filled with the utmost admiration for him. Moreover, such a bustling scene of patients crowding the clinic had only appeared in Gong Sun Yuan's childhood memories. For so many years this scene had lingered in Gong Sun Yuan's dreams. Now that it reappeared, Gong Sun Yuan was so moved he wanted to cry. His goatee trembling, he voluntarily became Yi Fan's assistant, reopening the pharmacy to prepare herbs, decocting medicines, serving tea and water. Master, your talent is extraordinary. Please accept my bow. After all the patients were seen, Gong Sun Yuan stood up, walked over to Yi Fan, and gave a respectful bow. Master's talent far surpasses this old man's. Your opening of a clinic here is a blessing for the people. In his life, his greatest regret was that in his youth he was arrogant and didn't study medicine properly under his grandfather and father, resulting in his failure to grasp the essence of medical skills. Facing patients he could not help as well as his granddaughter, he had felt guilty countless times. Now seeing a divine doctor like Yi Fan, he naturally submitted with heartfelt admiration. Take this house for 15 million. 14 million for medicine, 1 million for food, clothing, and living expenses. Song Hongyan was extremely happy, never expecting to save 85 million in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan supported Gong Sun Yuan with one hand and said, I don't want to pay a single cent. The whole place instantly fell silent. Then Yi Fan smiled. I want to see Gong Sun Xian. Yi Fan and Song Hongyan followed Gong Sun Yuan through the front hall, walked along a corridor, and entered the backyard of the medical clinic. The backyard, though somewhat old, bore a strong resemblance to Suzhou Gardens, complete with a small bridge, flowing water, a pavilion, and rockeries. The sunlight slanted and a warm breeze rustled the trees, creating a poetic atmosphere. At that moment in the pavilion sat a young woman in a white dress with her hair coiled high, gently flipping through a book titled International Finance. She was quiet and elegant, with a bright and lovely face, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. A flicker of appreciation passed through Yi Fan's eyes. In this day and age there were many beautiful girls. One could easily find plenty of fashionable and glamorous women on the streets. But there were absolutely few girls as poetic and picturesque as Gong Sun Qian. Grandpa, is this the buyer you found? Seeing someone enter the courtyard, Gong Sun Qian closed her book and looked at the approaching Gong Sun Yuan with a wry smile. I've told you this leg can't be cured. That medicine worth 14 million is only effective for children. Using it on me is just a waste of money. She advised Gong Sun Yuan. You don't have to sell this medical clinic and leave yourself with no place to stay. You are my only granddaughter. No matter how small the hope, I must try my best. Besides, if you can't survive, what's the use of keeping this house? Gongsun Yuan said gently. Keeping the house, I would be all alone. How much more desolate and pitiful would that be? It's better to sell it and take a gamble for you. Cousin has been taking good care of us lately. The house can be left to her. Gongsun Qian smiled sweetly. If she is grateful, she will keep you company and provide for you in your old age. Qianer does come often, but she has too many thoughts. Gongsun Yuan said indifferently. Qianer, just rest and recover. Don't think about other things. Seeing her grandfather like this, Gongsun Qian stopped persuading and turned to Yi Fan and Song Hongyan with a smile. Thank you both for your trouble. Qianer, I forgot to mention, this brother Yi is both the buyer and a divine doctor. Gongsun Yuan slapped his head and laughed. He plans to take the house without paying a cent, so he asked me to bring him to see you. Buyer. Divine doctor. Gongsun Qian looked bewildered. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Gongsun Yuan quickly recounted the medical contest in the hall, leaving Gongsun Qian half believing and half doubting. She simply couldn't believe that Yi Fan was a divine doctor. Because Yi Fan was too young. Yet she knew her grandfather wouldn't deceive her. Yi Fan smiled and extended his hand to Gongsun Qian. Miss Gongsun, hello. I am Yi Fan. Hello, Dr. Yi. Gongsun Qian shook hands politely. Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming to see me. Don't feel pressured. I've already prepared myself mentally. She patted the diagnosis report on the table, indicating she was well aware of her condition. Muscular atrophy. Yi Fan confirmed the illness and said with a smile, I have no pressure at all. Gongsun Yuan was stunned. What do you mean? Yi Fan replied calmly, this disease, I can cure it. Gongsun Yuan asked excitedly, can you make Qianer stand up? In the past, he would definitely not believe it and would have called Yi Fan a liar. How could Yi Fan cure a disease that even he and the hospital were helpless against? But Yi Fan's performance in the hall made Gongsun Yuan trust him completely. Gongsun Qian also lifted her pretty face. Dr. Yi, can you cure it? Yi Fan nodded seriously, yes. Gongsun Yuan was overjoyed. If you can cure her, I will give you this house and owe you a great favor. Enough talk. Let me start the acupuncture on Miss Gongsun. Without much politeness, Yi Fan asked Gongsun Yuan to bring a box of silver needles. Gongsun Qian was straightforward, rolling up her long skirt to reveal two pale, slender legs. Gongsun Yuan asked, Brother Yi, how do you plan to treat Qianer? Yi Fan said calmly, unblock her meridians and activate the vitality of her muscles. Granduncle Sister Qianer, where are you? Just then a crisp, familiar voice came from the corridor. I've brought Dr. Sun to see you. Yi Fan glanced sideways and was slightly surprised to find that it was Yuan Jing. He was a bit astonished. After the battle at the Sihai headquarters, Yuan Jing and Huang Dongxiang had fled early and disappeared from Yi Fan's world, seemingly afraid of his retaliation. Yi Fan thought he would never see Yuan Jing again, but unexpectedly he met her here. What a small world. Gongsun Yuan, Song Hongyan, and the others looked over and saw a group of men and women emerging from the corridor. Yi Fan noticed that besides Yuan Jing, there were several men and women carrying medical kits. Among them one was thin and tall, but looked extremely arrogant. His features somewhat resembled those of Sun Xingqiu. Seeing Gongsun Yuan, he nodded slightly. Grandpa Gongsun, good morning. Yuan Jing, have you brought people from Huichun Hall? Gongsun Yuan narrowed his eyes. Are you old Sun's youngest grandson, Sun Bufan? Sun Bufan smiled. Grandpa Gongsun has a good memory. I am indeed Sun Bufan. Yuan Jing quickly explained with a smile. Granduncle Sun Bufan is my friend. His medical skills are superb, and he has recently improved by leaps and bounds. I earnestly begged him, and he agreed to treat Sister Qianer. A glint flashed in her eyes. Grand uncle, let him try. There's no other good option anyway. Your grandfather once examined Qianer and was helpless. I'm afraid you can't cure her either. Gongsun Yuan looked at the arrogant Sun Bufan and said coldly, besides, I have already invited Dr. Yi to take over. He was familiar with Huichun Hall. Apart from the fact that Sun Xingqiu was indeed helpless, Sun Bufan was too boastful. Among Sun Xingqiu's disciples and descendants, Sun Bufan couldn't even make it into the top 10. How could Gongsun Yuan let him waste time? He pointed lightly at Yi Fan and issued a dismissal order to Sun Bufan. Dr. Yi, Yi Fan. Yuan Jing was startled at first, then saw Yi Fan and shouted, Why are you here? Yi Fan said indifferently, If you can come naturally, I can too. Jing, do you know Dr. Yi? Gongsun Yuan became interested. He can cure your cousin's illness and is about to perform acupuncture. Cure cousin's illness. Acupuncture. Yuan Jing was stunned at first, then stamped her feet repeatedly. Granduncle, you're so foolish, so foolish. Yi Fan is just a live-in son-in-law, my ex-boyfriend. He never studied medicine. Even his mother's stomach illness when hospitalized was beyond his help. If you let him treat her, he will harm cousin. You must not let him treat her, or something bad will happen. While exposing Yi Fan's background, she kept shouting, Yi Fan, don't harm my cousin. If you hate me, take it out on me. Beat me, or kill me, do whatever you want, but don't touch my cousin. Gongsun Yuan quickly pulled her back. Jing, don't be reckless. Gongsun Qian also smiled. Cousin, I'm fine. Still fine. Luckily I arrived in time, or you would be doomed. Yuan Jing shouted, And while Gongsun Yuan was stunned, she broke free and rushed to Yi Fan in one bound, raising her hand to deliver a hard slap. I'll kill you, you worthless piece daring to harm my cousin. Slap. Before Yi Fan could react, Song Hongyan quick as lightning backhanded Yuan Jing and sent her flying. How dare you insult Brother Fan? Are you asking for death? Yuan Jing screamed and stumbled back 2 steps, then covered her face furious. Granduncle, see that? She hit me. They're in cahoots to harm cousin. You mustn't let him treat her. She shouted urgently to Gongsun Yuan. It wasn't that she didn't believe Yi Fan could cure the disease. On the contrary, Yuan Jing felt he really had the ability. After the battle at the Sihai headquarters, Yuan Jing felt that Yi Fan had become a different person, and she inexplicably believed that Yi Fan could cure Gongsun Qian. This was something Yuan Jing could not allow. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she would find a way to sabotage it. Otherwise, if Gongsun Qian recovered, her 2 months of effort would be in vain, and today's scheme would come to nothing. Sun Bufan and his companions, upon hearing that Yi Fan was also a doctor, had a hint of mockery and hostility in their eyes. Jing don't be impulsive. Gongsun Yuan was first startled, not expecting Yi Fan and Yuan Jing to have a history, then pulled Yuan Jing and advised, I don't know what Yi Fan was like before, but his medical skills are truly very high. Given the astonishing performance in the hall, even a fool like Gongsun Yuan could tell that Yi Fan had profound skills. Granduncle, why don't you believe me? Yuan Jing struggled and shouted, he will harm cousin to death. You are foolish, but I am not. I cannot let cousin be hurt. She pushed Yi Fan away and stretched out her arm to block in front of Gongsun Qian. Yi Fan, you can fool granduncle, but you can't fool me. If you want to harm cousin, you'll have to step over my dead body. She pressed aggressively. Dare you admit publicly that you never attended medical school and don't have a medical license? Sorry, but he actually does have a medical license. Song Hongyan gave a sarcastic laugh and took out a booklet. Yi Fan is a legitimate and qualified Chinese medicine practitioner. The booklet opened to a medical license showing Yi Fan's information and an official stamp. Yuan Jing was stunned. How can this be? Nice, Yi Fan, you've learned to forge documents. Did you buy a fake certificate at People's Park? She sneered. Granduncle, this is an unscrupulous fraud. Grandpa Gongsuan, I don't know where you found this quack doctor, nor why you trust him. Sun Bufan interjected. I just want to tell you that Gongsun Qian's leg can only be cured by Huichun Hall. No one else can possibly cure it. Gongsun Yuan frowned slightly. Why? Because I have inherited the 9 palaces returning yang acupuncture. Sun Bufan said proudly. 3 needles in and vitality appears. Gongsun Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. What? You know the 9 palaces returning yang acupuncture? Of course. Seeing Gongsun Yuan's astonishment, Sun Bufan said with great pride, my grandfather learned from a master and acquired the 9 palaces yang restoration needle technique last month. This is a needle technique that can bring the dead back to life. He gazed contemptuously at Gongsun Qian's leg. Curing muscle atrophy is a piece of cake. Yuan Jing chimed in. Great uncle, let Dr. Sun do it. He comes from a family of renowned doctors, and we know him. He won't do anything reckless. 9 palaces yang restoration. Yi Fan almost burst out laughing. Gongsun Yuan was stunned, and after a long sigh he said, if you truly know the 9 palaces yang restoration needle, Qian'er's leg does have a chance to be healed. He turned his head to look at Yi Fan. Although he had confidence in Yi Fan, Sun Bufan, after all, possessed the long-lost 9 palaces yang restoration, with a success rate exceeding 50% for curing Gongsun Qian. Yi Fan knew what he was thinking and waved his hand magnanimously. It's fine. If Dr. Sun can cure her, let him do it. As long as Gongsun Qian can stand up soon. Gongsun Yuan, aside from feeling apologetic, also showed approval. Unperturbed by favor or disgrace, Yi Fan was truly a remarkable figure. Gongsun Qian's beautiful eyes also held a flicker of interest. She felt that Yi Fan was different from ordinary doctors. Oh, you're quite good at saving face, Yuan Jing sneered at Yi Fan. You don't understand, yet you still try to cover it up. Then Yuan Jing shot a meaningful glance at Sun Bufan. Sun Bufan immediately understood and cleared his throat to speak. Grandpa Gongsuan, even brothers settle accounts openly. I heard that if you cure Gongsun Qian, you'll give this clinic away. Gongsun Yuan glanced at Yuan Jing and then said calmly, that's right. As long as you cure Qian'er, this clinic is yours. Yuan Jing's spirit soared. Dr. Sun, don't worry. My great-uncle's word is his bond. If you're not sure, I can vouch for him. Slap. Without further ado, Gongsun Qian pulled a stack of documents from her wheelchair and threw them in front of Sun Bufan and the others. Don't worry, my grandfather has even prepared the contract. Yuan Jing snatched it up and examined it. Soon her eyes lit up as she nodded. Yes, the contract is valid. It just needs both parties' signatures. All right, no more nonsense. I'll start needling Gongsun Qian. Sun Bufan laughed heartily, then had someone open his medical kit and take out silver needles for sterilization. I'll start with the 6 needles of spring revival to boost her qi and blood. Yi Fan watched him with interest. Sun Bufan picked up a silver needle pressed on Gongsun Qian's acupoint and inserted it. Yi Fan sighed. Too deep. Sun Bufan frowned, casting an annoyed glance at Yi Fan, but said nothing. He picked up the second needle and placed it on the second acupoint. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Too shallow. When he was rescuing Cece, Yi Fan had seen Sun's saintly hand use the 6 needles of spring revival, so he was familiar with it. Sun Bufan suppressed his anger and found the acupoint for the 3rd needle. Yi Fan could no longer bear it, off target. Can you stop your nonsense? Sun Bufan finally lost his temper. One moment too deep, the next too shallow. As if you know the 6 needles of spring revival. Yuan Jing also snapped. Yi Fan, you pretend to know when you don't and disrupt Dr. Sun's needling. What exactly are you up to? I don't want to say it either, but his technique is really wrong. Yi Fan looked helpless. It's as hard to keep quiet about the mistake of 1 + 1 = 3. But don't worry, I won't speak anymore from now on. Indeed, Yi Fan said no more. Sun Bufan patiently completed the 6 needles of spring revival. Gong Sun Qian's complexion did become rosier, but a trace of pain appeared in her eyes. Sun Bufan puffed out his chest, as if about to embark on a great undertaking. All right, I'm ready to perform the 9 Palaces Yang restoration. You there, I need to apply our exclusive divine needle technique. Please excuse yourself. Seeing Yi Fan standing nearby, he put on a stern face and said, if you don't leave, I won't insert the needle. After saying this, he held the silver needle, still with an attitude of not treating the patient unless Yi Fan left. Exclusive divine needle technique. Yi Fan gave a cold laugh. Did Sun's saintly hand tell you that? How dare you? My grandfather's name is not for you to call. Besides, what does it matter who told me? Sun Bufan snorted. In short, I don't want to see you. Get lost. Yuan Jing added. Yi Fan, go away. Dr. Sun's divine needle technique is not for outsiders. Fine, I'll get lost. Yi Fan motioned for Song Hanyan not to be angry and smiled faintly at Sun Bufan. But when you needle at Fengqi Baihui, and Tianshu, later remember to insert the needle as the patient coughs or insert it just beneath the skin. When performing the green dragon swing's tail, also follow the principle of 3 shallow and 1 deep. Otherwise, Gong Sun Qian will suffer immense pain from qi and blood stagnation and counterflow. Sun Bufan, holding the silver needle, was instantly stunned. He looked at Yi Fan with disbelief as if seeing a ghost. How do you know I would needle at Fengqi Baihui and Tianshu? And that you know about 3 shallow and 1 deep and the green dragon swing's tail? He shuddered and shouted. When did you steal our Sun family's secret manual? How dare you? What kind of talk is that? At that moment, someone roared from the corridor, and then Sun's saintly hand strode in with a group of people. Slap. Before Gong Sun Yuan or anyone else could speak, Sun's saintly hand slapped his grandson across the face. Sun Bufan screamed and stumbled back 2 or 3 meters. Clutching his cheek, he cried out, Grandfather, why did you hit me? This man stole our exclusive secret technique. I'll beat you to death, you wretch. You've only learned a smattering of knowledge, yet you dare to treat others and show off your 9 Palaces Yang restoration in front of Master Yi. Sun's saintly hand was filled with disappointment. Even your grandfather has to keep a low profile. Slap, slap. Sun's saintly hand delivered 2 more resounding slaps, making Sun Bufan cry out in pain. Then, pulled by Gong Sun Yuan, he knelt before Yi Fan with a thud. Master, I'm sorry. I failed to discipline him properly, allowing this brat to show off and offend you. Master. Both Gong Sun Yuan and Sun Bufan were dumbfounded and incredulous. Yuan Jing even covered her mouth tightly, almost screaming. No one had expected that the foremost divine physician of Zhonghai would address Yi Fan as master. If this got out, it would probably shock countless people. You wretch, I'll tell you now, the 9 Palaces Yang restoration needle I learned was taught to me by Master Yi. Sun's saintly hand beat his grandson as he spoke. He is my master and your grandmaster. You are arrogant and insolent. Kneel down and apologize to your grandmaster. Upon hearing that his grandson had come to treat Gong Sun Qian, he rushed over, frantically worried that his inexperienced grandson would cause trouble. Finding that his grandson not only arrogantly overestimated himself, but also falsely accused Yi Fan of stealing the 9 Palaces Yang restoration needle, Sun's saintly hand was furious. This grandson was an arrogant imbecile. Did he not realize he was jeopardizing the Sun family's legacy? Gong Sun Yuan had already come to his senses, his eyes burning with fervor, his expression excited. Yi Fan was truly a capable man. He must cling to this connection. All right, elder son, calm down. Don't hit him too much. Seeing Sun's saintly hands rage, Yi Fan kindly stepped in to mediate. Just 30 or 50 slaps will do. Too many, and he might not survive. Sun Xingqiu was about to stop, but upon hearing this, he delivered a flurry of slaps, leaving Sun Bufan's face swollen. Little Grandmaster. I'm sorry. Sun Bufan dodged briefly, then rushed to Yi Fan and knelt with a thump. I was blind and disrespectful. I'm sorry. He was both fearful and aggrieved, never expecting that showing off would lead him to encounter the little Grandmaster and even contradict him with the 9 Palaces returning Yang. He knew that if he didn't admit his mistake and apologize, his grandfather would beat him into a pulp. Yuan Jing couldn't believe what she was seeing. The man she had abandoned had suddenly become so arrogant and domineering. She murmured, impossible, impossible. Get up. Ignorance is excusable. Yi Fan helped Sun Bufan to his feet, but remember, studying medicine is not for showing off, or you might endanger lives. If Yi Fan hadn't been present with Sun Bufan's medical skills, Gong Sun Qian would have suffered greatly. Sun Bufan nodded repeatedly. Understood. Thank you, little Grandmaster, for your instruction. Yi Fan paid no more attention to Sun Bufan. The Nine Palaces returning yang acupuncture can revitalize the muscles of Gongsun Qian, but it cannot unblock the blood vessels. It's like a canal. No matter how well the banks are built and how beautifully planted, if the ditch is clogged with silt, the water cannot flow out. Yi Fan turned to Sun Xingshou and Gongsun Yuan. Therefore, it can stop Gongsun Qian's condition from worsening, but it cannot make her stand up from the wheelchair. The Nine Palaces returning yang can't cure her. Sun Xingshou looked disappointed. I was hoping to use it to heal Gongsun Qian. Yi Fan smiled calmly. The Nine Palaces returning yang is useful, but it needs an auxiliary acupuncture technique. Gongsun Yuan knelt with a thump. Gongsun Yuan implores the divine Dr. Yi to act. A glimmer of hope appeared in Gongsun Qian's eyes. Yi Fan waved his hand. Bring the needles. Sun Xingshou quickly took out his own silver needles and placed them respectfully before Yi Fan. After sterilizing the silver needles, Yi Fan moved his fingers lightly, and the needles descended swiftly, piercing various acupoints on Gongsun Qian's calves. He first performed a round of 9 palaces returning yang, followed by the 3 powers penetrating darkness. Soon 6 red lines emerged from the 18 needle points. The red lines slowly spread along the veins. Red lines. Red lines. Song Hongyan and Gongsun Qian were astonished and cried out, how can there be red lines? Gongsun Yuan stared at the spreading red lines with excitement. He had seen this in his grandfather's hands, but there were only 3 red lines, not 6. He vaguely remembered that his grandfather had mentioned it was the long-lost divine acupuncture technique, the 3 powers penetrating darkness. He had learned 3 needles from a fragment and spent his whole life to produce 3 red lines, while the peak practitioner could produce 9 red lines, opening the Rin and Du meridians. Yi Fan had only produced 6, but he was only in his 20s. Given time, he would surely reach the peak. This kid was too extraordinary, too monstrous. He saw the red lines had spread to the knees, and his granddaughter's calves were trembling slightly, indicating sensation. He wanted to latch onto him. Sun Xingshou was also trembling. The 9 palaces returning yang had already convinced him that Yi Fan was a celestial being, but now Yi Fan was even more impressive than he imagined. He had never seen this acupuncture technique, but he could tell it was no less than the 9 palaces returning yang. Whoosh! 10 minutes later, the 6 red lines pierced through Gongsun Qian's soles, and surges of heat rushed into her Yongquan acupoint. Yi Fan stopped twisting the needles. He let out a long breath, as if his strength had been drained. It's basically done. After 10 minutes of gentle nurturing, Miss Gongsuan's legs will regain sensation. Bang! At that moment, Yuan Jing shoved Yi Fan aside, rushed to Gongsun Qian, and reached to pull out the needles on her legs. You can't treat her. Bang! Song Hongyan was prepared and kicked her flying. Yuan Jing screamed and fell straight back. She quickly got up and rushed over again. You can't treat her. Slap. Gongsun Yuan also gave her a heavy slap. Granduncle, why are you hitting me? Yuan Jing fell to the ground, crying bitterly. I'm doing this for my sister's own good. You can't let him treat her, he will harm her. She knew she had lost, but she couldn't resign herself to it. The 50 million house. Whether she had someone else save Gongsun Qian or Gongsun Qian's condition worsened, and she died, the house would fall into her hands. But she never expected a third party, Yi Fan, to intervene. Once he cured Gongsun Qian, the 50 million would be gone. Yuan Jing couldn't accept it. This was her only chance to become a rich, beautiful woman. 50 million was far better than Huang Dongqiang's few million. Do you think I'm senile? Gongsun Yuan roared. Do you think your sister and I are unaware of your intentions? As long as you were acting for our benefit and not going too far, we were too lazy to expose you since you were still a relative. But today you were too shameless. I thought you only coveted this house, but I never expected that for the sake of this house you would disregard your cousin's life. Gongsun Yuan tore off the mask. Being greedy for money is tolerable, but being this vicious, don't blame me for disowning you as a relative. Yuan Jing's face turned ugly. She hadn't expected her scheme to be seen through. Sun Bufan also seized the opportunity to drive the knife. Grandfather, she was the one who instigated me to treat Gongsun Qian, saying that if I cured her the house would be hers, and she would accompany me for 3 months. If I failed, she would leave a good impression on Granduncle Gongsun and accompany me for 3 days. Sun Xingshou slapped Sun Bufan again. Useless brat. Get out. Get out. I never want to see you again. Gongsun Yuan glared at Yuan Jing. I'll tell you again, don't even think about getting this house. Today I will gift it to Brother Yi. No. Yuan Jing screamed. How can you do this? I'm your relative and Yi Fan is an outsider. Why give the house to Yi Fan? Why? Gongsun Yuan snorted. Because I'm happy to, and because he cured Qianer. Yuan Jing shouted unwillingly. He doesn't know medicine at all. He's fooling you. There's no way he can make my cousin stand up. Before she finished, her face was full of shock and disbelief as she stared at Gongsun Qian. At that moment, Gongsun Qian was slowly standing up from the wheelchair, holding onto it, her beautiful face filled with immense joy. My legs have strength, I can feel them. Gongsun Yuan and Song Hongyan were also dumbfounded. They never expected Gongsun Qian to stand up so quickly. Don't walk yet. Yi Fan helped her back. You need to rest in the wheelchair for 3 more days. Take 6 doses of my prescribed medicine, and then start walking exercises. Gongsun Qian smiled. I'll do as you say. Yi Fan wrote the prescription. Gongsun Qian glanced at it, and her eyes sparkled. The strokes were natural, powerful, and vigorous. It seemed to condense the essence of Chinese calligraphy onto the paper, truly beautiful. She looked at the characters, then at her legs, then at Yi Fan. Curiosity about this young divine doctor growing. Song Hongyan instinctively became wary and held Yi Fan's arm. Yuan Jing, seeing Gongsun Qian stand up, pounded the floor in frustration, then gritted her teeth and slunk away. If she didn't leave, she feared Gongsun Yuan would beat her to death. But just as she ran about 10 meters, Yi Fan spoke calmly. Since we were once lovers, let me give you a piece of information. Huang Dongqiang has terminal lung cancer and doesn't have much time left. If you want to seize anything, act quickly, because once he dies you have no legal standing. Even the bar investment will have to be returned to the Huang family. Yuan Jing's face turned pale instantly, and then she disappeared from Yi Fan's sight. After Gongsun Yuan recovered, he rushed over, looked at his granddaughter, and wanted to say something, but tears came out. Then he grasped Yi Fan's hand and said, "Sir, your kindness in curing her is unforgettable. This mere house is insufficient to express our gratitude. I, Gongsun Yuan, have decided from now on I will honor you as my master. Master above, senior brother above, please accept my bow." Without giving Yi Fan a chance to react, Gongsun Yuan kowtowed 3 times and even dragged Sun Xingshou into it. Damn, he had been tricked. Yi Fan looked at Gongsun Yuan and sighed. The old fox was indeed cunning. In the days that followed, Yi Fan was bustling with activity. Gongsun Yuan transferred the 1,000-square-meter medical clinic to Yi Fan's name and firmly refused the 50 million that Yi Fan offered to pay at market price. Under the pretext of Yi Fan curing Gongsun Qian, he adamantly declined the money. Helpless Yi Fan had no choice but to accept Gongsun Yuan as his disciple and taught him the basic 3 needles of the 3 talents, penetrating the abyss art, as recompense for occupying the clinic. Gongsun Yuan, as if obtaining a priceless treasure, hung up a sign suspending medical practice and devoted himself day and night to practicing those 3 needles. He was determined to make his title of Needle King truly worthy. Upon seeing this, Sun Xingshou settled directly into the golden herb grove, clinging to Yi Fan with a pitiful expression. Yi Fan smiled and passed on to him the 4th, 5th, and 6th needles of the 9 palaces, returning Yang technique. Thus both great doctors secluded themselves in their rooms, diligently practicing the divine needles, and posted a notice declaring a 21-day closure. Yi Fan could do nothing about these 2 men, so he let them have their way, instead focusing on carefully treating Gongsun Qian to restore her ability to walk freely. Once Gongsun Qian recovered, she pestered Yi Fan to teach her medicine. Feeling she lacked a foundation, he recommended her to become Shun Yan's assistant. He planned to have Gongsun Qian take over the Baiwa Pharmaceutical Company in the future. During this period, numerous patients came to the Golden Herb Grove seeking treatment, most suffering from minor ailments, with only a few cases of difficult diseases. Yi Fan opened a door in the backyard and called Sun Bufan to set up a consultation there, considering it a form of training for him. After handling these trivial matters, Yi Fan had Zhang Daqiang send a construction team to renovate the clinic. Zhang Daqiang did not delegate the task, but personally led a team of high-caliber workers to carry out the renovation. For a time, the Golden Herb Grove was bustling with people coming and going, dozens of workers laboring with great enthusiasm. After all, it was his own clinic and his first venture, so Yi Fan was exceptionally excited, appearing at the Golden Herb Grove every few days. At the same time, Yi Fan discovered that after curing Gongsun Qian and dozens of patients, the white radiance of the Life and Death Stone had recovered to 70%. This bolstered Yi Fan's confidence even more. One afternoon, as Yi Fan was discussing making a screen with Zhang Daqiang, a white commercial van pulled up at the entrance. The door opened and 5 or 6 men and women stepped out, swaggering arrogantly to the clinic's entrance. A woman with almond-shaped eyes impatiently tapped the counter. "Who is the person in charge of this clinic? Tell him to come out." Her companion, a man with a rooster-like hairstyle, kicked over a bucket of paint. Zhang Daqiang grabbed a shovel and was about to charge forward, but Yi Fan reached out to stop his impulse. He then walked up to the almond-eyed woman. "I am the person in charge. What's the matter?" The almond-eyed woman pulled out a business card. "My name is Jia Wenjing, sales director of the Shin Group. From now on, we will supply all the medicinal herbs for your clinic. We will deliver 30,000 yuan worth of raw materials for the 108 standard medicinal herbs used in traditional Chinese medicine clinics on the 1st of each month. Additionally, we will provide 1 million yuan worth of raw materials for 36 precious herbs, such as ginseng and lingzhi. As for the quantities of each herb, they will be entirely decided by our Shun Group. If you have special needs, you can purchase the goods at a 50% markup." She tapped the table with her fingers. "Do you understand?" One of her companions handed over a price list for medicinal herbs. Yi Fan glanced at it and said, "Too expensive. It's 40% higher than my current channels. I don't want it." Jia Wenjing laughed derisively. "Don't you understand what I said? We deliver on the 1st of every month. You have to take it whether you want it or not. You can throw away the herbs or burn them, but you must pay the money." Yi Fan asked with interest, "What if I don't pay? What will you do?" "You won't pay?" Jia Wenjing sneered, her eyes contemptuous. "Then this clinic of yours won't be able to stay open." The rooster-haired man slammed the table and shouted, "I can have this place smashed right now." Yi Fan smiled, running both the black and white routes. Jiao Wenjing was noncommittal. Stop wasting words. Either sign the contract and pay a 50,000 deposit or shut down the clinic. She placed a stack of documents before Yi Fan, her pretty face raised with an air of superiority, confident that he would not be foolish enough to refuse. Yi Fan smiled, picked up the contract, and tore it in half, dropping it on the ground. Get lost. Jiao Wenjing's face darkened. I'm angry now. The rooster-haired man laughed angrily. Fine. You dare tear up our contract. You're finished. He pulled out his phone. Cousin, bring some people to smash a clinic. There's a kid here who's not cooperating. Jiao Wenjing crossed her arms, her almond eyes fixed on Yi Fan with a cold smile. If you cough up $1 million now, we can settle this. Otherwise, you're in for trouble. Yi Fan shrugged. No problem. I want to see how you'll smash my clinic. In less than 10 minutes, a van pulled up. Damn. How dare you bully my cousin? Is there no law? No justice? A voice extremely arrogant came from the van before the door even opened. Kid, spill it. Who are you? I don't bully people without a background. A young man in sunglasses with his left hand bandaged hopped out, followed by 7 or 8 thuggish youths, each carrying a Luoyang shovel. Chewing beetle, nut, he spoke arrogantly. State your name. I hope you don't disappoint me. Jiao Wenjing looked at Yi Fan contemptuously. You're done. Yi Fan looked at the sunglasses youth and smiled. Name. All right, my name is Yi Fan. Upon hearing those words, the sunglasses youth froze completely, his mouth wide open, almost able to fit an egg. Yi Fan. Brother Fan. In the astonishment of Jiao Wenjing and her crew, the youth's voice trembled as he shakily removed his glasses, revealing himself to be He Go, who had been taught a lesson before. When he saw that the clinic owner was indeed Yi Fan, he collapsed on the ground trembling. Yi Fan looked at He Go and smiled. That's right, I'm Yi Fan. So, big brothers, how do you plan to cripple me? Brother Fan, I'm sorry. He Go quickly put down his Luoyang shovel and adopted a flattering tone. This is a misunderstanding. Amidst the shock of Jiao Wenjing and the others, Yi Fan said calmly, a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding with Luoyang shovels. Young Master Yi, it's a misunderstanding. The Luoyang shovel isn't for hitting people. We wanted to ask if you need any labor. He Go shuddered, forcing a smile. I heard you opened a clinic, so I came to see if you need any help. Is that so? Yi Fan stepped forward, patting He Go's face with a smile. You've come at the right time. The clinic's septic tank is due for renovation and we're short-handed. You guys can clean the septic tank properly. Work hard, stay and eat at the clinic these few days, and you can leave when you're done. Yi Fan tilted his head toward the backyard. Any problem? The bolder the man, the greater the yield. He Go felt like crying inside, but on the surface he was full of energy. Brothers, let's go dig the septic tank. After saying that, he led his 7 or 8 men to the backyard, and as he passed the rooster-haired man, he gave him a vicious kick. Jiao Wenjing and her crew were completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't accept that the ruthless He Go was as meek as a lamb in fear of Yi Fan. Thank you for sending me the labor. Yi Fan patted the rooster-haired man's cheek. Anyone else? Call them all over. The man came to his senses, and though he didn't know why his cousin was so terrified of Yi Fan, he could guess that Yi Fan's identity was not simple. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. Jiao Wenjing shouted to her companions, let's go. The 5 or 6 turned to leave. Who said you could leave? Yi Fan said with a faint smile, do you think this is a vegetable market where you can throw your weight around whenever you like? Zhang Daqiang tilted his head, and several workers picked up sledgehammers, heading over to smash the commercial van into pieces with a few loud crashes. Don't go too far. Jiao Wenjing's face turned pale with fright, but she still blustered. Don't think you can scare me, Jiao Wenjing, just because you can intimidate a few punks. I'm from Shun's medicinal herbs. You'll pay for smashing my car. Jiao Wenjing blustered, otherwise this isn't over. Shen's medicinal herbs, what a big shot. Yi Fan took out his phone and made a call. Shen Yunfeng, come over and carry some bricks. Jiao Wenjing scoffed, thinking Yi Fan was putting on an act. How could a mere clinic owner know the young master of the group? And why would he order him to carry bricks? But in less than 30 minutes, a Maserati roared to a halt. The door opened, and Shen Yunfeng rushed out breathless. Brother Fan, where are the bricks to carry? Jiao Wenjing and her crew were left dumbfounded. The incident of forced medicinal herb sales ultimately ended with Jiao Wenjing and her crew being sentenced to move bricks. Yi Fan didn't dwell on such matters. He kept an eye on the renovation progress, while squeezing in time to treat Zhang Daqiang. After several courses of treatment, Zhang Daqiang regained his fertility, filling him with even greater gratitude toward Yi Fan. Sun Bufan also attended patients with enthusiasm. With Yi Fan's guidance, Sun Bufan's medical skills improved significantly, enabling him to handle neighborhood patients on his own. He treated Yi Fan with utmost warmth, addressing him as Little Grandmaster and frequently offering tea. Even Lian Yi and Gong Sun Yuan sought to become his disciples, so Sun Bufan fully understood Yi Fan's worth. Yi Fan imparted some experience and demonstrated by treating a dozen patients, greatly benefiting Sun Bufan. After finishing his last patient, as he prepared to go for lunch, he saw Lu Fugui rushing over. Fan, something's happened at Baiwa Pharmaceutical. Soon after, Qian Xinghua and Shunyan also appeared. Yi Fan welcomed the three into the unrenovated backyard and brewed a pot of fat bark tea to soothe their nerves. You all look so grim. What happened? Lu Fugui dropped to his knees. Fan, I've let you down. Yi Fan hurriedly helped him up. what exactly happened? It's not Fugue's fault. It's my sister's misjudgment of people. Shen Yin, as elegant and composed as ever, smiled bitterly. After Baiwa Pharmaceutical fired Su Xian, she sold all the procurement data to competitors. Several rivals adjusted their pricing strategies, cornering our flagship Baiwa Beauty Cream into an awkward position. Of course, that's not the fatal blow. What's most outrageous is that Su Xian had previously seduced a key member of the RD team and obtained the imperial secret recipe I had bought at a high price. Shen Yin looked at Yi Fan. Now 3 of Baiwa Pharmaceutical's products, beauty, health, and scar removal, have all been sold by Su Xian to Bawang Pharmaceutical. Qian Xinghua added, Bawang Pharmaceutical is our biggest competitor in the same price range. Its head Chen Liang is the son of Chun Guangrong from Baohai Bank. Chen Liang has always wanted to swallow us up, but your sister always kept him under control. He once tried to sabotage Baiwa Pharmaceutical through underhanded means, but I saw through it and warned him, so he settled down a bit. But unexpectedly he used Su Xian to cut off our foundation this time. A glint flickered in his eyes. Your sister pieced it together and concluded that he had been scheming to steal the secret recipe for a long time. Yi Fan noted the name Chun Liang. Shen Yin looked at him. Rumor has it that Bawang Pharmaceutical is working overtime to produce and plans to sell at half price to crush us. Although Baiwa Bank can provide funding, and we can sue if Baiwa Pharmaceutical doesn't have a breakthrough with new products, it will be severely crippled next quarter. Not only will our products fail to sell, but all our customers will be snatched away by Bawang Pharmaceutical. Qian Xinghua chuckled. Your sister is so worried she can't eat. She said she's sorry for handing you a mess. Neither he nor Shen Yin cared about the money, but they refused to swallow the humiliation. After years of rivalry, Qian Xinghua couldn't bear to see Chen Liang overpower his wife. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. It seems I've been too merciful. Fan, let me find Su Xian. I'll dig through every inch of ground to drag her out and make her answer for this. Lu Fugue shot to his feet. Once we have her, we'll have a witness, and we can stop Bawang Pharmaceutical's production. Yi Fan shook his head. She's taken the money and must be long gone. You don't need to handle this. I'll ask Shen Yinfeng to help. Besides, even if Bawang Pharmaceutical can't produce it, could leak the formula to small workshops and stab us from the side. He took a sip of tea. What I want to know now is how to resolve the crisis and save Baiwa Pharmaceutical. Though the company was a gift, it was still his property, and Yi Fan didn't want to see it collapse before it even warmed his hands. First, force Bawang Pharmaceutical to stop production and destroy the secret recipe, while hiring a legal team to monitor the market and crack down on counterfeit small workshops. Shen Yan's fingers traced the teacup, but that path is nearly impossible. Chen Liang won't let go of the opportunity, and we don't have the time or energy. Second, next quarter, pull all old products off the shelves and replace them with more effective higher-end products, so the rivals' attack hits empty air and costs them. For example, if our current beauty product makes people look 3 years younger, we can release one that makes them look 5 years younger, or more, reversing the company's future troubles. This second path seems simple, but is also difficult. RD won't happen in time, and buying ancient secret recipes is a pipe dream. Who would hand us a golden goose? I only got those 3 secret recipes by sheer luck. She sighed in frustration. We could also become an agent for foreign big brands, but that's just working for them. They demand a 90-10 profit split. New products. Yi Fan seemed thoughtful. Beauty, health, scar removal. Yes, any new product, as long as it outperforms the old ones, can help Baiwa Pharmaceutical survive. Shen Yin crossed her long legs. Too bad you can't just prescribe a formula like a doctor's prescription, or you could write out a few right now. Prescribe a formula. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed and a flash of inspiration struck. Maybe I really can prescribe one. It suddenly occurred to him that his vast mind contained many ancient secret recipes. Perhaps there were some for beauty besides those for healing. With that thought, he quickly searched his memory, and soon his eyes lit up. Fugue, give me a pen. Yi Fan waved for Lu Fugue to hand him a pen, then pulled a tissue and scribbled swiftly. Soon a beauty secret recipe was written. Yi Fan thought for a moment and added a name to it, Shameflower. Sis, this is a beauty formula. Take it back to the RD department. Yi Fan handed the recipe to Shen Yin. Its effects surpass all beauty products on the market, far better than the company's current 3-year younger effect. Looking at the recipe, Qian Xinghua smiled despite himself. Though Yi Fan's medical skills were impressive, Qian Xinghua doubted he could achieve anything significant in the realm of secret formulas. Different trades are separated by mountains, and the beauty industry is especially deep and treacherous. But such words were too blunt to say. He spoke more tactfully, sweeping the market. Yi Fan nodded lightly. It can make people look about 10 years younger. 10 years younger. Qian Xinghua chuckled bitterly at that. He knew the recipe was completely unreliable. A 3-year younger imperial secret recipe was already a worldly treasure. 10 years younger was a divine product unheard of on the market. Shameflower. Nice name. Shen Yin was also momentarily stunned, then smiled dismissively. Like her husband, she thought Yi Fan was spouting nonsense. The most advanced foreign products only achieved an effect of about 6 years younger, yet Yi Fan claimed Shameflower could make people 10 years younger. The exaggeration was too much. Shen Yin felt somewhat disappointed. Coming to consult Yi Fan, she had hoped he would leverage the Han family's connections, but instead he fobbed her off with a formula. Still, Shun Yin didn't want to discourage him. She said softly, "Okay, I'll ask Yao Lao about it later." She folded the tissue and casually slipped it into her pocket. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the multifunctional conference room of Baiwa Pharmaceutical was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. 15 core members sat in their chairs murmuring among themselves, their expressions tinged with pessimism. The secret formula they relied on for survival had been leaked, bringing the company to a critical juncture of life and death. Yet after a long discussion, no one had come up with a viable solution. Shun Yin, arms crossed, leaned back in her swivel chair, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. Then she spoke in a cold tone, "Cat got your tongues. Can anyone come up with a solution? If you can resolve this crisis, I'll reward you with 10 million. If not, you'd better prepare to pack your bags." Although the company was merely a side venture for her, Shun Yin refused to hand it over under the shadow of failure. She would never allow Chun Liang to get the upper hand. A chill ran through everyone in the room. They wanted to speak, but dared not step forward. Shin Yin gave the dozen or so key staff a disappointed look, then turned her attention to the company's product consultant, a national treasure and alchemy veteran, Yao Shenghan. Yao Shenghan was one of the 3 kings of Zhonghai, renowned alongside Sun Xingshou and Gongsun Yuan. He specialized in curing ailments with elixirs and often used poison to counteract poison, earning him the title of the Medicine King. With his esteemed status, he could have lived a life of luxury by treating a few high-ranking officials and nobles each year. The reason he served as a consultant at Baiwa was purely out of a debt of gratitude. Thus his position at Baiwa Pharmaceutical was exceptionally privileged. Shin Yin asked respectfully, "Master Yao, do you have any ideas?" "President Shin, there's really no way out now. Either Overlord Pharmaceuticals tears up the secret formula, or we find a substitute." Yao Shenghan rarely attended company meetings, only occasionally reviewing the composition and efficacy of formulas. But this time, with the company's survival at stake, he could not stay out of it. After all, he received a substantial share of the dividends each year. But both paths are blocked. Let's not even talk about Overlord. I've consulted colleagues both domestically and abroad, even offering my personal favors and 100 million for a beauty formula, but not a single one surpassed the original product. I've scoured ancient texts but found nothing suitable. A trace of apology appeared on Yao Shenghan's face. Our only option now is to prepare for the worst, halt production, liquidate inventory, accumulate funds, and stage a comeback. The others nodded in agreement. If we don't cut our losses now, once Overlord starts mass production, the more products we have, the greater our losses. Overlord Pharmaceuticals saves on our R&D costs, so they can set prices extremely low. With the same efficacy, we can't compete on price. Yao Shenghan fixed his sharp gaze on Shun Yin. "President Shun, let's avoid their edge for now. Rest assured, I'm developing a scar removal formula. Within 3 months, I can finalize all the data. Its effectiveness will be 20% higher than any product on the market. I'll hand the formula over to Baiwa Pharmaceutical, and you'll be able to make a stunning comeback." This was his way of repaying the debt of gratitude. Upon hearing this, the key staff's eyes lit up. With Yao Shenghan's promise, they still had a chance. Shun Yin felt a slight relief. This might be the best course of action. But the thought of Chun Liang's smug face made her reluctant to accept it. That bastard had pestered her for 3 years during college, and even pushed her into a river, leaving her unable to bear children. Shun Yin couldn't bear to see him smile. Should she directly ask Han Nanhua for help, and have him join forces to suppress Chun Liang? But such a trivial matter might make Han Nanhua think less of her. As for using old Master Qin's connections, Shun Yin dismissed the thought. Until she had a child, neither she nor Qian Xinghua dared to disturb him. Otherwise they would be scolded severely. Was she really going to give up? Shun Yin irritably took a sip of tea and casually wiped her mouth with a tissue. "Don't move." At that moment, Yao Shenghan shouted, "Don't move." He pushed his chair aside and rushed over to Shun Yin. He had just glimpsed a few lines of a formula, and it seemed to have genuine beauty effects. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Yao Shenghan took the tissue from Shun Yan's hand with trembling fingers, slowly unfolding it for examination. Shun Yin was startled, realizing that absent-mindedly she had used the tissue with Yi Fan's formula to wipe her mouth. She quickly said, "Master Yao, I'm sorry." "Don't speak." Yao Shenghan silenced her, scrutinizing every word with wide eyes. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became, and the more excited he grew. Eventually his hands trembled uncontrollably, and he shouted without restraint, "This is the Xiuhua formula. This is the Xiuhua formula. Heavens! Heavens! I never thought I would live to see the very formula used by Yang Guifei. I could die without regrets." Yao Shenghan jumped and danced, nearly fainting, leaving Shun Yin and the others utterly astonished. "President Shin, where did you get this formula? I want to meet the person behind it. He's unbelievably brilliant. He has the complete Xiuhua formula. You know, the most complete ancient records only preserve 1/10 of the Xiuhua formula. President Shun, tell me who this is. I'll kneel before you, and I'll work for you for 3 years free of charge." Hearing these words, the 15 key staff members' minds buzzed with a shock. Then they were dumbfounded, completely stunned. No one had expected that the tissue Shun Yin used to wipe her mouth contained the priceless Xiuhua formula. They were all RD experts and knew the value of the Xiuhua formula. The reason the four great beauties of ancient times were beautiful was not only their natural advantages, but also their secret formulas for maintaining eternal youth. Any beauty formula from a single one of those beauties could create a storm in the modern era. And now Yang Guifei's formula was in Xinyan's hands. Just moments ago they were at a dead end, and now a bright future lay ahead. Who would believe such a turn of events? Xinyan was also stunned, staring at the formula in Yao Shenghan's hands, incredulous. Master Yao, is this really a beauty formula? Yang Guifei's exclusive. Yao Shenghan was taken aback. President Shun, you didn't know. My younger brother wrote it for me, saying it's a beauty formula that can make one look 10 years younger. Xinyan's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she felt guilty toward Yifan. I thought he was just fooling around. I never imagined it was the Xiuhua formula. Yet she still questioned its efficacy. Is it really useful? Ignorance. Yao Shenghan scolded Xinyan without mercy. I swear on my life and reputation, this Xiuhua formula outperforms every product on the beauty market. Its effectiveness is 10 times that of our original product. Overlord and Dior, one shot, one kill, 2 shots a pair. Within a year, at most, Baiwa Pharmaceutical will sweep the entire beauty market. The 300 billion yuan pie, we can take as big a slice as we want. Upon hearing this, the whole room erupted in exclamations of surprise, and Xinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, Yao Shenghan shifted his tone. President Shun, you've smudged part of the formula, and one ingredient is completely illegible. The dozen or so people immediately cast disapproving glances at the beautiful president. I'll call my little brother and ask. Xinyan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. The next morning, Yifan received a call from Qian Xinghua and Shun Yin inviting him to a meal. After quickly handling his pending matters, he prepared to head out. But before Yifan could leave, Sun Bufan rushed over in a frantic state, his expression indescribably anxious. Grandmaster, something terrible has happened. Someone collapsed. Uncle Jia collapsed. He came for treatment because of a stomachache. I told him to wait as there were 2 people ahead, but after a while he just fell to the ground. His tone carried a hint of relief. Thankfully it hadn't happened during the examination, or things would have been harder to explain. Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately got up and headed to the backyard. In the backyard, which had only 4 rooms, Sun Shengshou, Gongsun Yuan, and Gongsun Qian each occupied one, leaving the last room as a temporary consultation room. When Yifan rushed in, he saw 7 or 8 neighbors gathered around. Uncle Jia was slumped motionless in a chair, his face pale, breathing labored with foam at the corners of his mouth. Aunt Jia, who had heard the news, was already throwing herself in front of Uncle Jia, crying and shouting. You heartless wretch, what's happened to you? If something happens to you, what will your son and I do? I don't want to live anymore. In the face of life and death, her wailing and lamenting were precisely what had made Sun Bufan lose his composure. Stop crying. Yifan silenced Aunt Jia's crying, then crouched down to take the pulse. Food poisoning. He quickly diagnosed and immediately picked up silver needles to administer the 4 symbols detoxification needling technique on Uncle Jia. At the same time, he had Sun Bufan boil a bowl of honeysuckle water. After a series of acupuncture treatments, Uncle Jia's dark complexion faded and a hint of rosiness returned to his cheeks. As Yifan placed the last needle, Uncle Jia's body shuddered. Ugh! Uncle Jia violently vomited into the prepared trash bin. 5 minutes later, he recovered, his eyes opened, and after drinking the honeysuckle water, he slowly regained his strength. Sun Bufan quickly took away the mess, holding his nose to avoid lingering odors that might upset the patient. Aunt Jia was immensely grateful. Dr. Yi, thank you so much. You are the great benefactor of our entire family. Uncle Jia weakly asked, Dr. Yi, what happened to me? You have food poisoning. Yifan said calmly, it was caused by something moldy. From now on you'd better not eat expired or leftover food. Especially in such hot weather, anything spoiled must not be consumed. He cautioned, if you're not careful it can lead to trouble. Food poisoning. Spoiled food. Aunt Jia looked puzzled. That can't be right. Everything we ate was clean. Besides, if it was really food poisoning, my husband and I ate the same things. Why am I perfectly fine? She couldn't understand. That's right, little doctor. Our food is very clean. Uncle Jia also nodded. I don't even eat leftovers. Could the food be safe? Yifan was slightly taken aback, but didn't dwell on it, thinking the old man might have forgotten. It could also be a drink or something. In any case, be more careful in the future. Uncle Jia and his wife left 100 yuan consultation fee and left with endless gratitude. Yifan shook his head, finished seeing the remaining patients, gave Sun Bufan half a day off, and then hurried off to Drunken Immortal Tower. As soon as he and Lu Fugue arrived at the private room, Qian Xinghua and his wife stood up together, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. Brother Fan, we underestimated you yesterday. We're truly sorry. Shun Yin directly poured a glass of baijiu. Please forgive me for being so short-sighted, treating the beautifying secret formula like scrap paper. I'm also to blame. Qian Xinghua also poured 3 taels of wine, his usually straight back slightly bent. I was trapped by habitual thinking. I thought that at your age having exceptional medical skills was already impressive. How could you possibly know the long-lost beautifying secret formula? After all, that's something that requires countless trials and experiments to produce. But the result was that I was slapped in the face. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. The two of them raised their glasses of baijiu and downed them in one gulp. Just as they were about to refill, Yi Fan stopped them. He smiled lightly. Sister, brother-in-law, I don't blame you. If I were in your shoes, I probably wouldn't have believed it was the beautifying secret formula either. So there's no need for you to blame yourselves. Besides, I'm the major shareholder of the company, but it's always been you, sister, who's been busy all the time. What's a little grievance to me? Let's not mention this anymore. It would hurt our feelings. Yi Fan raised his glass. Everything is in the past. Seeing Yi Fan like this, Shun Yin felt relieved. Brother Fan, you're so magnanimous. From now on, I'll trust you unconditionally. Brother Fan, there's another thing. She shamefully pulled out the secret formula. The tissue accidentally got torn when I wiped it, and one ingredient is unclear. Yi Fan laughed heartily, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote a new copy, then handed it to Shun Yin. A small matter. Haha, wonderful. Enough said. Come on, let's have a drink together. Qian Xinghua poured wine for the 3 of them, clinked glasses forcefully, and downed it in one gulp. A glimmer of gratitude flashed in Shun Yan's eyes. She had thought Yi Fan would be angry this time, but he was so generous. She vowed to cherish this relationship. Ding! In the middle of the meal, Qian Xinghua's phone rang. He answered briefly, then stated his location. Brother Fan, an important guest will be coming soon. I know you don't like socializing, but this person will be immensely beneficial to you and the clinic. If you gain his protection, no one in the medical circles of Zhonghai will dare to trouble you. Yi Fan was startled. Who? Qian Xinghua smiled mysteriously. You'll see soon. Not long after, a knock came at the door. Shen Yin opened it. Brother Qian's sister-in-law, Shen, good afternoon. It's quite difficult to meet you too. A middle-aged man walked in with a hearty laugh, dressed in a suit with his hair slicked straight. What? Afraid I'd asked you to lend money to cover the medical insurance deficit. I've been to your office several times and found it empty. Half joking, half serious, it revealed his close relationship with Qian Xinghua and his wife. Yi Fan found the man vaguely familiar, then slapped his forehead as he remembered. The top official of the medical department, Yang Yaodong. This was a big shot frequently seen on television, controlling the fate of clinics and medical centers. Qian Xinghua stood up with a smile and shook hands with Yang Yaodong. Brother Yang, you're too kind. I'm not avoiding you. I've been overwhelmed myself. You know, these past few months my father has been urging me day and night to have a child. Shen Yin and I have been running around seeking medical help. At this point he let out a long sigh. I even cut down on sleep, so how could I have time to stay in the office? With Yi Fan's arrival, the hard times finally passed. That's just like old man Qian. Yang Yaodong stepped forward to shake hands and smiled. He even asked me to introduce some renowned doctors to you, but unfortunately the ones I found had already been consulted by you. He had a close relationship with the Qian family, so he knew how eager old Qian was to have a grandchild, and thus understood Qian Xinghua's anxiety. Shen Yin pulled out a chair for Yang Yaodong. Brother Yang, you're so thoughtful. Yang Yaodong smiled. But now that you have time to enjoy a meal here, does that mean you've resolved everything? Haha, indeed we have. Qian Xinghua laughed heartily. We have Brother Yi to thank for that. Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This is Brother Yi Fan, a medical genius and my benefactor. He pointed at Yi Fan. He solved the predicament for Shun Yin and me. Brother Fan, this is the top official of the medical department, Brother Yang Yaodong. Qian Xinghua added another introduction for Yi Fan. In the future, if Baiwa Pharmaceuticals or the clinic have any problems, feel free to call him. I guarantee Brother Yang will handle it smoothly. Yi Fan extended his hand and said, Mr. Yang, hello. The moment their hands touched, Yi Fan's expression drastically changed. Malignant chi was clinging to him. Brother Yi, hello. Yang Yaodong politely shook hands with Yi Fan, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. He wanted to think highly of Yi Fan, but Yi Fan was simply too young and took the path of traditional Chinese medicine, making it impossible for him to believe Yi Fan had any real ability. He figured that Qian Xinghua and his wife were so desperate for a child that they had been unwittingly fooled by Yi Fan. Still, he didn't call it out. Since Qian Xinghua was in high spirits, Yang Yaodong refrained from pouring cold water. Qian Xinghua smiled and blurted out, oh, by the way, Brother Fan, Brother Yang has been in terrible health lately. Looking at his moments, it's either unbearable neck pain or leg cramps in the middle of the night. Twice when he napped at noon, his heart nearly stopped. Take a look at him and help resolve it. Qian Xinghua said to Yi Fan with a smile, don't worry about the fee, he's got plenty of money. Yang Yaodong burst out laughing. Neck pain and leg cramps are just from sitting too long, and the heart stopping was a freak accident. But Qian Xinghua was insistent. Brother Fan, he's one of us. Give him a look. Yang Yaodong with a resigned sigh sat up straight and smiled. All right, let Brother Yi have a look. When Yi Fan had shaken Yang Yaodong's hand earlier, he had sensed baleful chi clinging to him. What is Sha? Violence, filth, evil, ill omen. That is Sha. What is Qi? In the Biopazi by Gu Hong of the Jin dynasty, it is said, when encountering baleful Qi, one withers like frost. When meeting Yang harmony, one thrives and flourishes. Baleful Qi is the unlucky energy formed by the coalescence of evil things and aura. Setting off firecrackers at New Year and burning incense on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month are all to drive away baleful Qi and prevent it from entering the home. But now Yi Fan saw black baleful Qi on Yang Yaodong's body. The baleful Qi had already coiled around most of his body, leaving only his neck and head untouched. It was even more severe than Tang Ruoxue had been. Yi Fan traced the black lines and found the source was Yang Yaodong's left hand. In that hand, he was toying with an Audi car key. The key was pitch black, continuously emitting baleful qi. Mr. Yang, you have quite a bit of baleful qi on you. Yi Fan stared sharply at Yang Yaodong and said, it not only causes you repeated mishaps, but will also affect those around you. If I'm not mistaken, not only have you had accidents, but your family members also show various symptoms. Qian Xinghua and Shun Yin were taken aback, not expecting the talk of illness to turn into physiognomy. As for Yang Yaodong himself, after a moment of surprise his face darkened. Oh, I have baleful qi. And where does this baleful qi come from? Yi Fan pointed at the car key. The source is the car key in your hand. The car key. What nonsense was this kid talking about? Leg cramps, neck pain, heart stopping. These are medical conditions. Connected to a car key. Stop joking, okay? Yang Yaodong's face turned ugly. He had only let Yi Fan examine him out of respect for Qian Xinghua and his wife, and now Yi Fan came out with this. Qian Xinghua and his wife squinted at the car key, but could see nothing unusual. Yi Fan nodded. That's right, the car key. No, to be precise, your car. Ignoring Yi Fan, Yang Yaodong turned to Qian Xinghua. President Qian, President Shun, this young friend you introduced. He sure knows how to joke. His tone was hostile. Qian Xinghua hesitated for a moment. President Yang, brother Fan, isn't joking. I suggest you listen to him. Before, the secret formula for the blush, Qian Xinghua and his wife would have thought Yi Fan was exaggerating, but now they inexplicably believed him. Yi Fan pressed on, President Yang, has your car been to a cemetery or come into contact with anything evil? No. Yang Yaodong shook his head without hesitation. It's a new car bought after Qingming Festival, only been registered for a month. Never been to a cemetery, never touched anything evil. His tone was sharp. There's not even a safety charm inside the car. That shouldn't be. Yi Fan frowned slightly. The source of the baleful qi is the car. Director Yang, may I take a look at your Audi? No need. The car is fine, and I'll be fine. Yang Yaodong had lost all patience. Listening to Yi Fan's earnest words, he found them increasingly ridiculous. But since Yi Fan was someone Qian Xinghua respected, he didn't want to complain too much. Yi Fan persisted, Director Yang, think again. Has any of your family or subordinates driven the car to? No. Yang Yaodong was furious. It's my new car, and I'm the only one who drives it. Yi Fan frowned deeply. But the source is indeed the car. Enough. Yang Yaodong snapped. Young man not learning anything good pretending to be a shaman. You might fool brother Qian and his wife, but you can't fool me, Yang Yaodong. Sorry, Xinghua Shenyan. I have things to do. Let's catch up another day. With that, he picked up his car key and headed out. So young, yet resorting to such superstitious nonsense to deceive people, and daring to try it on him. It was utterly reckless. Had it not been for Qian Xinghua, Yang Yaodong would have called the police to arrest Yi Fan and interrogate him thoroughly about who else he had cheated. He also decided that once he got back, he would find Yi Fan's clinic and have it thoroughly inspected to prevent him from harming the public. Old Yang. Qian Xinghua stood up and called out, don't go. Brother, you won't deceive you. Old Qian, I really don't know what's gotten into you believing in that stuff for no reason. Yang Yaodong snorted at Yi Fan. I advise you to stay away from these charlatans, or any Tom, Dick, or Harry can fool you. A businessman should stick to business. Why mess with all this nonsense? He even scolded Qian Xinghua and his wife. Yi Fan chased after him, and Qian Xinghua followed. Soon Yi Fan saw Yang Yaodong walking toward an Audi. The car was completely shrouded in black qi. Whoosh! When Yang Yaodong pressed the key, the baleful qi instantly boiled, its density reaching a peak. The car and the man were enveloped, with only Yang Yaodong's forehead still showing a trace of clarity. Disaster was imminent. Yi Fan ran up. Director Yang, you can't leave. You're at the most dangerous moment. Old Qian, let's catch up another day. Ignoring Yi Fan, Yang Yaodong waved at Qian Xinghua, and his wife started the car and prepared to leave. Whoosh! Yi Fan casually tore a piece of red paper from the entrance of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, bit his finger, and swiftly drew a talisman. Brother-in-law, give this protective talisman to Director Yang. Make sure he accepts it. Yi Fan handed it to Qian Xinghua. Otherwise he won't survive today. Alarmed, Qian Xinghua immediately grabbed the talisman and rushed over. Before long he ran back, wiping sweat from his forehead. That stubborn old mule. Impossible to reason with. In the end I had to threaten to fall out before he grudgingly stuffed it into his pocket. Then he lowered his voice. Brother, you will Director Yang really be in trouble. Yi Fan let out a soft sigh. I hope he survives. After leaving the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Yi Fan went to the medical clinic to treat several patients before heading home to buy groceries and cook dinner. When he had finished cooking and turned on the television to wait for Tang Ruoxue and the others to return home, he saw from the window that Zhao Dongyang's car was parked at the entrance. Then Yi Fan saw Tang Ruoxue come out. This made his eyes turn cold. Although Zhao Dongyang did not follow her inside, Yi Fan felt inexplicably displeased, and he kept changing channels with the remote control. Soon Tang Ruoxue's tall and slender figure appeared in the hall, as aloof and beautiful as ever, like an inviolable goddess. Tang Ruoxue changed her shoes, and seeing the dim lighting and Yi Fan sitting on the sofa watching TV, her mood instantly darkened and her delicate face turned cold. Could this man not be more ambitious? Tang Ruoshue's tone carried a hint of reproach. You've been looking for a job for so many days. Have you found one yet? Yi Fan's expression was indifferent, almost. I'm still looking. Don't worry, I won't eat the Tang family's rice for nothing. What kind of attitude is that? Seeing Yi Fan's dismissive manner, Tang Ruoshue's pretty face turned displeased. Am I complaining that you're freeloading? I just want you to have a proper job. Her expression was grim. Once you have a job, your mother can relax a bit. Do you want her to sell herbal tea for the rest of her life? Seeing the woman's haughty demeanor, Yi Fan retorted bluntly, a proper job is good. You can have proper flirtations every day, can't you? What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Ruoshue's face flushed with anger. Say that clearly. Yi Fan sighed. There's nothing to say. I lent my car to Chun Xiaoya to pick up a client, and Zhao Dongyang happened to come to my company to discuss a collaboration, so he took the opportunity to drive me home. Tang Ruoshue stared at Yi Fan with sharp eyes. I'm clean with him. Don't you slander me. Yi Fan said flatly. I just hope this driving you home doesn't lead to feelings. You can't say anything decent. Tang Ruoshue was furious. Yi Fan, can you stop being so jealous over nothing? It's completely pointless. If you put this energy into finding a job, you'd have found one by now. Yi Fan remained calm. Don't worry. I'll have a job soon. I don't want to argue with you anymore. Tang Ruoshue suppressed her anger, walked up to Yi Fan, and said, I know it's hard to find a job in Zhonghai. Your major isn't strong, and you've been out of the loop for a year. It's normal not to find one right away. I just hope you maintain a positive attitude, don't give up on yourself, and stop being suspicious all the time. How about this? My company needs a security guard. The salary is 4,500. You're good with your hands. Come to Tianting Company tomorrow, and I'll have Xiaoya arrange it. First get used to a 9-to-5 routine, then think about finding a better job. In truth, Tang Ruoshue had thought long and hard, struggled for a long time before finally making this decision. Having Yi Fan come to Tianting Company would not only subject her to ridicule, but also bring pressure from the Tang family in the capital. Yet Yi Fan couldn't stay idle at home any longer, or she feared he would waste away. She thought Yi Fan would be grateful, but instead, he shook his head. No need. I'll handle it myself. From now on, you don't have to give me the 10,000 allowance either. I can support myself. By the way, dinner is ready. You and your parents can eat. I have no appetite. I'm going upstairs to shower and sleep. After saying this, Yi Fan dropped the remote and went upstairs. His mood was somewhat gloomy. Tang Ruoshue didn't want a divorce, but used the Cloud Summit Villa to bind him. Yi Fan had thought they might develop feelings, only to realize it was still one-sided. As Tang Ruoshue had said, it was just a transaction. She had no feelings for him. This meant she would never trust him or care about how much he hated Zhao Dongyang. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. Even the hottest heart can't warm a stone. Stop. Stop right there. Tang Ruoshue was very angry. She was thinking entirely for his sake, and yet this man was throwing a tantrum at her. This was getting more and more outrageous. Tang Ruoshue rushed over. Yi Fan, stop right there. We're going to settle this tonight. Was I wrong to remind you to find a job and not waste your time? I'm trying to help you. Why are you acting like this? Yi Fan turned back a few steps and looked down at the woman. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I just don't like you being close to Zhao Dongyang. Tang Ruoshue was furious. You're jealous over this pointless thing again. When will it end? When will it end? This man was too petty. Fine. I can stop seeing Zhao Dongyang as long as you find a proper job. I'll cut ties with him immediately. Tang Ruoshue was also furious. Can you find one? You said that. I hope you keep your word. Yi Fan no longer concealed. I've already taken over a medical clinic. It's being renovated now. It should be ready in about 2 months. Then I'll have a proper job. He even tossed out a clinic flyer, Golden Herb Grove. That's where I'll be working. I can support myself. What? You're opening a clinic? Tang Ruoshue was first shocked, then even more furious. Yi Fan, what are you trying to do? Have you forgotten the 3 things you promised me? You swore to heaven that you wouldn't practice medicine recklessly again. And now not only are you disobeying, you're opening a clinic. Do you even care about me? Do you still think of me as your wife? Do you know that you could harm many people? She snatched the flyer and grew angrier as she read it. Golden Herb Grove, a divine physician, miraculous healing. This was going too far. I did promise not to practice medicine recklessly. Yi Fan's expression was calm, but every patient I treat, I'm absolutely certain of my ability. So it's not reckless. Is playing with words like this amusing? Tang Ruoshue tore the flyer in anger. Do you have any idea of your own abilities? Do you have a medical license? I'm telling you, before the investment gets too deep and before you cause a medical accident, stop the renovation and shut down the clinic. I don't want patients' families to come knocking, nor do I want to visit you in prison. Yi Fan's troublemaking exhausted her, and the clinic renovation meant Huang Zhendong's 10 million was spent trapping her further. Looking at the furious woman, Yi Fan smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. I can't do that. This clinic is my passion. I won't close it. The Golden Herb Grove Clinic and Baiwa Pharmaceutical were his capital for rising. Compared to connections like Huang Zhendong, these 2 assets gave him a stronger sense of fulfillment. After saying this, Yi Fan turned and went back upstairs. I'm telling you, if you don't close it, I'll have it shut down. Tang Ruoshue was completely enraged. I'll have the medical bureau seal it tomorrow. Welcome to seal it. Yi Fan threw back a line without looking back. The next morning Yi Fan left the Tang residence early. Tang Ruoxue had not returned to her room the previous night, choosing instead to sleep in her sister Tang Qiqi's bedroom, a clear indication that she wished to avoid Yi Fan. Yi Fan, being tactful, departed early to avoid an encounter. As he left, he noticed Lin Xiaoling, already awake, standing by the door, speaking on the phone with someone. On the other end of the line, it seemed to be Lin Sangyu, as they discussed some ancestral secret formula and something called Spring Breeze blood-nourishing pill. Lin Xiaoling, her earlier displeasure from their last meeting gone, was now beaming with joy as she conversed with Lin Sangyu. Yi Fan was somewhat surprised that she still kept in touch with Lin Sangyu. He had assumed that after Lin Xiaoyan was fired by Hanyu, Lin Xiaoling would feel too embarrassed to maintain contact. However, he paid it no mind and slipped into his car, heading straight for Jinzalin. "Brother Fan, have you had breakfast yet?" Upon arriving at Jinzalin, Yi Fan saw Gongsun Qian delivering breakfast to Sun Xingshou and Gongsun Yuan. She was quite surprised to see him so early. But she quickly broke into a smile. "I made some steamed buns. Why don't you join us?" Gongsun Qian was wearing a faded white shirt, a short skirt, and her hair tied in a high ponytail. As she moved about, her fair slender legs were strikingly eye-catching. Especially when she leaned in, her youthful vitality and warmth were almost overwhelming. Yi Fan's heart stirred, and he quickly cleared his throat. "Then I'll thank you, Qianer. I should be the one thanking you for healing my leg, saving my life, and getting me into Baiwa Pharmaceutical." Gongsun Qian deftly set out 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, then brought over several steamers of different pastries, inviting Lu Fugui to join them for breakfast. "These pastries are excellent. You have quite a skill," Yi Fan praised after taking a bite of a corn bun. "With your talent, you could easily become a gourmet." Gongsun Qian smiled charmingly. "When I studied at Harvard Business School, I couldn't stand the burgers and fries, so I started making my own buns. They were terrible at first, but after much practice, they became barely edible." She poured a large glass of soy milk for Yi Fan and Lu Fugui. "I'm glad you like them, Brother Fan." Yi Fan was slightly astonished. "You studied at Harvard? Our little sister is a top scholar," Lu Fugui teased. She entered Harvard at 16. At 18, she earned dual degrees in economics and management. At 21, she obtained a doctorate in law. Lu Fugui stopped short of mentioning the tragic car accident that claimed her parents, forcing Gongsun Qian to return to China. Yi Fan smiled. "It seems I've struck gold this time." With someone as brilliant as Gongsun Qian taking over Baiwa Pharmaceutical, Yi Fan had no worries about the company's future management. "That's all in the past." Gongsun Qian took a sip of soy milk. "Now I'm a blank slate. I told Sister Shen she can use me like a man." Lu Fugui nearly spit out his soy milk. "What man? My Qianer will always be a beautiful woman," Yi Fan said with a laugh. "You don't need to go to the company today. Later I'll take you to the mall to buy some clothes. The beautifying formula is about to go into production. Not only must the products be dazzling, but you as my first secretary must also shine brilliantly. If you dress like a man, customers will lose confidence in the products." Yi Fan decided to buy clothes for Gongsun Qian, knowing that although Gongsun Yuan's clinic was valuable, the grandfather and granddaughter had little cash on hand. The clinic charged only 30 yuan per consultation, and despite Gongsun Qian's impressive education, she hadn't started working yet. The compensation from the car accident was still unpaid, leaving them in tight financial straits. Girls of Gongsun Qian's age typically owned 10 or more sets of clothes, but she had only 2 or 3 that she rotated, and her shirts were already faded. So Yi Fan used this excuse to help her out. Gongsun Qian lowered her head. "Brother Fan, I have clothes. There's no need to buy more." "Why not?" Lu Fugui, while gulping down a bun, chuckled. "Brother Fan is going to buy me some too. If we don't dress well, it'll reflect badly on him. Besides, now that the clinic has been renovated, if we dress shabbily, patients might think Brother Fan is stingy." He lightened the mood. "So let's head to the mall together and make Brother Fan spend a fortune." Gongsun Qian looked at Yi Fan with gratitude. An hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the Roman Holiday Mall, a luxury shopping destination and a gathering place for countless beauties. Yi Fan was unfamiliar with the place. He had never set foot in such an establishment. Gongsun Qian's situation was similar, so the 2 of them felt like country bumpkins entering a grand palace. Lu Fugui, however, was well-versed and led them to the Urban Beauty clothing store. The store was spacious, about 600 square meters, with 6 sales assistants moving back and forth. Every piece of clothing cost over 10,000 yuan. Knowing Yi Fan's character, Gongsun Qian quickly adjusted her mindset and began browsing the racks for styles she liked. Her eyes soon locked onto a small suit. Not only stylish but also very chic, exuding a sharp professional vibe. "Are you Gongsun Qian?" Just as Gongsun Qian's hand was about to touch the suit, a tall, fashionably dressed woman appeared, her gaze fixed on Gongsun Qian as if recognizing her. A store manager badge hung on her chest. Gongsun Qian was taken aback, turned to look at the woman, and then lit up with joy. "Qian, you're Yang Qian. Oh my god, it's been so long." Yi Fan, who had been playing with his phone, looked up and immediately recognized Yang Qian as Yuan Jing's best friend. She was the woman who had trampled all over him when he tried to borrow money at the bar. After the battle at Sihai, Yi Fan thought he would have little to do with Yuan Jing's circle, but in recent days, he kept running into familiar faces. However, seeing that Gongsun Qian knew her, Yi Fan chose to keep quiet. "Yes, long time no see." Compared to Gongsun Qian's warmth, Yang Qianqian was much colder. The two had been classmates for a year, but that single year had made Yang Qianqian resent Gongsun Qian for years. In 4th grade, the prodigy Gongsun Qian skipped a grade and joined Yang Qianqian's class instantly, ending Yang Qianqian's reign as class beauty and dethroning her from the top academic spot. That year, Gongsun Qian was showered with adoration. That year, she outscored Yang Qianqian by 50 points, leaving an indelible impression on Yang Qianqian. Once she confirmed Yang Qianqian was her old classmate Gongsun, Qian eagerly pulled Yi Fan up to share the joy. Brother Fan, this is my elementary school classmate Yang Qianqian. We were desk mates for a year. Oh, Brother Fan. Yang Qianqian also recognized Yi Fan. She was startled at first, wary of the aftermath of the Sea battle, but then remembered she was on her own turf. She stiffened her face and sneered, Yi Fan, you've moved up in the world, huh? From a loser to Brother Fan. Gongsun Qian was taken aback. You know each other? Yi Fan smiled faintly. Of course we do. We're old friends too. Who's old friends with you? Yang Qianqian said with contempt. You're not qualified to be my friend. What, after being dumped by my Yuan Jing, you're so desperate you've lashed on a Gongsun Qian? Then she looked down on them both. But then again, it makes sense. A debt-ridden loser and a nearly crippled orphan girl. You're a perfect match. But what about your sick wife who was supposed to bring you good luck? Did you abandon her after failing to borrow the 10,000 yuan for her medical treatment? Yang Qianqian jabbed at Yi Fan mercilessly. Yang Qianqian, is this your standard of conduct? Gongsun Qian's enthusiasm cooled upon hearing these words. I admit my conduct is indeed inferior to yours. Yang Qianqian folded her arms and smirked. But I have a healthy body, no muscle atrophy. I have parents to rely on, and I earn $1 million a year. What do you have? Upon hearing that Yi Fan and Gongsun Qian were both impoverished, several female salesgirls instantly showed contempt in their eyes, feeling that this was a sheer waste of their time. With this attitude of yours, I will complain to your company. Gongsun Qian exclaimed. I'll report you for being rude and insulting to customers. She could tolerate being offended herself, but she would not let Yi Fan suffer. Customer. Yang Qianqian curled her lips and giggled. You are our customer. This is the funniest joke of the year. Do you have the money to buy clothes here? Every piece costs over 10,000. Can you afford that? A live-in son-in-law who relies on pocket money for medical treatment, and a cripple who sells everything to cure an illness. How dare you call yourselves our customers? Do you think we don't know? You're just here to freeload the air conditioning, snap a few photos of clothes to post on your moments and show off. Customers. What a pretense. Upon hearing this, several pretty salesgirls covered their mouths in surprise, never expecting Yi Fan to be a kept live-in son-in-law. Their eyes showed even more contempt and disdain. Yi Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with Yang Qianqian. He took Gongsun Qian's hand and said calmly, Qian, take this set for now. Let's go. Yang Qianqian glanced at the blazer Gongsun Qian was holding. This is a luxury store. Before buying clothes, please check the price to avoid embarrassing yourselves. Only then did Gongsun Qian look at the tag, 88,000. She was startled. Yi Fan paid no attention to Yang Qianqian and directly asked Gongsun Qian, do you like this one? Gongsun Qian shook her head vigorously. It was too expensive. Yang Qianqian sneered. You two are putting on a pretty good act, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. If you're broke, just say so. Why all this talk about liking or not liking? Hurry up and leave. Don't disrupt our normal business. Several female salesgirls also joined in the mockery, telling Yi Fan and Gongsun Qian to leave quickly and not interfere with their work. Passers-by gathered to watch the commotion. Gongsun Qian's pretty face darkened. Yang Qianqian, we are customers. Only paying customers are gods. Air conditioning freeloaders are not welcome. Yang Qianqian tilted her head toward a salesgirl. Xiaolan, take the blazer for maintenance later. We don't want it to cause a bad experience for other customers. The pretty salesgirl nodded respectfully. Yes. Gongsun Qian was furious. Yang Qianqian, we have no grudge between us. Is it fun for you to target us like this? Targeting. Yang Qianqian gave a non-committal smile. Gongsun Qian, aren't you being a bit too naive? Targeting you. What is there to target about you? I am the store manager here, earning $1 million a year. And you're seriously ill, unemployed, and hanging around with Yi Fan. Her tone carried a hint of mockery. What is there for me to target? You're just suffering from a victim complex. It's utterly ridiculous. Besides, if you really want to buy clothes, you shouldn't come here. This place is not for the likes of you. Yang Qianqian pointed a finger at the street outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The street stalls at the east gate are more suitable for you. But even those clothes cost over 100 each, you know. If you're really determined to put on a brave front, fine. For the sake of being classmates, I'll take you to pick out a couple of discounted old season items. Seeing more and more people gathering to watch the drama, Yang Qianqian's desire to humiliate them grew stronger. Xiao Hong, bring out some of last year's clearance leftovers. Qian, give the clothes back to her. Yi Fan shed his usual gentleness and exuded dominance, telling Gongsun Qian to toss the blazer back. We'll buy from another store. Gongsun Qian obeyed without hesitation. Yang Qianqian waved her hand, instructing the salesgirl to take it, and adding, take it for maintenance. Remember to disinfect it. Buy from another store? Even if you try 10 stores in this mall, you can't afford a thing. Several salesgirls and female customers curled their lips in disapproval. Putting on such a show at this point, was it really worth it? Yi Fan ignored her and led Gongsun Qian to a brand store across the way, a shop even larger and more upscale than Yang Qianqian's. Chanel. Yang Qianqian and her group watched skeptically. If she couldn't afford Urban Beauty, how could she possibly afford Chanel? Although the Chanel salesgirls had overheard the earlier argument, they still approached with warm smiles. Sir, Miss, how may we assist you? Gongsun Qian tugged at Yi Fan to leave. Take her measurements. Give me one set of every item, including the underwear. Yi Fan tossed out a bank card. Remember everything. One of everything. Yang Qianqian burst into laughter. A live-in son-in-law thinks he's a rich second generation. If his card can even withdraw 10,000, I'll eat my words. Even Huang Dongxiang wouldn't dare buy clothes like that. Where would Yi Fan get the money to pay? The salesgirls from Urban Beauty also folded their arms, waiting to see a joke. The Chanel salesgirls looked hesitant, but ultimately provided attentive service. Soon the clothes filled 10 cases totaling 20 million. Beep. Yi Fan swiped the card, successfully paying the full amount in one go. Instantly the Chanel store erupted in excitement. The surrounding salesgirls looked at Yi Fan with sparkling eyes, while their gazes at Gongsun Qian were filled with envy and jealousy. No one had expected Yi Fan to be so wealthy, throwing down a fortune. This is impossible. The several salesgirls from Urban Beauty were dumbfounded. They clenched their fists tightly, overwhelmed by intense regret. Just moments ago they had mocked Yi Fan as a loser, a live-in son-in-law who could only afford street-stall goods. In the blink of an eye they were thoroughly humiliated. The most stunned was none other than Yang Qianqian. Besides disbelief, there was an indescribable bitterness. Why had he been so pathetic and incompetent before, even kneeling to borrow 100,000, yet now he was so extravagantly wealthy? She had just claimed Yi Fan wasn't a customer, but a freeloader. Now Yi Fan spent 20 million in one go. What right did she have to look down on him? Her annual salary of $1 million. What was it compared to Yi Fan? But there was no cure for regret in this world. Yang Qianqian could only endure the mocking gazes of everyone around. By the way, everyone should remember that I intended to spend this 20 million at Urban Beauty, but Manager Yang looked down on people. Yi Fan glanced at Yang Qianqian with a faint smile. So this 20 million was something she pushed away with her own hands. She harmed her fellow salesgirls, damaged the company's reputation, and cost the company millions in lost revenue. These words not only made Yang Qianqian hated by the salesgirls around her, but also led the company to question her abilities. Her million-a-year job was as good as over. A killing blow to the heart. Yang Qianqian spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! At that moment Yi Fan's phone vibrated. He picked it up and soon heard Sun Bufan's anxious voice. Fan, it's bad. Officials from the medical bureau have come to seal the store. When Yi Fan returned to the clinic with Lu Fuguei and Gongsun, 1 or 5 or 6 law enforcement vehicles were already parked at the entrance. Among them were officials from the pharmaceutical bureau, the police, and the subdistrict office. Over 20 uniformed men and women surrounded the clinic, gesticulating and shouting aggressively. At the front stood a fat man and a tall man. The fat man, wearing a white uniform labeled Pharmaceutical Bureau, was named Zhao Rongxing, while the tall man in police attire was called Li Yunhua. The two had been partners for years and sworn brothers, specializing in cracking down on unlicensed clinics and small medical shops. Today their target was clear Jinzilin. Zhang Daqiang and his crew, wearing safety helmets, blocked the entrance to prevent Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua from entering the clinic. With so many people around, someone might plant evidence, complicating matters. Yi Fan also caught sight of Lin Baishuan, who was carrying several baskets filled with meals from Wuhu restaurant. Clearly this fellow had come to curry favor at the clinic as well. A director, Zhao, Officer Li, good morning. Before Yi Fan could speak, Lu Fuguei rushed over, shaking hands with the two leaders and smiling. What brings you here? He quickly pulled out a box of Furongwang cigarettes and offered it to them. Having mingled in various circles, Lu Fuguei had encountered these two a few times and knew they were ruthless characters who would devour others without a second thought, so he hoped to resolve the matter with minimal cost. Here, have a smoke. It's almost noon, and you must be tired. Lu Fuguei put on a flattering smile. Why not head to the Regal Hotel later for a few drinks to cool off? Get lost. Zhao Rongxing knew Lu Fuguei was a fallen young master and shoved him away without ceremony. Don't give me that. I'm on official business. Get the owner out here now, or we'll seal the shop immediately. Li Yunhua pointed at Zhang Daqiang and the others, who looked disheveled. And you lot aiding the evil will all be taken in for investigation. Lu Fuguei stepped forward with a smile. Director Zhao, chiefly, we can sit down and discuss this calmly. Shut up. We've received a report that this is an illegal clinic. Zhao Rongxing's eyes widened as he shouted. Your clinic lacks proper documentation and the doctor is practicing illegally. Cooperate with the investigation immediately. An illegal clinic. Several patients who had come early for treatment were astonished. How is that possible? We've been coming here for years without any problems, and they never overcharge. Exactly. Jinzilin has been around longer than your grandfather. How could it lack proper documents? The patients looked at Zhao Rongxing with suspicion. Are you out of your mind talking nonsense? The gathered neighbors burst into laughter. Don't you understand? This clinic is illegal and could kill people. What are you still getting treatment for? Zhao Rongxing barked at the patients and their families. Get out of here, or we'll arrest you too. Does having a license really matter? Does a licensed doctor guarantee a cure? Exactly. The hospitals have all the licenses, yet I spent 3 months and over 30,000 yuan on a skin ulcer with no effect. At Jinzalin, a consultation costs 30 yuan, and 3 doses of herbal medicine are 100 yuan. That cured my stomach pain. Especially Dr. Yi. He's a blessing to us. Instead of bothering Jinzalin, the Pharmaceutical Bureau should investigate illegal workshops like Shenzhou Pharmaceutical, whose health supplements made people vomit and have diarrhea. More patients and neighbors gathered, their anger rising as they spoke of medical treatment, and they launched a fierce critique against Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua. Shut up. Li Yunhua's face darkened. He waved for his men to separate the crowd and shouted at Zhang Daqiang and the others, "If you don't move aside, I'll arrest you." The 20-odd uniformed men and women advanced aggressively. Yi Fan, who had been watching the scene unfold, smiled. He hadn't stepped forward immediately because he wanted to discern something from their behavior, whether they had been sent by Tang Ruoxue. "My name is Yi Fan. I'm the owner of Jinzalin." Yi Fan walked up to Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua. "What's the matter?" Zhao Rongxing's eyes lit up, then he scowled. "You're the clinic owner, eh? Let's see your medical license." Yi Fan flicked his finger, and Gongsun Wan'er quickly handed over a booklet. Zhao Rongxing took it and glanced at it. His expression shifted slightly. It was a genuine professional medical qualification certificate. His voice turned stern. "Now show me the business license." Yi Fan had Lu Fuguei bring the business license. "Anything else?" Zhao Rongxing's face darkened further. This didn't match the information they had. Then he glared. "What about the pharmaceutical business license?" Yi Fan handed over that license as well. Director Zhao, Chief Li Wei are a legitimate clinic with all the proper documents and an excellent reputation. Lu Fuguei put on a smile and tried to mediate. The report was a misunderstanding. "It's noon now, so let me treat everyone to lunch." "Who the hell says it's a misunderstanding?" Zhao Rongxing shoved Lu Fuguei away. "If you keep yapping, I'll charge you with obstructing official duties." Yi Fan stopped Lu Fuguei. "Officers, our clinic has all the documents. Please leave." "Is that so? Let me see." While Zhao Rongxing's expression shifted uncertainly, Li Yunhua took the 3 documents and scanned them. After a quick glance, he narrowed his eyes, then gave a heavy cough as he bent down. With a crisp tearing sound, he ripped the 3 certificates apart and tossed them into a paint bucket. The certificates were immediately stained with paint, dirty and unreadable. "Can't see clearly. Too dirty to make out." Li Yunhua, still wearing gloves, picked them up from the bucket and smiled. "We'll have to treat them as fakes." The next moment he waved his hand and shouted, "Seal the shop. Arrest them. Shoot anyone who resists." Arrogant and overbearing. The 20-plus people surged forward, carrying sealing tapes and handcuffs. Zhang Daqiang and Shun Yunfeng were utterly stunned. They knew they weren't good people and would descend to the 18th level of hell after death, but compared to Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua, they felt far cleaner. Turning black into white and using power to oppress. This was the epitome of it. Seeing the documents torn, Yi Fan was not angry. Instead, he smiled unreservedly, a bright and hearty smile. "Director Zhao, Officer Li, is this really necessary?" "Whether it's necessary or not, you'll find out at the station." Zhao Rongxing gave the order. "Take them all away." Yi Fan stopped Zhang Daqiang and the others from resisting. Dealing with these minor players was meaningless. He wanted to pull up the radish and expose the mud. Soon Yi Fan, Lu Fuguei, and Zhang Daqiang's group were all taken away. Their phones were also confiscated by Li Yunhua's men to check for evidence of illegal medical practice. Ring. Just as the vehicle was halfway, Yi Fan's phone rang. Li Yunhua picked it up. A respectful and apologetic voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Dr. Yi?" "I am." Li Yunhua cursed angrily. "Dr. my ass. Yi Fan is practicing illegally and has been arrested." The voice on the other end instantly turned grim. "I am Yang Yaodong. Who are you? Who the hell are you to ask?" Enraged by the authoritative tone, Li Yunhua hung up the phone. Half an hour later, in a dim room within a 7-story building at the police station, Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua turned on the lights and personally sat at the table to interrogate Yi Fan. "Name? Gender? Where did you get the money to open the clinic? How many days have you been practicing medicine illegally? Which patients have you treated? How much money have you swindled from them?" The 2 of them fired off questions at Yi Fan in rapid succession, hoping to secure evidence against him and close the case. But Yi Fan simply sat with his eyes closed, resting his mind, too lazy to utter a single word. Since the other party had publicly torn up his 3 certificates in front of everyone, cooperating would only work against him. He might as well save his breath. "Kid, don't think I can't do anything to you just because you keep your mouth shut." Li Yunhua slammed the table in fury. "With this attitude, you'll get an even harsher sentence." "Yi Fan, we've already figured you out completely." Zhao Rongxing also put on an official tone. "We're giving you a chance to speak now to reduce your punishment. You'd better cooperate honestly, or once your accomplices confess, you'll lose your chance for leniency. Then not only will you suffer, but your family will suffer too. Don't forget you're a live-in son-in-law. If this gets out, your mother-in-law and the rest will tear you apart." He alternated between soft and hard tactics, hoping to dig up Yi Fan's crimes and cover up the trouble caused by tearing up the 3 certificates. Yi Fan still showed no reaction. "Bastard, what kind of attitude is that?" Li Yunhua was furious. "Do you believe I'll hit you?" Tap, tap, tap. Just as Li Yunhua grabbed a belt, someone suddenly pounded on the door, and then a subordinate pushed it open and rushed in. Li Yunhua frowned slightly. Did his accomplice confess? The subordinate hurriedly nodded and replied, Chief Li, we've identified Yi Fan's accomplices. Good, then fill us in. Some people won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Li Yunhua's spirits rose. Now let him have a good look. Chief. The subordinate interrupted Li Yunhua's report. The one digging the septic tank is He Go, a big gangster from Choyang Street, with over 30 men under him. Li Yunhua narrowed his eyes. A big gangster. I never thought a big gangster would do manual labor. Interesting. Despite his surprise, he wasn't worried. After all, he could handle a big gangster. Any criminal record? Any crimes? He tried to steer the conversation toward Yi Fan. What's his relationship with Yi Fan? But the subordinate's next words startled Li Yunhua. He has a long record, but no recent crimes. However, He Go is a third-level core member of the Seeheim Merchant Association and will be entering the association's headquarters in the second half of the year. Seeheim Merchant Association. Huangzhendong. Zhao Rongxing sat up straight. Li Yunhua's face also grew more solemn. What about the identities of the other minions? Minions? The subordinate's scalp tingled. The one dispensing medicine is Sun Bufan, the youngest grandson of Sun Xingshou from Huichun Hall. The one carrying bricks is Shun Yunfeng, the first young master of the Shin Group. The one delivering lunchboxes is Lin Baishuan, the general manager of Wuhu Group in Zhonghai. The one breaking walls is Zhang Daqiang, the chairman of Zhang Engineering Group. The calm expressions on Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua's faces shattered bit by bit as the subordinate continued his report until their expressions became stiff and ugly. At this moment, even a fool could see that Yi Fan was no ordinary person. The names being mentioned were all prominent figures, at least wealthier and more influential than they were. Yet these very people were working as laborers at Jinzilin, carrying bricks and breaking walls. How could Zhao Rongxing and the others not be shaken to the core? After they arrived here, their lawyers also gathered and are demanding an explanation from us. Chief, what should we do? The subordinate who came to report asked anxiously. Yi Fan was no ordinary man, bringing him here so casually would be hard to resolve. We haven't touched them yet. We're just acting according to the law. What's there to fear? Li Yunhua forced himself to stay calm and scolded his subordinate. The unexpected developments were piling up, and he couldn't figure out who Yi Fan really was. He turned to his sworn brother and the instigator Zhao Rongxing. Zhao Rongxing also frowned. Damn cousin, didn't he say Yi Fan was a live-in son-in-law? Which live-in son-in-law could hire people worth billions to carry bricks? Are you starting to regret bringing me here? Yi Fan sneered as he stared at Zhao Rongxing, and Li Yunhua, his words dripping with deep mockery. For him, the real show was just beginning. Don't think that knowing a few rich people will get you out of here safely. You're practicing medicine illegally, and now that you're in our hands, no one can save you. Unable to bear Yi Fan's contempt and sarcasm, Li Yunhua slammed the table and shouted at Yi Fan, "You'd better confess your crimes honestly." He was confident that with his position and status, as long as he didn't make a major mistake, a few rich people couldn't touch him. Yi Fan gave a faint smile. Don't you already know in your hearts whether I'm practicing illegally? Zhao Dongsheng and the others were jolted. Only then did they realize that Yi Fan had all his proper certificates. The reason he was arrested here was entirely because they had twisted the truth. Chief. As their eyelids twitched, another woman in uniform rushed in, a man named Yang Yaodong, just called asking about Yi Fan's situation. I refused him, and he threatened to tear this place down if I dared to touch Yi Fan. I checked, and Yang Yaodong's call seems to be from the medical department. Li Yunhua frowned. Yang Yaodong again. What? Yang Yaodong. Zhao Rongxing first felt the name was familiar, then shuddered and exclaimed, Director Yang. Li Yunhua was stunned. Which Director Yang? Zhao Rongxing's face turned ashen, the third-ranking official in Zhonghai and the top official in the medical department. Director Yang. Li Yunhua's body trembled violently. Director Yang was not only the decision-maker of the medical department, but also the third-highest authority in Zhonghai. His younger brother Yang Jinxiong was the top police official, and his father Yang Baohua was the city mayor. Offending Director Yang meant the end of one's official career. This is impossible. This is impossible. Zhao Rongxing stared at Yi Fan and roared. How could a small doctor have such connections? Bang! Just then the door was kicked open. Zhao Rongxing and Li Yunhua's hearts pounded wildly as they hurriedly looked up to see a group of men and women walking in with grim faces. The imposing Yang Yaodong, accompanied by his younger brother Yang Jinxiong, strode in with a murderous aura. Director Yang. Li Yunhua and Zhao Rongxing quickly stepped forward. What brings you here? Yang Yaodong didn't even glance at them. He brushed past them and grasped Yi Fan's hand. Divine Doctor Yi, we meet again. Thank you for repaying evil with good and saving my life. Could you take another look at me today? He nervously pulled out an Audi key. Director Yang, I'm sorry, but the certificates issued by the medical department are invalid. Yi Fan gave a light, dismissive smile. Treating you would be practicing medicine illegally, which carries a prison sentence. You bastards. Hearing this, Yang Yaodong spun around and kicked Zhao Rongxing and the others flying. Who gave you the power to act without law? Yang Yaodong's voice was harsh and stern, his anger beyond measure. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll give you one. Zhao Rongxing and the others were utterly shattered. Yi Fan left the police station with Li Yunhua and Zhao Rongxing collapsing to the ground. Yi Fan did not inquire about their fate. He knew it would not be a good end. Even if Yang Yaodong didn't eliminate these parasites, Zhang Daqiang and Lin Baishan would not let the two off easily. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the entrance of Jinzilin, Yang Yaodong personally escorted Yi Fan back. He also reissued the business license for the clinic, and Lu Fugui eagerly hung it up, even taking a photo of Yi Fan and Yang Yaodong on the side. Police Chief Yang Jinxiong followed beside Yang Yaodong. Compared to Yang Yaodong's steadiness, Yang Jinxiong was much more unruly, exuding an aura of gunfire. He kept scrutinizing Yi Fan with sharp eyes as if trying to dig something out of him. However, he did not interrupt any of Yang Yaodong's actions. Brother Yi Li Yunhua and Zhao Rongxing have been arrested and charged. Their past corruption and law-breaking are enough to give them a hard time. Yang Yaodong, abandoning his lofty attitude from yesterday, said to Yi Fan with indescribable respect. Zhao Rongxing confessed that Tang Ruoxue ordered him to do this. Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, not expecting the woman to actually follow through and use her connections to shut down Jinzilin. However, Tang Ruoxue only told him to stop you from practicing medicine, lest your unskilled medical practice harm the neighbors. Yang Yaodong truthfully informed Yi Fan of the confession. What really made him go all out and have Li Yunhua cooperate closely was the young master of Danyang Group. Yi Fan smiled faintly. Zhao Danyang. Yang Yaodong nodded with a smile. It seems Brother Yi is already aware. A trace of mockery crossed Yi Fan's face. Zhao Danyang was indeed ruthless, using Tang Ruoxue to crush him completely, leaving himself both in offensive and defensive position. Regardless of whether the clinic was eventually shut down, he could sow discord between himself and Tang Ruoxue. Yang Jinxiong also looked at Yi Fan with amusement, thinking how pathetic and humiliating a man's life must be when his own wife arranges to have his clinic closed. Director Yang, thank you. I'll handle the rest of the cleanup. Yi Fan dropped the matter and smiled at Yang Yaodong. Did something happen yesterday? Upon hearing this, Yang Yaodong immediately grasped Yi Fan's hand. I was blind not to recognize Mount Tai. I was blind. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his sturdy chest, which bore 4 bruises, black and blue, but not fatal. Then he took out the talisman that Yi Fan had given him through Qianxinghua. The talisman was made of red paper, but it had now turned into a pile of ashes. The wind blew, scattering the ashes into nothingness. Yang Jinxiong was slightly surprised. Brother, what exactly happened? Yang Yaodong glanced at his younger brother, then recounted what happened yesterday. After leaving Zuixinlu yesterday, he drove home to take a nap. For some reason, once he fell asleep, he couldn't wake up. His consciousness was clear, but his body and eyelids were incredibly heavy, as if suffering from sleep paralysis. Fortunately, just as he was about to suffocate, a burning sensation in his chest restored his clarity, allowing him to open his eyes and gasp for breath. Even so, he was exhausted and drenched in sweat. Yang Jinxiong muttered, sleep paralysis. It's just being overtired, nothing special. Shut up. Yang Yaodong scolded his brother, then continued with his story. At the time, Yang Yaodong also attributed it to fatigue, but in the evening his daughter's behavior made him break out in a cold sweat. The 7-year-old girl took her mother's lipstick, painted her lips bright and glaring, and then played a terrifying game with a white cloth, hanging herself. He wanted to rush over, but his legs were heavy, unable to move at all. Fortunately, in the critical moment, a pain in his chest allowed him to shout and call his wife to save their daughter. Hearing this, Yang Jinxiong's eyes were shocked. He hadn't expected his niece to go that far. Yet he still didn't think it was anything special. Just a child imitating too much TV. After all, when he was a child, he had imitated the death of the conqueror of Chu. After Yang Yaodong calmed his daughter down to sleep at the hospital, he wanted to talk to his wife, only to find her climbing over the 8th floor balcony of the hospital looking dazed. If not for the burning sensation in his chest, which gave him the speed of a cheetah to rush to the balcony and grab his wife in time, she would have fallen and become a bloody mess. The most bizarre thing was that this morning, when he was driving his wife and daughter home, a 13-car pileup occurred on the expressway. A total of 7 vehicles lost control and crashed into Yang Yaodong, and the last one was a massive truck that rolled over. Several times Yang Yaodong thought he was doomed, but a burning sensation in his chest stimulated his nerves. That clarity allowed him to instinctively turn the steering wheel and dodge 7 collisions in one go. He also managed to avoid being buried alive by the sand from the truck. The family of 3 survived the ordeal with a scare. Afterwards, Yang Yaodong discovered that the source of the continuous burning pain in his chest was the Tai Chi talisman given by Yi Fan. But when he took it out, it had already turned into a pile of ashes. Yang Yaodong then realized he had been blind to the truth. After settling his wife and daughter, he immediately went to find Qianxinghua. Qianxinghua did not make things difficult for him. He gave him the phone number and the address of the clinic. However, when Yang Yaodong called, it happened to be answered by Li Yunhua. After hearing that Yi Fan was practicing medicine without a license, he went to the clinic to understand the situation, then had Yang Jinxiong locate the phone and headed straight to the local police station. After listening to his elder brother's story, Yang Jinxiong found it thrilling, but he mostly dismissed it as a coincidence. A series of impacts happening by chance. However, Yang Jinxiong remained silent, hands behind his back, watching Yi Fan, wondering how he would handle this. Brother Yi, I have already experienced your abilities. Compared to his brother's reckless demeanor, Yang Yaodong, who had experienced everything firsthand, looked at Yi Fan with newfound reverence. But my car really hasn't been to a cemetery or come into contact with any evil objects. He added, I also thoroughly searched the car myself, and there was no sign of anyone hiding anything unclean. Let me take a look at the car first. Yi Fan smiled faintly, then stepped forward and circled the Audi. Although Yang Yaodong had been in successive accidents, the Audi was completely undamaged. This confirmed Yi Fan's deduction: only when the person dies does the car get destroyed. Since Yang Yaodong hadn't died, the Audi, as the source of the malignant aura, would not be damaged either. Yang Yaodong and Yang Jinxiong followed, looking left and right like curious children, but they couldn't see anything. The trunk was searched by me and my brother personally. Yang Jinxiong said flatly, nothing suspicious at all. Yi Fan remained silent, examined the car for a moment, and finally fixed his gaze on the undercarriage. He lay down, eyes fixed on the chassis, then reached out and tore something off. With a crisp sound, a yellow paper money appeared in Yi Fan's hand. The paper money was ghastly pale, wrapped in endless resentment. Yang Yaodong was shocked. Paper money? How could there be paper money in my car? Who did this? Yang Jinxiong was also surprised. Judging by the appearance of the paper money, it had been there for some time. Just a piece of paper money is not enough to create such a malignant aura. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the patterns on the paper money carefully. Then he slid under the Audi again, felt around, and pulled out a 3-foot-long white cloth. It was the white cloth worn by filial sons and grandsons on their heads. The Yang brothers' eyes widened. They hadn't expected the car to have such a thing. Yi Fan examined the white cloth, then crawled under the car again, this time retrieving a red funeral shoe. Yang Yaodong's body trembled. Yang Jinxiong also felt his scalp tingle. Yi Fan placed the items on the ground and rolled under the car once more. 3 minutes later, he emerged with a photograph in his hand. A funeral portrait. The owner of the portrait was very young. A woman with an oval face, delicate features, and long hair coiled high, but her eyes were fierce and staring at the portrait, making one feel very uncomfortable. Paper money, white cloth, funeral shoes, a portrait. Yang Yaodong almost fell to the ground. How could these things be here? He couldn't believe that so many things were caught under his new car without him feeling a thing. Yi Fan looked at him. Director Yang, no recollection. Yang Jinxiong's voice turned grave. Brother, someone is probably targeting you. Most likely it's that bastard who's about to return. Yang Yaodong was about to nod, but suddenly recalled something. Could it be from that time I collided with the hearse? Yi Fan asked Yang Yaodong, Mr. Yang, what did you recall? Last month I was rushing to the airport and encountered a funeral procession on the road. Yang Yaodong said solemnly. Because it was a narrow road at the bend, one side had to stop and yield. I was anxious to fly to the capital for a meeting, so I floored it to take the turn first and bumped into the oncoming funeral procession. Several people fell because of it. I was in a hurry to get to the airport and didn't bother, but I tossed 20,000 yuan out the window. He glanced at the portrait. The deceased wouldn't haunt me over this, would she? Bumped into. Director Yang isn't telling the truth. Hearing Yang Yaodong's understated account, Yi Fan looked at him noncommittally and said, the paper money and white cloth falling off indicates you startled the living, otherwise they wouldn't be scattered on the ground, let alone be swept up by your car. The funeral shoes and portrait further show that the coffin was disturbed. Otherwise, how could the deceased's shoes come off? And how could the portrait become half? A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Director Yang, if you're still not being honest at this point, then I can't help you. Brother Yi, I was wrong. Yang Yaodong took a deep breath. I was driving very fast at the time. Although I didn't hurt anyone, I caused the procession to scatter and fall. I owe them an apology. That's right. Yi Fan looked at the yellow paper portrait and other items on the ground and said, the deceased are paramount. When encountering a funeral procession on the road, if it's going the same direction, you can choose to take a detour and go ahead. If it's coming towards you, you must yield. As a result, you not only crashed into the procession, but also caused their coffin to fall. Afterwards, you didn't apologize or placate them, so it's no wonder they harbored deep resentment. Yi Fan pointed out his recklessness. Yesterday was likely the 21st day after their death, which is why your family was in such danger. Yang Jinxiong found it unbelievable, but didn't know how to refute, so he could only watch and wait. Yang Yaodong grabbed Yi Fan's hand. I was wrong, Brother Yi. How should I resolve this now? Don't drive this car. He pressed further, or burn more paper money for this woman. The malignant energy has already spread onto you. Whether you drive that car or not, it won't dissipate, it will only continue to accumulate. Yi Fan could sense the anger on the paper money. Then it will affect your family and friends. To resolve it, you must eliminate that resentment. Yi Fan took 5 drops of Yang Yaodong's blood and sprinkled them on the paper money, white cloth, funeral shoes, and portrait. Burn them with a lighter. Yang Yaodong hastily took out a lighter and lit them. But to Yang Yaodong's shock, the flame turned an eerie green, and the paper money in his hands simply wouldn't burn no matter how he tried. Yang Yaodong was bewildered. Brother Yi, what does this mean? Yang Jinxiong frowned slightly. He didn't believe in superstition, so he took out his own lighter to try, but to his surprise there wasn't even a flame. Cold sweat broke out on Yang Yaodong. Miss, he knows he was wrong. Yi Fan gently stroked the photograph with his finger. Don't take it to heart. Afterwards, he asked Sun Bufan to bring silver needles and continuously pierced them into Yang Yaodong's body, while breaking malice. As soon as the 9 needles were applied, the malignant energy on his body became fragile. After finishing the needles, Yi Fan tilted his head slightly. Try again. Yang Yaodong lit it again. This time the flame was normal, and the items quickly burned. Crackle crackle, wispy green smoke rose, but instead of dispersing it kept spreading toward Yang Yaodong. The black energy on his face immediately twisted, writhing like venomous snakes. Before long, most of the black energy dissipated, leaving only the part around his legs. Yang Jinxiong watched in disbelief. If he hadn't personally experienced the light or not lighting, he would have thought Yi Fan was performing magic. With most of the black energy burned away, Yang Yaodong felt a lightness throughout his body and his spirits lifted. Brother, Yi, is it resolved? Yi Fan shook his head. Burning these things only dispelled 90% of the malignant energy. To completely eliminate it, you must find that family, then offer 5 sticks of incense to the deceased, and cow down 9 times. Additionally, help improve the family's situation. Yi Fan removed the silver needles from him. If your sincerity is genuine, I believe they will let you go. I understand. I'll apologize and make amends. Yang Yaodong nodded repeatedly, and the physical lightness quickly transmitted to his spirit. He looked at Yi Fan, his expression and eyes complex. In just one night, his view of this young man had completely changed. Yesterday, he was still an atheist regarding Yi Fan as a fraud. But now Yang Yaodong no longer held that belief. Without Yi Fan's help, he couldn't even light the paper money. This was truly a remarkable person. His political acumen told him he must win Yi Fan over. Not to mention anything else, just saving his life. How could he repay that debt? Alright, it's resolved. Yi Fan pointed at the Audi. This car is fine now. Director Yang can drive it with peace of mind. No. Yang Yaodong waved his hands repeatedly. I dare not drive this car anymore. By the way, brother Yi, you don't have a car, do you? Yi Fan answered honestly, not at the moment. Lu Fugui's Mercedes could still serve. If brother Yi doesn't mind, I'll give this car to you. Yang Yaodong shoved the keys into Yi Fan's hand. You are a master, only you can handle it. Yi Fan was taken aback. This isn't appropriate, is it? The car was brand new with a license plate of 5/8 and could pass through countless restricted areas. Its value was probably close to 10 million. What's inappropriate about it? Yang Yaodong laughed heartily. Besides, if you don't take it, I dare not drive it. Keeping it around would just be a burden. Brother, just do me this favor. He patted Yi Fan's shoulder warmly. Take it. Yi Fan didn't hesitate, since Mr. Yang is so generous, I'll accept it. Compared to Yang Yaodong's life, an Audi was nothing. After some casual conversation, Yang Yaodong got up and left the clinic with his people. Yang Jinxiong deliberately lagged behind, smiling at Yi Fan, who was seeing them off. Divine Dr. Yi, your methods today were astonishing, but unfortunately, I don't believe them. You can fool my brother, but not me. I'm sure you pulled some trick. But since my brother trusts you so much and you don't seem to have ill intentions for now, I won't say anything more. But I must warn you, never harm my brother and don't take the opportunity to damage the Yang family's interests, or I, Yang Jinxiong, will not let you off. He said with a hidden edge. Take care of yourself. Yi Fan didn't get angry, just smiled faintly. If you don't believe in these things, what do you believe in? Fists. Yang Jinxiong picked up a cobblestone from the ground, placed it in his palm, and clenched fiercely. With a crack, the cobblestone shattered instantly. A pile of gravel fell from his palm. In this world, fists are the ultimate truth. Yang Jinxiong said proudly. As long as your fists are strong enough, you can crush all demons and monsters. Unfortunately, your fists aren't strong enough. Yi Fan reached out, snatched Yang Jinxiong's short gun, and aimed it at his own forehead, pulling the trigger. Yang Jinxiong instinctively roared, tired of living. Bang! His voice cut off mid-sentence as if his throat were slit, his expression one of utter shock. In his sight, right before his forehead, the fired bullet was caught firmly in Yi Fan's palm. Yi Fan, who should have had his brains splattered, stood completely unharmed. Calm and composed, as if watching flowers bloom and fade. This is impossible. Yang Jinxiong knelt stunned on the verge of tears. His pride, his arrogance, his entire worldview, all collapsed. Director Yang, keep this as a souvenir. Yi Fan tossed the hot bullet back to Yang Jinxiong. Carry it well. These days you too will face a bloody calamity. In the police car driving away from the Jinji Lin Medical Hall, Yang Jinxiong still hadn't come to his senses. He stared fixedly at the bullet in his hand, his eyes burning with an indescribable fervor. It was too shocking, too powerful, too extraordinary. Yang Jinxiong, who had once dismissed Yi Fan with contempt, could no longer find words to describe his feelings. His disdain had transformed into admiration. Third brother, what do you think of this young doctor? Yang Yaodong, whose spirit had been revitalized, leaned against the car holding a thermos flask filled with goji berry and red date tea. Does he meet your standards? He had slipped into the car first, so amid the roaring renovation, he hadn't heard the sound of Yi Fan's gunshot. I am not his equal, Yang Jinxiong said, snapping back to reality, his reply crisp and decisive. Neither are you, nor even our eldest brother. His medical skills are top-notch, his physiognomy is top-notch, and even his martial arts are top-notch. His eyes gleamed. In time we won't be worthy of his acquaintance. Oh, Yang Yaodong grew intrigued. It's rare for you to praise someone, but aren't you overestimating him? Take a look at this. Yang Jinxiong opened his palm to reveal the bullet, then recounted the stunning scene. Yang Yaodong's smile froze slightly. You mean he can catch a bullet? That's right, and at close range. Yang Jinxiong nodded. The only person in Zhonghai who could do that is probably Huang Feihu of the Martial Alliance. At least I can't. A man like this. If we make him an enemy, or even just a casual friend, it would be a huge loss for our Yang family. I can't even imagine what he will achieve in 10 years. He smirked. Brother, we must cultivate a good relationship with him. Head to the Fortunate Palace. Yang Yaodong gave a decisive order. We'll see the old master. While the Yang brothers were on their way to the old master's residence, Zhang Daqiang and the others gathered in the back courtyard drinking tea and chatting. Brother, you've hit the jackpot. Zhang Daqiang gave a thumbs up looking at the Audi that Yang Yaodong had left behind with its license plate ending in a string of 8s. From now on you can walk sideways in Zhonghai. Lin Baishun also laughed. People say a divine doctor is a walking network of connections. I never understood that before, but now I get it. Yi Fan smiled calmly. Isn't it just a bit of goodwill, eh? Why talk about walking sideways? Fan Ge, do you really not know the foundation of the Yang family? Lu Fuguei came over carrying a pot of tea. Those are the Yang brothers. I've seen them on TV, but I don't really know their background. Yi Fan replied honestly. He had been living in Zhonghai for over a decade, but his circle was too lowly. A month ago, Huang Dongxiang was someone he looked up to. He once believed that Huang Dongxiang's starting point was the end point of his life struggle. Zhonghai has 20 million people, and the wealthy and powerful are as numerous as carps crossing the river. We may seem intimidating, but we're not really on the big stage. Zhang Daqiang raised a cup of tea and smiled. The ones who truly command the wind and rain are just the 1 clan, 2 tigers, and 3 fortune gods. Lin Baishun sighed. Yes, whether in connections or wealth we are too thin. It takes at least 3 generations of accumulation to have some real foundation. Yi Fan looked up. 1 clan, 2 tigers, 3 fortune gods. Who are they? Lu Fuguei laughed and took over the conversation. The big shots of Zhonghai, and some of your old friends. The 3 fortune gods refer to Han Nanhua Qian Fujia and Ma Jiaqing. Why are they called fortune gods? Because they have immense wealth. Their companies blanket the country, and each of them has personal wealth approaching 100 billion. For instance, Han Nanhua is not only a tycoon in antiques, but also owns many mines overseas, including jade and gold mines. As for Qian Fujia, he founded the Baihua Bank, the first private bank in Zhonghai, reputed as the 5th largest bank. Don't be fooled by the Baohai Bank's bluster. Compared to the Baihua Bank, it's just a credit union. Ma Jiaqing, everyone knows him, an internet giant. They make 100 million as easily as drinking water, so people call them the 3 fortune gods of Zhonghai. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Hearing you say that I won't hold back on consultation fees when I treat old Han and the Qian family in the future. Lin Baishun and the others burst into laughter, and the medical hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Who are the 2 tigers? Yi Fan asked curiously. Du Qianhu. Zhang Daqiang nodded. Yes, one is Boss Du, chairman of the Sihai Group, also the underground emperor of Zhonghai, maintaining order in the dark world. The other tiger is Huang Feihu. Shen Yinfeng joined in. He is the president of the Zhonghai Martial Alliance, a martial arts consultant at the police academy, and a master of the Xian realm with countless disciples and grand disciples. Like Boss Du, he lives a reclusive life, but acts as a stabilizing force, firmly suppressing dangerous elements from all sides. A flicker of interest appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. A Xian realm master. This was the first time he had heard of it. He would have to ask when he got the chance to find out what realm he himself was in. The 1 clan refers to the Yang family, the Yang clan. Lin Baishun sat upright and said, 9 scholars in 1 clan, 3 city chiefs from father to son. That describes the Yang family's foundation. The 9 scholars means that since the resumption of the college entrance exam over the past 50 years, the Yang family has produced 9 top scorers in Zhonghai's Gaokao. The 3 city chiefs refers to Yang Ting's grandfather, father, and eldest brother, all serving as the mayor of Zhonghai. Although the 2 elders retired long ago, Yang's father, Yang Baohua, remains a shadow mayor with immense influence over Zhonghai's high-level circles. Yang Hongxing, the eldest brother of the Yang family, surpassed his predecessors. 2 years ago, he was transferred from Zhonghai to Longdu for a heavier responsibility. As for the other nephews and nieces, they hold countless positions. He added with a smile. So winning the friendship of the Yang brothers, Fan Ge, you can truly walk sideways. So that's how it is. Yi Fan nodded in sudden realization, then sighed with emotion. That foundation is truly formidable. The distance between himself and the Yang family was not just a single class, it was 100,000 miles. Lu Fuguei poured hot tea for Yi Fan and smiled. Fan Ge, I firmly believe you will eventually reach the Yang family's height. Let's not think about such distant things. My current goal is to finish renovating the medical hall as soon as possible. Yi Fan smiled calmly. Make more money, make more good friends, and treat more patients. That will satisfy me. Having experienced the warmth and coldness of the world after years of poverty, Yi Fan had abandoned unrealistic ideas and decided to take every step of life steadily. Zhang Daqiang and the others nodded inwardly. In the bustling city, not being arrogant or impatient and able to endure loneliness, a man like Yi Fan would eventually take off. By the way, Fan Ge, today's chaos at the medical hall owes a lot to Zhao Donyang. Sun Bufan leaned in, eager to stir up trouble. Shouldn't we repay his kindness properly? Damn it, that bastard set us up. Shin Yunfeng slammed the table. Fan Ge, leave it to me. I'll have some men hide near his company, and when he's alone we'll throw a sack over his head and give him a good beating. Lin Baishun suggested, and castrate him while we're at it. Zhang Daqiang habitually glanced at the excavator. Or shall we just bury him on the sports field? No need. I'll handle this small matter myself. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He calculated me with despicable tricks, so I'll cripple him openly and honorably. Hanyue, help me find something. He took out his phone and made a call. At 5:30 in the afternoon, vehicles streamed past the entrance of Tiantang Company. Although dusk was approaching, the heat in Zhonghai remained oppressive. 30 meters from the company, Yi Fan sat astride his motorcycle in the shade of a large tree, humming the tune of the Bund while enjoying an ice cream. Occasionally he glanced at the time and the traffic lights. He devoured the ice cream in large bites, each mouthful reducing it, significantly showcasing his strong teeth. At 5:45 a black Mercedes-Benz appeared in Yi Fan's view. License plate, Zhong A16888. Squinting, Yi Fan recognized it as Zhao Dongyang's car. Inside the car, besides the driver, sat Zhao Dongyang and his sister along with Tang Ruoxue. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold as he finished the remaining ice cream in one bite and flicked the wrapper into the trash can. Then he picked up a black plastic bag from beside his foot. Inside was a black box, its contents unknown. He hung the bag on the front of the motorcycle and put on the red helmet he had bought the day before. At that moment, the Mercedes was turning left, about to enter Tiantang Company. 10-9-8-7-6-5. Yi Fan counted down unhurriedly. When he reached 0, the red light ahead turned green. The Mercedes had nearly completed its turn. Vroom. At almost the same instant, Yi Fan stepped on the accelerator and the second-hand motorcycle shot forward with a whoosh. The next second, he crashed with a bang into the trunk of the Mercedes. The trunk instantly dented and the lid popped open, revealing several boxes of miscellaneous items. The colliding motorcycle flipped into the air, its headlight shattered, bumper broken, and the hanging black plastic bag cracked loudly. Shards of porcelain spilled out, tearing through the box and bag. The scene was a mess. But Yi Fan was unscathed. As the motorcycle hit the Mercedes, he had leaped from the seat and landed on the right side of the car. He patted his chest, feigning terror. "You bastard, how do you drive?" Zhao Xiaoya was the first to storm out, pointing at Yi Fan and cursing. "With such a long distance, you still managed to hit us." Zhao Donyang and Tang Ruoxue also got out of the car. Yi Fan. When Yi Fan took off his helmet, Tang Ruoxue was startled. "What are you doing here?" Yi Fan glanced at Tang Ruoxue. "If I weren't here, how would I get to see you two being so intimate?" "You're overthinking it," Tang Ruoxue explained, her cheeks flushing. "We want to meet a client." "A client?" Yi Fan retorted bluntly. "Do you really not know why he's doing this?" Tang Ruoxue was taken aback. A wealthy young master worth billions, spending his days not working, but introducing clients to her. She naturally understood the reason. Yet being scolded like that by her own husband in front of others made her lose face. She snapped. "Yi Fan, what do you mean?" "Nothing much." Yi Fan took a deep breath, calming himself. "I'm just reminding you, if you want to cuckold me, let's get divorced first." Tang Ruoxue's face turned sour. "You. So it's you, the good-for-nothing." Zhao Xiaoya also recognized Yi Fan. "I was wondering why you suddenly crashed into us on such a wide road. Turns out you're jealous." "But what's there to be jealous about?" "I'll tell you, we've already found out. Your grand show last time was all fake. To win Ruoxue's favor and save face, you borrowed a car and diamonds. Does puffing yourself up like that make any sense? Don't you realize you have to return borrowed things?" She derided Yi Fan caustically. "You're a useless fool. What right do you have to be jealous of Ruoxue?" "Xiaoya." Tang Ruoxue shook her head. "Don't talk about Yi Fan like that. Dongyang, I'll pay for the accident." She turned slightly to Yi Fan. "You go back first. I'll handle the damage to the trunk." She had wanted to scold Yi Fan for his carelessness in crashing into the car, but seeing his gloomy expression, she held back from provoking him further. Moreover, she felt guilty about the clinic incident. Last night, in a fit of impulse, she had used her connections to shut down Yi Fan's clinic. But today, upon checking, she discovered the clinic's owner was Gongsun Yuan, having nothing to do with Yi Fan. Tang Ruoxue immediately realized that Yi Fan, out of spite and to preserve his dignity, had claimed the clinic was his. In reality, he was probably just an apprentice. That was why Zhao Rongxing and his men had not reported back. The clinic was not run by Yi Fan, who lacked a medical license, so they couldn't shut it down. She blamed Yi Fan for lying, but also felt remorse for her own rashness. So she added, looking at him, "Be more careful when riding from now on. Forget it, it's a minor matter. Insurance can handle it." Zhao Donyang looked at Tang Ruoxue with gentle eyes. "Besides, I would never ask you to pay for it, Ruoxue. You go now. Be more careful next time. This collision will cost over 100,000. He taunted Yi Fan challengingly. If it weren't for Ruoxue, pleading for you you'd have to sell your blood or body to pay for it. Zhao Xiaoya was reluctant to let it go, but knowing her brother was trying to win Tang Ruoshue's favor, she kicked the black box and sneered contemptuously, relying on a woman to smooth things over. Truly a waste. With that, the three were about to leave, instructing the driver to call the insurance company for an assessment. Yifan spoke calmly. Who said you could leave? Tang Ruoshue turned around frowning. Yifan, I'm helping you settle this. What more do you want? Zhao Dongyang glared. Don't you know what's good for you? Yifan said coldly, you cause an accident, don't pay, don't apologize, and just walk away. Is the traffic cop your father? Are you done? Tang Ruoshue was angry. If you keep making a scene, I'm washing my hands of this. She no longer cared whether Yifan apologized or paid. Zhao Dongyang sneered. You want an apology? You want compensation? Can you afford over 100,000? In the end, you just use Ruoshue's money. Zhao Xiaoya eagerly pulled out her phone. I'll call the traffic police right now. Brother Zhao, have you ever studied traffic laws? Yifan remained unruffled. Turning vehicles yield to straight-going vehicles. You were turning, I was going straight. You blocked my path, causing the collision. You are fully at fault. You must compensate me for all my losses. His words were startling. We are fully at fault. You crashed into our car, and we're at fault. Zhao Xiaoya was almost furious. Do you think we're brainless? Tang Ruoshue stared hard at Yifan. Is this fun? Didn't I tell you? We want to see a client. What else do you want? She thought Yifan, driven by jealousy and wounded pride, was twisting the truth to save face. This would only make him a laughingstock before the traffic police. Yifan, I'll ask you one last time. Are you leaving or not? Tang Ruoshue's face darkened. If you don't leave now, I'm done. Let Dongyang handle this officially. Official business. Yifan smiled faintly. I'm waiting for official business. Zhao Xiaoya, arm in arm with Tang Ruoshue, said, Ruoshue, my brother wants him to pay. You must not soften your heart and pay for him. Tang Ruoshue looked disappointed. I'm not going to bother with him anymore. Official business. Yifan would be lucky to escape with his skin. Before long, 2 traffic police officers arrived in a patrol car. They inspected the scene and then instructed the 2 parties to move their vehicles aside to avoid disrupting traffic. My time is precious. I don't have the patience for quibbling. Zhao Dongyang pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and looked down at Yifan as he spoke haughtily. For Ruoshue's sake, you give me 100,000 and I'll handle the rest myself. Otherwise, if you have to repair it, it'll cost at least 200,000. He casually highlighted the gap between himself and Yifan, both in terms of money and character. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, but this accident is entirely your fault. A tall traffic officer said politely. You need to compensate Mr. Yifan for all his losses. Zhao Dongyang was stunned. He wanted to accuse Yifan of colluding with the police, but he knew Yifan didn't have that kind of influence. And it was his sister who had called the police. Damn it. Our fault. Zhao Xiaoya jumped up. He hit us and it's our fault. Do you have any brains? Left-turn vehicles must yield to straight-going vehicles. That's the traffic law. The tall officer remained courteous. Under the green light, you were turning left and Mr. He was going straight. You failed to yield in time and didn't observe the surroundings properly, so you bear full responsibility for the accident. He added, if you disagree, you can apply for an administrative reconsideration. Zhao Xiaoya shouted angrily. We were almost done turning. He accelerated straight into us. It's his fault. The officer said politely, regardless, you were the turning vehicle and Mr. He was going straight. According to traffic regulations, it's your responsibility. Another thinner officer pulled out the traffic regulations to show the Zhao siblings. They were furious, but ultimately helpless. In this situation, it was indeed their fault. Tang Ruoshue was also slightly taken aback, not expecting this outcome. Playing such dirty tricks, you really have some nerve. Zhao Xiaoya held back her anger and sneered at Yifan. No wonder Ruoshue looks down on you. Tang Ruoshue's eyelids twitched, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say. Yifan showed no emotion. Let's talk pay up. Pay up, fine. If it lets Ruoshue see your true ugliness, I'll give you the money. Zhao Xiaoya tossed a stack of 10,000 yuan in cash at him. Consider it medicine money. Yifan smiled. Not enough. That's plenty. Your motorcycle is worth at most 5,000, and it's old and beat up. Tang Ruoshue frowned. Now Xiaoya has given you 10,000. What more do you want? Yifan exploited a legal loophole to slap the Zhao siblings in the face. It seemed satisfying, but in the end, wasn't she the one who had to clean up the mess and apologize? The motorcycle isn't worth much, around 1,800 yuan. Yifan's eyes were cold as he looked at Tang Ruoshue and the Zhao siblings. But my blue and white porcelain is valuable. This is a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain depicting the Giguzi descending the mountain scene. One of only 8 such Yuan blue and white narrative porcelain pieces in the world. It sold at auction in Hong Kong for 800 million. Yifan picked up the plastic bag and took out a damaged box containing many broken shards. I was just about to take it to the pawn shop to exchange for cash when you crashed into me and broke it. 800 million and you offer 10,000. Aren't you bullying me a bit too much? Yifan also produced an appraisal certificate. If you don't believe me, you can have it authenticated anytime. Is this Yuan dynasty narrative porcelain or not? 800 million. The Zhao siblings' smiles quickly froze, their faces turning green. The traffic officers were speechless, thinking Yi Fan was going too far, but they didn't know how to mediate. Yi Fan had a driver's license, his vehicle wasn't scrapped, he hadn't violated any traffic rules, and the antique had a certificate. There was no way to find fault. You can negotiate a settlement among yourselves. If you can't reach an agreement, take legal action. The officers issued the liability determination to both parties, and then quickly got into their car and disappeared. Brother Zhao, for Ruoshua's sake, I'll take 100 million instead of 800 million. Yi Fan looked at Zhao Dongyang with sharp eyes. So what'll it be? Card or cash? Zhao Dongyang and Zhao Xiaoya's faces darkened. They knew they had been set up by Yi Fan. They didn't need to look or get an appraisal. They knew the shards were genuine, but the vase had already been broken into pieces before the collision. Yi Fan had collected these shards from somewhere and used the car crash to frame them for blackmail. The siblings were furious and humiliated, but they knew they had been caught. Yi Fan, don't go too far. Tang Ruoshua couldn't help speaking up. You're wrong to extort people like this. For my sake, let's just... Your sake? What kind of face do you have? Yi Fan cut her off rudely and bluntly. Was it natural for him to demand compensation from me, but when I ask for money, you call it unreasonable, eh? You wanted official business just now. Why are you now talking about human feelings and face? When he suffered a little injustice, you spoke up for him. But when he bullied me, where were you? He shut down my clinic and had me thrown in jail. When he was trying to destroy me, did you ever think about what would happen to me? He stepped forward calmly, his aura pressing down on Tang Ruoshua. Or in your heart, this live-in son-in-law has never been a match for Zhao Dongyang. Tang Ruoshua's face changed. Yi Fan, what are you talking about? What am I talking about? You should ask him. Yi Fan pointed a finger at Zhao Dongyang. You had people shut down my clinic, and he took the opportunity to have Li Yunbo destroy me. If it weren't for a noble person helping me, I would have been rotting in prison by now. Tang Ruoshua screamed, that's impossible. Zhao Dongyang's face turned cold. Yi Fan, don't slander me. Zhao Xiaoya was shocked. Seeing Yi Fan full of energy, she had thought Li Yunbo hadn't done anything to him, but it turned out they had already acted. They had come after Yi Fan, and Yi Fan was unharmed, which meant Li Yunbo and his people were in trouble. Zhao Dongyang, whether it's slander or not, you know in your heart. Yi Fan stepped forward, glaring at Zhao Dongyang. 100 million. Transfer it to my account before noon tomorrow. Tang Ruoshua interjected. Yi Fan, the facts aren't clear yet. You can't. 200 million. Yi Fan said coldly, every time you plead for him, I add another 100 million. Tang Ruoshua shouted, Yi Fan. Yi Fan's voice was icy. 300 million. Tang Ruoshua had no choice but to shut up. Remember, 300 million. In my account by tomorrow. Yi Fan looked at Zhao Dongyang. Otherwise I'll assign the debt to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. But by then it won't be 300 million. It'll be the full 800 million. The entire process had already been secretly recorded by Lu Fugui. Whether through debt collection or litigation, Yi Fan could make Zhao Dongyang bleed. Yi Fan. Tang Ruoshua couldn't control herself and swung a slap at him. But the slap didn't land. Yi Fan caught her wrist and then tossed it aside. Do whatever you want. Testify for him, divorce me, or anything else. I'll cooperate. Tang Ruoshua was thunderstruck. She shook her head in a daze. I didn't mean to. The docile Yi Fan had turned into a bandit, shocking and angering her, causing her to lose control. I never thought it would come to this either. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. For a few clients you would protect Zhao Dongyang like this, and even slap me for him. It seems in your heart I'm even worse than a dog. The emotionless words made Tang Ruoshua panicked as never before. You're blowing things out of proportion. You know I lose control when I'm emotional. Of course I know. Yi Fan said indifferently, but I understand you, yet you don't know what I'm doing. You only think I'm incompetent, jealous, and impulsive. Tang Ruoshua shook her head desperately and instinctively grabbed Yi Fan's wrist. She held it tightly, but it felt strange. She had always thought Yi Fan was submissive and gentle, occasionally lashing out like a cornered rabbit, but now she realized he had a temper too. Zhao Dongyang's face twisted as he stared at Tang Ruoshua's hand. Yi Fan, I'm sorry. About the clinic, I never meant to harm you. Tang Ruoshua lost control and hugged Yi Fan, tears streaming down. I was just afraid you'd cause an accident. Yi Fan reached out and wiped her tears. You're not wrong. I'm the one who was wrong. Now I understand that trust without emotion is worthless. He let go of Tang Ruoshua and turned to leave. Where are you going? Tang Ruoshua stepped forward and called out. Where are you going? Back to my own home. Yi Fan walked away without looking back. After Yi Fan left the Tian Tang company, he slipped directly into Lu Fugui's car and drove away. Fan, go where to? Lu Fugui wanted to say something, but ultimately decided not to meddle in the young couple's affairs lest he deepen the rift. Find Huang Zhendong. Yi Fan stared ahead, his voice flat. Delegate the debt to him. He was well aware that Zhao Dongyang would certainly not fork over the money willingly tomorrow, so it was best to leave it to a professional like Huang Zhendong. Then Yi Fan picked up his phone to call Huang Zhendong, but no one answered. Old Huang making babies this early. Yi Fan smiled wryly and signaled Lu Fugui to drive over, directly planning to scrounge a dinner along the way. Lu Fugui stepped on the accelerator and headed for the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. He glanced at the route suggested by the navigation, and eventually chose to go around the foot of Cloud Top Mountain, avoiding the rush hour and saving half an hour. In the past, he would never have dared to take this road, but after following Yi Fan a few times, Lu Fugui's fears had dissipated. Once they entered the Cloud Top Mountain area, Yi Fan lifted his head slightly, looking at the gloomy mountain, his eyes instinctively wary. He himself didn't know why, but every time he passed Cloud Top Mountain, his nerves would tighten, as if it were a monster that could devour a person. Squeal. As the car passed a dilapidated villa area, Lu Fugui slammed on the brakes. Yi Fan looked up and saw several vehicles blocking the road ahead. Among them was a Cadillac whose front end was not only wrecked, but also riddled with bullet holes and knife marks, its windows shattered. Huang Zhendong's car. Yi Fan recognized it at once. It was Huang Zhendong's private vehicle. Why is Huang Zhendong's car here? And in such a mangled state? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, then his ears twitched, catching screams from within the villa area. Fugui, stay in the car and lock the doors. After a moment's thought, Yi Fan opened the door, grabbed a few pieces of gravel, and walked toward the source of the sound. Huang Zhendong, and he had some rapport, and Yi Fan wanted to find out what was going on. The villa area was vast, but dilapidated, overgrown with weeds littered with abandoned cement and bricks. Hard to navigate unless there were traces to follow. A dozen minutes later, Yi Fan appeared at the entrance of a rundown villa No. 7. He saw Huang Zhendong, tall and burly, lying in the yard, his clothes torn, ears scraped, an arrow in his shoulder, and covered in blood. A bloody gash on his head. He lay on the ground like a dying beast, despair in his eyes, his mouth filled with dirt and weeds, gasping intermittently. Beside him stood 3 men and a woman, all dressed in long pants and shirts, black leather shoes, looking like real estate agents. The leading woman, with phoenix eyes, had a certain charm, but her gaze was cold, and the curl of her lips betrayed her contempt for life. Huang Zhendong, you can run pretty far, huh? Chased you for over 10 kilometers, we're exhausted. But if you haven't agreed to kill Du Tianhu, how could we let you escape? Now the phoenix-eyed woman was putting on a pair of white gloves, staring coldly at Huang Zhendong on the ground. A companion pulled out a transparent bottle. Inside the bottle was a small red worm with 2 heads, long and fat, utterly terrifying. Huang Zhendong sneered. The winner takes all. Oh, I accept my fate in your hands. But using such underhanded tricks, what kind of heroes are you? He exhaled a hot breath. I tell you, I will never betray Mr. Du. If you have the guts, kill me with 1 slash. Your loyalty and toughness, I admire them, but they're useless. The phoenix-eyed woman sneered. Once I feed you the heart-piercing goo, you'll be groveling within 3 minutes. Huang Zhendong's face twisted in horror, his eyes fixed on the small red worm, clearly knowing what it was. He roared, you are shameless. The phoenix-eyed woman said flatly, as long as Du Tianhu dies, what's a little shamelessness? Huang Zhendong's voice turned sharp. Back then it was Song Hongyan and her group who drove you away. Are you out of your minds to settle scores with Mr. Du? I'm not stupid, you're not stupid, and Mr. Du is even less so. The phoenix-eyed woman laughed delicately. Without Du Tianhu's support back, then how could Song Hongyan and the others have driven us away? And how could the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce have taken over all our gray businesses? So when Mr. Jiang returns this time, Du Tianhu's debts must also be settled. She sighed softly. 6 years, 6 years. How many 6 years does a person have? If it weren't for your exclusionism, Mr. Jiang would now be the king of Zhonghai. A petty man like that transient dragon couldn't become the king of Zhonghai in 60 years, let alone 6. Huang Zhendong was furious. My only regret is that I didn't let Mr. Du annihilate you all back then. Always leaving a way out. That was your own stupidity. Don't blame others. The phoenix-eyed woman smiled. Accept your fate. But don't worry, Song Hongyan and the others will soon kneel as well. Delusion. Huang Zhendong grabbed a broken dagger, and without hesitation stabbed it toward his own throat. He intended to end his life to escape the pain, lest he couldn't hold out and be coerced by them. Bang! The phoenix-eyed woman shot forward and kicked the dagger away from Huang Zhendong's hand. Then she took the bottle with the small red worm, sneered, and poured it toward Huang Zhendong's mouth. Stop! Yi Fan stepped out. He didn't like meddling in such affairs, but Huang Zhendong's tragic plight and the mention of Song Hongyan compelled Yi Fan to intervene. Seeing Yi Fan appear, the phoenix-eyed woman and her 3 companions were startled. Clearly they hadn't expected anyone to sneak up. Then they all drew daggers. The phoenix-eyed woman snapped, who are you? As she spoke, her 3 companions spread out, blocking Yi Fan's path, ready to silence him. Huang Zhendong, upon seeing Yi Fan, was stunned for a moment, then shouted, Brother Yi, run. Though Yi Fan was skilled, the phoenix-eyed woman's group was too eerie. He feared he would get Yi Fan killed. You know each other. The phoenix-eyed woman reached out and placed her hand on Yi Fan's shoulder. Perfect, a lesson for the others. Yi Fan looked at her and said, there's a goo worm inside you. Her face changed drastically. How do you know? It's lingering near your heart, ready to invade and kill you at any moment. Yi Fan remained as calm as ever. I can remove that goo worm for you. The phoenix-eyed woman's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Yi Fan, then laughed. You remove the goo worm for me, and in return you want me to let Huang Zhendong and you go, right? Yi Fan always hoped to minimize killing. Sorry, I can't agree to that. The phoenix-eyed woman smiled. And I don't need you to remove the goo worm from my body. Yi Fan squinted. He had expected the phoenix-eyed woman to happily agree. Even if someone wanted her to kill Huang Zhendong, it was nothing compared to her own life. That left only one reason: the phoenix-eyed woman couldn't remove the goo worm because someone had deliberately placed it in her. That person was so powerful that the phoenix-eyed woman was forced to submit. Leave it, and she might die, or remove it, and she would surely die. Yi Fan said flatly, looks like no deal. Heaven has a road you refuse to take. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. The phoenix-eyed woman looked at Yi Fan. Any last words? Her three companions stepped forward menacingly. Slap. Yi Fan suddenly flicked his finger in the air toward the phoenix-eyed woman. Shoo. A piece of gravel shot through the air, swift as a fleeting glimpse. The phoenix-eyed woman's face changed instantly. She raised her dagger to strike, but then, shoo. The gravel had already pierced her brow. Silence fell over the scene. A single stone was lethal. Yi Fan walked before the woman with phoenix eyes who was not yet dead. She fixed her gaze on him. Who exactly are you? She had never imagined that Yi Fan could be this formidable. Yi Fan picked up her dagger. Any last words? The phoenix-eyed woman vomited blood and died, her eyes never closing. As soon as she expired, a black poison worm slithered out of her nostril. Yi Fan spun his blade and cleaved it in two. Kid, you dare kill Bai Shi? You dare oppose the Huashan Society? Not far away, three enemies glared at Yi Fan with savage expressions. The Huashan Society will definitely. Before they could finish, Yi Fan snapped the dagger into 3 pieces with his hands. The next instant, the dagger shot forth with a whoosh. The three tried to block, but were a fraction too slow, watching helplessly as the blade slashed their throats. Blood pooled on the ground. Without sparing them a glance, Yi Fan went to Huang Zhendong's side to treat him. Lying on the ground, Huang Zhendong was utterly stunned, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Though he knew Yi Fan could take on 100 foes, he still hadn't expected that killing Bai Shi would be as easy as chopping vegetables. After all, Bai Shi was one of the 3 golden flowers trained by Guo Jianglong, a top-tier assassin. Ignoring Huang Zhendong's thoughts, Yi Fan pulled out the poison arrow, took out silver needles, and pricked a few acupoints. A stream of black blood flowed out. Yi Fan then reset his dislocated shoulder and casually patted him on the shoulder. The bleeding has stopped and the poison has been extracted. I'll give you a prescription later. Rest for a few days and you'll be fine. What? Huang Zhendong was still in a daze. The bleeding had stopped. The poison had been forced out. How was that possible? With his years of experience in the underworld, such an injury would take at least 3 to 5 months to heal. But when he saw the wound slowly healing and his arrow-struck arm regain movement, he knew Yi Fan was telling the truth. He was dumbfounded. Such skill was beyond human capability. It was 10 times more impressive than Yi Fan breaking the blade aura or curing Zhang Daqiang. Yi Fan was not just a miracle doctor. He was a divine being. Huang Zhendong's eyes gleamed. He had only feared Yi Fan before, but now he genuinely wanted to forge a friendship. Besides saving his life, Yi Fan's mastery of both medicine and martial arts made Huang Zhendong see his immense future value. Struggling to sit up, he said, "Brother, you no need for flowery words. If you ever need me, just say the word. You're too kind." Yi Fan said calmly, "It was merely a gesture. By the way, do you want me to call someone to pick you up, or will you come with me?" I'll come with you. Huang Zhendong glanced around. This is Cloud Summit Mountain, the most dangerous place in Zhonghai. He would never have come here if he weren't trapped. Yi Fan grew curious. The most dangerous place. Cloud Summit Mountain is a cursed land. The western peak is especially sinister. Back then, the Tang family started construction. They're building 36 villas. When they tried to sell them, they discovered corpses in the basements. In every one of the 36 villas, a coffin was unearthed from the basement, each containing a woman in red. Huang Zhendong whispered to Yi Fan, then shuddered. "Brother Yi, let's go. It's getting dark." Before he could finish, he saw Yi Fan dart away like a rabbit. Huang Zhendong gritted his teeth and hurried after him. Night quickly swallowed Cloud Summit Mountain. On the way back, Yi Fan disinfected Huang Zhendong's wound, and then asked, "What exactly happened tonight?" His eyes were puzzled. "Who sent Bai Shi?" 9 years ago, a man named Guo Jianglong came to Zhonghai to build his empire. Huang Zhendong didn't hide anything from Yi Fan. He was skilled, well-funded, and had many desperados under him. At first, he abided by the rules and paid respects to the local powers, but once he secured his footing, he began to act recklessly. He seized others' businesses by force, expanded gambling, prostitution, and the underworld, bribed officials unscrupulously, and ordered his men to set up a drug empire. In those 3 years, countless families were ruined in Zhonghai. The order above and below ground collapsed. Many wealthy people and companies fled to other cities. Han Laosong, Hongyan, and the others could no longer tolerate it, so they united to crush the Jiang group. Jiang Hualong went from a crime lord to a prisoner overnight, and only a dozen of his 5,000 minions remained. But on the day of the trial, the prison van carrying Jiang Hualong was ambushed, and he vanished without a trace. For 6 years, there was no news of him in Zhonghai. We were about to forget him when he announced he would return for revenge. Huang Zhendong gave a bitter smile. Rumor has it that this time he intends to collect debts with interest and has recruited vicious thugs like the Xiong siblings. Yi Fan asked with interest, "Given your style, wouldn't a trial be redundant? A clean kill would have sufficed." Brother, if he could have been taken out with a single blow, do you think Han Lao and the others would have let him run rampant for 2 years? Huang Zhendong let out a long sigh. Jiang Hualong had backers, big shots. That's why he could cross the river like a dragon in the first place. We didn't want a trial either, but we had no choice. Someone was protecting him, so we needed irrefutable evidence to convict him. We couldn't replace the law with personal vengeance. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully. For someone to make you so cautious, the backer must be no ordinary person. Certainly not ordinary, but that's not important now. We don't have the power to topple the mastermind. Huang Zhendong leaned back in his seat. The urgent task is to find Jiang Hualong and eliminate him, or else he'll keep us on edge day and night. Attacks on me and Song Hongyan are just his twisted cat-and-mouse game. He wants to see us living in constant fear. He had some understanding of Jiang Hualong rather than kill them. By any means necessary, Jiang Hualong preferred to throw Zhonghai into chaos. Yi Fan sighed. Seems being a doctor is better after all. The world of martial arts was too vast and too perilous. Huang Zhendong laughed. But once you're in the river, you can't control the current. Yi Fan didn't argue. The matter involved Song Hongyan, and if she were in danger, he could hardly stand by. He rubbed his temples and pushed the thought aside. President Huang, are you going back to the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce or to the hospital? Drop me off at the Imperial Tower. Huang Zhendong straightened up. He had someone to see. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Imperial Tower, a landmark in Zhonghai that housed restaurants, hotels, and offices. Noticing Huang Zhendong's exhaustion, Yi Fan helped him into the ground floor elevator. He didn't enter. After pressing the button for Huang Zhendong, he took Lu Fuguwei to the Apollo Western restaurant on the first floor. Yi Fan ordered 2 steaks. Just as he was about to order a bottle of wine, his eyes twitched. His gaze locked onto a group of people: Huang Dongxiang, Yuan Jing, and Yang Qianqian. What a small world indeed. Yi Fan remarked with a hint of mockery, but he paid them no heed and ordered his meal, striking up a casual conversation with Lu Fuguwei. Bang! The glass door swung open again and a boisterous, arrogant group of men and women strode in. Noticing the eyes upon them, they puffed out their chests, basking in self-satisfaction. The man leading the pack, around 30 years old, possessed an astonishingly beautiful face. Yes, beautiful, not handsome. With an oval face, rosy lips, white teeth, delicate features, and an almost bewitching allure. If he let his hair grow long and wore a touch of makeup, he would surpass most women in beauty. Yet that handsome face was etched with a cynical grin, and his narrow eyes flickered with an eerie light. The beautiful young man waved his hand with an affected air, and his entourage ushered him toward a large table. Lu Fuguwei's eyelid twitched. He lowered his voice to Yi Fan. Fan Ge, that's Chun Liang, the young master of Baohai Bank and chairman of Bawang Pharmaceutical. Yi Fan looked up and glanced over, never expecting to encounter the person who gave Chun Yin headaches. At that moment, several waiters nervously called out, "Hello, young Master Chun." Chun Liang ignored them entirely, striding with a dragon's gait. But halfway he stopped abruptly, his gaze resting on Huang Dongxiang with amusement. "If it isn't little Chong, heard you got sick. Why aren't you dead yet? When you see Brother Yang, don't you greet me?" He led his group straight to Huang Dongxiang. "Are you really that unwilling to see me?" "No, not at all." To Yi Fan's astonishment, the usually arrogant Huang Dongxiang now bowed and scraped like a meek lamb. "I didn't see you, sorry, Brother Yang." Huang Dongxiang put on a broad smile, but no matter how he masked it, everyone present could sense his reluctance. "Tisk, you didn't see me. Are you blind? With that long face, can't you crack a smile?" Chun Liang's lips curled into a mirthless grin as he pinched Huang Dongxiang's cheek, handling him like a plaything. "Come on, smile." The once moneyed Huang Dongxiang neither dodged nor resisted, accepting it with resignation, and forced an ugly smile. His pride shattered, he looked like a pitiful, helpless child. Although the Huang family was worth several hundred million and cut a figure among classmates, the gap with Chun Liang was far too vast. "That smile is hideous." Chun Liang patted Huang Dongxiang's cheek again. "You really don't want to see me, do you?" No, I'm utterly delighted to see you, young Master Chun." Huang Dongxiang's face twisted with embarrassment laced with fear. He cowered. "I'm just too excited." "Good, excited is fine." Chun Liang burst into arrogant laughter. Huang Dongxiang's terrified demeanor greatly fed his vanity. Then his eyes lit up, locking onto the stunning Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian. "These two your friends?" Huang Dongxiang's heart trembled. He pointed at Yuan Jing. "This is my girlfriend Yuan Jing, and this is Yang Qianqian, my classmate." Neither Yuan Jing nor Yang Qianqian showed any timidity. They smiled sweetly and greeted, "Hello, young Master Chun." Not bad, real beauties." Chun Liang draped an arm over Yuan Jing's shoulder. "Miss Yuan, I've brought a bottle of 82 Lafite. How about joining me in the private room for a proper taste? Let me say this in advance. I hate it when people turn me down. If you don't show me face, I'll get angry." His other hand slid directly onto Yuan Jing's thigh. "I'm not much of a drinker. I can only handle a glass or 2 at most." Yuan Jing cooed softly with a coy reluctance that only made Chun Liang's smile widen. "Brother Yang, this is my girlfriend." Huang Dongxiang hastily pulled Chun Liang's hand away. "Give me some face." Slap. Chun Liang delivered a direct slap, sending Huang Dongxiang stumbling back with a grunt, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Give you face? What face do you have?" Chun Liang's eyes turned cold. When have you ever had any face in front of me? Huang Dongxiang clutched his cheek shouting, Brother Yang, she's my girlfriend. Even if she were your wife, if I set my sights on her, I'd still take her. Chen Liang shoved Huang Dongxiang away and brazenly wrapped an arm around Yuan Jing, laughing. Miss Yuan, I cordially invite you to our party. Yuan Jing didn't shrug him off, though instead she pressed closer with a smile. Young Master Chen is so generous. If I don't show face, wouldn't that be terribly ungrateful? She didn't know Chen Liang's status, but anyone who could make Huang Dongxiang cower like a mouse was surely leagues above the Huang family. Huang Dongxiang called out anxiously, Yuan Jing, it's getting late. Let me take you home. It's only just past 8, still early. Yuan Jing flatly rejected Huang Dongxiang's plea. I'll have a few drinks with young Master Chen, and I'll find my own way back later. If you have nothing to do, you can go on ahead. Huang Dongxiang's face contorted. Yuan Jing, you can't go. Dongxiang, making more friends opens more doors. Yuan Jing said nonchalantly, I'll have a couple of drinks with young Master Chen. It's no big deal. You go back and rest. I'll find you tomorrow. Exactly. Yang Qianqian chimed in, it's just a drink, perfectly normal among young people. Dongxiang, don't be so petty. Besides, young Master Chen is your good friend. You can't possibly distrust him, can you? Worried he'll do something to Yuan Jing. She pulled the strings tirelessly. Rest assured, I'll keep an eye on Yuan Jing's safety. Isn't that enough to put your mind at ease? Huang Dongxiang was so furious, he felt like vomiting blood, unable to utter a word. Clever, clever. I like smart women. Chen Liang laughed heartily, pinching Yang Qianqian's cheek. Beauty, you come along too. Yang Qianqian's eyes sparkled. Thank you, young Master Chen. It's an immense honor to drink with you. Chen Liang pulled both Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian into his arms, planting a fierce kiss on each of their faces. Make me happy tonight, and the Ferrari outside is yours. And tomorrow come work at Bawang Pharmaceutical. I'll make you my personal secretaries with a monthly salary of 200,000. Hearing this, Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian's faces grew even more enchanting. We'll do whatever you say, young Master Chen. Bawang Pharmaceutical was worth more than a dozen times the Huang family's wealth. Chen Liang turned to Huang Dongxiang. Little Chang, you go home first. I'll send Yuan Jing back later. This is too much. Huang Dongxiang's eyes turned red. He grabbed a stool and charged forward. Bang! Chen Liang's eyes went cold. He lunged, his body shooting forward in an instant, kicking Huang Dongxiang flying. That kick, in both speed and power, far exceeded ordinary imagination. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian's gazes grew even more fervent. Yi Fan was also a bit surprised, taken aback by Chen Liang's strength. He had assumed the man was merely a spoiled brat, but he turned out to be a formidable fighter. Without waiting for Chen Liang's order, several of his companions rushed forward and began beating Huang Dongxiang with fists and feet. Huang Dongxiang screamed in agony, soon bloodied and battered. Utterly reckless, Chen Liang brushed off his clothes and continued forward, an arm around each of the two women. Yuan Jing, you bastards. Huang Dongxiang struggled to get up, but was kicked down again, and his newly set hand broke once more. Bang! Chen Liang twisted his neck, stepped forward, and delivered another powerful kick, sending Huang Dongxiang flying several meters. Huang Dongxiang let out a cry, tumbled a few times, and landed right at Yi Fan's feet. Huang Dongxiang was in a truly miserable state. Yet Yi Fan cast a cold glance at him, feeling no sympathy. Today's suffering was nothing but retribution. He continued cutting his steak and eating. Yi Fan. At that moment, Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian's eyes turned cold as they recognized the man leisurely dining as Yi Fan. Huang Dongxiang was also momentarily stunned, never expecting to encounter Yi Fan here, and then immense shame washed over him. Those who bully others will eventually be bullied themselves. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian, arms linked with Chen Liang, glanced sideways at Yi Fan while pursing their lips and whispering rapidly. Soon Chen Liang led his group closer, a smile of unspoken mockery on his face. Huang Dongxiang, thinking they were about to hit him again, scrambled backward 4 or 5 meters. Though furious, he knew he couldn't afford to fight back. Just as Yi Fan sensed hostility, Chen Liang grabbed a nearby wine bottle and hurled it straight at Yi Fan's table. Yi Fan sidestepped, dodging the bottle. The bottle smashed onto the table with a loud crash, splattering wine, shattering plates, and ruining the steak. Yi Fan stopped Lu Fuguwei from charging forward. What do you want? Chen Liang's leather shoes clicked on the floor, his smile sinister. Kid, you're the one who made Jinger and Qianqian angry. Hearing such an intimate address, Huang Dongxiang felt even more bitter and resentful. Yi Fan spoke calmly, looking for death. Chen Liang sneered, talking to me like that. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Yi Fan frowned. Are you really looking for deaths? As soon as he spoke, several of Chen's companions erupted in fury. Kid, tired of living. Do you know who you're facing? Chen Liang, young Master Chen. Dare to speak to young Master Chen like that? Believe me, we'll sink you in the Huang River. Chen Liang raised a hand to silence them. Kid, you're arrogant, but I'm a man of courtesy before force. Kneel now, apologize to Jinger and Qianqian, pay $1 million in compensation, and break one of your own arms. Then I'll let you off. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't see tomorrow's sun. As he uttered the last sentence, his face darkened, instantly revealing a vicious and ruthless expression. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian lifted their disdainful faces, finally able to vent the anger Yi Fan had caused them. Yi Fan squinted slightly. Get lost, you bastard. Chun Liang could no longer contain himself. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Fine. Today I'll show you what it means to mess with someone you can't afford to offend. He waved his hand, signaling 3 bodyguards to step forward. Chun Liang, who gave you the nerve to mess with my brother? At that moment, a dozen burly men in black walked in from the entrance with Huang Zhendong appearing, a cigar in his mouth. Though weary, his spirit was high. Clearly he had already finished his business upstairs. Yi Fan is my brother. If you dare touch a single hair on his head, I'll wipe you out immediately. Huang Zhendong stated his stance without hesitation. In the past, he would have only mediated and never taken sides like this, but now he was following Yi Fan all the way. Huang Dongxiang was slightly surprised to see his uncle had aligned with Yi Fan. President Huang, long time no see. Chun Liang showed no fear at Huang Zhendong's appearance. So that's why the kid is so arrogant. He has President Huang as his backing. But isn't President Huang being a bit too impulsive? Is it worth offending me, Chun Liang, over a live-in son-in-law? If Mr. Du knows how reckless you are, do you think he'll remove you from your position? Chun Liang's backer Baoshang Bank wasn't first tier in Zhonghai, but it was close to the top of the second tier, roughly on par with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the Chen family had recently found a powerful new patron, giving him ample confidence against Huang Zhendong. Huang Zhendong sneered coldly. Can't you understand human speech? Yi Fan is my brother. Do you think you'll leave this place alive? He glared at Chun Liang. Believe me, even if I kill you, the Chen family will take care of things for me, without Mr. Du's protection. As he spoke, the dozen burly men spread out, staring menacingly at Chun Liang and his group. Chun Liang chuckled. Mr. Du really made a mistake by appointing you as president. You bastard. Huang Zhendong's eyes turned cold. Are you trying to teach Mr. Du how to do his job? Fine, I'll give President Huang face tonight, and let him off. Chun Liang realized he had misspoken, licked his lips, and smiled at Yi Fan. Kid, there's plenty of time. We'll meet again. I hope President Huang is still by your side then, or else you might be in for a bloody disaster. He raised 3 fingers mimicking a gun. Yi Fan, I advise you to kneel down. Yuan Jing was desperate to see Yi Fan in tears. Young Master Chun is no ordinary man. His status and background are beyond your imagination. President Huang can protect you for now, but not forever. She lifted her pretty face. If you don't settle this today, you'll pay a much heavier price later. We once loved each other, so I'm truly advising you to kneel and do as he says before young Master Chun gets angry. Yang Qianqian also chimed in with a sweet voice. Young Master Chun is someone you simply cannot afford to provoke. Maybe you're close with Huang Zhendong, maybe you're skilled in martial arts, but so what? The Chun family is worth billions and has a powerful backer. How could Yi Fan possibly be a match for them? Yang Qianqian had also keenly noticed that several of Chun Liang's bodyguards had guns at their waists. This meant the Chun family had special privileges in Zhonghai. Kneel to Chun Liang. Yi Fan raised a hand to stop Huang Zhendong. He's not worthy. Kid, what's your attitude? Chun Liang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If you don't know the Chun family's power, ask President Huang. Huang Zhendong leaned close to Yi Fan and whispered, the Chun family isn't much, but they recently found a backer and have some connections with the Crossing Dragon. Let's go. Seeing Huang Zhendong advising Yi Fan, Chun Liang smugly waved his hand, preparing to leave with Yuan Jing and the others. Stop. Did I say you could leave? Suddenly Yi Fan's emotionless voice rang out coldly. Bastard, you're asking for death. Chun Liang was truly enraged. He whirled around, glaring at Yi Fan with murder in his eyes. Tonight, out of respect for Huang Zhendong, he had decided to let Yi Fan off, but now Yi Fan was still causing trouble. Yi Fan. Yuan Jing scolded him as well. Have you lost your mind? He had already decided to let you off tonight, and yet you're pushing your luck. If you really provoke Chun Liang's wrath, Huang Zhendong won't be able to protect you. Yang Qianqian and the others sneered at this scene. Truly, if you seek death, you'll find it. Chun Liang had clearly intended to leave just now, but Yi Fan still had to provoke him. He was really tired of living. Huang Dongxiang's expression was complicated. He realized Yi Fan had far more guts than he did. You smashed a bottle of my wine, ruined my clothes, and disturbed my meal. Yi Fan said calmly. Kneel, apologize, pay $1 million in compensation, or leave here lying down. Insanity. Absolute insanity. Was this something a loser should say? Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian sneered in unison. Fine, very fine. Chun Liang laughed in fury. This is the first time I've met someone so audacious. President Huang, regardless of your stance tonight, I'm determined to deal with your brother. Chun Liang commanded, cripple him. 3 bodyguards stepped out from behind, drawing their guns in unison, aiming at Yi Fan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, a golden light flashed. The 3 Chen family bodyguards cried out in agony, each wrist pinned by a golden dart. Blood gushed, and the guns clattered to the floor. Which bastard attacked my men? Repeatedly challenged in public, Chun Liang erupted with rage. I'll slaughter his entire family. Slaughter my entire family. The Chen family sure puts on airs. You even want to kill me, Han Nanhua? One would think the Chen family rules Zhonghai. A cold but domineering voice came from the entrance. Then Han Yu and her entourage appeared, escorting Han Nanhua. The onlookers, upon seeing Han Nanhua, greeted him with utmost respect. Mr. Han. Chun Liang's face turned ashen. Although Qinbao Group was a legitimate antique conglomerate, Chun Liang knew that if provoked it could crush the Chun family 10 times over. Han Nanhua had built his fortune by smuggling antiques, his hands stained with far more blood than Huang Zhendong's. Moreover, how could a conglomerate dealing in thousands of treasures, a giant in the antique world, be seen as benevolent in the eyes of the public? Rumors had it that to secure jade mining and raw stone transport, Han Nanhua maintained a private army overseas. Thus Qin Liang dared not provoke such a formidable figure. Massacre my entire family. Han Nanhua leaned on his cane, glaring at Chun Liang. Call your father and ask if he dares utter such words. Mr. Han, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Chun Liang shed his arrogance, bowing repeatedly in apology. Han Nanhua said coldly, kneel and apologize to Brother Yi. Yang Qianqian and the others were stunned. Wasn't Yi Fan just a live-in son-in-law? Why were Huang Zhendong and Han Nanhua both stepping in? Yuan Jing felt exhausted. Oh, why was it so troublesome to deal with Yi Fan? Chun Liang's face changed. Slap. Han Nanhua struck him across the face. Apologize. Chun Liang's cheek throbbed with pain. Mr. Han, this is a misunderstanding. Slap. Han Nanhua struck him again. Apologize. How awkward. Moments ago Chun Liang was brandishing his power, threatening to cripple Yi Fan. Now he was being slapped around like a dog. Chun Liang bit his lip. For my father's sake. Slap. Han Nanhua delivered another blow. Apologize. His face was swollen. Chun Liang gritted his teeth and apologized to Yi Fan. Master Yi, I'm sorry. Yet in his heart venom festered. He would remember this debt and repay Yi Fan with interest. Are you deaf? Forgot what I said. Kneel, apologize, and pay 1 million in compensation. Yi Fan wiped the liquor from his clothes and smeared it all over Chun Liang's face. You. Chun Liang instinctively roared, don't go too far. Slap. Yi Fan backhanded him, sending him to the ground. Can't I afford to bully you? Chun Liang was livid. Bastard. Yi Fan stomped on him, flipping him over like a turtle. Several Qin bodyguards instinctively stepped forward, but Han Yu's icy glare sent them retreating. Seeing Chun Liang pinned under Yi Fan's foot, Yang Qianqian and the others stood dumbfounded. Yuan Jing's mind roared. The powerful patron she had just latched onto was being trampled under Yi Fan's feet. How could she accept this reality? She had wanted to see Yi Fan cower and beg, just like when he borrowed money, not this triumphant display. Yi Fan, don't go too far. Chun Liang angrily shoved Yi Fan's foot away. Don't take me for a pushover. Slap. Yi Fan slapped him again. What if I bully you? Chun Liang was furious. What do you want? Kneel and apologize. Yi Fan delivered another slap. Without mercy, pay 1 million in compensation. Han Nanhua's voice deepened. Can't you understand, Brother Yi? Bullying with the backing of power. Bullying with the backing of power. Chun Liang felt utterly humiliated, longing to rise in fury and shoot Yi Fan, but Han Nanhua's presence crushed him. He considered ignoring everything, killing Han Nanhua and Huang Zhendong together, venting his rage before fleeing. But he knew that would doom the entire Qin family. Meanwhile, Chun Liang noticed that the Han bodyguards had already taken strategic positions, their right hands hovering near their hips, ready to unleash slaughter. He could not rage. Finally, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Fine, I concede. Yi Fan, no, Master Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Then Chun Liang wrote a check for 1 million and handed it to Yi Fan. Please be magnanimous and let me off. He wore a smile, but it concealed murderous intent. Yi Fan took the check indifferently and said, now that's more like it. Huang Zhendong chuckled amusedly. Exactly. If you'd done this earlier, you wouldn't have been beaten. Chun Liang, go home and burn some incense. You've narrowly escaped death today. He meant that Chun Liang's timely submission had prevented Yi Fan from acting, or else Chun Liang would have lost his life today. A man who killed Bai Shi as easily as a chicken would have no trouble eliminating Chun Liang. But from Chun Liang's perspective, his misfortune tonight was merely due to Han Nanhua's presence. Otherwise he could have crushed Yi Fan like an ant. Not to mention wealth and power and sheer physical prowess, he could overwhelm Yi Fan several times over. Yi Fan, don't give me a chance, or I'll fucking kill you. Chun Liang rose to his feet, gritting his teeth, his eyes venomous as he muttered, even your family will suffer. Whoosh! Yi Fan spun around, his gaze turning icy. Chun Liang was now on his death list. Chun Liang and his entourage soon slunk away in disgrace. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian wore mournful expressions. Why was it so difficult to crush Yi Fan? The restaurant quickly returned to calm. Huang Zhendong approached Yi Fan and said, Brother Yi, Chun Liang is a mad dog. For a woman, he dared to bite Qian Xinghua for 10 years. Being on his bad side is trouble. Should we finish him off once and for all? He made a throat-slitting gesture. Yi Fan said lightly, no need. I'll handle it. It wasn't that he didn't want Huang Zhendong to root out the trouble, but he felt that Huang Zhendong already had enough on his plate, and burdening him further was inappropriate. Fine, then arrange it yourself. Huang Zhendong had full confidence in Yi Fan. If you need anything, just say the word. I'll stand by you without hesitation. Nevertheless, he tilted his head toward a few subordinates, signaling them to keep round-the-clock surveillance on Chun Liang, lest the mad dog bite. Han Nanhua, standing nearby, cast a few more glances at Yi Fan. Apart from Du Tianhu, this was the first time he had seen Huang Zhendong be so wholeheartedly devoted to an outsider. This made him think even more highly of Yi Fan. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Fan and Han Nanhua, Huang Zhendong hurried away, making it clear that the night held many substantial moves. After Huang Zhendong and his group left, Yi Fan walked up to Han Nanhua with a smile. "Old Han, thank you for tonight." He expressed his gratitude to the elder. "Without you, I fear I would have faced considerable trouble." "Why thank me?" Han Nanhua laughed heartily. "Not to mention that you saved my life. Even if I hadn't shown up tonight, brother, you wouldn't have been the one to suffer. I merely added flowers to the brocade." He had a keen eye for people. If Yi Fan couldn't handle such a situation, why would Huang Zhendong treat him with such deference? Han Yu lifted her pretty face, tugging at Yi Fan's clothes. Me. You should thank me. I used my flying knife to save you just now." "All right, thank you." Yi Fan smiled. "How about I give you an extra half-month off?" "Bastard." Han Yu muttered. "I thought you were going to cancel our bet." "In your dreams." Yi Fan almost slapped that delightful spot again, then looked at Han Nanhua with a smile. "Old Han, any unusual feelings in your body lately?" "Thanks to Brother Ye's miraculous healing, my health improves day by day, almost back to normal." Hearing about his condition, Han Nanhua's face lit up with joy. "The rheumatism and kidney stones I had before are also gone. And Han Yu's root cause is also resolved. I've been wanting to invite Brother Yi for a drink to properly repay the kindness you've shown my granddaughter and me. But Miss Song said you were busy renovating the clinic, so I didn't disturb you. I planned to give you a warm welcome when you officially open. Unexpectedly we met tonight. Regardless of how I feel, Brother Yi, you should take my pulse." As he spoke, Han Nanhua extended his hand to Yi Fan. "If you say I'm well, then I truly am well." Han Yu's gaze softened a little. Although she was furious about the bet, she had to admit Yi Fan's medical skills were extraordinary. "All right, let me take your pulse, elder." Yi Fan smiled and reached out to feel the pulse. Soon a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. "Your body is basically fine, just slightly high blood pressure, some throat inflammation, and excessive stomach heat. But it's nothing serious. I'll send you a prescription later, after taking it for 10 days to half a month you'll be fine." The elder's blood pressure was significantly higher than normal. Logically, after recovering from a serious illness, one should be at ease and calm, but to Yi Fan it wasn't a major issue. Han Nanhua smiled at this. "With Brother Ye's words, I'm at ease." "What about me? What about me?" Han Yu also eagerly extended her hand. "Check me quickly." Yi Fan took her pulse with a smile, then frowned slightly strange. "Your leg is fine, but your tonsils are inflamed, and your liver fire is excessive. Have you been eating too much spicy food? Or staying up late every night?" Han Yu was slightly startled. "No, we eat very lightly, and don't stay up late." Yi Fan frowned, feeling something was off. Han Nanhua pressed. "Brother Yi, is there something wrong with our bodies?" Yi Fan gave a light laugh. "Nothing serious. Some lily and lotus seed porridge will sort it out." Ding! Just as Han Nanhua was about to say something more, Han Yu's phone vibrated. After listening for a moment, she said to the elder, "Grandfather, they've arrived." Han Nanhua nodded, then grasped Yi Fan's hands. "Brother, are you free tonight?" Yi Fan was taken aback. "Old Han, something on your mind?" "I'm meeting a friend tonight, and there might be some risk." Han Nanhua laughed heartily. "I'd like you to stay by my side. Of course I won't let anyone harm you." With the miraculous healer Yi Fan around, it was like having an extra half a life. As an old hand in the game, he always minimized risks. Yi Fan nodded. "I happen to be free. I can go with you and see the world." Han Nanhua had helped him a lot, so it wouldn't be right to back out now. "Then I'll trouble Brother Yi. Tonight, whether or not your medical skills are needed, I'll pay you a consultation fee." Han Nanhua patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, then led him toward the elevator. Han Yu sneakily attacked Yi Fan from behind on the rear, then giggled and darted away. At the elevator entrance, a team of guards was already stationed. At the front stood 3 women in cyan robes with graceful figures and pretty faces but haughty expressions. The long-haired woman in the middle was especially arrogant. She stood among the crowd with a contemptuous gaze, as if none of the guards were worthy of her attention. Only when she saw Han Nanhua and Han Yu appear did she restrain her superiority a little. Come, Yi Fan, let me introduce you. This is Lin Furong, Han Yu's junior sister." Seeing the cyan-robed women, Han Nanhua enthusiastically introduced them to Yi Fan, a martial arts expert from the younger generation of the Martial Alliance. Han Yu waved her fist. "My senior sister is really formidable. Miss Lin, this is Brother Yi Fan. He has profound attainments in medical arts and metaphysics." Han Nanhua introduced Yi Fan. "If you have any discomfort in your body, you can consult Brother Yi." Yi Fan politely nodded to Lin Furong. Although he disliked her arrogance, since Han Nanhua was promoting his business, he couldn't keep a straight face. After all, he couldn't be at odds with money. Moreover, he was somewhat surprised to encounter a member of the Martial Alliance here, a disciple of Huang Feihu's lineage. A doctor. Lin Furong's face showed disdain. "Old Han, are you joking? He's so young, what medical skills could he possibly have?" Han Nanhua gave a wry smile, quickly easing the awkwardness. "Miss Lin, don't underestimate Brother Yi. A while ago, Han Yu and I were seriously ill, and countless hospitals were ineffective. It was only after Brother Yi stepped in that we narrowly escaped danger." He had no particular feelings for Lin Furong, but since his granddaughter had hired her as a bodyguard, Han Nanhua had to show some respect. Seeing how highly Han Nanhua regarded Yi Fan, Lin Furong's eyes widened slightly. Even if he's a divine doctor, what use is he tonight? Han Nanhua laughed heartily. Having a doctor nearby is just in case of emergency. He also cast an apologetic glance at Yi Fan, asking him not to take Lin Furong's words to heart. With the three of us here, and the martial alliance's reputation, what danger could there be? Lin Furong was displeased that Yi Fan held such a high position in Han Nanhua's esteem. I think you should let him leave so he doesn't drag us down if something happens. Yi Fan frowned, about to erupt, but Han Nanhua waved his hand. All right, Miss Lin, time's running out. Let's go up. To him, Yi Fan's importance far outweighed Lin Furong's. Yi Fan withdrew the foot he was about to use to kick her away. Seeing Han Nanhua's attitude, Lin Furong had to restrain herself, though she still snorted at Yi Fan. We'll handle this matter. You'd better not act rashly, or follow our arrangements. Don't worry with us here, old Han, and Han, you will be safe. Just stand by as a doctor. Yi Fan smiled faintly. As long as old Han and Han, you are safe and sound, I won't interfere. The three women in Cyan were not angered this time. Instead, their pretty faces were filled with disdain and mockery. A mere little doctor dared to meddle in settling grudges of the martial world. What nonsense was that? 3 minutes later, the elevator stopped at the 18th floor. Yi Fan followed Han Nanhua and the others out, and immediately felt a surge of danger pressing down upon him. Yet when he swept his gaze across the corridor, he found it empty, with only a row of Chinese and foreign statues lining both sides. His eyes fell upon the statue of Guan Gong at the far end of the entrance. It was a life-size statue with a fierce countenance, wielding a massive blade, exuding immense authority. Seeing Yi Fan slow his steps, Han Nanhua asked curiously, Brother Yi, what's the matter? Yi Fan slowly withdrew his gaze and smiled. Nothing. Just like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden. I'm momentarily stunned. Lin Furong let out a disdainful snort. Country bumpkin. Haha, brother, Yi is joking. Han Nanhua laughed heartily. With your level of cultivation, how could you be timid? He then turned slightly, and led Yi Fan and the others into the hall at the far end. As the door opened, Yi Fan felt the light brighten, and his vision widen. There were over a dozen people gathered in the hall, men and women, all dressed in fine attire. But the most striking figure was a woman seated among them. She wore a black leather suit with a messy short hairstyle, a few strands dyed wine red in front, and a black snake tattoo on her pale face. Her eyes were narrow and her lashes long, and she seemed habitually to squint, giving her gaze a dangerous quality. Old Han, good evening. Seeing Han Nanhua, Yi Fan and the others enter, the woman in black immediately stood up with a smile. Long time no see. Her smile was radiant, but Yi Fan sensed a chill. Han Nanhua's eyes turned icy as he saw the black snake tattoo. Black snake. So it's you. I was wondering who would be so bold as to seize my goods and still dare to negotiate in Zhonghai. So it's you, this venomous beauty. He pulled out a chair and sat down. But snake or dragon, you owe me an explanation tonight. By the way, where's Ju-Wen? Han Yu and the Han family bodyguards tensed up. Old Han, let's not beat around the bush. Black Snake flashed a charming smile. It was indeed me who hijacked your boat carrying the rough stones. The man you hired to escort them Ju-Wen drowned in the river. His 50 men have been taken under my command. Now on the 50-kilometer route from Chui country to the border, the last 10 kilometers are completely under my control. From now on, I am one of the partners of Qianbao Group. To show my respect and goodwill toward Old Han, I will not only return the goods, but also have the transport fee. In this way, Old Han's rough stone cost will drop by another 10%. She stepped forward deferentially. Congratulations, Old Han. Yi Fan glanced at the woman, sensing a viperous intent beneath her apparent respect. Lin Furong relaxed, thinking that Black Snake's ingratiating behavior made her a minor player. Dead. Han Nanhua showed no joy. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. Ju-Wen was young and strong, able to swim across the Mei River. Do you expect me to believe he drowned? You killed him, didn't you? As these words were spoken, Han Yu and the others grew even more alert. Facing Han Nanhua's accusation, Black Snake gave a faint, indifferent smile. Old Han, the dead are not worth discussing. You killed my man, you control half of my supply route. What exactly do you want? Han Nanhua got straight to the point. Revenge. Or extortion. Yi Fan scanned the surroundings and noticed that the 20-odd men beside Black Snake were dark-skinned, not tall, but exceptionally lean and refined. Old Han, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Black Snake maintained her courteous manner. I believe I can bring benefits to Qianbao Group. She snapped her fingers and several subordinates immediately came forward, opening 4 cases and placing them on the table. Inside were a piece of jade, a golden Buddha statue, a ginseng root, and a long spear. Yi Fan was astonished. All were top-tier treasures worth at least $1 billion together. The woman was indeed generous. Yet amid his shock, he caught a flicker of mockery in Black Snake's eyes, and he instantly knew these items were hot potatoes. Imperial Green Jade, Tang Golden Buddha, Millennium Ginseng, Overlord Spear. Han Nanhua's eyelids twitched. You really are going all out. He was not only a tycoon in antiques, but also a master appraiser. With a few glances, he could tell that these items were 99% genuine, and all of them were immensely valuable. Black Snake said respectfully, as long as Old Han is pleased, no price is too high. Lin Furong grew even more contemptuous of Black Snake, thinking that the woman who had seized the goods was not so formidable after all. Returning the goods and offering gifts in apology, she was as cowardly as a dog. It seemed there would be no danger tonight. Stop the nonsense. Tell me your purpose. Han Nanhua waved his hand. Spare me the talk of making friends. Straight to the point, old Han. Black Snake let out a seductive laugh, her delicate face full of charm. Mr. Jiang wishes to return to his roots. I hope old Han will show leniency. Jiang Hualong. Han Nanhua's emotions barely stirred. I once thought that the attack on Miss Song by the Xiong siblings was just an accident. I never expected that Jiang Hualong was planning to return. He was wandering abroad, just fine. Oh, why must he stir up trouble again? Han Nanhua sighed. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to keep to themselves? Hey, Mr. Jiang said that his home is in Zhonghai. He is old and always misses the locust tree at his doorstep and the well in the ancestral hall. Black Snake said politely, moreover he fell in Zhonghai. If he doesn't return to stand tall again, he will die with regret. As for the attack on Song Hongyan, it was a momentary impulse and it will never happen again. She made a solemn promise. I hope old Han will give him a chance. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly. This woman probably didn't know that White Snake had failed in her attack on Huang Zhendong, who otherwise she wouldn't be lying so brazenly. Do you take me for a senile old man? Han Nanhua sneered. I know Jiang Hualong's nature all too well. If he truly had any sentiment, he wouldn't have done all those evil deeds back then. Old Han people can change. Black Snake put on an earnest expression. Besides, Mr. Jiang is now seriously ill and has lost all ambition. He truly only wants to spend his remaining years in Zhonghai. Lin Furong curled her lips. A bunch of losers. If they wanted to come back, they should just come back, not beg. Jiang Hualong is a mad dog. Han Nanhua snorted contemptuously. If you don't give him a chance, he'll keep his tail between his legs. But give him an inch and he'll bite you to death. Besides, even if I show leniency, he won't be able to return to Zhonghai. Du Tianhu, an old Qian, will never allow him to appear. He stated his decision. You'd better advise him to give up and spend his old age peacefully abroad. Black Snake smiled helplessly. Old Han, enough. I've made my stance clear. Han Nanhua cut her off. Zhu Wen is dead. In 3 days I'll have Hachi lead men to take over that river, including the Han family's lost goods. You have 3 days to leave that place. If you don't leave by then, I will wipe you out. He issued his ultimatum. Don't take my words as a joke. You know my ties with Kai Ba. Black Snake's face changed slightly, anger flashing in her eyes, but she still replied respectfully, understood. Good. Han Nanhua clasped his hands behind his back. Also get out of Zhonghai before dawn, or you'll never leave. I will do exactly as old Han says. Black Snake's eyelids twitched and her fists tightened slightly, but she finally bowed with a smile. Old Han, although tonight's negotiation failed, please still accept these 4 gifts. Mr. Jiang instructed me that these things mean nothing to him, but in your hands they are priceless treasures. Moreover, I deeply apologize for the Zhu Wen incident. Consider this a small compensation. She earnestly begged Han Nanhua to accept the 4 rare treasures. At the same time, her gaze swept across Yi Fan, who had somehow walked over and was touching each of the 4 treasures with his hand. Han Nanhua hesitated, unable to simply walk away, as before his eyes fixed on the 4 treasures. For him, 800 million or a billion was petty cash, but the 4 treasures were too tempting, striking right at his weakness. Fine. Consider these as compensation for Zhu Wen. Han Nanhua finally made a decision. Han Yue, accept the items, then send 1 billion to Zhu Wen's family. Han Yu nodded. Understood. Wait. Just as Han Yu was about to call someone to collect the items, Yi Fan, who had been silent all along, spoke up. These gifts must not be accepted. Can't accept it. Han Nanhua and Han Yu were startled, looking at Yi Fan in surprise. Black Snake's face shifted slightly, then he smiled at Yi Fan. Young friends, since such fine things are presented, and old Han fancies them, why can't they be accepted? Don't stir up trouble, Lin Furong snapped impatiently. What would a doctor like you know? In her eyes, if Han Nanhua accepted these gifts, he would surely share one with them. Yi Fan's warning not to accept them was tantamount to cutting off their source of wealth. Crack. Without a word, Yi Fan shattered the imperial green jade worth over 100 million, pinching out a stone the size of a soybean. This jade is laced with iridium-192, emitting intense nuclear radiation. If old Han keeps it close, it will severely harm his body. At best amputation, at worst leukemia. Whoosh! Before Black Snake and his men could speak, Yi Fan swept the fish intestine sword and sliced open the Tang Dynasty Golden Buddha, revealing an electronic component. A bug. It can monitor sounds within a 50-meter radius. If old Han places the Buddha in his study, every secret will be exposed to them. Then whether targeting the Qianbao group or attacking old Han or Han Yue, Black Snake can orchestrate everything with ease. The Millennium Ginseng isn't highly toxic, but it has been infused with extracts of Veratrum Trogopterus dung and Gladitzius sinensis. These 4 substances counteract each other, severely damaging the internal organs. With old Han's current condition, he simply cannot withstand it. As for the Overlord spear, it is indeed an antique, but it is also a weapon of ill omen. Xiang Yu was besieged on all sides, defeated at the Wu River, the spear soaked in blood and brimming with resentment. The man died, but the resentment lingers. If old Han brings the Overlord spear into the Han residence, he and his family will be assailed by that malevolent energy. Black Snake and her crew appear to bow their heads in submission, but in truth once bribery fails they plan to stab old Han in the back, with a blade that draws no blood. Yi Fan picked up the Overlord spear with a smile. If you accept these gifts, old Han will die within half a month at most. As his words fell, the entire hall fell into dead silence, every face painted with shock. Han Yu and Lin Furong were horrified by Black Snake's insidiousness. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goal, and one misstep would lead straight into their trap. Black Snake's group, on the other hand, was stunned by Yi Fan's sharpness. They had painstakingly tampered with the 4 treasures, yet Yi Fan saw through everything at a glance. Moreover, Yi Fan calmly revealed their deadly schemes. How could Black Snake not be shaken when had Han Nanhua recruited such a formidable figure? After a brief silence, Han Yu shouted, "Black Snake, your intentions are truly despicable." Black Snake gave the order, "Kill them all." With their plot exposed, further chatter was a waste of time, so they resorted to outright slaughter. As the words left his mouth, a dozen of Black Snake's men drew their weapons. Han Yu raised her left hand, and 3 darts flew forth. 3 enemies screamed and clutched their throats, collapsing rigidly. Black Snake raised his right hand, a boomerang flashed, and 2 of Han's gunmen fell. The next moment, both sides charged headlong, blades clashing. In close quarters, their efficiency and mastery of killing were nearly equal. It was a brutal collision of savage beasts. Screams, cries, and shrieks interwove. "Grandfather, go!" Han Yu pulled Han Nanhua away. "Senior sister, protect grandfather." Once Han Nanhua was safe, even the formidable Black Snake would die in Zhonghai. Han Nanhua did not forget to call out to Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, go!" Yi Fan followed close behind, eager to leave the scene of trouble. But just as he was about to reach the door, a chill ran down his spine. A Han bodyguard pushed open the door. A flash of white light appeared. Yi Fan shuddered. "Watch out." He lunged forward and tackled Han Nanhua and the others to the ground. Whoosh! At almost the same instant, a cascade of blade light poured through the open door, cleaving the Han bodyguard in 2. Blood pooled on the floor. The meteoric blade light, after a single sweep, did not cease, but surged like a dragon released from the deep sea, its murderous intent sweeping all before it. A man dressed like Lord Guan charged into the Han gunmen, like an eagle descending upon a flock of chickens. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds of the long blade whirled into a continuous, unbroken note. The doorway erupted with angry and pained cries, but fear dominated. Limbs and severed arms flew, blood poured like a torrent. In just 3 or 4 seconds, 5 men lay flat on the floor. Han Yu and the others were horrified to find an ambush at the entrance. Lord Guan burst in, knocking aside 2 Han guards, then swung his blade back, severing another gunman's right arm. A scream rang out. The man was overwhelmingly fierce. Han Yu and the others realized it was the statue that had stood at the entrance. They never imagined it was a real person. As the thought crossed their minds, Lord Guan swung his blade left and right, cutting down every opponent who charged. In the blink of an eye, he had slain nearly half of the Han bodyguards. Xiongji blocked the door. Black Snake advanced unhurriedly, leaving no one alive. Yi Fan was taken aback, surprised that the figure was Xiongji. He remembered Song Hongyan saying that Xiongji had been driven out of Zhonghai. Never did he expect that the man had not only not fled, but had appeared here to attack Han Nanhua. It seemed the Xiong siblings were indeed in league with Black Snake. Old Han, you truly have no shortage of capable people around you. I prepared 3 strategies, upper, middle, and lower, but you forced me to resort to the lowest. At that moment, ignoring the bloody slaughter, Black Snake approached Han Nanhua with 3 underlings. I have failed Mr. Zhang's expectations. But you are unlucky as well. Though you saw through our intentions, you will still die here. She lit a slim cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and appeared utterly composed. Han, you gripped a dart. Harm my grandfather, and you will never leave Zhonghai alive. Even if we don't harm him, we are as good as dead anyway. A smile curled at the corner of Black Snake's mouth. Better to kill you all, throw Zhonghai into chaos, and rid Mr. Jiang of a formidable enemy. With these words, her 3 trusted followers charged forward. The clash grew ever more intense. Yi Fan noticed that unlike Lin Furong's nervousness, Han Nanhua remained remarkably calm, watching the carnage with an indifferent expression. This old man has a good mindset, Yi Fan thought approvingly. Grandfather, this way. Han Yu pulled Han Nanhua back. With the door blocked by Xiongji, there was no escape. Han Nanhua, Yi Fan, and the others could only retreat to a corner. Seeing the Han bodyguards being suppressed, Yi Fan frowned and prepared to rush in. I'll help. Get back. Lin Furong blocked him with a scolding, don't throw your life away. Her 2 female companions also looked at Yi Fan contemptuously. What could a doctor possibly do? Don't move. As Yi Fan was about to speak, Han Yu grabbed him. Don't worry, with senior sister here, we have a 90% chance of victory. 100%. Lin Furong cut Han Yu off proudly. For me, there is only 100%. 100%. Lin Furong declared with pride and arrogance. Yi Fan was taken aback at first, then kindly advised, Xiongji and Black Snake are not simple. Not simple. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Lin Furong and her 2 female companions all burst into laughter, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt. As if we were so easy to deal with. The enemies we've killed are more than the meals you've eaten. If I weren't worried about the safety of Elder Han and Han Yue, I would have gone up and knocked them down with one slap each. Obviously, they all looked down on Xiongji and Black Snake, thinking they could only bully bodyguards. Yi Fan patiently advised, I know you are formidable, but Xiongji. Alright, you're just a small doctor. Don't meddle. You can't imagine how powerful we are. Lin Furong snorted with pretended seriousness. Kid, just stay put. Watch me go up and take them down. Xuanhua Xingyu protect Elder Han and Han Yu. I'm going to strike. She had been famous for many years, won countless awards, and even taught Han Yu the art of throwing knives, which earned her the status of being Han Yu's honored guest. That Yi Fan Emir doctor was on an equal footing with her maid Lin Furong, extremely displeased. I'll let these bastards know how formidable I Lin Furong really am. The two female companions replied in unison, understood. Miss Lin, don't be careless. Xiongji's skills are more than he shows. To deal with him, you'd better all three attack together. Yi Fan advised again, it's too dangerous for you to rush in alone. Shut up. Lin Furong snapped at Yi Fan. One person is enough for me. After saying that, she whipped out an anime dagger and leaped towards Xiongji with the speed of a cheetah. Clang, clang, clang. The battle ahead quickly ensued. The hall was dimly lit, and with the two women in green blocking his view, Yi Fan couldn't see the fierce fighting clearly. But he could see the flash of blades and the gunpowder smoke and hear the piercing sounds of combat and the harrowing screams. What kept everyone on edge the most was Lin Furong's occasional roars. I fight, I fight, I fight. Each cry was full of energy, echoing through the entire hall, a testament to Lin Furong's profound martial arts skill. Yi Fan, don't worry. Senior sister is very powerful. Just wait for her triumphant return. Han Yu curled her lips, showing admiration for Lin Furong. The enemies will be eliminated soon. The two women in green also raised their heads, assuming a posture of absolute victory. Han Nanhua remained silent. Yi Fan also stayed quiet, only straining to look ahead. Clang, clang, clang. Just then a series of continuous chopping sounds from a broadsword rang out, striking 18 times without pause. Lin Furong's energetic cries of I fight instantly ceased. Clang. Then a loud crash shook the entire hall. Yi Fan could tell that this was the last move of the Dragon Blade combo, splitting Mount Hua in might. A scream of agony. Han Yu and the others looked up. Whoosh! A bloodied figure rushed out from the front, fleeing like a beaten cur to Yi Fan's side. Covered in blood, hair disheveled, missing a left arm, face filled with terror, utterly wretched. It was none other than the once impressive Lin Furong. The smiles on Han Yu and the others instantly froze. She had charged forward with overwhelming momentum, but returned like a beaten dog. That wretchedness left Han Yu and the others in shock. No one had expected such an outcome for Lin Furong. In their imagination, Lin Furong alone with her dagger would have slain all of Black Snake's gang, not even a speck of blood on her green robe. Yet she had suffered a crushing defeat. The fleeing Lin Furong gasped heavily, her face stripped of any demeanor of a supreme master. Naturally, she never mentioned her earlier claim of 100% certainty again. Hurry, Yi Fan, treat senior sister quickly. Han Yu snapped back to reality and shouted to Yi Fan. Stop the bleeding. Yi Fan moved over. Lin Furong gasped with difficulty. Can't stop it, can't stop it. It's a severed arm. Xingyu used our trauma medicine. Clearly she still looked down on Yi Fan. Xingyu hastily took out the trauma medicine and poured it on the injured arm. With a splash, the powder was washed away by the blood, having no effect at all. Yi Fan took out his silver needles. Let me do it. Lin Furong shook her head desperately. You can't. Seeing her so badly injured, Yi Fan didn't bother arguing with her. He inserted a few silver needles and stopped the bleeding from the wound. Then he tore a piece of cloth to bandage Lin Furong's wound. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped and the pain was mostly gone, Lin Furong and the others were astonished, never expecting Yi Fan's medical skills to be so remarkable. However prideful as she was, she still refused to apologize or thank him. Senior sister, how did you get hurt? Han Yu still couldn't accept her idol's defeat. Were you ambushed? It's all his fault, all his fault. Lin Furong suddenly sat up, pointing at Yi Fan and shouting hysterically. His jinx mouth ruined me, ruined everyone. If he hadn't shaken my morale, I wouldn't have been so hesitant. If I hadn't been hesitant, I wouldn't have lost to Xiongji by half a move. It's all this bastard's fault for making me suffer so much. I'll remember this debt. A kind reminder turned into a jinx. Shaking morale. Yi Fan was utterly dumbfounded. Her ability to confuse right and wrong was too deep. Miss Lin, although you are a master of the Wulian Alliance, you must be reasonable. Yi Fan retorted unceremoniously. I only hoped you would be careful. I never said you were outmatched. Moreover, I warned you that it would be best to attack together, all three of you, to suppress Xiongji. But you wouldn't listen and went your own way. Now that things have turned out like this, instead of reflecting properly, you blame my jinx mouth. Isn't that ridiculous? He somewhat regretted stopping the bleeding for this woman. Lin Furong was so enraged, she nearly spat blood. You, kid, how dare you speak like that? Arguing with a woman, are you even a man? Don't you have a man's magnanimity? Not to mention that senior sister Lin is a woman, even in her current state you shouldn't anger her. And are you really unrelated to this matter? Let's not talk about your jinx mouth. Just say you had been more firm in your stance. No matter what we said, if you had insisted that Xiongji was formidable, then we might have been swayed by you. Even if we weren't swayed, we would have been more cautious. Or when senior sister Lin was about to charge, if you had grabbed her leg and stopped her, the situation wouldn't be like this now. In the end, you didn't persist, nor did you forcibly stop her, indirectly causing senior sister Lin to be severely injured. In any case, you can't escape responsibility for this. Chunhua and Xingyu put on stern faces and scolded Yi Fan. Lin Furong quickly chimed in, right. If you had held me tightly by the leg to stop me, I definitely wouldn't have charged forward. Yi Fan was stunned. He had seen shameless people, but never anyone so shameless. Yi Fan sighed. Shamelessness truly is invincible. Lin Furong flew into a rage. What did you say? Who is shameless? Stop arguing. Han Yu looked ahead. Xiongji and Black Snake are coming. They're coming. Yi Fan lifted his gaze to see Xiongji approaching with a long blade, his face twisted in a vicious grin, murderous intent radiating from him. His burly frame cast an imposing shadow in the glint of the blade. Kill him, avenge the senior sister. Chunhua and Xingyu exchanged a glance, simultaneously drawing their soft swords before charging at Xiongji. Yi Fan shouted, be careful. Before the soft swords could touch Xiongji, the two women saw the green dragon blade sweep toward them, swift and ruthless. Realizing the danger, they flicked their soft swords and leaped backward. But despite their swift reaction, a brutal force struck their waists, sending them tumbling 5 or 6 meters away with a cry. Lin Furong saw the sword wounds on their waists. Not fatal, but bleeding profusely. Bastard, she cursed. This scumbag always relies on his weapon to overpower others. Weapon to overpower. Xiongji sneered, a mocking smile curling his lips. Do you have some misunderstanding about your own skills? Chunhua and Xingyu gripped their swords, tips angled upward, a surge of aura emanating from them. Not bad, the martial alliance's sword starting stance. No wonder you're so arrogant. Xiongji eyed the two women with amusement. But you're poorly trained. You don't even have half of Huang Feihu's skill. I don't even need my blade to deal with you. With that, he discarded the azure dragon blade. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as his aura erupted like a torrent, stunning everyone. Chunhua and Xingyu's faces paled slightly, but they still shouted, die. They charged forward, merging body and sword. With a thunderous stomp, Xiongji's feet shattered the floor into rubble that scattered in all directions. Kill. The two women thrust their soft swords. Xiongji's fist struck the blades, sending them flying with a loud crash, then continued unabated toward the women's chests. Startled, Xingyu and Chunhua hastily raised their arms to block. Fists met palms in a violent collision, sending a fierce shockwave through the air. The two women's bodies trembled violently. Despite using all their strength, they stumbled back 4 or 5 meters before regaining their balance. Xiongji sneered and delivered another kick, swift and sharp as a spear, aiming straight at them. The kick was so fast and fierce that the women had no time to react, only crossing their arms in front of their chests. The impact sent them flying, crashing into a sofa and shattering it. Coughing up blood, Chunhua and Xingyu struggled to rise, their chests heaving in pain. The gap in strength was evident. At that moment, Heishi approached with her people, a mocking laugh escaping her lips. Huang Feihu's disciples are nothing special. Scoundrel. The two women cried out, ignoring their pain as they charged again, only to be sent flying by 2 kicks from Xiongji, spitting blood as they hit the ground. Xiongji exhaled a hot breath. I'm not killing you because I want to question Huang Feihu and make him understand the consequences of opposing us. Chunhua and Xingyu were filled with shame and fury, but lacked the strength to fight. Old Han, get out of here. Lin Furong struggled to her feet, charging forward while shouting for Han Nanhua to flee. Han Yu was helping her grandfather leave when Yi Fan grabbed her arm. No need to run. As he spoke, Xiongji kicked Lin Furong again. Indeed, no need. Lin Furong landed at Yi Fan's feet, coughing up dark blood. Senior sister. The two women cried out, despair etched on their faces as they saw blood trickling from her mouth. Today was a lost cause. Lin Furong wiped the blood from her lips and knelt on one knee, then glared at Yi Fan. You bastard, you've doomed Mr. Han. She had risked her life to create an escape opportunity only to have Yi Fan waste it. You've had your turn. Now it's mine. Yi Fan told Han Yu to protect Han Nanhua as he slowly straightened up. Are you insane? You can't handle them. Even we're no match for them. You're just asking for death. He could crush you with a finger. Seeing Yi Fan ready to face Xiongji, Lin Furong and the others were both anxious and angry. Truly a reckless fool. Hey, she smiled at Yi Fan. Little brother, you're interesting and sharp-eyed, but you overestimate yourself. Yi Fan replied calmly, you shouldn't have said that. Hey, she stopped wasting words on him. I can't stand this brat. Let me chop him in half. Xiongji picked up his long blade, brimming with terrifying power, ready to split Yi Fan in two. Lin Furong and the others felt an unprecedented pressure. Han Yu instinctively called out, Yi Fan. But Han Nanhua remained silent, watching Yi Fan with interest. Yi Fan cracked his neck and stepped forward. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Absurd and laughable. Lin Furong couldn't bear to watch. If she had known Yi Fan was such a fool, she would have knocked him out herself. The two female companions also thought Yi Fan was overplaying his hand. Yi Fan fixed his gaze on Xiongji. Don't worry. Next year at this time, I'll burn paper for you. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Xiongji and He Shi burst into exaggerated laughter as if they had heard the world's greatest joke. Their eyes were full of contempt and disdain, finding Yi Fan's posturing utterly ridiculous. Then in an instant Yi Fan's figure moved. Xiongji swung his blade to strike, but his movement froze halfway. The fish intestine sword was pressed against his throat. One step, one kill. The entire scene fell silent. The smug smiles on He Shi and her group instantly vanished. Yi Fan scanned the crowd. Laugh. Keep laughing. Laugh on. Xiongji stared at Yi Fan, his face ashen, a mix of fear, anger, and resentment. Because moments ago he had been completely off guard. Kid, you've got some skill. I underestimated you. A fierce glint flashed in Xiongji's eyes. But relying on a sneak attack. His voice cut off abruptly. The fish intestine sword had pierced his throat. Xiongji's body lurched as a column of blood spurted from the wound. He clutched his throat, staring at Yi Fan in disbelief, never imagining that the man would kill him without hesitation. You lost. Stop your blabbering. Yi Fan didn't even glance at Xiongji. By the way, Xiong and Xiong both were killed by me. Xiongji's eyes bulged as if he wanted to strangle Yi Fan, but the movement only hastened his death. Blood gushed out. Soon life left him. He Shi's group fell silent again, a chill spreading through them. Han Yu and Lin Furong stared at Yi Fan in shock. How could this bastard be so formidable? Only Han Nanhua remained calm, though his eyes held even greater interest in Yi Fan. Yi Fan turned to He Shi and the others. Next. Damn it. Was he really this arrogant? Han Yu and Lin Furong were speechless. He Shi snapped out of it. Who exactly are you? Yi Fan gave her a dangerous vibe. Without a word, he stomped his left foot and shot forward like a projectile. A flash of sword light streaked across the scene. Fast, so fast that no one could see Yi Fan's move. He Shi's face changed drastically as she desperately retreated. But halfway her body froze. A blood hole appeared in the center of her forehead. Blood trickled from the wound. Everyone was stunned. He Shi had lost, just like that. Dead. He Shi stared at Yi Fan, unwilling and unconvinced, but powerless to change anything. She fell backward, eyes wide open in death. She could never believe that Yi Fan was so powerful. One move, again just one move. Lin Furong and the others, recalling their earlier insults, felt an uncontrollable chill. Yi Fan flicked the fish intestine sword, surveying the scene. Anyone else? Anyone else? With He Shi and Xiongji dead, Han Yu and her team instantly turned the tide. When the Han family's reinforcements arrived, the outcome was beyond doubt. 5 minutes later the battle ended, and He Shi's forces were completely annihilated. Yi Fan cast a glance around the scene, exchanged a few words with Han Nanhua, then left the bloody area as quickly as possible. Grandfather, how could that bastard be so formidable? After escorting her grandfather into the adjacent lounge, a hint of fervor appeared on Han Yu's charming face. I thought he was only skilled in medicine. Previously calling Yi Fan master had left Han Yu somewhat reluctant, feeling that submitting to him was too awkward given her own abilities. Now she realized that Yi Fan was far ahead of her. She suddenly felt that Yi Fan was worthy of the title master. I didn't expect it either, Han Nanhua said, still calm. But it makes sense. His medical skills are so remarkable, indicating he is exceptionally perceptive. It's only natural that he has achieved some accomplishment in martial arts. This is still minor. Han Yu opened her mouth slightly. Then I must be just a dabbler. You've always been all show and no substance. Han Nanhua joked. All right, let's stop talking about this. Have the scene cleaned up quickly and seal off all information about tonight. Especially about Yi Fan's involvement. It must stay buried in our hearts. He was forced to act and left hastily afterward, which shows he doesn't want to get entangled in these worldly feuds. We can't let him down. He saw through it clearly. Han Yu nodded. Understood. Moreover, although we cannot mention Yi Fan regarding tonight's incident, it doesn't mean we should forget his kindness. The wrinkles on Han Nanhua's face bloomed. Transfer the land of the antique city to his name. He refused the 50% shares of Qianbao Group, but he shouldn't decline the land of the antique city, right? He wanted to tie himself to Yi Fan. Han Yu nodded. Okay, I'll find him tomorrow. If he doesn't sign, I'll cry my eyes out in front of him. Make sure this is done. Tie Qianbao Group to him as much as possible. Han Nanhua confessed to his granddaughter. Apart from his life-saving grace, twice his martial arts and medical skills are worth cultivating a relationship with. That rascal seems to be able to appraise treasures too. Han Yu slapped her forehead. If he didn't have keen eyesight, how could he spot the problems in those 4 rare treasures at a glance? She casually picked up the shattered Tang Dynasty golden Buddha. Han Nanhua's eyes lit up, then he patted his granddaughter's shoulder and laughed. If possible, I really wish he would marry you. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Han Yu glared at the old man angrily. He's already married. I won't be a mistress. Having said that, she ran off in a flash, her pretty face flushed. Marriage can also end in divorce. Han Nanhua smiled faintly, then gazed out the window and said, Han Tang, what do you think of him? As these words were spoken, the darkness in the corner thickened, then slowly accumulated like a brush sketching a shadow. Then a young man dressed entirely in black stepped out. Powerful. Han Nanhua pressed further. Compared to you? Han Tang replied coldly, I don't know. Han Nanhua was slightly curious. You don't know? His killing technique is rough, lacking practice and combat experience, in that he's inferior to me. But his speed and awareness surpass me by a hair. Han Tang said emphatically. In other words, his body is not particularly strong, but his realm is high. As long as his body catches up, he will definitely break through to the earth realm. To earn such admiration from you, it seems my decision to befriend him was right. Han Nanhua smiled. By the way, Yi Fan said that Han Yu and I have been having inflammation recently, and it's likely that someone has placed radioactive items in our home as well. In addition, I had a centipede hidden in my body before. He suspects it wasn't an accidental ingestion of centipede eggs, but rather someone deliberately did it. Just like Song Hongyan, there are pawns bought by Jiang Hualong around me. Very close ones. Go find them out and kill them. Han Tang bowed slightly and withdrew. Yi Fan came down from the 18th floor, found Lu Fuguwei, and prepared to return. Although the smell of gunpowder still lingered on him, Yi Fan was already calm and no longer paid attention to the remaining cleanup. Lu Fuguwei saw the bloodstains on Yi Fan, but didn't ask questions. He picked up the car keys and went to drive. But just as the two reached the car, a person rushed out of the shadows and fell to his knees with a thud in front of Yi Fan. It was Huang Dongxiang. Yi Fan stepped back. Huang Dongxiang, what are you doing? Huang Dongxiang's hand was broken again, and he was covered in dirt. On top of that, suffering from liver cancer, he looked like a sorry sight. Neither human nor ghost. Yi Fan, I know you hate me, and I won't say anything rude. Huang Dongxiang exhaled a hot breath. I kneel to you and come to you because I want to make a deal. Yi Fan smiled faintly. A deal, eh? Huang Dongxiang's eyes were sharp. Help me kill Qin Liang and Yuan Jing, and I'll give you all my assets worth 30 million, including the Lingdu bar. The Huang family had assets worth several hundred million, but Huang Dongxiang could only control tens of millions. He didn't know how Yi Fan had become so formidable, but he knew that only Yi Fan could kill Qin Liang. 30 million. Kill Qin Liang and Yuan Jing. Yi Fan looked at Huang Dongxiang with faint mockery. Are you out of your mind? Not to mention tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, I won't kill anyone. Now he was no longer the person who would kneel for 100,000 or take risks. Huang Dongxiang was stunned. Don't you hate Yuan Jing? I did hate her, but now she doesn't even deserve my attention, so I won't break the law for her. Yi Fan looked at him coldly. Besides, if I were to take revenge, you would be my main target. After all, you were the one who took her away back then. Huang Dongxiang lowered his head, his expression pained, unable to speak. After a long time, he grabbed his hair and roared, I hate them. I hate them. I want to kill them. He had always been the one to take other men's women, but now being robbed of his love by Qin Liang filled Huang Dongxiang with murderous intent. I know you're in pain and angry, but you don't need to use my hand to kill. Yi Fan said softly. You can do it yourself. Although Qin Liang is formidable, even a tiger has its moments of drowsiness. I wanna. Huang Dongxiang's eyes lit up at first, but then he shook his head gloomily. Not to mention that I'm no match for Qin Liang. Even if I could fight him, I don't have the strength. I'm already in the late stage of liver cancer. I have at most half a month to live. Every day I live a life worse than death. Only by getting drunk at night can I feel a little better. He was disheartened. I can't take revenge. I can't take revenge. Swoosh. Yi Fan took out silver needles, performed acupuncture on Huang Dongxiang, and then wrote a prescription for him. I've done acupuncture on you. Your pain will be reduced by 80% and your strength will be 50% greater than before. Take this prescription for a week and you'll live 2 more months. 2 months is enough for you to do many things. Yi Fan patted Huang Dongxiang's shoulder. 30 million can also help you arm yourself well. After saying that, Yi Fan left calmly with Lu Fuguwei. Huang Dongxiang was stunned at first, then after feeling the effects his eyes lit up and he clenched his fist. His face twisted with ferocity. Having fallen out with Tang Ruoxue, Yi Fan did not return to the Tang family villa. He sent Lu Fuguwei home to rest and spent the night in a small inn opposite the clinic. After 2 fierce battles, Yi Fan thought he could sleep well, but instead fell into a nightmare. In the dream, he and Tang Ruoxue were trapped in an encirclement by dozens of black-clad assassins. He fought desperately to carve out a path. Just as he was about to escape with Tang Ruoxue, someone stabbed him in the back. Yi Fan strained to turn his head and saw a familiar figure. He wanted to see clearly, but the figure grew blurry, and Tang Ruoxue was pulled away, fading into the distance. Yi Fan's heart and body ached. He tried to reach out, but received a merciless stab instead. He couldn't help but cry out, ah. Yi Fan sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat, even his hair soaked. He was still shaken. But what pained him was not his own death, but Tang Ruoxue drifting away from him. Yi Fan mocked himself. 18 years of love at first sight, so hard to forget. Then he got up, washed, and changed into clean clothes. 30 minutes later, Yi Fan arrived at Jinzalin. Gong Sun Qian seemed to expect him, having prepared pastries and milk early. Soon Sun Bufan also arrived in his BMW. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the three were having breakfast together, the clinic door was pounded heavily, accompanied by Aunt Jia's shrill voice. Dr. Sun, Dr. Yi, help. Yi Fan and Gong Sun Qian immediately dropped their breakfast and rushed out. As soon as they opened the clinic door, Aunt Jia collapsed to the ground. Behind her was Uncle Jia, his face pale, breathing rapid, mouth slightly open, unable to speak. Sun Bufan hurriedly helped Uncle Jia up. What happened? Aunt Jia said mournfully, I don't know either. We had a snack and were walking nearby when he collapsed at the intersection. It's early morning, waiting for an ambulance is too slow. I could only carry him here. There was another reason she didn't mention Jinzelin was cheap. 30 yuan for a consultation, 100 for emergency. Much more cost-effective than an ambulance. Sun Bufan let out a long breath. Little ancestor, how is Uncle Jia? The symptoms seem familiar. Of course they're familiar. He's poisoned again. Before Aunt Jia could speak, Yifan, who had taken his pulse, diagnosed, same as yesterday, food poisoning. Sun Bufan exclaimed in surprise, food poisoning again. Aunt Jia, didn't I tell you not to eat spoiled food? Sun Bufan complained, in such hot weather it's best not to eat leftovers. Aunt Jia jumped up, impossible, impossible. We may not be rich, but we are very particular about our food. We only eat seasonal fruits and fresh meals, rarely even keep leftovers. How could we eat spoiled food? We ate the same things and drank the same water, and I'm fine. How could he have a problem? She looked aggrieved. After all, she was a respectable person. Her ancestors were local tycoons. To be accused of eating expired food was beneath her dignity. Sun Bufan, when Uncle Jia recovers, help Aunt Jia take him home. As Yifan applied acupuncture to detoxify Uncle Jia, he instructed Sun Bufan, and check if there's any problem with their home water supply. Although Yifan could determine that Uncle Jia had food poisoning, Aunt Jia's firm denial made him curious to see what was really wrong. Sun Bufan nodded repeatedly, understood. Under Yifan's acupuncture, Uncle Jia's body soon trembled, and he vomited heavily into the trash. Sun Bufan held the odor quite unpleasant. This time, Yifan caught the scent of several medicinal herbs. Just as he wanted to examine the vomit, Sun Bufan had already rushed out with the trash, dumping it into the sewer as fast as possible. Yifan wanted to say something, but ultimately shook his head and let it go. Uncle Jia and Aunt Jia left 100 yuan, thanked him profusely, and departed from Jinzelin. As soon as the clinic door opened, patients streamed in endlessly. Though the environment was noisy, the neighbors' faith in Yifan and Sun Bufan made them unconcerned as they lined up one by one for treatment. Yifan saw 20 patients in one go, then left the remaining few to Sun Bufan, while he retreated to the pavilion to work on some prescriptions. At the end of the day, Yifan had made great progress. As the sky darkened and he was about to leave the clinic, he saw Shen Yunfeng running over, beaming. Brother Fan, I have something to tell you. Ever since Yifan had called him to put Jia Wenjing in her place, Shen Yunfeng had stayed on at Jinzelin, helping with the renovation work every day. Yifan had tried to send him away several times, but Shen Yunfeng insisted on staying, saying it was to make amends, and he would leave once the clinic was renovated. Seeing Shen Yunfeng's determination, Yifan didn't insist further. He cured Shen Yunfeng's alcoholic fatty liver disease as a token of appreciation. Although they had met many times, Shen Yunfeng's attitude toward Yifan was more reverent than familiar, so his coming to talk today surprised Yifan. He looked at Shen Yunfeng and said, Young Master Shen, speak your mind. Just call me Yunfeng, I don't deserve Young Master Shen. Shen Yunfeng, having come to know Yifan, was extremely respectful. Brother Fan, it's like this. This quarter, Shen's had a batch of medicinal herbs originally worth 2 million yuan, but due to moisture, mold, and contamination, they had to be destroyed. But the Spring Breeze Clinic showed interest. He hesitated. Jia Wenjing, blinded by greed, sold them to the Spring Breeze Clinic for 300,000. Yifan was slightly surprised. Sold to Spring Breeze Clinic. But they practice Western medicine. Why would they buy Shen's herbs? I heard the Spring Breeze Clinic came up with a blood-tonifying folk remedy and wanted to produce pills in a small workshop called White Bird Black Phoenix Pill. Shen Yunfeng had clearly gathered quite a bit of information. It's normal for Western doctors to sell some supplements to increase revenue. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly recalled the conversation between Lin Xiuling and Lin Sengu yesterday morning. I suspect the person in charge of this project, out of personal gain, bought our contaminated herbs. Shen Yunfeng continued. I only learned from Manager Zhang today that the Spring Breeze Clinic is owned by your mother-in-law. Brother Fan, I'm really sorry. He pulled out a bank card. There's 5 million here as my apology. And Jia Wenjing. I'll make her work at the clinic for 10 years as punishment. I'm truly sorry. We'll talk about apology later. For now, keep this matter quiet, and don't let it spread. Yifan frowned deeply. Let me find out the truth first. Shen Yunfeng nodded repeatedly, yes. Yifan had initially planned not to go home, but with this matter, he had to return to the Tang family villa. Just as his car started, Yifan's phone vibrated. Ding! He put on his earphones and heard the panicked voice of his secretary Chen Xia Yifan. Yifan, something terrible has happened. President Tang is in trouble. Tang Ruoxue was to sign a contract with Meng Jiangnan, the general manager of Bawang Pharmaceutical, tonight. Bawang Pharmaceutical would provide the secret formula and Tiantang Company would supply the capital, jointly producing a beauty product named AI Yen. Tang Ruoxue had originally arranged to dine with Meng Jiangnan at Wangjiang restaurant, but he insisted on signing at Caesar Palace. She had no choice but to comply. Upon arrival, Meng Jiangnan constantly avoided the topic of cooperation, instead repeatedly urging Tang Ruoxue and her companions to drink. Soon 2 public relations staff from Tiantang Company were inebriated. Finally, Meng Jiangnan set out 3 bottles of Bordeaux wine and told Tang Ruoxue that if she finished them all, he would sign the contract immediately. Moreover, Bawang Pharmaceutical would entrust the sales division to Tiantang Company. In the past, faced with such a situation, Tang Ruoxue would have undoubtedly turned and left without a second thought. But today, inexplicably, she picked up the bottle and drank voraciously. During this time, Chen Xiai noticed the club owner Situ Jing drop a white pill into the wine, then abetted Meng Jiangnan by delivering the drugged wine to Tang Ruoxue. Chen Xiai stepped forward to stop them, but Situ Jing blocked the doorway, slapped her, and had the security guards roughly throw her out of the club. Chen Xiai tried to re-enter, but was kicked away by a guard. Terrified and worried for Tang Ruoxue's safety, she immediately called Yi Fan. This foolish woman. In the speeding car, Yi Fan cursed Tang Ruoxue. Doesn't she know this will harm herself? He knew the reason for Tang Ruoxue's reckless drinking. Yesterday's quarrel had left her distraught, and her emotions had overwhelmed her, driving her to drown her sorrows. Although Yi Fan felt their relationship was nearing its end, as long as the divorce was not finalized, he would never allow Tang Ruoxue to be bullied like this. Lu Fugue drove extremely fast, reaching Caesar Palace in under 5 minutes. Yi Fan got out of the car and immediately spotted Tang Ruoxue's red BMW, as well as Chen Xiaoya pacing anxiously. Brother Fan. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Chen Xiaoya's body trembled, and she rushed over joyfully. You're here. With Yi Fan's arrival, she felt a pillar of support. Last time, when Lu Yong retaliated, she had witnessed Yi Fan's overwhelming power, which completely reversed her previous disdain for him. Yi Fan asked without preamble, where are they? 6th floor, room 608. Chen Xiaoya quickly replied, Brother Fan, this Meng Jiangnan is not only the manager of Bawang Pharmaceutical, but also the younger brother of Meng Dajuan, the security magnate. He has many people with him. Should we call for more help? Or the police? She wanted to add an extra layer of safety. No time. If he dares to lay a hand on Tang Ruoxue, even if it were the Heavenly King himself, he'd be doomed. Yi Fan replied without looking back, then charged into the lobby like an arrow. Caesar Palace was a famous KTV, vast in size, with many beautiful women stationed there, so it was packed every night. Yi Fan, however, paid no attention to the glamorous ladies and headed straight for the 6th floor. 2 security guards tried to block Yi Fan and Chen Xiaoya, but he knocked them down with a backhanded slap. At this moment, anyone who dared to stand in his way would be ruthlessly crushed. Soon he was on the 6th floor corridor, his eyes locking onto room 8 at the end. 3 men in shirts stood guard at the door, leering with wicked smiles. Yi Fan walked over. One of them spotted him and immediately shouted, Get lost. Swish. Yi Fan's figure flickered. Before the man could react, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and crashed to the ground. He was completely powerless to resist. Yi Fan didn't spare him a glance. He reached out, grabbed another man by the neck, and smashed his knee into the man's face. Bang! A loud crack, blood splattered from the opponent's forehead, and he collapsed limply. The third partner hesitated for a moment, then swung a fist at Yi Fan. Yi Fan slapped him down with a backhand. Blood oozed from his mouth and nose. Without any pause, Yi Fan leaped over them and kicked the door. Boom! The door flew open instantly. Yi Fan rushed in, and his vision became clear. On the leather sofa, Tang Ruoxue was disheveled, tear-streaked her face, flushed from alcohol, her long lashes trembling slightly, a sight that stirred the soul. Her exposed calves were as delicate and translucent as jade. Meng Jiangnan stood beside the sofa, having already removed his shirt and trousers, revealing a beer belly and thick legs, a malicious smile on his face. He was just 1 step away. When he saw Yi Fan storming in with murderous intent, his face darkened, and he turned to roar, Are you fucking asking for death? Bang! Yi Fan said nothing, stepped forward, and kicked Meng Jiangnan flying. With a scream, Meng Jiangnan collided with the wine cabinet. Amid a thunderous crash, a dozen bottles fell to the floor, and Meng Jiangnan lay on the ground, spitting blood. Tang Ruoxue's eyes fluttered open. Seeing Yi Fan, she relaxed and lost consciousness. Damn it! Who the hell are you? Seeing Yi Fan ruin his plans, Meng Jiangnan, groaning on the floor, roared in pain and fury. He was filled with both rage at the audacious young man and frustration at having his plans thwarted at the last moment, wishing he could strangle the intruder. Yi Fan wasted no words. He kicked the few followers who had struggled to their feet ruthlessly, sending them flying. Their bodies were like kicked balls, tumbling in all directions or rolling along the floor. Each of them was badly injured upon landing. Then Yi Fan dashed forward and kicked the rising Meng Jiangnan again. Crack! A sharp sound, and Meng Jiangnan was sent flying once more, his head hitting the doorframe, splattering a few drops of glaring scarlet. His pig-like shrieks drew the attention of many. As the security guards and other guests of Caesar Palace rushed over, Yi Fan grabbed an air-conditioning blanket and wrapped it around Tang Ruoxue on the sofa. Then he had Chen Xiaoya and Lu Fugue take care of Tang Ruoxue. At that moment, over a dozen people burst in through the door. The owner of Caesar Palace, Situ Jing, appeared. A very alluring woman with fair skin, beautiful features, and long legs. Seeing Meng Jiangnan injured, her pretty face filled with shock, she quickly rushed to support him. President Meng. President Meng. What's wrong? Ah, you're bleeding. Call a doctor. Call a doctor. Her establishment had too many ties with Meng Jiangnan. She relied on him for big clients, and also enjoyed the protection of Meng Dajuan. So while helping him, she shouted at Yi Fan, Kid, who gave you the guts to hurt people in my place? Hurt people. Which eye of yours saw that? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Meng Jiangnan was about to force himself on her. Did you see that? Situ Jing's face darkened. I only saw you committing violence. Meng Jiangnan struggled to stand, grabbed a fruit knife, and yelled at Yi Fan. Kid, you've laid a hand on me. You're finished. Tonight it's either you or me. If I don't kill you and Tang Ruoxue, I'm not human. He snarled viciously. Is that so? Yi Fan smiled faintly, then ignoring the crowd walked up to Meng Jiangnan and patted his own chest. Come on, stab me here. He said contemptuously. I promise I won't fight back. Seeing Yi Fan's fearless attitude, the trembling Meng Jiangnan, knife in hand, froze. His rage inexplicably stalled. Yi Fan patted his chest again. Come on, stab. Didn't you want to kill me? I'm right here, why don't you do it? Need me to help you? Situ Jing and the other's eyelids twitched, silently cursing him as a madman. Seeing Yi Fan grab his hand, Meng Jiangnan instinctively stepped back, his face pale and flushed. He was furious, frustrated, and desperately wanted to plunge the knife in, but he simply lacked the courage to act. Stabbing someone in public was a crime. Even Meng Dajuan couldn't protect him. Situ Jing and her people also had complex expressions, never expecting Yi Fan to be such a tough nut. Chen Xiaoya, on the other hand, grew even more admiring of Yi Fan. She wanted to marry a man of such mettle. If you don't dare to touch me, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yi Fan sneered, then suddenly closed in. To the onlookers, it was a blur. Yi Fan had already snatched the fruit knife from Meng Jiangnan's hand. In the next second, Yi Fan plunged the knife into Meng Jiangnan's abdomen with a swish. Meng Jiangnan felt a chill invade his body. He looked down in disbelief. The fruit knife was fully embedded in his belly. Red blood dripped down, stark and horrifying. The knife was completely buried in his stomach. Crimson blood dripped continuously, a shocking sight. Ah! Sitong Jing and the others gasped, stunned, never imagining that Yi Fan would dare to be so ruthless. After all, Meng Jiangnan was the manager of Bawang, and Meng Dajuan was second only to Huang Zhendo. Was Yi Fan a fool or a madman to stab someone like that? What made their hearts tremble even more was that Yi Fan wasn't satisfied with just stabbing Meng Jiang in his hand, holding the knife, quickly twisted violently. The action was ruthless. Meng Jiangnan watched the fruit knife twist, half a circle, losing control, and screaming in agony. Ah! At that moment he clearly felt the fear of death. Not to mention the useless Meng Jiangnan, even the onlookers, including a group of tough security guards in the club, all felt a chill down their spines. They completely lost the courage to confront Yi Fan. They were people who had seen the world and had personally crippled many, but they had never seen anyone stab someone as ruthlessly as Yi Fan. Yi Fan slowly withdrew the knife, and Meng Jiangnan immediately collapsed to the ground. You idiot. I'm Meng Jiangnan. I'm the general manager of Bawang. My brother is Meng Dajuan. He was completely broken. Yi Fan wanted this effect. To deal with scum like this, either kill them outright, or scare them out of their wits, otherwise they would endlessly pester you. I'll say this only once. Tang Ruoxue is my woman. If you dare to bully her, I'll dare to take your life. Yi Fan wiped the fruit knife on Meng Jiangnan's face. Speak. Any last words? That indifference made everyone present shudder. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Meng Jiangnan's emotions completely collapsed, and he screamed hysterically. It was Chun Liang who told me to do it. He wanted me to use the secret recipe to seduce Tang Ruoxue, to sleep with her at all costs. As long as I slept with her, he would give me 10 million and 30% of the new product shares. Chun Liang is the real culprit. He is the one who wants to harm Tang Ruoxue. Meng Jiangnan poured out everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The wrong has a source, the debt has a debtor. Let me go, I won't dare anymore. Betraying others was shameful and despicable, but Meng Jiangnan knew that if he didn't beg for mercy and act submissive, he might not survive the night. Chun Liang. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he withdrew the blood-dripping fruit knife. I didn't expect that bastard to be behind this. It seems I was too merciful last night. Fine, I'll spare your life tonight. Hearing this, Meng Jiangnan instantly relaxed, collapsing uncontrollably to the ground, crying like a 3-year-old child. Then Yi Fan slowly walked up to Sitong Jing. 7 or 8 security guards braced themselves and stepped forward. Yi Fan uttered a single word, calmly, scram. The tall and burly security guards' eyelids twitched. They wanted to speak, but their mouths were dry. Finally, they scurried away like startled birds. Sitong Jing, who had always been aloof, had an ugly expression as she wanted to maintain her usual arrogance, but couldn't withstand Yi Fan's gaze. She stepped back. Young man, what else do you want? Yi Fan stared at her. Meng Jiangnan bullies and oppresses people. As the owner of this club, not only did you not stop him, but you also abetted him. Sitong Jing's eyelids twitched. It was my mismanagement. Chun Xiaoya accused angrily. It was she who drugged the drinks, slapped me, and had the security guards throw me out. So what if I did? Sitong Jing was furious and humiliated. I tell you, I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Puffed. Before she could finish, Yi Fan had already stabbed her with a knife. Blood spurted from her abdomen. Sitong Jing's delicate body trembled, and her face instantly turned pale. She suddenly became scared. Yi Fan casually withdrew the fruit knife. I just want to see how I can't afford to offend you. Yi Fan would make everyone who used dirty tricks against Tang Ruoxue pay the price. Sitong Jing staggered, and fell to the ground, all her pride shattered. I'll give you a week to shut down this club. Yi Fan grabbed Sitong Jing's long hair and wiped the bloodstained fruit knife. If you don't, I'll shut you down. Sitong Jing looked desperate. Yi Fan slightly tilted his head toward Lu Fugui and Chen Xiaoya. Let's go to the hospital. Lu Fugui and the others immediately helped Tang Ruoxue leave. Yi Fan walked forward playing with the fruit knife. Neither Meng Jiangnan's bodyguards nor the club's security guards dared to step forward and challenge him. They all lowered their heads and made way. They were just earning a living. There was no need to fight someone like Yi Fan to the death. The figures of Yi Fan and his three companions quickly disappeared. Only then did Sitong Jing let out a scream, then shouted at the security guards, "Quickly send Manager Meng to the hospital. Quickly send Manager Meng to the hospital." Caesar Palace instantly became a chaotic mess. Half an hour later, 6 vans resembling armored cash trucks drove into the Red Cross Hospital, 500 meters from the club, and parked sideways across the hospital entrance. The doors opened, and more than 20 people emerged, all in uniform, wearing combat boots, carrying daggers, and steel helmets. 3 of them held shotguns. At first glance, they looked just like cash transport guards. Then a Mercedes drove up. First, a large bald man got out looking fierce with eyes like a cheetah. He glanced around, found no danger, and opened the rear door. A middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth appeared. His black cloak, 3-jointed leather shoes, and slick back hair all proclaimed his arrogance. He blew out a puff of smoke, then led his men into the hospital. Soon he appeared in a special care ward. The door was already crowded with a dozen or so men and women. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, everyone murmured in unison, "Chairman Meng." It was Meng Jiangnan's elder brother Meng Dajuan, the chairman of Qingshan Security Company. Meng Dajuan nodded slightly, then walked into the ward. Inside, Meng Jiangnan was on an 4-drip with his eyes closed while Sitong Jing was fiddling with her phone. "Brother Meng." Upon seeing Meng Dajuan, Sitong Jing immediately rolled off the hospital bed, ignoring the pain in her abdomen, and called out. Meng Dajuan spoke indifferently, "How is Jiangnan?" Sitong Jing quickly replied, "He was stabbed, but it didn't hit a vital spot. He received a blood transfusion, and his wound is bandaged. No serious problem for now." "What kind of person is the opponent?" Meng Dajuan asked leisurely. "Which young master?" "Not a young master at all. He's a live-in son-in-law, the husband of that Tang Ruoxue, a greenhorn, who just graduated a year ago." Sitong Jing told Meng Dajuan what she had found out. "The specific details haven't been dug up yet, but I've sent people to track their car." A fiery gleam passed through her beautiful eyes. Yi Fan's ruthlessness and arrogance had once made her collapse, and it also made her hate him to the bone. If she didn't destroy Yi Fan, she would never be able to hold her head up again. Meng Dajuan remained calm. "Where are they?" "Zhonghai First Hospital." Sitong Jing gave an answer, probably getting Tang Ruoxue's stomach pumped. Meng Dajuan said calmly, "Lei Tianbao." The bald man immediately ran over. "Brother, have you found that kid? Should I blast him with the shotgun? Killing him with one shot is too boring." Meng Dajuan's tone was icy. "Bring him back. I want to teach him how to respect the Meng family." At 9 in the evening, Yi Fan sent Tang Ruoxue to the hospital. She had merely fallen unconscious from the effects of a drug. After he used acupuncture to expel most of the toxin, a good night's sleep would be enough for her to recover. Yi Fan paid for Ward 6 for Tang Ruoxue, but placed her in Ward 8 to rest. In such critical times, it was wise to stay cautious. "Fugui Xiaoya, take good care of her. Xiaoya, contact the Tang family later and tell them she got drunk and slept at your place." Yi Fan transferred 100,000 yuan to them. "I'll go to the police station for a while." In truth, he intended to seek out Chen Liang. "Brother Fan, you can't go." Chen Xiaoya instinctively grabbed Yi Fan's arm. "Once you go in, you might never come out." Though Yi Fan's skills were formidable, he would still be crushed when facing the Meng family. She believed that once Yi Fan entered the police station, the Meng family would spare no expense to destroy him. Lu Fugui nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Brother Fan, you can't go. Assault in public is a serious crime. That's precisely why I know it's serious, so I'm voluntarily cooperating with the investigation." Yi Fan patted their shoulders. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Lu Fugui and Chen Xiaoya wanted to say more, but Yi Fan gently waved them off. "You'll see me tomorrow morning." Yi Fan was no hot-headed youth. He had already considered the consequences when he struck with the knife. He couldn't guarantee he'd walk away unscathed, but he was certain he wouldn't end up in prison. After speaking, Yi Fan grabbed his jacket and headed into the hall. Quick, doctor. Save my second brother. Save my second brother." The moment Yi Fan reached the first floor of the hospital, a stretcher burst through the emergency entrance carrying a man with a gunshot wound. The man wore an oxygen mask covered in blood and looked in critical condition. As the doctors and nurses rushed to take over the stretcher, Yi Fan noticed several people among them, with Yang Jinxiong at the front. While running, he shouted at the doctors, "Save my brother! Save my brother!" Yi Fan was startled. "Yang Yaodong." The operating room was occupied, so due to time constraints, the doctors wheeled the patient directly into the emergency room, drew the curtain, and began resuscitation on the spot. Blood pressure dropping, heart rate rising, platelet count falling. Adjust blood volume, correct electrolyte imbalance, replenish platelets. Bad news. Patient's blood pressure is 0. Heartbeat has stopped. Defibrillation CPR. The doctors' and nurses' voices rang out in rapid succession, heightening the tension in the emergency room. Yang Jinxiong and his men were restless, pacing in circles at the door. Damn it, damn it. Yang Jinxiong punched the wall repeatedly, venting his fury. Director Yang, what happened? Yi Fan walked over. Has Director Yang been hurt? Yi Fan. Divine Dr. Yi. Yang Jinxiong was about to yell at Yi Fan to get lost, but then he recognized him. Jolting, he grabbed Yi Fan's hand and shouted, Brother Yi, save my brother. Save my brother. Yi Fan patted his shoulder. What exactly happened? Yang Jinxiong wept like a child. It's all my fault, all my fault. You're incredibly skilled and I respect you. But when you said I was in for a bloody disaster, I dismissed it as nonsense. My brother, however, believed it deeply. He said he was skeptical at first, but then misfortune kept striking him, and he even found a white cloth and a portrait under his car. Even though I witnessed it all, I still thought it was too absurd, and never took his warnings about being careful seriously. Seeing my indifference, he grew extremely worried, and spent the last 2 days following me around, reminding me. Half an hour ago, we were on a mission to surround a group of foreign bandits. I was careless and exposed myself to their sniper. My brother spotted the laser sight, pushed me down at the critical moment, and covered me. I survived, but he was hit. Even though he wore a bulletproof vest, the bullet still pierced his body, and hit me too. The reason I'm fine is that the bullet you gave me deflected the shot. But my brother wasn't so lucky. He's now in critical condition. His face was scraped and his ribs were bleeding, but he didn't care at all. He only gripped Yi Fan's hand tightly. Divine Dr. Yi, you're so powerful. You must have a way to save my brother. I beg you, let him live. I'll kneel for you. Yang Jinxiong was usually unruly, but now he was as terrified as a child. He fell to his knees, pleading with Yi Fan. Don't kneel. Yi Fan quickly helped him up. The doctors are doing their best. They're top-notch and experienced. He'll be fine. Yang Jinxiong shook his head violently, tears streaming down his face. As someone well-versed in sniper rifles, he knew exactly how devastating a bullet wound to a vital area could be. The sheer force alone could shatter internal organs, even if it didn't kill instantly. The doctor's efforts were merely a form of self-comfort and denial. In Yang Jinxiong's eyes, only Yi Fan stood a chance of saving Yang Yaodong. Yi Fan offered a word of reassurance. All right, I'll take a look at Director Yang shortly. Just then the curtain was yanked open. A female doctor emerged with a dozen others, their faces filled with sorrow and apology. Director Yang's injuries are too severe. I'm sorry, we did everything we could. The female doctor lowered her head slightly. Please prepare yourself. She was deeply moved and regretful, genuinely wishing she could have saved Yang Yaodong. Doing so would have made her a great hero, and the hospital would have rewarded her. No, my brother isn't dead. He can't die. Yang Jinxiong lost his composure again. Try again. Try again. The bond between the Yang brothers had always been deep. He couldn't accept the truth that his brother wouldn't survive. The female doctor shook her head helplessly. Director Yang, I'm sorry. He has penetrating wounds in the abdomen and back, a damaged spleen, and a hematoma over 30 centimeters behind the peritoneum. Just then a calm yet crisp voice rang out from the emergency room. Yang Jinxiong and the others turned to see Yi Fan taking Yang Yaodong's pulse. The dozen or so medical staff were shocked, both that Yi Fan dared to touch Yang Yaodong, and that he could diagnose the exact injuries simply by feeling the pulse. Who are you? The female doctor barked. This is a critical rescue area. No fooling around. Get out. Yang Jinxiong looked ready to kill, and if Yi Fan caused any more trouble, the entire hospital would suffer. Quiet. Yang Jinxiong silenced the medical staff, then called out to Yi Fan, Divine Dr. Yi, is there still hope for my brother? A few of his men also gathered around, staring at Yi Fan with desperate eyes. Yi Fan took out his silver needles. I have a 70% chance of saving Director Yang. In truth, Yang Yaodong's condition had already crossed the threshold of death. Ordinary acupuncture would be useless. But it was no challenge for Yi Fan. He could still repair him. Status ruptured duodenum, ruptured head of pancreas, contusion to the right lobe of the liver. Cause gunshot force. Repair or destroy. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan made his choice: repair. 7 beams of white light instantly sank into Yang Yaodong's body. The life and death stone held 7 strands of vitality and 7 strands of killing intent. Yi Fan had used up all 7 strands of vitality to save his mother and Cece, forcing him to learn medicine in order to save people and replenish them. After a month of hard work, he saved Han Nanhua, Huang Jindong, and the others, painstakingly accumulating 7 strands of vitality. Yet tonight he had exhausted them all in one breath. He felt somewhat frustrated, but Yi Fan also wanted to see if 7 strands of vitality could bring a dead person back to life. White light surged into Yang Yaodong's body one after another. Though the medical instruments had long been removed by the nurses, Yi Fan could clearly sense that Yang Yaodong, whose vital signs were about to hit zero, was gradually regaining his life force. His internal injuries also slowly healed. However, Yang Yaodong did not immediately wake up, causing Yi Fan to feel a twinge of doubt, wondering if 7 strands of vitality were still insufficient to save a life. With that thought, Yi Fan quickly took out his silver needles and began performing the 9 palaces Yang returning acupuncture on Yang Yaodong. 70% chance. Acupuncture. Nonsense. The coldly elegant female doctor flew into a rage upon hearing this. Brain death? How could there still be hope? And with Chinese medicine methods no less. Young man, this is not the time for you to show off. Get out of here immediately, or I'll call the police to arrest you. In her eyes, Yi Fan was not only causing trouble, but also slapping the faces of the entire medical team. Yet she did not step forward to pull him away lest the Yang family suspect her of ulterior motives. She turned to Yang Jinxiong. Director Yang has already died miserably. How can you bear to let him be desecrated like this? Several senior police officials could no longer stand by, and couldn't help saying, Director Yang, let Director Yang rest in peace. Yang Jinxiong's expression was extremely complicated. He hoped Yi Fan could revive his elder brother, but judging from the doctor's words, his brother was clearly dead. No matter how remarkable Yi Fan was, he couldn't bring the dead back to life, especially using silver needles. At the very least, blood transfusions or defibrillation would be needed. It seemed he had indeed been overthinking treating Yi Fan as a lifeline. He staggered over to Yi Fan and said, Yi Fan, thank you, but let my brother go in peace. Give me 30 minutes. Yi Fan didn't even lift his eyelids, responding to Yang Jinxiong in a calm tone, in half an hour, I'll give you a miracle. Yang Jinxiong was slightly stunned, taken aback by Yi Fan's confidence. 30 minutes. Even if you had 3 hours, you couldn't save Director Yang. The coldly elegant doctor was furious. Young man, can you stop causing trouble? Your disruption is not only a nuisance to us, but also an insult to Director Yang. She glared at Yi Fan with arched brows. We are the top doctors in this hospital. We have declared Director Yang dead. Even the gods would find it hard to save him. Several nurses also looked at Yi Fan with disdain, thinking he was simply being obnoxious. Your failure doesn't mean mine. Yi Fan glanced at her. There's always someone better, don't you know? I'm not good enough. My name is Jin Ningbing, from a family of doctors, graduated from Harvard Medical School, practiced for 3 years, and now the new vice president of this hospital. Jin Ningbing laughed in anger. Tell me, which prestigious school did you graduate from? Yi Fan shrugged. Sorry, I'm not from a medical school, nor have I ever worked at any hospital. Not from a medical school. Never worked in a hospital. So you're self-taught. Jin Ningbing snapped. How absurd. A back-alley doctor like you dares to question my medical skills. The entire medical staff was in an uproar. They had initially thought Yi Fan was some renowned physician, which was why Yang Jinxiong had favored him. Who knew he was just a barefoot doctor? Wasn't this a farce? Several nurses curled their lips in disdain and contempt. Yang Jinxiong's expression also turned somewhat awkward. If you're so capable, why can't you cure your own skin disease? Yi Fan spoke without mercy. A minor ailment that makes your life miserable. How much better are you than a barefoot doctor like me? As he spoke, Yi Fan's hands never stopped continuously moving over the silver needles, gathering the life force for Yang Yaodong. He had already realized that 7 strands of vitality were enough to save Yang Yaodong, but the injuries were too severe, slowing the recovery. There was no need for the 9 palaces Yang returning acupuncture. Nevertheless, Yi Fan did not stop. Besides adding an extra layer of insurance, he also wanted everyone to more readily accept that he could bring the dead back to life. Otherwise, if Yang Yaodong simply revived with a touch, wouldn't they think he was a monster? Your skin disease. It's been almost 10 years, hasn't it? As his thoughts turned, Yi Fan added another remark. 10 years, and still unable to cure yourself. Your medical skills are quite questionable. Jin Ningbing was stunned. How do you know about my skin disease? She herself didn't understand why, whenever the weather got hot or the wind blew strong, her entire body would itch and ache unbearably. No amount of ointment or medication worked. She had always kept this secret hidden, not wanting outsiders to question her medical skills. Yet she never expected Yi Fan to expose it in a single sentence. Yi Fan slapped her face without mercy. This is the gap in our skill levels. Even if you have some skill, so what? Jin Ningbing was both ashamed and furious. I refuse to believe that a brain-dead person can come back to life. Her worldview and intellectual knowledge all convinced her that Yang Yaodong could never be revived. Let's make a bet. Yi Fan twisted a silver needle between his fingers. If I bring Director Yang back to life, you'll come sweep the floors at Jinjilin. The clinic was short on help, and Yi Fan didn't mind recruiting a few more laborers. Sweep floors? Jin Ningbing laughed bitterly. And if he doesn't come back? You'll scrub the hospital toilets for 3 years. Deal. Yi Fan agreed without hesitation. Just get ready to sweep for me. Utterly childish. Jin Ningbing dismissed it, fully convinced that Yi Fan was a fraud. Swoosh. Yi Fan ignored her, twisted his fingers, and inserted the last needle. He suddenly shouted, rise. A flash of light. Ah. As his voice fell, a young nurse's body trembled violently, and a scream echoed through the entire emergency room. Jin Ningbing and the others instinctively looked up. The next second they were all stunned. Because Yang Yaodong, who had been dead on the hospital bed, actually sat up. He really sat up, and his eyes were open. How could this be? What the hell? Is he human or ghost? Jin Ningbing stumbled back a dozen steps, her pretty face filled with nothing but shock. A person they thought was dead staring straight at her. How terrifying was that? Several young nurses plopped down on the floor, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Yang Jinxiong roared, brother, overwhelmed with joy. A few nurses hurriedly scrambled to reconnect the instruments. The monitors instantly sprang to life, all readings surging toward normal levels. Ji Ningbing and several others simply couldn't accept it. He really came back to life. How could this be? Yi Fan lifted Ji Ningbing's chin. Remember, come to Jinji Lin on Monday to sweep the floors. 2 hours later, Yi Fan sat exhaustedly on the bench outside the hospital, gulping down soda water to replenish his energy. Although the Nine Palaces Yang Revival Needle was merely an enhancement performing, it had still drained a considerable amount of his vitality. Coupled with the conflict with Meng Jiangnan, Yi Fan was too exhausted to move, and thus temporarily shelved his thoughts of retaliating against Chen Liang. Yi Fan had just finished drinking 3 full bottles of soda water, and was about to circulate the Taiji Sutra to regain his strength, when a man rushed out of the hospital. Yang Jinxiong, who had finished treating his wounds, ran over to Yi Fan as if charged with adrenaline. He had stripped off his bloodstained clothes, and was now wearing an auxiliary police uniform, which made him look a bit more spirited. However, his head was half-bandaged, giving him the appearance of a mummy. Without a word, he gave Yi Fan a tight embrace. "Brother, thank you." Yang Jinxiong laughed heartily. "I won't waste words. From now on, if you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll go through fire and water for you, even if it costs me my life." He was arrogant and unruly, but he also clearly distinguished between kindness and enmity. Not to mention Yi Fan's abilities, even the life-saving grace alone was worth his unwavering loyalty. "You're too kind, Director Yang," Yi Fan smiled. "As long as Director Yang is fine. Do you have any protective talismans, or something?" Yang Jinxiong grinned. "Give me a few, especially the kind that can stop bullets and knives. Money is no object. Do you think I'm a god?" Yi Fan was both amused and exasperated. "If I had such things, why would I even bother running a clinic? I could just go sell talismans on the Middle Eastern battlefield, and become the richest man. I don't care. Anyway, if you have any good stuff, I want a few." Yang Jinxiong persisted. "Protective, luck-bringing, evil-repelling, anything works." At this moment, just like Yang Yaodong, he had absolute trust in Yi Fan. Yi Fan had no choice but to smile and say, "All right, after you finish your current matters, come to the clinic. I'll make you a jade talisman." Yang Jinxiong was overjoyed. "It's a deal. Keep an eye on my stuff for me. I need to go to the restroom." Yi Fan put down his satchel containing acupuncture needles and his phone, then quickly ran toward the nearby restroom. 3 bottles of soda water had really filled his stomach to the brim. With a ding just as Yi Fan's figure disappeared, his phone on the satchel began to vibrate incessantly. A call from someone named Lu Fugui came in. Yang Jinxiong glanced at it, hesitated, and didn't answer. As soon as the call ended, Lu Fugui called again. Yang Jinxiong still didn't answer. Lu Fugui called for a 3rd time. Yang Jinxiong had met Lu Fugui the day before, and worried that his persistent calls might indicate something urgent for Yi Fan, he finally pressed the answer button. "Hello, Yi Fan has gone to the restroom." "Brother Fan, it's bad. Those bastards have found the inpatient department." On the other end of the line, Lu Fugui shouted, "They're going to catch you and sister-in-law." "Catch them?" Yang Jinxiong shot to his feet. "Where are you?" Lu Fugui replied in a low voice, "We're still on the 6th floor. Xiaoya has been caught by them. I'm going to save her." Then a scream followed by the sound of a phone dropping, arguing, and screaming, along with a woman's crying and a man's sinister laughter. He looked up and saw figures moving on the 6th floor. His face changed drastically. Leaving a note, he rushed toward the inpatient department. At that moment, the floor where Tang Ruoxue was located was in complete chaos. 5 minutes ago, a group of black-clad thugs had kicked over trash cans, knocked over the nurse's station, and after checking the room where Tang Ruoxue was staying, advanced murderously toward the end of the corridor. Among them, a bald man stood out conspicuously, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. It was Lei Tianbao. The security guards had never seen such a scene before. They huddled under their desks, trembling in fear. "Yi Fan, Tang Ruoxue, get out here." Lei Tianbao rubbed his bald head and roared, "Mr. Meng invites you for a late-night snack." Chen Xiaoya heard the shouting and instinctively came out. Seeing a group of murderous-looking men, she reflexively ran toward room 6, but was chased down and kicked to the ground by several burly men. They had mistaken Chen Xiaoya for Tang Ruoxue. Lu Fugui quickly locked room 8, pushed Tang Ruoxue to the balcony to hide, and after calling Yi Fan, grabbed a stool and rushed out amid the chaos. "Let me go. Let me go." Facing the pulling and dragging of 4 or 5 men, Chen Xiaoya screamed for help. A few nurses instinctively stepped forward but were kicked away. "Damn it, I'll fight you." Lu Fugui rushed forward to save her, but was slapped down by Lei Tianbao. Then several strong men stepped up and gave Lu Fugui a severe beating. Lei Tianbao didn't even glance at Lu Fugui, he just stared at the disheveled Chen Xiaoya. "So it's you, this bitch, causing trouble." He slapped her across the face, leaving several red finger marks. "And where is Yi Fan? Where is he? Call him out for me." Chen Xiaoya wept bitterly. "Stop your crying." Lei Tianbao gave her another slap. "First drag this bitch to the car." Chen Xiaoya heard that they had mistaken her for someone else, and was trembling all over with fear. She wanted to say she wasn't Tang Ruoxue, but she couldn't utter a word. She was pitifully dragged toward the elevator like a lamb being dragged to the slaughterhouse. The crying of the nurses and others behind her only added to the tragic atmosphere. Lu Fugui tried to struggle to his feet, but halfway up he fell back down with a thud. "Yi Fan, get the hell out here." Lei Tianbao lit a cigarette with a sinister smile. If you don't come out, we'll take it out on your wife. Stop. Just as Lei Tianbao was shouting for Yi Fan, Yang Jinxiong stepped forward, first blocking Lei Tianbao and his men with a fierce expression. I am Yang Jinxiong. I order you to cease your criminal activities immediately. Yang Jinxiong. While Lu Fugui's eyes lit up, Lei Tianbao blew out a puff of smoke and suddenly stared at Yang Jinxiong's coat with a cold sneer. Who the hell is Yang Jinxiong? I've never heard of him. He had a vague familiarity, but mostly disdain. Yang Jinxiong's coat said, auxiliary police. A man who wasn't even a regular officer, how could he be worthy of Lei Tianbao's attention? Yang Jinxiong shouted coldly, let her go. Little punk. Pretty tough, huh? Lei Tianbao sneered at Yang Jinxiong. But what the hell do you think you are? The next second 5 or 6 shotguns were raised, pointing directly at Yang Jinxiong's head. Lei Tianbao spat on the ground, stepped forward, and slapped Yang Jinxiong across the face. An auxiliary cop dares to meddle. Yang Jinxiong instinctively wanted to fight back, but as soon as his arm lifted, there was a series of gun clicks around him. 2 shotguns were pressed directly against his head. At the same time, 3 burly men kicked Yang Jinxiong down, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. In an instant, Yang Jinxiong was bleeding from the head. Yang Jinxiong was furious and tried to fight back, but was beaten even harder. Lu Fugui saw this and rushed over, but in the chaos he received 4 more slaps, and was then kicked away by Lei Tianbao. Lu Fugui roared, you bastards. He's Director Yang. Beat him, beat him. Lei Tianbao laughed ferociously and arrogantly, pointing wildly. Director Yang, my ass. Bullshit, Director Yang. I'm beating up a Director Yang. With a loud bang, just as Lei Tianbao was about to deliver a kick to Yang Jinxiong, a trash can suddenly flew through the air. Lei Tianbao's expression shifted slightly as he crossed his arms in front of him to block. A deafening crash followed as the trash can shattered, scattering debris everywhere. However, Lei Tianbao was forced to stumble back 2 steps. Furious, he roared, which bastard attacked me? Before his men could pinpoint the assailant, a figure charged in, causing the burly men restraining Chen Xiaoya to stagger and fall, their limbs flailing. Yi Fan caught the stumbling Chen Xiaoya, then shifted his stance and surged forward again, knocking 4 or 5 men in black off their feet. Yang Jinxiong found himself freed from his predicament. Old Yang, you alright? Yi Fan helped him up, a hint of apology on his face. He had drunk too much water and spent too long in the restroom, unintentionally dragging Yang Jinxiong into trouble. I'm fine, it won't kill me. Yang Jinxiong gritted his teeth as he rose. But someone's going to die tonight. Illegally carrying weapons, committing violence in public, and the humiliation of being ganged up on, all ensured that someone would pay dearly. Without a word, Yi Fan reached out and snapped Yang Jinxiong's dislocated arm back into place. Then he fixed a cold glare on Lei Tianbao and his crew. You mess with my brother. You tired of living? Yi Fan. Lei Tianbao had recovered by now, his eyes locked on Yi Fan. You're Yi Fan. Yi Fan replied in a low voice. That's right. Are you Meng Dajuan's men? They had tracked him down so quickly and struck so ruthlessly. Yi Fan could think of no one else but Meng Dajuan. At the mention of Meng Dajuan's name, Yang Jinxiong's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Bastard! How dare you address President Meng by name? A hulking man in black erupted in rage, grabbing a trash can and hurling it at Yi Fan. Without even glancing, Yi Fan slid his feet and crashed directly into the man's chest. With a thud, the burly man was sent flying, taking 2 of his robust companions down with him. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Fan charged again, delivering a flying knee that sent a large man tumbling over several times, tripping a whole row of people. Then he brutally plowed into the crowd, his fists striking with fierce gusts of wind. Cries of pain, collisions, and shouts rose and fell. Some fell, some bled, yet others stepped in to replace them like moths to a flame, an endless stream. Yi Fan rescued Lu Fugui, then sneered as he bent down, delivering a sweeping leg that toppled 3 men before leaping again. He came down with a ferocious elbow strike, sending a bear-like man crumpling to the ground, convulsing. It was an overwhelming, unstoppable display of power. Damn it! Seeing most of his comrades down, Lei Tianbao was both enraged and shocked, furious that Yi Fan had injured his brothers and astounded by Yi Fan's fighting prowess. He drew a crude pistol. Freeze. Sensing Yi Fan's strength, he abandoned any thought of a one-on-one fight. Move again, and I'll blow your heads off. At the same time, several of his men pulled out shotguns, aiming at Yi Fan's vital points. Yi Fan frowned slightly. Lei Tianbao's short gun was nothing, but the shotguns of his companions were a problem. Those guns weren't very lethal individually, but they had a wide spread, each shot releasing hundreds of steel pellets. Yi Fan could handle Lei Tianbao and his crew, but in the chaos, the safety of Yang Jinxiong and the others would be compromised. Bullets have no eyes. Pointing a gun at me, Yang Jinxiong's anger flared. Do you know who I am? Lei Tianbao raised his muzzle. Believe me, I'll shoot you dead. Stop! Yi Fan barked. He's Director Yang. Director Yang. I'm the mayor of this city, Lei Tianbao sneered, gripping his shotgun firmly. Kid, stop bluffing. You injured President Meng, and you can't escape tonight. President Meng is waiting for you. Come quietly with us. He jabbed the barrel into Yi Fan's chest. Say no, and I'll blow you away right now. Believe it. Lu Fugui instinctively cried out, Fan Ge, don't go with them. Lei Tianbao's eyes flashed with cruelty. He shifted his pistol and fired a steel pellet shooting from the muzzle, mercilessly burying itself into Lu Fugui's calf. Blood spurted out. Lu Fugui grunted a flicker of pain crossing his face, but he gritted his teeth and steadied himself against the wall, barely keeping his balance. Chun Xiaoya and the others fell into a dead silence, staring at the blood on the ground, a sense of unreality washing over them. None of them had expected Lei Tianbao to be so ruthless. Lei Tianbao tightened his grip on the gun. Coming or not. Then he shifted the muzzle again, and with another pop Yang Jinxiong's left arm was hit. Yang Jinxiong clenched his teeth, enduring the pain. The corridor was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. One last time, coming or not. Lei Tianbao aimed at Chun Xiaoya. You can fight, but can you beat 6 guns? Even if you can dodge your woman, your brothers, can they? Lei Tianbao was an old hand. He knew how to corral a tiger like Yi Fan. Bastards. Touch one hair on brother Ye's head, and I'll make sure you die horribly. Yang Jinxiong roared, gripping his bleeding arm. I Yang Jinxiong mean what I say. As he spoke, a murderous aura naturally emanated from him, his gaze turning cold and cruel, causing several men to instinctively loosen their hold in shock. Regret. Who the hell do you think you are? Lei Tianbao jabbed the gun barrel into Yang Jinxiong's forehead. You think someone like you can scare me, Lei Tianbao? Say another word, and I'll blow out your kneecap, making you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Believe it. The pistol's power was limited, but it was more than enough to shatter a knee. Yang Jinxiong was about to speak again, but Yi Fan cut him off. You're after me. If you have a problem, take it out on me. He's just a hospital patient, an innocent man. Let him and my friends go. I'll come with you to see Meng Dajuan. Yi Fan's voice was calm. If you touch them, I'll fight to the death. Yang Jinxiong spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration, but he didn't argue further. He hadn't expected these men to be so audacious, committing violence inside a hospital, all carrying weapons and striking with such ruthless precision. Even now, with the advantage, Yang Jinxiong noticed several men keeping their distance, training their guns on him and Yi Fan. Their faces bore sneers and mockery, but there was no sign of underestimation. They were indeed well-trained men. A wise man knows when to retreat. Yang Jinxiong adjusted his mindset, but mentally he had already sentenced them to death. Lei Tianbao frowned slightly, reluctantly glancing at Chun Xiaoya. Though not a stunning beauty, she was still worth taking back for enjoyment. Moreover, Meng Jiangnan had repeatedly insisted on capturing Tang Ruoxua. But seeing Yi Fan's icy glare, he knew that if he forced the woman to come along, Yi Fan would fight to the bitter end. Even now his arm still ached. After a moment's deliberation, Lei Tianbao finally barked, take him away. He planned to bring the troublesome Yi Fan back first, then send some men to double back and kidnap Tang Ruoxua. Yi Fan was escorted into a car by over a dozen men. The vehicle sped away. Lu Fugui and Chun Xiaoya were filled with anguish. Yang Jinxiong coughed, spat out blood, and seethed with rage. He pulled out his phone. All units assemble. 30 minutes later, at the Qingshan security base. Nestled at the foot of Phoenix Mountain in the Zhonghai suburbs, the base was encircled by high walls, electrified fences, and floodlights, giving it the appearance of a proper prison to the uninitiated. In truth, Qingshan Company also dabbled in many gray area businesses: escort services, demolition, blockades, debt collection. As long as the price was right, Meng Dajuan would take the job. When Lei Tianbao and his men shoved Yi Fan out of the vehicle, he caught a glimpse of a dozen or so people kneeling in the training ground, men and women alike, weeping and panicking in a huddle. They seemed to be families of debtors or holdout tenants. What are you looking at? Move. After sending his injured subordinates for treatment, Lei Tianbao personally shoved Yi Fan into an office building. His demeanor was aggressive. During the ride, he had already handcuffed Yi Fan's hands behind his back, fearing that Yi Fan might suddenly strike and take his life. The room at the end of the office corridor was wide open, covering nearly 300 square meters. Apart from a golden statue of Lord Guan, it was filled with blade staffs, clubs, and long whips. As Yi Fan stepped inside, he found a dozen or so men and women already waiting for him. Meng Jiangnan and Situ Jing were seated prominently among them. They were receiving intravenous anti-inflammatory drips, glaring at Yi Fan with venomous hatred, as if they longed to devour him alive. The two injured individuals had originally been recuperating at the hospital, but upon hearing that Lei Tianbao had captured Yi Fan, they insisted on coming to see for themselves. To them, Yi Fan's suffering, or even his death, was the best medicine. Without witnessing his destruction with their own eyes, they would carry a shadow for the rest of their lives. Beside Meng Jiangnan and Situ Jing were their longtime companions, eager to reclaim the face they had lost at the club in front of their peers. Several stylish tall women cast glances at Yi Fan, crossing their fair bare legs in seductive poses, their expressions laced with varying degrees of schadenfreude. 3 hours ago he had been brimming with confidence, yet now he was a prisoner. This proved that a loser could never turn the tide. Meng Dajuan had yet to appear, seemingly unimpressed by the scene. Kid, didn't expect to see us again so soon, did you? Meng Jiangnan laughed heartily at Yi Fan. I told you can't afford to offend me. You were all cocky at the club, but now you're a coward, huh? Situ Jing, suppressing her pain, rose and walked over to Yi Fan, reaching out to pat his cheek gently. Think a bit of skill and guts makes you tough. Let me tell you, the waters in Zhonghai run deeper than some greenhorn can imagine. I'll take matters into my own hands soon. You stabbed me once, so I'll snip your manhood 10 times with scissors. She pulled out a cigarette case, sneered, and slowly extracted a cigarette, arrogant and defiant. Big sister will treat you right. Yi Fan didn't even lift his eyelids, utterly ignoring her bluster. The stylish women curled their lips, their faces dripping with contempt. They thought Yi Fan was putting on an act. At a time like this, he was still pretending to be unflappable. In their eyes, Yi Fan must have been terrified inside. But don't worry, we won't touch you for now. Situ Jing lifted Yi Fan's chin with her finger. Once Bao captures your woman, we'll entertain you both together. Aren't you Tang Ruoshua's husband? Don't you love her madly? Didn't you fly into a rage for her? Fine, soon you'll watch with your own eyes as President Meng and the others have their way with her. Situ Jing looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Don't get angry, don't get upset. In our hands, you can only accept your fate. Simply torturing Yi Fan's body held no appeal for her. She wanted to tear apart what he valued most to make his life worse than death. That would be truly satisfying and cathartic. Meng Jiangnan narrowed his eyes. I can almost smell Tang Ruoshua's scent. Tisk tisk, that woman is truly a Zhonghai seductress. The dozen or so men burst into raucous laughter, their grins filled with unspeakable lewdness and malice. Laugh, laugh, enjoy it while you can. Soon you won't be laughing anymore. Yi Fan showed no anger, only pity as he looked at them. No, you won't even see tomorrow's sun. Lei Tianbao's face twisted with fury. Damn it, who the hell do you think you are? Situ Jing sneered as well. Won't see tomorrow's sun. Who do you think you are? Several pretty women tittered. Even as a prisoner, he was still so arrogant. This live-in son-in-law was all talk. They fiddled with their phones, waiting for Yi Fan to beg for mercy on his knees. Kid, I really don't like the look of you. Lei Tianbao strode up to Yi Fan with a sneer. Kneel down, and I'll ask President Meng to spare your life. Lei Tianbao had been humiliated by Yi Fan at the hospital, and he felt it was time to vent his anger. Scram! Before the words had even settled, Yi Fan abruptly lifted his leg and kicked out fiercely, striking Lei Tianbao squarely in the abdomen. Lei Tianbao grunted, stumbled back a few steps, a flicker of pain crossing his face, but he didn't fall. The room fell silent, then erupted in shock. To fight back at a time like this was practically suicide. Several black-clad toughs rushed forward and pinned Yi Fan down. You dare kick me? Got some nerve, huh? Lei Tianbao grinned savagely, grabbing a knife and charging forward, his murderous aura sending chills down everyone's spine. Men, hold him down. I'll stab him 18 times myself. Several burly men held Yi Fan in place. If I were you, I'd be running out the back door right now. Yi Fan's ears had already caught the distant commotion. Qingshan Company is about to be in deep trouble. Qingshan Company in trouble. The arrogant, stylish women dismissed the notion, some curling their lips in disdain, others snickering softly. Ever since its founding, Qingshan security had been untouchable, unshakable. You think you can scare me, kid? You're still wet behind the ears. Bang! Just as Lei Tianbao was about to stab Yi Fan, a thunderous crash rang out from outside. The heavy iron gate was sent flying by a vehicle. The deafening noise startled everyone. Then came the roar of engines, the clamor of helicopters, and cold, precise gunfire. Anyone could tell it was a one-sided massacre. The door burst open as a black-clad man stumbled in, shouting in panic, "Brother Bao, we're under attack." Yi Fan smiled at Lei Tianbao and the others. You're done for. The pretty women stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. The base, enclosed by high walls and electrified fences, was in chaos. Both the front and back gates had been rammed open by armored vehicles almost simultaneously. Then 12 riot control vehicles stormed into the compound. Bullets poured from the windows, picking off Qingshan's thugs with ruthless precision. Meanwhile, 2 helicopters hovered overhead, their floodlights bathing the entire base. Nearly 100 uniformed men, heavily armed, surrounded the base, leaving no chance of escape. Meng Jiangnan's face showed a hint of panic. Who the hell dares to attack this place? Situ Jing pulled out her phone. I'll call Chairman Meng. But she quickly realized her phone was dead. Bastards. Do they think they can run wild here? Lei Tianbao snapped out of his shock, roaring with rage. Brothers, get out there and kill them all. He assumed it was Yi Fan's allies coming to rescue him. Over 20 burly men responded in unison, opening lockers, grabbing homemade shotguns, and heading for the door. The pretty women's eyes lit up, silently cheering Brother Bao and his crew for their dominance. Then they cast smug glances at Yi Fan, as if to say, no matter how many rescuers come, it's useless. Pop, pop, pop. Just as the men in black reached the doorway, a series of red dots targeted them, followed by a hail of bullets. All 20-plus men were shot in the head and collapsed to the ground. Blood pooled everywhere. Lei Tianbao and Situ Jing were stunned. A moment later, Yang Jinxiong strode in, majestically flanked by 5 or 6 men. He was clad in a spotless white uniform, radiating an aura of inviolable authority. Remember me? Yang Jinxiong stopped in front of Lei Tianbao and slapped him twice across the face. You? Lei Tianbao, dazed, held his cheek. Aren't you that auxiliary officer? I am Yang Jinxiong. Yang Jinxiong shot him in the knee, shattering it. Yang Jinxiong. Lei Tianbao forgot even to scream, staring in disbelief at the badge on the uniform that read 001. Could it really be Director Yang? Impossible. Lei Tianbao's face was a mask of despair. He knew he had kicked a hornet's nest tonight. Not only would he be ruined, but the Meng brothers would face utter destruction as well. Meng Jiangnan and Situ Jing were also deeply shaken. How could dealing with a nobody like Yi Fan have drawn Yang Jinxiong into the fray? What connection did Yi Fan have with the Yang family? The once alluring women now looked at Yi Fan in dismay, a flicker of fear in their once scornful eyes. Bang! Without giving Lei Tianbao a moment to regret, Yang Jinxiong shot him in the head. Situ Jing and her female companions' faces turned pale instantly. Meng Jiangnan fainted again. Take them all away. Interrogate them immediately. Yang Jinxiong waved his hand. Arrest those who need arresting and execute those who need executing. With Yang Jinxiong's order issued, the entire Qingshan company was thrown into turmoil. More than 50 people were arrested, and over a dozen others were shot on the spot while armed. The once tyrannical gang suffered a devastating blow. Then a large number of account books and videos were seized. The police also discovered 12 hidden fugitives among the training staff. The heinous crimes of Qingshan company were fully exposed. Are Fu Guowei and Chen Xiaoyao all right? Outside the gate of Qingshan base in a police car, Yi Fan munched on a sandwich and asked Yang Jinxiong. Don't worry, the bullet has been removed from him, and Chen Xiaoya has someone to comfort her. Yang Jinxiong told Yi Fan everything he wanted to know. I also arranged for 2 nurses to look after Tang Ruoxua, and there are agents secretly protecting her. I will never let such a slip-up happen again tonight. Brother Yi, I've put you through a lot. The turmoil of that night made Yang Jinxiong fully accept Yi Fan. It's nothing. Yi Fan tilted his head slightly toward the outside. How are you going to deal with them? They'll rot in prison. Yang Jinxiong didn't hide anything from Yi Fan. It's not personal revenge, but the crimes of Meng Jiangnan and Situ Jing are enough for life sentences. As for Meng Dajuan, he has committed even more offenses. Not only illegal detention of innocent people, forcing women into prostitution, causing disability to others, but also harboring many criminals. Among his security company staff, he took in people with criminal records, released convicts, fugitives, all kinds. Meng Dajuan even harbored the Rainy Night Butchers. A glint of fervor flickered in Yang Jinxiong's eyes. If he's not the one to suffer this time, who will? Rainy Night Butchers. Yi Fan frowned slightly. Why does that sound familiar? Yang Jinxiong smiled. You should be familiar. They were headline news for half a month last year, all wanted fugitives in Zhonghai. Yi Fan suddenly remembered. The Rainy Night Butchers were 5 perverted serial killers, 4 men and 1 woman, who specifically targeted people on rainy nights. The men would drive taxis to kidnap lone female passengers, while the woman would pretend to be pregnant to drug kind-hearted female passersby. Over the past 2 years, they had killed 28 people, all single women. He was slightly surprised. I recall the police seemed to have shot them dead. How are they still alive? Last year the police did surround them and killed 2 men, but the remaining 3 escaped through the sewer during the rain. Yang Jinxiong took over the conversation. We conducted a citywide search and found no trace for a month. We thought they had already fled Zhonghai. Unexpectedly, they were hiding in Qingshan company as training instructors. A hint of regret crossed his face. Unfortunately, during the arrest, they didn't come out to resist, but instead escaped through the sewer at the first opportunity. Yi Fan suddenly understood. I see. Brother, that's enough. Don't dwell on these things, you won't be involved. Yang Jinxiong smiled. No one will know you were here tonight. After several meetings, he had some understanding of Yi Fan's character. The young man didn't like public attention or getting tangled in underworld grudges. Yi Fan smiled. Good. It's best if I don't exist, including in the statements of Meng Jiangnan and Situ Jing. Yang Jinxiong laughed heartily. Don't worry, I won't give you any credit. I'll have someone take you back to the clinic first. I'll issue a wanted order later to capture Meng Dajuan and his crew. He patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and prepared to get out of the car. Yi Fan asked, will Meng Dajuan get the death penalty? Though he had never met Meng Dajuan, he could tell from Lei Tianbao's actions that the man was lawless and had no boundaries. A man who dared to have armed thugs attack a hospital. If he survived, Yi Fan would worry about his mother and Tang Ruoxua's safety. We'll catch him for sure, but the death penalty is too difficult. Yang Jinxiong was realistic. Besides lacking evidence, he also has connections in Zhonghai and Longdu. Those people can't protect his wealth and reputation, but they can still save his life. He reassured Yi Fan. Don't worry, he won't get out. Yi Fan sighed indifferently. For me, a dead man is still the safest. He picked up his phone and sent a text message. In the night, a black stretch Lincoln was slowly driving toward Qingshan base. Inside were 3 bodyguards in black suits, all armed with weapons. In the back seat, Meng Dajuan leaned back holding a cigar in his mouth, while playing with a string of Buddha beads. After visiting his brother in the hospital, he had gone to his mistress for some fun, and only then set off to the company to see Yi Fan's miserable fate. Thinking of the former employee's fiancé who had once preferred death to submission, now obedient and compliant Meng Dajuan was filled with a sense of conquest. Ding! Just then his phone vibrated. After listening for a moment, Meng Dajuan's face changed drastically. The security company had been raided by the police, uncovering a pile of illegal accounts, videos, fugitives, and over a dozen detained people. His brother Situ Jing, Lei Tianbao, all had lost contact. All his connections in Zhonghai went silent. Meng Dajuan didn't know if it was because of Yi Fan, but he knew he faced a difficult choice. Fleeing would mean abandoning the multi-billion-dollar empire he had built, staying would mean being caught and imprisoned, and his former enemies would not spare him. To gain one must give up. Comforting himself with this, Meng Dajuan finally waved his hand, changed course, head to Longdu. In Longdu he had his life insurance, and the capital to rise again. The driver and bodyguards were stunned, but they didn't say a word. With a turn of the steering wheel the car veered off, and headed toward Longdu. Meng Dajuan didn't choose the airport or high-speed rail, believing the police would have deployed there. So he ordered the driver to take the expressway. Whoosh! Just as they were about to reach the entrance of the expressway toll station, a commercial vehicle suddenly changed lanes and braked without warning. The high-performance Lincoln Stretch barely managed to stop. Before Meng Dajuan and his men could open the window to curse the commercial vehicle driver, a container truck behind them suddenly accelerated and charged forward. When the truck was about to hit the Lincoln, the driver made a sharp turn and braked. The truck's cab swerved to avoid a rear-end collision, but the container behind it toppled over. Boom! Dozens of tons of container and cargo crashed down onto the Lincoln. The piercing sound drew everyone's attention. Meng Dajuan and his men instinctively looked up and saw a scene that made their faces turn pale with horror. Bang! As Meng Dajuan and his men frantically tried to open the doors, the container slammed onto the roof of the Lincoln. All the windows instantly shattered into fragments, flying everywhere. In that extremely brief moment, the bulletproof roof crumpled like a thin sheet of iron under a massive boulder, the screech of metal terrifyingly unnerving. Meng Dajuan and his crew, who had been sitting upright, were instantly crushed. Blood spurted dozens of meters, splattering onto the commercial vehicle and the toll station. The commercial vehicle stopped ahead. The door opened, and Huang Zhendong stepped out, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He immediately kicked He Zi, who was climbing out of the truck's cab. Damn it! Damn it! Can't you slow down? You got blood all over me. Huang Zhendong lamented. This is an 8,000 yuan Armani. At 7 in the morning, Yi Fan performed a simple wash, changed into a fresh set of clothes, then picked up breakfast and headed to the hospital. Upon arriving at Tang Ruoshue's ward, he paused slightly, finding Zhao Dongyang and Zhao Xiaoya already inside. At the same time, his mother-in-law Lin Qiuling and father-in-law Tang Sanghua hurried along the corridor. Yi Fan, what's going on? How did Ruoshue end up in the hospital? And she had her stomach pumped. You haven't been home for 2 days. Where have you been? Lin Qiuling, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, rushed into the ward while berating Yi Fan with a stern voice. Yi Fan, what exactly happened? Say something. Tang Sanghua also roared at Yi Fan. Cat got your tongue. Lin Qiuling ran to the bedside, continuously stroking Tang Ruoshue's delicate face, looking as if she feared something might happen to her. Yi Fan glanced over. Tang Ruoshue's face was somewhat pale, but her breathing and heartbeat were steady. The reason she had not awakened was due to extreme fatigue. Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief and then explained softly, she drank a bit too much while meeting clients last night. Shut up. Zhao Dongyang rudely interrupted Yi Fan. Are you still lying at a time like this? You really are a master of deception. With all your lies, do you deserve Ruoshue? He rebuked Yi Fan with righteous indignation. Do you deserve the trust of uncle and auntie? Lin Qiuling's face darkened. Dongyang, you tell me. What exactly happened? Auntie, let my sister explain. Zhao Dongyang shook his head. Otherwise Yi Fan might accuse me of stirring up trouble and then lose his temper and beat me up. Tang Sanghua barked. He wouldn't dare. Yi Fan frowned slightly, wondering what game Zhao Dongyang was playing. Uncle, auntie, here's the thing. The day before yesterday, Yi Fan tried to scam my brother and showed Ruoshue no respect. He demanded my brother compensate him 100 million and even used Huang Zhendong to pressure us. Zhao Xiaoyan recounted the scam incident to Lin Qiuling and the others, causing Lin Qiuling to exclaim in shock. 100 million. You little rascal, that's ruthless, isn't it? Tang Sanghua scowled and shouted at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, is this true? Yi Fan replied calmly, it's true, but it wasn't a scam. It was a reasonable compensation. Still talking back? Still talking back? Lin Qiuling arched her brows and cursed. Where did you get a Ghost Valley yuan blue and white porcelain? Do you think we believe you have an antique worth 800 million? Just to satisfy your petty jealousy, you resort to underhanded tricks. Yi Fan, you are utterly despicable. She lamented with disappointment. How did I never see your black heart before? Ruoshue is a lady from a respectable family. She shouldn't have to endure such sordid behavior. Zhao Xiaoyan continued to fan the flames. She earnestly tried to advise Yi Fan, but he wouldn't listen, which broke her heart. Last night, she went to discuss business with Meng Jiangnan. Feeling troubled and distracted, she was caught off guard and drugged by Meng Jiangnan. Ruoshue's secretary Qin Xiaoya saw something was wrong and immediately called Yi Fan, her husband, for help, but he completely ignored it. My brother received the news and rushed over in his car, rescuing Ruoshue from Meng Jiangnan's clutches by force. Look, my brother still has a bruise on his face from Meng Jiangnan's bodyguard. She pointed to a bruise on Zhao Dongyang's face, seeking credit. You bastard. Hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's words, Lin Qiuling flew into a rage. Without verifying anything, she slapped Yi Fan hard across the face. I'm telling you, if anything happens to my daughter, I'll make you pay with your life. Yi Fan reached out with his left hand and caught Lin Xiuling's wrist. Mom, it's not what she said. If it's not what she said, then what is it? Lin Xiuling fired off a series of soul-searching questions. Is the 100 million false? Is Ruoxue being upset over you false? Is her almost getting into danger false? If you hadn't made her miserable, would she have been so troubled that she drank? She practically never drinks when negotiating business. Dare you say you bear no responsibility? Ruoxue has been devoted to you, even bought you a Rolex, and you've driven her to this state. Do you have any conscience? Tang Sangwa was also furious. Let go, let go. Why are you grabbing your mother's hand? Are you going to hit your mother? Yi Fan released Lin Xiuling's hand, sighing inwardly. He did bear some responsibility. Useless wretch. Lin Xiuling's blood pressure spiked from anger. Clutching her chest, she stumbled a few steps out of breath. Auntie, are you alright? Zhao Dongyang, quick-eyed and nimble-handed, helped Lin Xiuling sit down. Auntie, don't worry. Ruoxue will be fine once she wakes up. Dongyang, thank goodness you were here. If something had happened to Ruoxue, we wouldn't want to live either. After calming down a bit, Lin Xiuling still pointed at Yi Fan and cursed. You, get out of my sight. I want Ruoxue to divorce you. Divorce? I was blind to have let you become our live-in son-in-law. Get out, get out. She couldn't bear to see Yi Fan any longer. Disappear from my sight right now. Yi Fan's expression was indifferent. Mom, Dad, I bear some responsibility for Ruoxue's situation. But rest assured, she will never be harmed again. Never be harmed again. Zhao Xiaoyan snorted coldly. You hid like a turtle when Ruoxue called for help, and you still claim she won't be harmed. Tang Sangwa cursed bitterly. Can't even protect your own woman, a useless coward. Yi Fan looked at Zhao Xiaoyan with a cold smile. Do you even know who actually rescued Ruoxue from Meng Jiangnan? If it wasn't my brother who saved her, was it you? Do you have the power to stand up to Meng Jiangnan? Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoyan's heart skipped a beat. She stepped forward, pointing at Yi Fan's nose. Are you trying to say you saved Ruoxue? Tang Sangwa scolded Yi Fan. Yi Fan, if you're wrong, admit it. Don't try to polish your own image. Yi Fan said calmly. Ask Chen Xiaoya who rescued her. She knows best. Get out. I don't want to see you or hear you speak anymore. Lin Xiuling pointed at the door and shouted, get out now. Zhao Dongyang took out a check, scribbled on it, then tore it off and thrust it at Yi Fan, shouting, 100 million. Consider it paid. Don't bother Ruoxue anymore. Rip. Lin Xiuling rushed over, snatched the check, and tore it in half, roaring, we'll take on Dongyang's debt. If you want 100 million, come to us. Lin Xiuling declared solemnly. The Tang family knows how to repay kindness. We won't let Dongyang bleed and weep. Tang Sangwa also lifted his chin. That's right. If you want to collect, come to us. See if you dare to kill us. Did you hear that? Why aren't you leaving? Just as Yi Fan was about to speak, Zhao Dongyang rushed over and shoved Yi Fan toward the door. Do you want to anger the elders to death? Do you want to kill Ruoxue? Seeing Tang Sangwa and Lin Xiuling fuming with rage, Yi Fan abandoned the thought of explaining. He believed Chen Xiaoya would eventually tell them the truth. He turned and left the ward. 5 minutes later, Yi Fan appeared at the back door of the hospital. In the morning breeze, 6 Hummers stood in a row, exuding a metallic chill. In the middle vehicle, Huang Zhendong, clad in a trench coat, pulled open the door with utmost respect. Yi Fan spoke calmly. Where is he? Wangjiang Tea House. Yi Fan slipped into the car, and Huang Zhendong stepped on the accelerator, speeding away, with 5 white Hummers roaring in pursuit. Their destination was clear, the Wangjiang Tea House. It was the peak of Zhonghai's morning rush hour, streets teeming with vehicles and pedestrians, yet Huang Zhendong kept the Hummers pedal floored without a pause. Yellow lights, red lights, traffic fines. All were mere illusions to Huang Zhendong. He and Yi Fan were about to pull off something far more audacious. Why would they care about rules? The vehicles charged forward with relentless momentum. If not for the absence of police sirens, passers-by would have mistaken them for bandits. As they neared the Wangjiang Tea House, the Hummers suddenly accelerated, darting like lightning, stirring up a few leaves along the roadside. Onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, too shocked to scream, utterly astonished by the reckless charge of these vehicles. The Wangjiang Tea House, the finest spot in Zhonghai for morning tea and dim sum, saw its charming hostesses greeting guests with practiced smiles. Professional smiles, sweet greetings, and the aroma of food made the usual patrons feel at ease. But this morning was destined to be anything but peaceful. Virum. Just as a hostess bowed slightly to see off a group of guests, 6 Hummers roared in like enraged bulls. The hostess's face paled as she instinctively stepped back. The Hummers screeched to a halt, stopping arrogantly at the staircase, the air thick with the smell of burnt rubber. Huang Zhendong remained in the car, while the others opened doors and donned masks. At the same time, He Go and Huang Dongxiang emerged from across the street, silently joining the group. Let's go. Yi Fan vaulted out of the car window, leading He Go and the others straight up to the 3rd floor. He had received word that Chun Liang had booked the entire 3rd floor for morning tea with his companions. The Meng brothers and Qingshan Company had fallen, but that didn't mean Yi Fan would let Chun Liang, the instigator, off the hook. At the stairwell entrance, 3 of Chun Liang's bodyguards saw Yi Fan, and their faces twisted in alarm. What are you doing? Yi Fan said nothing, stepping forward to kick the middle guard, sending him flying. He Go and the others grabbed the remaining 2, smashing their heads against the stair railing. Bang! Blood splattered from the impact, and the two guards slumped to the ground limp. The usually bustling tea house fell into a silence as deep as a graveyard. The diners were not only shocked by the brutality of Yi Fan's crew, but also by their audacity to cause trouble here, for the tea house was partly owned by the Meng brothers. Without a glance at the crowd, Yi Fan fished two shotguns from the guards' jackets, clicked off the safeties, and radiated a killing intent. At the metallic clatter, the hostesses and others hit the floor. Several security guards who had rushed over dropped their batons and fled out the tea house door. Yi Fan expertly handled the firearms, then tossed them into a flower pot. Huang Dongxiang silently picked them up, mimicking the safety release. Let's go. Yi Fan clapped his hands and thumped up the stairs. Bang! Yi Fan with Hey Go and the others reached the third floor and kicked open a folding screen. The view cleared, revealing Chun Liang and a dozen others, men and women, their faces still frozen in a sneer. That idiot Yi Fan stupidly stabbing someone in a KTV. He'd probably never get out. Chun Liang cut off his words, staring at the intruder. The lively third floor fell into dead silence. Chun Liang. A faint contemptuous smirk curled at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. We meet again. Not a sound was heard. The third floor was crowded. Not only Chun Liang, but also a dozen well-dressed young men and women, including Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian. Those who had been holding forth with grand speeches were now frozen in place. Yuan Jing forgot to sip the Xinjiang Maojian tea she had brought to her lips. They all stared in shock at Yi Fan, who had stormed in. They were astonished not only that he had emerged unscathed from the police station, but also that he dared to crash the party and confront Chun Liang with such force. As Yi Fan walked toward Chun Liang with his hands behind his back, a young man with earrings stood up and barked, "You bastard, is this any place for you? Get out." Puffed. Without waiting for orders, Hey Go charged forward and plunged a knife into the man's abdomen. Pausing briefly until the seated men and women reacted, he twisted the blade violently. A spurt of blood gushed from the earring youth's belly. Brutal, bloody. The earring youth let out a short, sharp scream as his abdomen was torn to shreds, his face deathly pale. The knife was yanked out, and his body crashed to the floor. The women present screamed instinctively. 5 or 6 young men grabbed chairs in defense. No one had expected Yi Fan to come with such lethal intent. Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian instinctively pressed closer to Chun Liang, seeking safety. Yi Fan, you've got some nerve. Chun Liang raised a hand to stop his companions from charging. More guts than I thought. But you're too impulsive. Prison break is a serious crime, and stabbing someone will land you in jail for life. If they catch you, you'll face at least 10 years. He tossed his phone to Yuan Jing to call the police. Tell the officers there's a murder here. As he spoke, Chun Liang picked up a cup of hot tea, then eyed Yi Fan with interest, sneering, sipping leisurely, arrogant, and domineering. Bolstered by his brazen attitude, his companions shook off the intimidation of Hey Go's stabbing, their eyes turning fierce, ready to brawl. Cut the crap. Meng Jiangnan said it was you who instigated him to go after Tang Ruoxue. Yi Fan didn't mince words. Just answer me, is that true? Yes, it was me. Chun Liang admitted without hesitation. At the Apollo restaurant, you slapped my face. I was pissed and I wanted revenge. Yi Fan said flatly, then come at me. What's the point of going after a woman? Just messing with you isn't interesting. Chun Liang was frank. Tearing Tang Ruoxue apart in front of you. That's the real thrill, the real satisfaction. And this is only the beginning. Yi Fan nodded slightly. That's all I needed to hear. What? Not happy? Want to challenge me? Chun Liang laughed dismissively. Yi Fan, don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Let me tell you, the police will be here soon, and my men are on their way in force. You've escaped prison, stabbed someone. Better think about how to deal with the law first. He looked down on Yi Fan like a cat toying with a mouse, making Yuan Jing secretly think this was a true young master. Don't worry, before the police take me away, you Chun Liang will be the one to suffer first. Yi Fan sauntered over with Huang Dongxiang. You messed with my woman. I won't let you off. Big talk. Chun Liang chuckled. But I can tell you, Meng Dajuan and the police alone will be enough to skin you alive. And the Chin family. I am someone you can never afford to provoke. He looked proud, pulling out a cigar, lighting it casually, and staring at Yi Fan with contempt. Without Han Nanhua around to hold him back, Chun Liang could crush 100 lowlifes like Yi Fan. After all, he was a martial artist, not someone ordinary people could challenge. Several pretty women also looked at Yi Fan with disdain. Challenging Chun Liang was practically suicidal. Swoosh! Yi Fan's figure flickered, and in an instant he was before Chun Liang, slapping him across the face. Slap. The sound was crisp and loud. Someone I can't afford to provoke. Yi Fan delivered another heavy slap. I'm provoking you now. So what? Yi Fan delivered 2 resounding slaps, sending Chun Liang's cigar flying and leaving 2 crimson welts on his cheeks. Without pausing, Yi Fan struck him again. An untouchable existence. Who do you think you are? A deity. In my eyes, you're no different from a dog, and the Chin family is nothing but a pile of trash. Do you believe I could stab you right now? Then with a single kick, he sent Chun Liang flying. Chun Liang grunted, crashing 4 or 5 meters away, dragging a tablecloth down and leaving a scene of utter chaos. Yi Fan's actions instantly plunged the entire hall into dead silence. Every face was frozen in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Compared to Black Dog stabbing the earring youth, Yi Fan's slaps were far more impactful. This was Chun Liang, one of the few notorious Saiyans in Zhonghai. Without Han Nanhua backing him, challenging Chun Liang like this was tantamount to suicide. Even Yuan Jing and Yang Qianqian were stunned, wondering if Yi Fan had lost his mind after stabbing someone. A martial artist. Chun Liang was a martial artist. How could he provoke him? Sneak attack. Slap me. Chun Liang scrambled to his feet, his face twisted with humiliation and rage. Yi Fan, you're finished. Completely finished. The only reason you could bully me at Apollo Restaurant was because you were riding on your master's coattails. Now that no one's backing you, no, even if Han Nanhua were here, I'd kill you with my own hands. A mere nobody repeatedly shouting and completely forgetting his place infuriated the illustrious Chun Liang to the extreme. As for being easily slapped and kicked away by Yi Fan, Chun Liang simply attributed it to a sneak attack. Yi Fan pulled a tissue, lightly wiping his hands with a smile. I don't need old Han to bully you. Arrogant. Too arrogant. That was everyone's sentiment. Daring to speak like that in front of so many people. Ha, good. No one has dared to speak to me like that in years. Chun Liang laughed, instead of getting angry, rolling his shoulders and neck, loosening his bones, preparing to teach Yi Fan a painful lesson. Yi Fan, your arrogance and ignorance truly astonish us all. Here's your choice: cripple both your legs and send Tang Ruoshuet to my bed. I'll spare your life today, otherwise you'll end up like this cup. Shattered. With a crack, he crushed the teacup in his hand, demonstrating his formidable power. A martial artist's fury brings rivers of blood. His companions cheered, shouting, Lord Chun mighty. Lord Chun domineering. Yuan Jing's eyes also sparkled. Yi Fan, I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy while you still can. The Han Nanhua and Huang Zhendong you relied on today can't save you. Yuan Jing stepped forward and shouted. If Han Nanhua can't help you, a commoner like you has only one path before Lord Chun, death. And when it comes to fighting, you're utterly vulnerable. You might have some skill, but Lord Chun is a quasi-Yellow Realm martial artist. He could kill you with a single finger. Have you heard? When the Yellow Realm rages, corpses float for miles. Quasi-Yellow Realm martial artist. Yi Fan sneered inwardly. He had already killed several Yellow Realm martial artists. Chun Liang walked up to Yi Fan, his eyes filled with contempt and indifference. Yi Fan, I thought I was arrogant, but I never imagined you'd be even more arrogant than me. But there's one difference: I may be arrogant, but I have the capital and foundation to back it up. I have the right to be arrogant. And you, a nobody with a worthless life, at best a dog that rides on its master's coattails. Let me tell you, I don't need to use my connections or influence. I can kill you with just one punch. Today I'll show you how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. A commoner like you. If I hadn't been reluctant to kill you, you'd have died 800 times already. Chun Liang roared, then suddenly lunged forward. In his eyes, Yi Fan was nothing but a lowlife, yet he kept provoking him. It was simply courting death. Yang Qianqian and the others looked at Yi Fan with pity. Yi Fan was doomed. He couldn't see the cliff until he reached the edge. Why couldn't he recognize the gap between himself and Chun Liang? Yang Qianqian and the others were all waiting to see Yi Fan humiliated. Only when he realized his own weakness and pitifulness would he know his true place. Seeing Chun Liang make his move, Yuan Jing couldn't help but sigh. Yi Fan, you really overestimate yourself. You're not even as good as Huang Dongxiang, so how can you challenge Lord Chun? When Chun Liang beats you until you kneel and beg for mercy, will you still be so arrogant? Whoosh! Chun Liang threw a diamond fist at Yi Fan. It was powerful and heavy. If this punch landed on Yi Fan, it wouldn't kill him instantly, but it would shatter all his bones, leaving him in agonizing pain worse than death. Diamond without regret. Slap. Yi Fan didn't even glance. He simply lashed out with his right hand. Bang! With a loud crash, Chun Liang was struck squarely by Yi Fan. Half of his face instantly swelled red. He tumbled backward, crashing heavily into a table. The table shattered, debris scattered everywhere. Blood trickled from Chun Liang's mouth, his clothes filthy. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Yuan Jing and the others stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend this scene. Chun Liang was a martial arts master. 10 bodyguards couldn't even fill his teeth. So how could he be beaten down by Yi Fan, who had only mediocre kung fu? With a single light slap. Yuan Jing and the others couldn't accept it. Chun Liang was also filled with grief and fury. He had intended to brutally torture Yi Fan, but instead he was beaten like a dead dog. He was frustrated and agonized. He stared at Yi Fan, both angry and shocked. You sneaked me. That's shameless. Hearing sneak attack, Yuan Jing and the others suddenly understood. No wonder Chun Liang had suffered. It was because Yi Fan had attacked from behind. How despicable. If you can't win, you resort to sneaking. Slap. Yi Fan didn't waste words. He stepped forward and struck again. Chun Liang was sent flying once more, skidding 5 or 6 meters across the floor, utterly miserable. Sneak attack. Yi Fan didn't stop. He walked over and raised his hand for another slap. Do you deserve to be sneaked up on? Chun Liang tried desperately to dodge, but still couldn't avoid it. He was slapped away again. As soon as he got up, Yi Fan struck once more. Slap. A series of slaps sent Chun Liang rolling across the floor, his cheeks swollen. The final slap not only knocked him down, but also shattered his will to fight. Chen Liang spat a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground. Then a foot pressed down on his back, firm as a mountain. Chen Liang struggled with all his might, but couldn't get up. Yang Qianqian and the others stared at Yi Fan in horror. They knew exactly how formidable Chen Liang was. But now not only had he failed to kill Yi Fan, but he had been slapped away blow after blow. How was this possible? How could Yi Fan defeat a martial artist? Yuan Jing looked at Yi Fan with great indignation. "Oh Master Chen, I ambushed you 10 times in a row and succeeded each time." Yi Fan stepped heavily on Chen Liang, sneering. "Why aren't you more vigilant? Why aren't you on guard? Your carelessness disappoints me deeply." He kept applying pressure with his foot, making Chen Liang cry out in agony and leaving Yang Qianqian's group frozen in silent terror. Huang Dongxiang, however, wore a look of sheer delight, but he remained quiet, hiding in a corner. "Are you a Yellow Realm expert?" Chen Liang was furious, but had to face reality. His illustrious family background and extraordinary skills had given Chen Liang a delusion over the past 2 years that among the younger generation, he was the most formidable figure. Given another 10 or 8 years, he could even sit on equal footing with the 1 gate, 2 tigers, and 3 money gods. Thus he regarded Qian Xinghua and Huang Zhendong with utter disdain. Even toward Han Nanhua and Qian Fujia, Chen Liang lacked any reverence. It was precisely this arrogance and strength that made him believe crushing Yi Fan was as easy as crushing an ant. A total and all-round crushing. But now, it was he who lay defeated on the ground. The ant had turned into an elephant looming over him and stepping on his back. 10 slaps had left Chen Liang questioning his very existence. He hadn't even been able to exchange a single move, let alone dodge. How could such a proud and arrogant man not feel despair? The rest of his companions were also ashen-faced, their former arrogance utterly vanished. "Whether I'm a Yellow Realm expert or not is irrelevant." Yi Fan said, a hint of mockery curling at the corner of his mouth. "What matters is that I can trample you, you bastard. Bastard, if you dare touch me, the police won't let you off, and neither will the Chen family." Chen Liang had never felt so humiliated. Reduced to this state, the eldest son of the Chen family felt only shame, and even more so resentment. Yi Fan stepped on Chen Liang's right hand. "How won't they let me off?" Seeing Yi Fan's arrogant defiance, Yuan Jing felt deeply distressed. She could never have imagined such an outcome. Not only had Yi Fan not been beaten to death by Chen Liang's punch, but he was now trampling Chen Liang underfoot. This former boyfriend of hers was completely different from before. Over the past month, Yi Fan had repeatedly shattered her perceptions, and each time it stung her, filling her with jealousy and resentment. "Yi Fan, you bastard." Feeling the pain in his wrist, Chen Liang roared, "If you've got the guts, kill me." "Joking. I'm a law-abiding citizen." Yi Fan remained calm and composed. "How could I possibly kill someone in public? I'm here merely to seek justice for Tang Ruoxue. The death penalty may be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped." He stared at Chen Liang's wrist. "You almost made Tang Ruoxue lose her honor. Breaking both your hands isn't too much, is it?" Yi Fan, enough. Yuan Jing could no longer bear it. She couldn't tolerate her golden patron being humiliated by the discarded Yi Fan. In her eyes, Yi Fan had no right to lay a hand on Chen Liang. She pointed a finger and shouted angrily, "Yi Fan, know when to stop. You may be strong, but the Chun family is a giant, powerful and influential, nothing a loser like you can match." Meng Dajuan, Qingshan Security Company Master, Chen Overlord Pharmaceutical Chairman, Chen Guangrong of Baohai Bank. Which of them isn't a colossus? Which of them can someone as insignificant as you afford to offend? Doing whatever you please like this. Have you thought about the consequences? Have you thought about your family? Yuan Jing's words jolted the dozen or so people present back to reality. Yes, this society was not ancient times, nor an era for chivalrous heroes. In this day and age, money and power still spoke. No matter how formidable one's martial skills, unless they were among the top few, they'd end up as mere bodyguards. The Chen family has vast wealth and influence. If they truly want to fight to the death, they could throw $1 billion or $2 and hire a team of experts to deal with you. Don't think being a Yellow Realm expert is so impressive. Remember, there's always someone stronger. Above you are the mysterious realm, Earth Realm, and Heavenly Realm. And the Chen family has the money and power to hire a mysterious realm expert to deal with you. If you harm Master Chen, the Chen family's wrath will not only bring disaster upon you, but